never sees me, I'm losing Hello and welcome, everybody. I am Tyler, or Once in Love. I'll be your host here for Ascent Niagara Falls. So, guys, we are here with the third Ascent of the DTR season. We had Ascent Boston earlier in the year, as well as Ascent Taipei, and now we're bringing you here action live in Canada. But I believe we have Cam on location, so let's go see what's up with him.
Tyler, it is a whirlwind out here. I don't know why you guys sent me out here. Why would you guys choose a waterfall for an event location?
Cam, the city is called Niagara Falls. We are at the convention center, dude. Like, where are you right now?
Then why did you send me out here to the waterfall? It's what out here, negative 20 degrees Celsius?
Ah, yes. When we realized that we're not good at math, we moved to commentary.
What? What was that?
Oh, don't worry about it, Cam. You're breaking up. I can't hear you. But yeah, so one of the fantastic things about all of these events here, basically all these ascents as the road to national season, is the ability to travel all over the world, right? We were at Boston, Taipei. Now we're here in Canada. We'll be going to Japan in the future. But since we're here in Canada, Cam, can you break down the event for us and tell us what everyone will be competing for this weekend?
Well, here at Ascent Niagara Falls, this is our first event after the banning of Rile the Abyss. So hopefully we will probably still see some fire decks, some Merlin Crux variants, some Lorraine, but hopefully that means we'll see a reappearance of wind, maybe a little bit of water, hopefully less than there is out here. And there's definitely going to be a lot of players for you to look out for. The True Champion team is going to be here. Main deck is going to be here, our reigning world champ. We even have a couple of visitors from Europe, such as Hanky the Goat, is going to be making an appearance as well. So it's definitely going to be a great event that you don't want to miss. Is that enough, Tyler? Is there anything else you need?
So, Cam, tell us what the players will be competing for this weekend.
Well, Tyler, our players are competing for over 14,000 Canadian dollars, as well as those glorious top 8 event spirits. There's no better time to get into GA. You can find yourself at amazing locations like Niagara Falls and all over the world. Are we good? Can I come back to the convention center now?
Cam, there's no time for that. We got to get on with the show. The casters are ready, and we're here to bring you round 1.
So you got all the fire aggro staples. You got the March Hare, Red Hair Arthur package for those very aggressive allies that can be hard to deal with, that can push a lot of damage in the early game. You have the Cheshire Cat and Inner Sword package as another almost undealable ally in against some matchups.
It is very scary.
Cheshire Cat is the ally that you need to consider when you're thinking about sideboards. It's something you know your opponents will be playing, so you need to have a way to deal with the cat.
Yep. But
And then, past the aggro package, you have the value package of the deck. So you go to level 3. Wait, no, this
no,
deck
this
is
is
not
this is
no,
level
this is just
2
fire,
deck.
This is just fire
But,
aggro. My
okay,
bad. Yes.
But even
this is
with
just fire aggro.
yeah, but even with going up to being up to level 2, Liminal Guide is still very good.
Yes,
All
Liminal
right.
Guide is still a lot of value. So this deck goes to level 2. It's very useful into those other kind of ally-y deck, because being able to get the extra damage on your Flame Sweep and draw 3 cards can shift the tide of the game over. You go from a losing position to an unsurmountable advantage. We have... it's also good for Rending Flames. The extra 2 damage becomes 4 with the damage doubling effect of Rending Flames. And then we have some useful tech here and there. Being Lorraine means you can run the new Proxius Clara sort of piece and reimagined. So you can deal with all those non-combat damage effects that can pop up here and there in the meta. They're not as popular. If we see Razor Gale, that's the kind of card that he wants to put in. On the other side of the table, we have an old standout from last time the deck was popular. Was what, the first NA Nationals? I
don't think even back then this deck was quite as popular as you make it out to be, because this goes to level 3, and back then it was more of an aggro deck, because I don't think I've really seen a level 3. I remember what you're talking about, but I don't think it was as popular.
It was not that popular, but in a way it was the deck to
But the deck we're looking at, of course, being a level 3 Diana deck in Foamy's hands here. That we're gonna see. It's a very aggressive fire deck as well. I feel like it goes to level 3 to clear those boards, and he does have a lot of Umbra cards in there.
Yes, quite a lot. I also see the other Diana level 3, the Cursebreakers. I'm very interested to see how much value, how expected Foamy will make that as his game plan compared to the usual Duststalker and stack of curses on the opponent.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game and matchup to see. And both of these players have already went into it. Obviously, Comrade Kahid is on our aggro Lorraine deck. You can see the Looking Glass already there as a pregame action. Foam's doing a very classic fire play here, right? He's keeping his whole hand up, so we're probably going to see some of those creative shocks come out at the end of turn here. And hopefully discarding Liminal Guides. I think that is the plan here. But Comrade Kahid is having a very explosive start, having the red hair, having the Xiao Chao. So he's already dealing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, and one of the problems with this Diana deck is there's not that many defensive options, and in fact, there's a lot of things that will hurt yourself from the Umbra side. From if you're trying for the Cursebreaker game plan, it's probably not the game for this. So let's see how fast Foamy is able to level up here. And the backup charger is fairly slow for this.
Yeah, and
that's very risky.
Now that I can see a bit of a better, you can take a bit of a better look at Foamy's hand. He has at least 3 hasty messengers in there, so he didn't have the creative shock. He had the hasties, which going first is terrible, right?
Yeah, not having an opponent to swing at means you can get that on attack discard draw. So no way of getting anything in his graveyard. Sometimes you might still play it just to have a way to level up, not knowing what opponent you're against is also really bad. Like
Yeah.
sometimes the backup charger turn 1 is very fine if you're on a slower matchup. This is not the slow
This
matchup
is
that Foamy
definitely
was
not the
expecting.
slow matchup. He has to play a bit more aggressively here. Unfortunately, it looks like that his hand does not allow for that. Having another hasty, another creative shock, having that floating memory there, so he can level up. But will he live to see the fruits of his labor pay off here?
Yeah, his one saving grace probably is that Current Coheed is not running the Sensor of Restful Peace
Yeah.
that has been so popular in the recent meta to deal with those liminal guys, deals with those float. So his leveling process will be unimpeded. He can get all that value from all that fire discard package.
Yeah,
he
but
get there is the big question.
exactly, because we already see so much damage coming in here. So what do you think is the best thing for him to do here? We did see the creative shock, so do you think we're going to see a creative shock for that floating discard and then a level up immediately next turn?
I think he doesn't really have a choice, right? We're seeing another 4 damage, then there's probably the Cheshire Cat that we see in hand that's going to come down for another 3 because it gets buffed by the attack of the Inner Sword for every distortion weapon, in fact. And then an extra 2 for the Lorraine itself. So we're already seeing 13 damage.
Yeah, that's definitely not fun. Oh, but there's
reduced
the
to ash
reduced to
that we hadn't
ash.
seen in hand. So that helps. That deals that prevents 4 damage this turn, essentially. So that is a little breathing room. We still need to level up.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate though, because having had to play the reduced to ash, he couldn't play the creative shock to discard the float. So on one hand, he gets to keep it for his level 2 turn. On the other hand, he was forced to banish, to banish from his memory to level up here. But there is is the Undying Dreams targeting the Liminal Guide a better scenario than if he were to discard it with creative shock?
It probably is, because that's the only way basically he has in hand right now of clearing that red hair like he just did. So you need to deal with that board in some way.
Yep.
The Cheshire Cat was kind of dealt with. It's much less threatening as a 1/3. You're still not getting through the stealth in the Fire Diana deck. There's no real answers for that. You
Until
can-
level 3.
Yeah, you can punishing cartridge in the late game to force your opponent to sacrifice an ally. But before that, limiting to a 1/3 or 2/3 if we also get the Sword of Shadows
Yeah.
will help a bit in cutting off the bleed.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a very tough time for Foamy. There is the forest bullet, as some people call it, the focusing round coming in for 3, drawing a card. So it's a bit worse than a forest cake, but also it deals 2 damage. So yeah, we don't mind our bullets being
I'm not sure we
damaged.
will get a gun before level 3.
Yeah.
In fact, there are no guns before level 3. There's only the Shadows Twin in the deck.
There's only one gun you would ever want in this deck. But why is Shadow's Twin the only gun here? Like, why is that the card to look out for?
Because if it connects, it's just so strong. Shadow's Twin gets, first off, a damage bonus whenever you load a bullet into it for that extra damage. And it doubles all your on-hit effects from Diana Duststalker's effect of putting a curse on your opponent that deals damage when they draw their second card each turn. But so all the other ones, if you do happen to have them in the deck, which he does not actually, so not that relevant here, but just that ability to stack extra curses and guarantee extra unpreventable damage on your opponent. And also, it's a 1-cost gun.
Yeah.
So it's immune to a lot of the Regalia removal that's in the format right now, from the Reduced to Ash, the Unbroken Mustangs in some decks. Decks don't have an answer for the gun if you're not Water and running Fracturize.
Yeah, but water is not in the meta right now, so this is the time for this deck to shine. Like you were saying, it's been a while since we've seen Diana, really. So I think this is going to be the introduction of a lot of players to this deck as well. In the meantime, Foam had the Stalwart Shieldmate, which is incredibly good here with the taunt, forcing Comrade Coheed to take out the floating and give him enough floating in the graveyard to level up to level 3.
It's actually not going into the graveyard. We see the Shasha on board that banishes
Oh, you're
allies
right.
that
That's
deals damage to it.
unfortunate.
So it's a very sad play that Swing probably had to do. Again, you need to prevent some damage. You're level 1 at 13 damage counters already. You're taking a couple more damage here. We see the Dazzling Courtesan, kindling cards out of the graveyard to help pay for cost. Another staple in aggro decks
Yeah.
that came out in AGN. So you have to prevent that damage, but it's always feels bad to lose that float.
Yeah, and especially like sometimes I think people forget that there's the Xiao Chao on board. Like I just did, and then you're just like, wait, what happened? Why is my float gone? And this is exactly what happens. The Dazzling Courtesan, luckily for Foamy, did not use a March Hare to level up here because then he would be on 14 damage counters already, which is very terrifying.
And we see Kamako here. You see the 2/4 Liminal Guide that had the buff counter from the Undying Greaves earlier being completely ignored. That's not what Fire Aggro Lorraine does. It just goes face.
Who cares about what are allies? Unless they have taunt, you don't care. Ignore them. Go to face instead. So you're very right that the exact game plan from as far as I know and as far as I can tell from this game as well is just hit face and hope that you're faster than them. And it seems to be that they are pretty quick here. But Foam does have a lot of allies now back again as well. With the 3 of Hearts also being a 2/3 and the Liminal Guide, like you said, being a scary 3/4.
2/4. Right?
2/4. It's not, he's not everything's lost yet, but none of them have taunt, and Comrade Coheed has not leveled up to Lorraine level 2 yet, in which case he will get a nice little bonus here, and it seems that that's exactly what he's doing now. Do you think he has a Flame Sweep?
I did not see a Flame Sweep in his hand as of yet. We also don't have 3 Firing Graveyards right now, so we're not scared of the Rending Flames. It might just be swing for 4 at an ally, get some extra damage, or we see a Honed by Fire, which would help keep that sword alive.
Yeah.
That's the sad part of having to swing to get the bonus effect from the 2 damage from Lorraine. You need to break that sword. But here we have the Honed by Fire for an extra durability counter if he decides to play it.
He seems
No.
he did not play it. Oh, because he had the Vermilion
Decree
Decree.
is just
Yep.
enough for lethal, so we don't need to get the extra value. We just go for the kill. Foamy was hands down.
It was game over. Now, a question I have for you here. If he
Yes.
played the Home by Fire onto the Sword of Shadows,
Yes.
would the Cheshire Cat have gotten the bonus damage from the Home by Fire on the...
No, Cheshire
Sword?
Cat only cares about the base power of the sword. So even the class bonus +1 on the Sword of Shadows is Cheshire Cat does not care about that. It's completely unaffected. It only ever gives 1 power to.
I would say unfortunate, but Cheshire Cat is already so good
It is
that
already good
it's
enough
not
like it
going to
is.
be that much of a problem. Now, both of these players are sideboarding. We can take a sneak peek of what they're putting in, but Comrade Goyed is not really putting in a lot of cards, so I think we should look at his sideboard first here.
Yeah, there's not much here that's really required, right? The Reduce to Ash is not that useful. We haven't seen a lot of regalas that he really would care about. There's always the fun idea of if you can't deal with the gun, sometimes you can deal with the bullets. But with the
True.
focus rounds in the main deck that we've seen,
Yeah.
that's less of an option. Flame Sweep could always come in to help deal with those.
I think I saw the
maybe.
Flame Sweep being sideboarded in here. So is that mostly for just to get over the taunt, or do you think he's looking for that sweet value off of level 2? You know, those cards they are always tempting everybody.
Yes. Sometimes in those kinds of matchup where you're not quite sure on your sideboard, it's less a question of what you want to put in. It's is there something that I want to bother setting out in the main deck?
Yep. I think that's the art of sideboarding, because you're always like, yeah, this is a really good card against this deck, but what do I take out for it? This deck is already perfect. But I think Foamy has a harder time figuring out what to take out. Would you like to look at his sideboard as well?
Yeah, there's definitely more interesting things in here. First off, there's 2 more carders that are definitely coming in.
Yep.
If you manage to get to level 3, that will help a lot. The cleave on it means you can deal with the whole board. You can recover some life. There's some good damage prevention effects. There's one under fire that can give yourself stealth. That helps with giving you an extra turn. Regal Inquisition is probably not coming in. There's no one big combo card that you want to deal with. The fire aggro deck is just all gas, so you're switching damage for some more damage. It changed nothing.
Yep.
Unyielding Weird Raid Guard can block 2 attack. It has taunt and then it comes back ephemeral. The big question about it is it worth to side in if there's a Xiao on the other side?
That's a really good
Because that's another
point.
undead effect that the Xiao can prevent.
But at least it's another taunter because he doesn't have that much. Like he has Resolute Stance, Stalwart Shieldmates, and that's about his damage prevention in his main deck. So I think he has to bring it in just because he needs more taunters. And then on top of it, the raccoons 100% coming in just to stop the Kindles, just to stop those fire cards.
Yep, we do not see, there's no nullifying lantern in either the main deck or the sideboard, so we have to have something to deal with that fire graveyard synergy. We do not want to get Rending Flames for 10.
Yeah, that wouldn't really be that good. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, everybody has some graveyard hate in there. He might not have the nullifying lanterns. He might not have the sensor, but he still has raccoons, which arguably could be a lot scarier because he can target your March Hares. He can target the specific floating memory that you want. If you're in Water Diana, which there is someone in the room at least playing Water Diana, you can target the Aethers. I wanted to say it too quickly, but the Aether charge that comes back every time
The
you use
Weaving
it.
Mana Stream.
Weaving Mana Stream, exactly.
More than the Mana Stream, I think you probably want to hit the Toad Troll, the big 0/6
Yes.
frog that
Oh.
enables the Carp Coda
Look,
lethal.
I don't have the heart to banish the frogs. I will gladly die to the Carp Coda frog combo, but the players have already gone into game, and Foam's hand is looking a lot better than it did before. Unfortunately, still no Creative Shock. 2 Hasty Messengers once again.
I do see at least the dungeon guide that will help a little bit. into
Yep.
Getting that level 3, that little extra points of life that can help you survive an extra turn. I didn't see him side it, but there's the Loam Spiral Lance as a second gun in his sideboards that I'm very interested in because it recovers on attack. It could be maybe
Yeah.
enough to help survive a turn or two.
It could.
If you try and go for it, I'll
Oh,
look at that.
look,
Xiao
but
again.
Foam had the Stalwart Shieldmate in hand, and I was wondering, I was going to ask you why he didn't play it. Is he scared of the Xiao Xiao? But now it looks like a smart decision, seeing as the Stalwart, would have just been gone. So no floating and down. And so we're seeing the exact same game as we saw last game, except it's a hard-played Liminal Guide instead of a Red Hair. Why would you ever play a Liminal Guide like
I
that?
think you want to
Bonnie?
push a little damage. There's nothing in the deck. There's no cremation ritual to get rid of it. I think it's mostly just a card that it's not like you play down and you threaten your opponent to say, you're not killing that. It's value for me. You're never giving me that. So it's just
True.
going to swing for 1 every turn. But there is the Pepper Chef in the deck. Yes, that can actually sacrifice it for that 2 extra point of damage. That can be very good. It's only a 2-off. We'll see if we see it in the hand.
I think I saw one. I really love Pepper Chef, but we'll see. Foam did bring in the Rocket Jump as well.
Yes, the Rocket Jump is one of those other good Ranger protective. And it's one of the few cards in the deck that can actually deal with Cheshire Cat.
True. That's probably like the only reason he brought it in is to guarantee that if there's a Cheshire Cat, it won't be there for long. So you're absolutely right. And, every single player that plays Looking Glass always has the Cheshire Cat.
Mm.
So Foamy having the Rocket Jump here is really, really good.
So there's the side playing the... we rocket jumping the Liminal Guy. That's interesting. I don't think that's
He's
the
going...
thing you'd want to try and kill.
I think he just really wants to have his stalwart shieldmate alive. But, oh no, he's going for the Xiao Xiao. Yeah, because he doesn't want to give the Liminal
Yeah.
Guide. Oh, he's
I think
thinking
he
here.
was, I think he was a little quick on the gun.
he's always overzealous.
he
He's like, I
jumped
don't
a
want
bit
him to
there,
die.
Yeah, like, you swing the Liminal Guide, so you're going to swing the Xiao Xiao next, so I'll just rocket jump that. So he probably just did that a little too fast here, trying to...
Yeah,
Why
he was very overeager to protect his girl. Now, do you think that it's good to be like, everybody plans their turns ahead, and we've seen it. We've seen it since the first Worlds, where planning your turn so ahead can backfire on you with Caben and the infamous creative shock. Do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage at times when you plan so far ahead that you get caught up sometimes?
Planning ahead is always good, right? It's very important in every card game to just think ahead, think what your opponent can have, what you can do, and make sure having that extra time to make sure you have the optimal line. But it's very important to have, when we say that in competitive play you need to play clean, it's not just about playing clean as in not cheating. It's about making sure your lines are clearly explained, that you're playing in a very easy to understand way. Make sure the game happens in an ordered manner.
Yeah.
And here we had a take back agreed upon by the other players. The
I think it
intended line was clear.
Yeah.
So both players agreed that we'll just
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful display of sportsmanship that we very often see in Grand Archive. Both players agreeing that, obviously what you were intending to do is this, so let's just agree that you're doing that. And we see a March here from Comrade Coheed, which on one hand, it's like, oh, you still got the floating memory. But on the other hand, there's the red hair following it up, immediately attacking because March Hare is a human. Did you know?
March Hare is a human in addition to being a rabbit. And it's also, we discarded the float, and we have the extra fire in hand and graveyard for the Dazzling Courtesan. That is 7 damage on board. We need to find an answer very fast.
Yep. So, do you think that if Fomi doesn't have the damage to take care of the red hair here, is it worth it to take that March Hare out and possibly risk a Dazzling Courtesan or just another ally coming in and activating the red hair?
You're probably, it's always a gamble. It's always part of what you need to try and guess and read from your opponent in what you need to prioritize, because sometimes if you clear the March Hare, you can completely disable the red hair.
Yeah.
The nice hair synergy here.
The hairs.
As you said, if there's Kindle, it's easy to bring back. And there's also other unique allies. So sometimes maybe it's a waste of damage to clear the allies when you could send that damage somewhere else, right? He could have cleared the Dazzling Courtesan. Maybe he could have tried and clear the red hair itself. So it's trying to guess what your opponent has in hand and how you can best minimize that future damage.
Yeah. It seems that Fomi was on the opinion to take out the March Hare here, which personally I think that's still a really good choice because you're forcing Comrade Coheed to either have the Dazzling or have another unique human ally, and we've already seen 2 come out of the deck, so...
And unfortunately for him, I spotted Coheed's hand. There's that Arthur.
Yep.
That will not only activate the red hair, but also give that extra point of damage to every single ally on the board.
It's a lot scarier than the March Hare, but if it were on board in combination with the March Hare, it would have been a lot scarier than... well, it's already very scary, don't get me wrong. But if the March Hare was also there, that's an additional 2 points of damage. So it's not just one. Ooh, losing a Dungeon Guide for the Dungeon Guide.
To level to 2, just to make sure you don't die next turn.
It's gotta force it. But then math is hard, and I believe that even because Comrade Coheed's influence is 5 currently, he does not have enough damage, even if he plays the Arthur to have it. But he can still get very, very close and force the level up from Fomi, which will mean he only has 1 card in hand, so he cannot really do anything if he goes up to level 3 here. So, scary times for Fomi once again, and we see the Sword of Shadows come out once more.
Another thing to look out for that Coheed can start thinking about is, he hasn't seen yet that Fomi's on Diana level 3, but you can probably expect it. You have seen the Dungeon Guide, you've seen the bullets increasing the Taser Surat and not getting any value out of it. So you're expecting level 3.
Yeah.
Instead of going face, because you can't kill this turn, do you clear both allies just to prevent that Carter from getting the sacrifice and extra damage?
That's very smart, because if he can go up and get a card and play the Carter, even if he has the Dungeon Guide, he still has to wait one more turn to get the Carter out because he just doesn't have the influence right now. So I think that might be something that Comrade Coheed is preparing for. But we'll have to see because that is actually so genius and you're so right about that. Oh, Comrade Coheed, just look at Fobi in the eye and discarding the Flame Sweep. What a bold move.
We're going all fates. Although I think I saw a second Flame Sweep.
Yeah, I do think so. He's being like, either he's channeling to Fomi that, you know what, I'm not afraid of you on one hand, or he's like, I do have another one. And Fomi might be thinking, oh, which one is it? Because if he goes up to level 2 here, he can still clear board. And like we were talking about it, Fomi right now doesn't have the influence to play a Carter and level up as well.
He does just have, because he still had that Undying Dreams in the graveyard because he didn't use it till level 2 because he had the Dungeon Guide. So he has
So
just enough cards to get the
scary.
Carter out if he has it in hand.
I
And
don't
I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah. Oh, Comrade Coheed is like,
We're going for
what is this?
Cursebreaker.
Cursebreaker is,
Oh,
I mean,
interesting. So
it is.
I think he had an Umbra side in hand, so maybe he's going for that line. Maybe he'll be using the level 1 lineage release to get that Gloamspire Lance if
Yeah,
he
but
put it in.
He has 2 Undying Dreams, nothing that's ephemeral on board, no Carter. Oh, that's so unfortunate. If only that Umbra side was a Carter.
You might still play the Undying Dreams because it lets you clear maybe the red hair. You're getting that extra damage.
Oh, he's going
Or
for-
not, we're just straight up discarding the Undying Dreams.
Oh.
But it's still a float that you can use to get your gun with
Yeah.
the level 1 lineage release.
So something I want to ask of you is, we saw that his Umbra site was in the memory.
Mhm.
Do you have how does leveling up work? Like, do you have to declare in advance what you're leveling up to, or just pay and then decide?
So that leveling up is always completely random. That's why floating memory is so good. It helps you control a little bit. So you always need to evaluate what card in your hand you're less sad about losing. You'll always be losing something. So it's always that guessing game of what do I gamble on? And we do see the Gloamspire Lance.
Oh,
We did
it's
put it
coming in. Yeah, look, the recovery is gonna be up here, but he doesn't have. Are both of those cards in his hand, or is he?
Those haven't put down. He did play the other Undying Dreams
Yeah.
to help clear that Dazzling Courtesan.
Tough and
So-
so in response to the unload, he's destroying the Gloamspire Lance here, which bullets are an odd thing that we haven't seen in a while. How does this interaction work, and
So he
what did he? Okay, so he destroyed the bullet.
destroyed the bullet in response to materializing the Gloamspire Lance.
But then, in theory, if he were to target the gun in
The
response
gun
to
is 1 cost. You cannot reduce to ash it. Reduce to ash.
I thought
limited to
Gloamspire
memory
Lance was
cost
a
0.
0 cost.
No, I'm pretty sure it's 1. We do see
It is a 0
Laha
cost.
Reimagine coming out. So it's a 2 cost, but you can banish some
Yeah,
force
yeah.
from your material deck to get it out. No extra synergy here since we don't have the Crux Knight. But it's still an extra sword. It prevents non-combat damage, which is not that relevant in the matchup.
Oh, Arthur coming out with. Did Arthur go attacking?
Arthur did not use
Not-
its on enter.
Yeah.
We are attacking with it, and we have
That-
exactly 25
yep.
damage.
Not
26, in
26.
fact, because we have the Sword of Shadows.
Went overboard just by 1. So, wow, this is what we were talking about earlier. The aggro meta is kind of back after the. So, this is what I've been saying a lot, but this is how you can confirm if you feel the same way. For me, banning Rile the Abyss feels like we're back to the beginning of a new meta game. So we're seeing all this aggro. We're seeing mostly fire decks, or mostly decks that were really, really good in past seasons. Some pony vanitas being thrown in there from time to time.
Maybe a little.
And it's a lot of figuring things out.
Yeah, it's always the thing in the new meta. It's not necessarily that aggro is the best thing to play, though sometimes it is. It's just that aggro is kind of advantage in not having to know the opposing matchup. The thing with playing a slow armor control deck is that, well, you need to have answers to whatever the opponent is doing. And if you don't know what the meta is, it's really hard to know what those good answers to put in are. So control decks are always slower to appear in a meta than aggro decks. Aggro, you just play the good damage cards and you go face, like Kamakohi did. And it works because you're playing good damage cards and the opponent doesn't know how much damage reduction they need to play.
Yeah, I mean, against aggro, there is no such thing as enough damage prevention. You have to prevent every point of damage because that is what's going to get you through the line. You know, that's what's going to be your end when you eventually get that one extra point of damage. Because like we saw here, if Home were able to prevent just 2 more damage, you could have lived an entire extra turn. Maybe Comrade Coheed would have played a bit safer, but then he could have lived even more turns. And at that point, he could start using the Gloamspire lands to start recovering, and then it would snowball from there, and we could have seen a really, really cool Cursebreaker game. So that's the annoying thing about aggro, is that you need to throw everything at it, put all your resources into stopping it, but then once they run out of gas, you're free to just do your own thing. And because the whole point of aggro is that you're very aggressive, as the name suggests, all hands down, all allies in, and just start pumping damage as much as you can. So you run out of resources very fast in it.
And on the other side, we only had 2 Resolute stands in the Diana list, which is always a big balancing act. Like I said, as a level 3 deck, not that Umbra Diana is slow, but as any slower deck, you have to consider how much of those prevention effects you want to put in, because sometimes they're dead, right? They're not good against every deck. There's a lot of Merlin in the meta right now, and Resolute Stand does nothing if you're just getting Fireball for 20 in your face.
It's a delicate balance, but that's why you also have some other ways of preventing it. And I think Vomi's deck is looking to kill before your opponent gets that Fireball for 21, because it's a lot harder nowadays. Like.
It's the other part of the balancing act, because even if you're running combat damage prevention instead of non-combat damage prevention, that's also less value cards that you put in the deck. You want a lot of those floating memories and creative shocks for helping level up.
Yeah.
You don't want to end up level 3 with 2 cards in hand and unable to do anything. So you need to play those value cards. But if you have full value cards, you die to aggro.
Exactly.
And if you have full fire damage prevention, well, you do nothing and you die to those slow control decks.
And we get back to why control is taking a bit of time to, develop in the meta, because you have to find the balance of winning the game and stopping other decks. But you have to not only think about aggro, but think about these more later game, like mid-game decks as well. So seeing what's good makes it a lot easier to build your control decks around it. And Grand Archive is a game where every single set, the meta changes a lot, because people love playing every single card. They love the new shiny toys. So you cannot just have a consistently perfect control deck that just goes from season to season to season.
And it's also a bit part of why Merlin is so popular today. It's part of that Convert Pit thing. You don't need to rebuild Merlin. You put a couple of new pieces in. You have the Fluffy Shopkeep, the Liminal Guide. But Merlin is still Merlin. The deck hasn't changed. It's doing all the same things. You're running some damage prevention, but also just the Merlin package in itself has so many good answers. You have the Majestic Spirit that it hits the board, and aggro's game is over.
Yeah.
And you have the Pendragons to get that value back, so you don't even care about the float that much. Merlin is a deck that, even though it runs a lot of float, doesn't necessarily care that much about Censor of Restful Feast, from Merlin 2 being able to eat it, to just being able to power through, because between Merlin Kingslayer's effect of drawing a card every second turn, and the Ghost of Pendragons, and the Ascension value, you don't care that much about losing all those cards to level up, because you'll get that value back.
Yeah, it's Merlin is a different beast entirely. We're definitely going to see some of the spice that you're talking about here. We're definitely going to see all of the value that it's generating. I think you're very excited for it. But first, let's hear from Comrade Coheed in the interview with Once in Love.
Hello and welcome, guys. I'm here with the winner of round 1 at Ascent Niagara Falls, Comrade Coed. Congratulations. Fire Aggro Lorraine. It's a big one.
Yeah, it's kind of what I played at Boston, and then I got off of it for like the entire season, and we were going into our regional season, and I needed something to fall back on, and we went to Lorraine. I think it is a good matchup into Merlin. There's so much Merlin running around Massachusetts, so that worked really well for me at regionals. 4-0 into split concede, and we're starting it off again today against Fire Diana. Didn't expect to play Fire Diana first round in 2 back-to-back tournaments, but it's a fun matchup. Push allies and go.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, too, especially with the more unique cards in the Umbra variant of that. So seeing Cursebreaker and seeing curses actually get played is like, wow, this is really cool. But like you said, Massachusetts Regional, congratulations on your topping there. I want to talk a little bit about your deck lists. Yeah. But before that, I actually want to talk about your kind of comfort here. So I asked you before we started the interview, are you nervous? Are you feeling comfortable? And you said you're actually feeling really good today. So you want to talk about that? Most people come in first round, they're like, I'm struggling, guys.
I think it just kind of comes with, like, I've been playing Fire Aggro, like, the entire time through this game. It's a deck list I'm really comfortable with, and it's a tournament that you want to win every tournament. You want to do well, but a lot of time variance can get you, and you really just have to, like, play to your outs, play to what you can do. And we had Ascent Boston. I was nervous as heck for that one. I ended up, like, missing day 2 by a game. But there's just been so much Grand Archive. I've been playing more Grand Archive than I have ever played a trading card game in, like, a month's time frame. Shout out to my roommate, Chemical Collapse. If it weren't for him, like, neither of us would be as good if it weren't for the 2 of us. And also shout out to Lineage Break. We're part of that team. I don't have a jersey yet. Henke has a jersey.
Yeah, what about that, Cam, huh? Yeah,
we'll get one.
Yeah.
For the next Ascent, I'll have an LB jersey, I guess. Also, shout out to Pandemonium. Those players they've gotten so good. They're getting so much better, and I love being a part of that community. And it's just so good. It's just so good to play cards every week. It's so good to be in a community like this, and I'm just really happy to be here.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to build a local community one day, so I can also feel what it's like to get that. But let's go into your deck list a little bit more. There's a couple things that I thought were interesting. So you are still playing the Liminal Guides with the Looking Glass build, even without Rile the Abyss, right? You have 8 ways to discard between Creative Shock and Hasty Messenger. Do you find that consistent enough without using what most people have brought in, which is the 3 of Hearts?
I think what you're doing is you're splitting the amount of things that your graveyard is doing. So you lose pretty hard to Nullifying Lantern, but Liminal gives you a way to utilize your discard outlets that aren't so reliant on red cards. So you forced your opponent to both make a Censor and to make a Nullifying Lantern, and if they can't do both of those things, then you're getting value out of your graveyard. And if they do both of those things, they're not leveling up, which means you kill them. I didn't make this deck list, I must say. I copied it from someone in Pennsylvania. Shout out to you. Thanks for doing well so I could do well. But I think that's the logic behind it. It's attacking from multiple angles. That's how you do good in aggro. You present a game plan where you are attacking from different angles, and I think that's why they're good.
Yeah, having all the different types of damage between non-combat damage, fast damage, and then champion-based damage as well is a good, kind of a good indicator to find that. In your deck list, you're also not running Censor, and you're running the Nullifying Lantern in the sideboard. Can you talk to me about why the Nullifying Lantern isn't like a priority? Because usually in aggro, that's like a super hard.
There's no Nullifying Lantern in the sideboard.
Is there not? Oh.
It's Clarent and Nullifying Mirror.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mirror,
that's for Veiling Breeze.
Mm-hmm. But so you weren't afraid of like seeing that enough in the room to bring that in your maid instead of the side?
You're asking about not seeing Nullifying Lantern?
Sorry, mirror. Why mirrors in the side and not in the main?
Oh, just space. When you're, I'm a player that wants to have a linear game plan when you can. Nullifying Mirror is only good against wind. It can be good against water. I don't expect to see a lot of water today. So everything in the main deck is about going as fast as possible. And then, you bring your things in from the sideboard. Clarent just comes in every matchup because you're playing a water, a wind, and a fire card so you just take those out, bring in Clarent. So
yeah, makes sense. Well, thank you and congratulations again on your round 1 win. Hope to see you in day 2 and maybe in top 8. So
I'm looking forward to it. I hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. We'll be back soon, guys. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Ascent store for Niagara Falls, the wonderful, fluffy shopkeep. We wanted to show you guys what you could have gotten here if you were here at the event. One of the big things I want to show off is these fantastic uncut sheets. Now, these are some of the pride and joys of collections for people in Grand Archive. They are fantastic, beautiful cards. These generally feature the recollections or the starter decks for the set, whether it's DTR, PTM, A and B, etc. So we have the Diana Moonpiercer. We also have the bottom side of this one. And then over here, we have actually a foil one, which is really cool. So this is something that I think is newer. So we've seen one or two of these in the past at different events, but this is a foil sheet from DTR featuring a lot of really neat cards. Some of my favorite ones here, we just saw Peppered Chef in the aggro matchup there between Comrade Coheed and Foamy. It's a tough match. Definitely a tough match, but these are fantastic things. Let's show you the rest of what's going on here. So if we look at the Ascent store, we have the ability to buy packs. So you can buy packs, whether it's DOA, we have HVN, all the other things. We have the wonderful merch mats as well as the champion mats. We'll just swing around here on the other side. And then our wonderful supporter packs. We have SP3, so every year we have supporter packs. Basically, all the proceeds go towards organized play. And then we also have these new 3x3 sheets. So I believe these came out at Worlds. They're honestly a lot cooler than I expected. 3x3 sheets end up being a lot more convenient. They're easy to travel with. You can take them home. But, I mean, this is gorgeous. 3x3 sheets for the URs. We have foil versions of this. And then, obviously, the wonderful Diana Moonpiercer. This is the jumbo card for the event. So, level 3 Diana Moonpiercer. If I'm not mistaken, Cam, I believe one of your locals will be attempting to pick one of these up for the store.
I hope so.
So, hopefully, it'll be in the background of the next Lineage Break podcast. But otherwise, you can win one of these as well from the Scrubbed Out of Steel event. If you get first place in that, it is available for you. And lastly, we have other couple cool merch things here. So we do have the Sylvie plushies, and we have the Kongming figures. I think I stole the one that was on this side. It's actually on the stream table right now. We got one over there. And then obviously the amazing deck boxes, the lightweight deck boxes that come with the foil sleeves and over sleeves. And then we have the double deck boxes. But overall, things when it comes to Ascent store. So if you get the chance to come to an Ascent, even if you're not going to play in the main event, you can play in side events. You can come join the Scrubbed Out of Steel because it's technically a side event. But just come hang out, see the store, and just enjoy the community. But we'll be back with round 2 here shortly, guys. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Place go wild when I pull up. They all on me like they want some. Think I got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Stand out like a star, no new name. All these words in my DMs, no message back. I just see them, I get them hooked and I reel it down. Throw them back, we complete it. I'm a snake on this plane, I'm speeding my voice in the frame. No matter what, I'm leaving pain. We dripping in venom, so great. I'm a V-I-P-E. All these chicas, all these mamas begging me for affection. But just like Steve Darwin, I live for natural selection. Never hugs or connections, I just constrict and reject them. I make my snake hole transactions, eject my papers and stack them. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down. Throw them back when completed. I'm a snake on this plane, I'm spitting my voice in the flame.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 2 of Ascent Niagara Falls. My name is Clem Hopkins, and I'm here with Jim. How you doing, Jim?
I'm doing great. I had a good time walking around in round 1 and kind of seeing what people were playing, kind of looking at the field, and I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm pumped. I'm psyched.
Yeah, it's looking very exciting. Are most of the games like our first game on stream, like very aggressive, over one and done, quick 2-0s?
Some of them, definitely. There's a lot of aggro out in the field, but there's also a lot of other things. There's a lot of people playing Crux. There's a lot of people playing Tristan. And, you know, if you look at, like, Merlin versus Merlin, that's going to be the full 60 minutes. You know, that's never ending.
This 65 minutes.
Yeah.
And full 65. Yeah, that's quite a polarizing meta, it sounds like. But, you know, it's very energetic still. Like, the vibes in this room are fantastic. We've seen a lot of new players. We've seen the two ends of the spectrum are both represented. I've seen a bunch of people whose first ever Ascent is this one. And then on the other hand, we have TCG, we have Main Deck, we have some chess club guys out here. So all the big names, there's Terry's here, Growthos is here, Perfy is here.
Yep.
All of them did incredibly well at Worlds, and they're here.
Yeah,
So
no, there's everybody here. I'm actually really excited to see kind of what the pairings end up
Yep.
being. You know, I think the first round is really vague, right? Anybody can get
Yeah.
paired into anybody. But I think as the rounds start going in, we'll see a lot of, you know, matches that could very well be a finals at any other Ascent.
yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting, especially because it's a new meta as well with Revival Ban. We've said it a million times, but I don't think it can be stressed enough just how impactful that ban was, because basically every single deck was playing Ryle, and now it's gone. So now some of those decks restructured, and then other decks just completely disappeared. So it is very interesting, the divide, and then we're definitely going to see by the end of the day. So today is 8 rounds, because we'll have less than 256 players. So it's been around, like, I think round 4, we'll start seeing a clear divide between the really, really top decks and the really, really, not really, really, the less like tier 1, tier 0 decks. And I'm really interested to see if it's aggro that's going to come out on top, or if it's Merlin. What do you think is going to be?
I mean, my understanding of the field is that it's pretty open, you know? We're talking about the Ryle, right? The post-Ryle ban.
Yeah.
Every deck either had Ryle or was tech to beat Ryle. So people are playing a lot of different things. They have
Yep.
a lot of different options. And from everything that I've seen, it's just a matter of play what you feel comfortable with. Play what you feel good on. And, you know, we could very well see some top Tristan players. We could see some top Crux players. We could see some top Slimes players. You know, like,
Yep.
there's a lot of decks coming out of the woodwork. And as long as you feel good about it, you've got a decent shot into almost anything.
Yeah, like that's what I had a chance to talk to Fomi after the game, and he was like, yeah, I was prepared for a lot of Merlin, and you know, my plan was to win and just get paired into Merlin over and over again. So it seems that people are thinking that Merlin's gonna be that best deck in the format, but that means people probably teched against it, and then any deck that's not Merlin could, in reverse, beat them, like the aggro that we saw. So it's gonna be a nice triangle for sure.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
It's going to be very, very interesting that what we're going to see. Yeah, but it's mostly, for the most part, I do think that it's going to be these more level 3 decks and aggro decks, and then some things in between. But I would still say that even a level 2 Lorraine deck we saw last game is more aggressive.
Absolutely. I mean, Fire Lorraine, right? Phylon,
Yeah.
you know, it's made a name for itself. It's definitely one of the more aggressive decks in the field. It maybe doesn't start on turn 1 the way that, you know, the Wake Up deck does,
Yeah.
but it's definitely one of the decks that strives to make its opponent answer some questions, right? And that's very much where it wants to be. It wants to be putting pressure on the opponent, and if the opponent doesn't have an answer, well then, oops, go to game 2.
And that's exactly what happened right
Yeah.
now as well. Like, and then in game 2, Fomi did have the answers, right? He did have the Gloamspire Lines. He had the Stalwart Shield main that survived long enough, like survived the next return, and then became float. But it still wasn't fast enough, which is crazy when you look at, there were a couple of materializations, unlike
Right.
with the Horse Vanitas deck, which was basically turn 2, you either can prevent everything I throw at you, or a game over.
Yep. Yeah, that deck was super.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love that deck. I ended up taking that deck to my regionals, and nobody liked playing against it, which I think is the sign that it's a good deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very aggressive deck. Absolutely. Just, you know, turn 1, turn 2, and if you don't have the answer right then, there's no rest of the game.
Yep.
And if you have the answer right then, well, I hope you also have the answer next turn.
Yeah, you definitely have to have it for like a consistent period until you can hit back
Right.
twice as hard, right?
Yeah.
Or for in the case of Vanitas, which, correct me if I'm wrong here, as of the expert Vanitas player here,
No, don't put that on me.
you've definitely played more games on it than I have. Once the other person runs out of materialization, like let's say I'm the player playing against your Vanitas, and then I run out of materializations, am I safe then, or still not? Because Vanitas is very scary.
So the real problem about playing against the Vanitas deck is you run out of materializations early on, because it's not really in your benefit to try and trade out a card to materialize a +1. So you kind of just sit there on whatever you have. But yeah, I mean, you're not getting taxed anymore, but they've still got a 3-power champion. They've still got a 3-power horse probably on the field. So, you know, how many turns have you already taken 6 damage in a row? Like, where are you at that point? It's really, really tough to fight through that amount of pressure while also not being able to pursue what your game plan is, which is why that deck was so strong at the time.
Yeah, but we saw a bunch of Jins as well. Do you think that if Vanitas persisted into today, would our field be half Horse Vanitas, half Jins? Because Jin is just, Jin will just survive long enough.
Sure. Yeah, you have the exact opposites, the exact extremes. I don't know. That's a really good question. I feel like the real problem with Vanitas right now, and probably why we're not going to see that many of it, is it's just terrible into water.
Yeah.
Water just destroys Vanitas. At the very least, you're set back by a turn, and more often than not, you're set back even further than that because they just have the answers.
Yeah.
Jin, on the other hand, just tries to sort of bull forward and get to that immortal state, and then it's your opponent's problem, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
But then once you get to that 35 life, you're a bit more scared, right? Because then you're hitting the threshold of damage. So then it becomes a bit of your problem as well.
It's the decision of like, okay, can I go yet?
Yeah.
And have I taken enough damage that I can go? And also, do I have enough cards?
Yeah.
So yeah, your opponent can outrace that. You know, if you end up at 45 damage with 3 cards in hand, you're sitting there like, that's not quite gonna be enough. But that's really, really rare for the Jin player, right? The whole point of the Jin player is that once they get to that level 3, they have that extra defense. They have the way to kind of support whatever it is they're doing. But man, if we saw just like all Vanitas and all Jin, I don't know. I feel like at some point somebody's gonna come in and be like, okay, well if these are the 2 decks in the field, I have an answer for you. I don't know what that answer is, but I'm sure that somebody else does.
Yeah, it's like, I was gonna say it's like Razor Gale, but even in Razor Gale, it was just, well, I'll also play Razor Gale, and I will just win, or we will never see the end of it. I heard a conversation, and this is just reminiscing of old times a bit. In Toronto, I heard a conversation between 2 people that if they both went into finals, they would have just like taken out any damage cards and just survived forever, which is crazy that you could have done that back in the day. And there was, because everyone was just playing, the deck was so good that everyone was just playing that. So I think the fact that we're in a place now, and this is what I was kind of leaning into, is that a place now where even if there's such an oppressive deck, like every Riot deck was, it wasn't an unbeatable deck, and it wasn't a single deck that you were like, well, I could build against it because I know it's the best deck, but the deck itself is just so good that I have a better chance of just playing it.
Yeah. And I think right now we're in the exact opposite situation, you know? The field is just so open.
Yes.
You can play almost whatever you want. There's maybe a most popular deck, but I don't think there's a best deck.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, because in the Riot meta, it was Horse Vanitas, but it was also Crux. Really, the Crux is always the element that really, really benefits from it. And if Riot wasn't banned as soon as it was, I think we would have seen a lot more Crux, but we still saw a bunch of Crux in Taipei. So it was still something that could capitalize very well off of it.
Absolutely.
But even then, I don't think it would have become like the de facto deck like Razor Gale was in that one event, because we saw a lot of different decks in Taipei as well. So I think it's very amazing to see, even just in 1 year, how diverse the game has gotten. And I think this is what everybody wanted. You can still play aggro, but level 3 decks, incredibly viable.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit of a Ryle apologist. I liked the card. I think they definitely needed to ban it. Like, I'm not saying that was the wrong move, but there could have been a world in which Ryle was fair. There could have been a world in which the Spectre package wasn't quite as oppressive.
It was Liminal Guy that needed it.
That's another discussion. But I feel like even with Ryle the way it was, it enabled so many different cards, so many different decks, right? So many different decks were able to take advantage of that engine piece and then build into something. You know, you saw Crux, like you were saying. You saw Crux, Luxum, you saw Jin, you saw almost everything. And even on the other side, like you saw Suzaku, you saw the aggressive decks also playing Philo. So also playing the Ryle package.
Yeah, the aggressive.
Philo also, right? Every single Fire Dock. And that does mean that the field was like 80% fire, but there was a lot of diversity within that
Yeah.
fire. So it wasn't quite as terrible, in my opinion. And my opinion is always correct. But in my opinion, it wasn't quite as terrible as it could have been.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Ryle ban definitely correct.
Yeah. So speaking of the meta opening up,
Mhm.
we're going to see a player that has been around since before Dan Donovash's altar came out. He is a very consistently Rye pilled player.
Ooh.
He's a wonderful person, and he's been playing Rye, I think, ever since Rye's been around. So we're going to see Hyuka on Wind Rye, which we've seen a couple of times around, right?
Mhm.
And it hasn't really done well. Do you think this is going to be the time where it really flourishes and we see the payoff of the patience and hours upon hours upon hours that he put into the deck?
Honestly, I would love to see it. I think if it is the same player, if I'm thinking correctly, I got coffee with him this morning, because somebody at that Starbucks was definitely playing Rye.
I mean, if it's a Wind Rye that they were talking about, it's going to it's going to be them. But they are. When I think of Rye, I think of Hyuka, and it's just such a wonderful thing to see him so consistently loyal to a champion, and he does pretty well considering Rye hasn't been playable or like really played for a very, very long time.
Sure.
So I'm very excited to see this. On the other side, finally, I think after many, many weeks and months of fire, we're going to be very happy to see a Wind Tristan on the other side. So it's going to be a Wind versus Wind matchup here.
That's exciting.
So do you want to look at the deck list real quick and see what the players are doing? I think we should start with Tristan.
Yeah.
Because
sure.
that's expected and we know what what we're looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tristan is something that has mostly been the same game in, game out, meta in, meta out. The deck doesn't change that much, right? The deck is mostly doing the same kinds of things. We've seen a little bit in terms of more Umbra support out of DTR. So we could very well see a few of those cards coming in. I think in this case, it's more standard. Looks like it's running Shadow Strike and a one of Penumbra Waltz, which is not uncommon for Tristan, right? Like this is sort of a flavor of the month, kind of. Do you want to play it? Do you not want to play it? It's somewhat normal.
Yeah, I think what the very, very interesting thing about this deck is the Ascent Protectors.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Ascent Protector is there to protect a bit against the aggro, or just bounce like Sadie and what else is it's like Sadie? That's really Black Market Broker, and Green Farrier, right? I missed.
Yeah,
the
there's all the wind cars on the other half of the deck list.
Split in a way where I was like, there has to be windmills in this. Like, there it is.
Yeah, I think it's a little of column A, little of column B. You know, Ascent Protector. It's running this deck as a 2-of, so it's not something that he's planning on seeing every game. But it is a very good defensive trick if you need it. It's also a little bit of good extra chip damage, right? If you're against someone who's not playing particularly aggressive, you can send that Ascent Protector in, get a little bit more damage, make that Shadow Strike a little bit more achievable. And it's always great to see Ascent Protector. I think Ascent Protector actually specifically looks very good alongside the Windblessed Lookout because the costs match up really well. So you can go Lookout on turn 1 followed by the Ascent Protector if you want to.
True.
But I think it's a I think it's something that is useful but isn't like the best card in the deck. Right?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of synergy there. It's something that you really want to have in some situations, but not something he's looking to see every game.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. And I think those are probably going to be one of the first things to come out when he sees that what Hyuka's on.
Absolutely.
So I don't think many people at home are really even familiar with Rye because the last time he was really around was back in ALC, and that's almost 2 years ago now. So I think people have forgotten the goal of the deck. What does Rye do, and why was Stormseer so good back in the day?
So the idea behind Rye is it is a combo deck. It is the first combo deck ever printed in Grand Archive, and it was deliberately printed to be a combo deck. So it has a lot of different arcane cards that allow you to draw more cards and replace your cards and kind of cycle through stuff. And then at the top end, you have Rye Stormseer, who gains levels based on the amount of arcane cards you have in your banish, or arcane spell cards, I think specifically, that you have in your banish, and uses that in order to play Arcane Blast with efficiency. So instead of needing to pay 11 for it, you can pay 4, you could pay 1 in order to Arcane Blast your opponent and deal 11 damage per card, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
There is some additional cards that I think are really, really cool to see out of DTR that maybe gave this deck a little bit more juice, right? We're seeing Fluffy Shopkeeper combined with some additional arcane cards in the material deck in order to boost that banished arcane value while providing a little bit of extra defense early on. And I think that's really, really, really cool.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. One of the cards I don't think I've seen ever since like I opened my Prelude pack back in the day is Arcanist's Prism. It's definitely in there mostly for that fluffy shopkeep banishment.
I think so, yeah. Just another arcane card as fuel.
Yeah, because it's such an odd thing to see, but everything else in this deck, for the most part, it looks like a very normal thing until you realize it plays Spirit of Fortuitous Wind. Why would you play Spirit of Fortuitous Wind over like a normal 7 card, like, you know, just the normal Wind Spirit?
Well, one of the things that this deck is trying to do is banish its arcane cards. So its turn 1 maybe isn't that important, and in fact with Fortuitous it doesn't even need a turn 1 play in order to be able to immediately go to level 1. And that's a thing that I think this deck values. And it especially wants to have those extra arcane cards in memory in order to banish those when you go to your level 1, level 2, level 3, in order to provide that extra fuel for the level 3 champion.
Yeah.
So I think turn 1 maybe not the most important, but being able to see those extra cards down and start already pulling your combo pieces up to the front is very important.
Yeah, so Fortuitous Spirits, when I first saw them, to me it was like, oh, this was printed to make Rye good again, because because Rye is I think is really the only level 3 deck that plays like 30 arcade cards. So you really, really need it, because usually you're not gonna have like a turn 0 play, like a turn 1 play that would get you those cards in management. So I absolutely agree with you that it really helps this deck flourish and look so much better on paper and in play, because Hyuka's 1-0 right now. So it's really not like a deck that immediately loses. So it's definitely, I think in large part, it's to Fluffy Shopkeep and the Fortuitous Wind together working very, very well. But so it seems that both our players are having a bit of a time setting up. So
a little bit of a mishap, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to send it to a quick 5-minute break and then be right back with you. welcome back to round 2 of Ascent Niagara Falls. Seems that both of our players are ready and set up. We're going straight into game 1, Wind versus Wind, Kibbles versus Huka. It's going to be a very, very fun matchup. I'm looking forward to it a lot. So it seems that hands have been drawn, decks have been sleeved. Who do you think has the upper hand here, Jim?
That's a really good question. I think a lot of it is going to be down to, does Kibbles know what he's playing into?
Yeah.
Because Tristan is such a solid deck as long as you have the right pacing, the right feel for the match. So depending on whether or not Kibbles hits that point, understanding of like, oh, am I the beatdown? Am I the control? Do I need to go fast? Do I need to wait for my opponent to respond to stuff? I think that's going to be one of the deciding factors for this match. Also, I mean, it's a combo deck, right?
Yeah.
If Yuka draws well, then there's probably not going to be a lot that Kibbles can do. On the other hand, incapacitate. So there's definitely trade-offs there.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be very, very interesting. None of these decks really have a way to get those liminal guides into the graveyard, but both of them are a level 3 deck. So I'm looking forward to how these, to seeing how level 3 decks play in this meta without those liminal guide and the high value plays. And I'm really excited because it is a Wind versus Wind matchup. So it's going to be incredibly fun. And look at that, Hyuka going second means that he has 1 card in hand. He has every other card in his memory, shuffling it up to get ready for that level 1 banishment. Kibble's taking it slow. Do you think he's like, oh, I have time because it's fortuitous wind? What am I going to play against?
I suspect the backup charger is just his go-to play for turn 1. And I think he's fine to take a little bit of time there. But, I mean, we'll soon see whether or not that's the right call. Right?
Yeah.
It might very well be that he needs to go fast enough to come in under Hyuka's incredible arcane, arcane fireball, arcane damage potential.
Yep.
But, yeah, it's just such an interesting matchup because it's not one that I've seen very often.
I don't think Wind Rai into anything is not a matchup any of us have really seen, because even Hyuka he goes between Fire and Wind Rai both. No, I think more recently he's been leaning more towards that Wind Rai package. So why do you think that is? We had some time to look at these deck lists, but I'm not quite sure why this is better than just a normal fireball and go towards a face kind of thing.
Well, if we take a look at the options that is included, right? He's got Disorienting Winds, he's got Summon Gale, and he's got 3 Visits. These are all defensive options and options that allow him to dig a little bit deeper into his deck. Fire is very good at getting you to level 3. With the loss of Ryle, it's not quite as good as getting you to level 3 with additional influence. But Rai never really cared about getting that influence early on, right? Rai has the materials in order to get that influence back later. So I think Rai is more focused about banishing the right cards than it is about the turbo aspects that Fire brings. And this is not a deck that runs much floating memory, right? So stuff like Creative Shock, stuff like Hasty Messenger isn't really going to be as beneficial because stuff in the graveyard isn't as important to the deck.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And now looking at it a bit more closely, it's definitely the safer way to go here. And look at that. What are the odds? As I say, very well knowing, it's more than likely that he banishes an arcane card turn 1 here. So it's already 1 level up. Do you think we're going to see Kibbles being like, what is this champion? What does it do? I'm sorry, I've never seen this before.
Yeah. No, I actually expect Kibbles to have at least a base understanding of what the deck is going into. You said Hyoka, obviously a Rai main, right? Somebody who's very familiar with Rai. Kibbles, on the other hand, has a fair amount of experience with Tristan. I think he also brought Tristan to Ascent Seattle. So he has some history on this deck. He kind of knows at least a little bit like the pacing of the deck and what he's supposed to be doing. And I think seeing Rai on the other side, even if you're not familiar with how Rai operates, you're going to be pretty heavily incentivized to be like, oh, okay, I've got to go fast. I've got to stop what he's doing. I can't sit back and take my time. Because if I take my time, then that's giving him too much time.
Yeah, I think Rai is a really good deck. It's a really good surprising deck. But which I think Kibbles has probably seen Luxem Xander a couple of times before, and Rai works on a very similar principle of, oh, I'm going to go into late game, generate a lot of value, and then suddenly it's game over. So as long as he realizes that that's what he's up against, he is going to be very good. And he already has the incapacitate here. So he is ready to defend himself. As long as he doesn't use it too early, he is going to be fine for at least one of those Arcane Blasts. But we also know that Rai just plays 3 Arcane Blasts for free in one turn. So, it's going to be definitely not a, one incapacitate and you're safe kind of play, like you would have with some Luxem decks for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he might find an intermediate point to be able to incapacitate a key combo piece on the way towards, that 3 Arcane Blast turn, and that might actually slow down Hyoka a little bit more, but that's entirely dependent on Kibbles being able to read sort of what the Rai is doing and the pace at which the Rai is moving. I will say that one thing, out of the many things that you can expect from Rai, one thing that you cannot really expect from Rai is interaction.
Yeah.
So I think Kibbles kind of has the green light to do whatever he wants, and he's using that to great advantage, right? He's kind of flooding the board with allies. You saw he put a bunch of cards down in order to get that Ascent out, in order to get the extra 3 damage. Like, he's cruising now.
Yes.
And he's not worried too much about keeping defense back.
Yeah, and he didn't even use the Sadie, because he just knows that, I have enough preparation. And, I don't have to rush that much, and I have enough preparation counter generation, that I am basically just cruising through the game, and as long as I keep the pressure up, I'm going to be A-okay. And it seems to be working so far. Hyuka does bring out the Fluffy Shopkeep, which is going to be really impactful here, considering it has Intercept, and it is banishing 2 cards to basically give a free card and guarantee Hyuka the level 3 here next turn.
Yeah, and those extra arcane cards in the banish will power up an arcane elemental if Hyuka ends up seeing one. So that is Fluffy Shopkeep, a very cool role player in this deck.
Yeah, he just, plays into it. He keeps the shop clean, ready for the arcane elemental to come in like an elephant and destroy Kibbles' carefully built up castle of glass here. Because at the moment Hyuka finds interaction, or like he gets to that critical level 3, that board could very, very well be gone, because like you were saying, the Disorienting Winds can take out the Ascent Protector here, and then he can just take care of everything else with those spells.
Yep, absolutely. And that is exactly what Hyoka is probably looking for, is some of those extra spells, some way to kind of keep this going. And Fluffy Shopkeep, obviously here to kind of slow the momentum down, and that's perfect. Save yourself a little bit of damage. We are seeing a Censor come out for Kibbles, trying to prevent Hyoka from getting some extra advantage out of the 3 visits that he's already played. But didn't do a whole lot, I think.
Yeah, because the crazy part about the 3 visits, which we've been talking a lot about Razor Gill.
Right.
3 visits is a fast speed card, so it can just be activated in response to basically anything, and it can be activated from banishment as well. So Hyuka just in response, because Rai's not going to go attacking.
Right.
He just banished the 3 visits and was like, all right, let me still get my value off of it.
Yeah, I think Censor is actually a really interesting play here. I'm not sure what Kibbles is expecting to see from Hyoka, that he wants to turn off that graveyard interaction. Maybe he's a little bit less familiar with the deck and expecting to see some floating memory, or maybe he's expecting to see some more of intermediate wind cards.
And just now, we saw an incredible banishment from Hyuka. He got rid of 2 Advent of the Stormcallers, which is a bit tough for damage, but that's 2 arcane cards in banishment. And then on top of that, he got our 3 visits in there as well. She can just recycle without much trouble. So what are we looking at for Hyuka here? What's going to happen, and what's going to be happening in the next couple of turns?
Well, we can already see Hyuka moving with the level counters here, right? That's looks like 4 level counters, so 4 arcane spells in the banish, has an effective level of 7 on his champion right now, which means that he is very close to being able to already start throwing out arcane blasts. And if he really wanted to, he could put 4 down and throw 11 damage at Kibbles' face.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary, very fast here, and Kibbles will realize the power and the monster that he's up against, because this is, now that Rai is on level 3, the things are going to start happening. It's not just going to be, I'm going to banish a million cards. It's going to be, you're gonna get a lot of damage to your face, and I'll actually still keep banishing cards, but it's cards that I want to be banished. Like, it's specifically exactly what I want to see gone.
Mhm. Yeah, and all of that is just fuel for the fire.
Yeah.
We're almost ready to start seeing an Arcane Blast. Already we are, if an Erratic Bolt gets drawn, that'll be fired off for 7 damage right now, 8 damage, as additional cards get, thrown into the banish.
Yeah, and the more cards go in there, the more it's going to be. And then he can still keep on recycling. So if he has Erratic Bolt into another Erratic Bolt, he can use the Mnemonic Charm to power it up, and then he can just recycle cards from his memory to get more levels and then deal more damage with the next Erratic Bolt, or have that Arcane Blast ready to follow up. So we're going to see a lot of comboing, which if it were anyone else, I would be like, they have to be careful with how they sequence it. But Hyuka is so experienced on this deck. He has to more so look out for the interaction that Kibbles has, because I am very confident that the sequencing is going to be perfect. And that is an Spell Shield Arcane in Hyuka's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's going to do much here, or no, not really until that Shadow Strike comes out?
I mean, it's the point of the card is definitely Shadow Strike. And from where Hyuka's sitting, he absolutely knows that a Shadow Strike is the point of the deck, right? So he's going to be holding on to that Arcane Spell Shield until the last minute, until it is exactly what he needs. The real question is Kibbles going to let him get away with that?
Yeah.
Because for Kibbles, there's almost no chance that he fires off that Shadow Strike without also having the Incapacitate for backup.
Yes, definitely. So I'm definitely excited to see how that plays out. And if Kibbles keeps up the Incapacitate, he really should.
Mhm.
But he might, if he's not familiar with the deck, he might just be like, oh, okay, Wind, Rye, what does they have for interaction?
Right.
Like, they don't have much damage at fast speed either, so what am I going to do? And we saw in Kibbles' hand, there's a Mastermind Scheme. So he's ready for when he draws the Shadow Strike. He was digging with the 3 visits. Saw a Dungeon Guide, he already has one in hand, so he doesn't need it. And then Ensnaring Fumes, which is kind of useless. So at least he got to go that much deeper in his deck because he didn't have to decide whether, is this card good enough or not. So it's definitely also speeds up the game for him, right? Because both of these decks are fast, but still takes some time, like actual real life time, to get to those level 3 plays. And then level 3 turns can take a very long time, like we are seeing. It's not even level 3 yet, but Kibbles is taking a long time figuring out what to do and how to go.
Mm-hmm. And that Dungeon Guide, I think, is exactly the thing that
Yep.
he needs in order to progress his game plan here, right? Moving up to level 3, getting ready to fire off that Shadow Strike. The Mastermind Scheme, just like you said, is probably going to come out in the near future and set him up for an even bigger Shadow Strike on the next turn. I think we'll probably not see it this turn because he needs to dig a little bit more. I think his influence is still a little bit low to try and go right now, and I think he's probably aware of that too. And in the meantime, all of this chip damage coming in, he must feel like he's in a pretty good place here. No damage yet on Kibbles, a bunch of damage on his opponent, and ready to fire off those big purple cards in the near future.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think the less damage you have on level 3, the more scared you are of, what's going to happen. Obviously, we have a an overall perspective, and seeing that Hyuka doesn't have those damage pieces quite yet, though he really needed those Stormcallers, his Advent of the Stormcallers, to be in his hand right now. But he still has ways to protect himself once and when he gets there. So it's not lost, but I think the thing that you're absolutely right, that Kibbles is feeling very confident. He has the Mastermind Scheme. He has 6 preparation counters, so he can bring out the Shadow's Claw. He can attack with those shadows as well, because, well, he doesn't really need them to do anything, and even if they are rested, you can redirect the attack, right?
Right, absolutely.
So they would be, he's very safe to attack, and that's exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah, very safe to attack, less safe to spell damage, but of course he's probably holding that Incapacitate, and if he manages to fire off the Mastermind Scheme comes with that agility, so he can still have the cards in hand to defend himself. And a lot of it is going to be dependent on whether or not Hyuka can find enough damage or enough defense to keep himself alive over the next turn. All of his cards are powerful, right? That's the real power of the deck, is going into level 3, going into Arcane.
Oh, there's the Ensnaring Fuse coming out. So Kibbles knows that he does not need those ominous shadows here. So what do you think we're going to see? Are we just going to see the full board come back immediately and just deal, well, 5 damage only to Hyuka, but he does have the spell shield in hand. But we also see that Kibbles. We also know that Kibbles has the incapacitate in hand. But in theory, if Kibbles didn't have the incapacitate, do you think one spell shield here is enough to let Hyuka live this turn?
I don't think so, actually. I mean, I haven't done the math quite yet, but this feels like the kind of line that Kibbles is going to go for only if he knows he has the damage that he needs. And he also has the cards in hand. Like, at worst, now he has the cards in hand to Shadow Strike and Incapacitate, and even Incapacitate again if he needs it. So this could very well be a value play, just in order to keep the cards in hand to be able to do whatever he wants going forward. But we'll see if the Ascent comes back down here. He might very well be pushing for lethal.
Yeah, but I think he's 1 or 2 cards too low on influence
Yeah.
to be able. Penumbral Waltz coming out. The 1-of card.
The 1-of Penumbra Waltz. This is going to create some extra shadows. That's exactly the damage he needs. That's lethal.
Yeah, that is exactly what he was looking for. He had the 1-of-1 card that could save him because he cannot Shadow Strike this turn because he's like all rested. Tristan already attacked this turn, so he needed. I think this was the only way he could take this game right now.
Yeah, this is such a cool line, right? Using the Ensnaring Fumes to bring all those cards back, give you that extra influence, and then drop out 2 extra shadows with the Penumbra Waltz to produce that exactly the extra 5 damage that he needed in order to kill his opponent. Of course, 3 visits has something to say about that. So this might not quite be lethal now that Hyuka's starting to get his defenses going.
Yeah, but with this Ascent, I believe, is still in hand, and there is because Penumbra Waltz is a 0-cost card, and as long as he can still play the Ascent, I think that could be lethal because there's going to be another 2 from. Oh no, it's going to be 1 shy with the Ascent Protector. No, it's going to be it's going to be 26 here,
Yeah,
right?
26,
because
just enough.
the Shadows Claw with the Ominous Shadows is just so strong.
But looking at the cards he has left in his hand, does he have enough cards left in his hand to be able to play that Ascent and still keep up his defenses?
I
think
it's
his hands down.
exactly. But yeah, he doesn't have. So the spell shield is probably going to come out from Hyuka because he's playing to survive here.
Absolutely.
For Rai, just one more turn could be it to decide, between winning the game decisively or going away. And the good thing is he does get 3 enlightenment counters here. What do enlightenment counters do? Because I don't think we've seen them around in a while.
Yeah, it's not really a common mechanic. So the enlightenment counters can be removed in order to draw cards. I think it costs 3 enlightenment counter in order to draw a card. But the spell shield is one way to get a bunch of extra counters on there. So turning the spell shield arcane into no damage plus a card draw, pretty good. I think he was hoping to be able to Spell Shield Arcane a Shadow Strike and get, 3 cards, 4 cards out of that Spell Shield Arcane. But even this might just be enough.
Yeah, but then the Erratic Bolt gets banished here. So this is not a common, this is a very common play for Rai, but I don't think we've seen it around. So why did he put the book under the Quicksilver Grail instead of just materializing it at the beginning of his turn?
So the important part here is he can actually use this to specifically banish the card that he wants. This is a way to control your banish when all of your cards are already down. And he's not looking for surprises with this Quicksilver Grail. Normally people play Quicksilver Grail for utility. Yeah. You see a lot of response to the thing that you're doing. I will pop my Quicksilver Grail. You saw it a lot in Terra decks for Covenant of Thorns, for example. In this case, it is solely to be able to control what card he is banishing. So if he is banishing the Erratic Bolt for that is very deliberate. That is him saying, this is the card that I need the least, and I want to turn this into cards that I might need more.
Yeah.
And the Scry the Skies exactly sets up the top of his deck to draw the cards he needs.
Yeah, and look at that. That is so genius. And the book, so Tome of Sacred Lightning, it has an alternative cost of you can banish a book to bring it in, to activate it from your material deck. So he did that, and then he got to banish the 1 card that he drew off Scry the Skies. Do you think we're going to see a lethal line here? Because, with the 6 enlightenment counters, he could draw 2 cards. He already has an Arcane Sight in hand. Kibbles he has 1 card in hand. He's all hands down. Hyuka has all the Arcane Sights, and he had the massive Scry the Skies to order his deck the way he wants, which is the magic of this deck. I don't think we really have anything right now that is as, that can dig as deep as Rai. Because, we have Diana, we have Arisanna, but there are, it's only 2 or 3 cards. Rai goes through like 10 cards at a time.
Yeah. I think the only card in the format right now that could rival that is Mirage's Whisper, the Water Ether Wing for Diana. But even still, he's had the chance to set up his deck almost perfectly here, and it's now or never for him also. If he doesn't get the win here, he's going to be in a world of hurt next turn.
Yeah, and he's digging because we see the 3 visits come out here after he managed to scry so much, but he keeps 1 card on top. Are we going to see the Arcane Blast? Is that an arcane? Oh,
it's got to be.
Oh, there's an arcane elemental. I believe that's going to be free. Yeah, there's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, is that
plus
the 1? Yeah. So it's 7 in management. So he can play the arcane elemental for 3 for free. That's going to be 7 damage. Plus he has at least 1 arcane blast in hand. That's going to be another. Oh, that's genius! Oh my god, that is so smart. So what happened here, and why am I so excited about it?
So the disorienting winds that we've been talking about earlier as a great defensive trick with the efficiency on it actually works perfectly when bringing your own units back to get that extra attack phase. It's almost like the Wake Up combo, but you can just reactivate this Arcane Elemental for free.
For free! It's incredible, and it's the exact lethal. Hyuka baited Kibbles to go all hands down into such a beautifully played turn. Obviously, there was some luck involved because he looked through all of those cards. He did not see, I believe he didn't see a single arcane card. So he had to dig even further, and he got it. And with the disorienting winds, that was so beautiful.
Not even, hands down, also out of prep counters, right? Tristan only on 1 prep counter in order to get that Penumbra Waltz out, in order to get those extra shadows out for the extra damage, which means that he doesn't have the ability to redirect the damage from the Arcane Elemental.
You're so right. You're absolutely right. It was so beautiful, and this is why we were so excited for this. Rai, when he first played a lot, he was a menace, but I missed this. This is actually such wonderful Grand Archive, and I think it shows the potential of the mechanics and how unique this game is. So it was absolutely a pleasure to see, but these players seem to know exactly what they want in and out. What do they want in and out of their deck for these sideboards?
Yeah, well, I'm sure Kibbles now has some significant ideas about how he's going to be playing this deck going forward. He has a Safeguard Amulet that for sure is coming in.
Yeah.
He has the Crystallized Destinies. This could also be a thing that he brings in. Regal Inquisition is actually really, really interesting here because this deck does rely on a couple of big hitters, but looking at Hyoka's deck list, half of the deck is big hitters.
Yeah.
Right? This is really dangerous. You can't just be like, oh, I'll get rid of that Arcane Blast and I'll get rid of that Erratic Bolt, because he's just going to draw 2 more Arcane Elementals. And what are you going to do then?
The disorienting winds showed off why you can't just be like, okay, this is like every other deck we've seen before from Riot. Oh, just take out the Arcane Blast and the Fireballs and I'm done. No. There is, there's these specific tricks that are amazing. Like, Summon Gale is also really, really good here. It doesn't draw him a card, but it still returns the ally and returns the Arcane Elemental. Oh, look, I'm hitting again. So as long as he has, 1 Arcane Elemental and a couple of those, he's just going to be able to hit you for so much damage. But yeah, so that's probably going to come in still because you can still target specific things, but Hyuka can just bounce back from that.
Absolutely. I think actually Regal Inquisition will be great for Kibbles to see kind of what he is playing into, right? The ability to know what's in your opponent's hand is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and just, seeing things as well. So he basically know what he's going to bring in. What is it going to be for Hyuka? Now he knows that, I'm up against Wind Tristan. This is a much more standard matchup for him than Wind Riot is for Kibbles.
Well, we have some Vanish from Sights. That's probably going to come in, as well as Resolute Stands. This is all the kind of defense that Hyuka is going to need. We have some Crystallized Destiny. I'm not convinced that he needs those because he's not trying to defend himself from fireballs here, right? I think the Spell Shield Arcane will be probably good enough for what he's trying to do.
Yeah, but I think what we're gonna see, what we haven't seen a lot, is Ravaging Tempest. So, what does Ravaging Tempest do? Why don't we see it? And why are we going to see it probably?
So Ravaging Tempest is fascinating. This is an 8-cost efficiency card that banishes all allies. And then the reason we don't see it that often is not only the 8 cost, but also for each ally banished this way, its controller draws a card. So it does give Kibbles all of those cards back for activating the Ravaging Tempest, but it does buy you a turn.
And
right?
we did see the Ensnaring Fume. So at least here, you're like, at least all your allies are gone, so you're not going to just replay them. Sure, I'm giving you cards, but it's a gamble, yeah, right? And gambles, arguably here, are better than knowing that, oh yeah, I'm giving you back all of these value allies, because there is no ally that doesn't generate a lot of value in Kibbles' deck.
Yeah, I think Ravaging Tempest is perfect against some of the more aggressive decks. Like if we had seen Philo, for example, Ravaging Tempest, as long as you have enough time to live to activate it, it's probably a good card there. It probably comes in against decks like Suited. I think it's maybe a 50-50 whether or not it comes in against Tristan, but we will see.
I really hope that we see this card, because I absolutely love Ravaging Tempest. There was a time when I played against a Win Merlin that Ravaging Tempested me. I'm a notorious Wind Allies player. I don't play anything else. So it hurt, but then I was like, that's so genius, because you get the cards, I get the cards, sure, but you immediately get value off of it. Usually you either do it at end step or and in your turn. I think that's the most common way to do it, because then they can't do much with those cards you give them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely a question of like how much value are you willing to give them, and when are you willing to give them that value?
Yeah.
You know, if you can see that they have lethal on the board, like, all right, well, draw your cards, hope you don't draw something good. But if you can afford to take a couple of hits, take that damage, then you can do it during their end step, and then they have cards in hand, but what are they going to do with them?
Yeah. Oh, there's 2 incapacitates. Now, do you think Kibbles is going to keep those and make sure that he does have them this time?
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting, right? He's in the situation where now he knows what he's up against. He knows that he has to go fast in order to make sure that his opponent doesn't get off that sort of instant win that Arcane is known for. But at the same time, he has to keep enough back that he can defend himself when he does it.
Yeah, so I agree. And we're definitely going to see it a bit more liberally used for paying cost in the beginning, especially having 2 in hand already.
Right.
But later in the game, those are going to stay up in hand and be there to protect him from everything, because I don't think he expected Hyuga to just win all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think that is definitely not what he was expecting for sure. My expectation actually is Kibbles, already with this 1 prep counter, is going to try and turbo up in a way that he didn't in the previous game, right? We saw a backup charger last game. We saw Sensor last game in order to try and mess with Hyoka's game plan. I think what we're going to see now is a quick 1, and then if he has the prep generation, maybe a quick 2, or I guess he could go for the backup charger, maybe just looking for that extra influence.
You know, this is what you were talking about. It's also a pretty standard play.
It is very standard for Tristan, yeah, absolutely.
You know, and we're seeing basically the exact same game as last one, except Kibbles has less pressure on board, which is not what you want to see as Win Tristan in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And that could, in fact, be the other factor here, right? Digging for extra cards because he knows he needs that pressure.
Yeah. So I think Kibbles is a bit more stressed this game than he was last game, because he's like, I have 0 pressure on board. How am I going to get there? He has no pressure in hand. He has the Black Market Broker. He has the Slice and Dice. But there's not a lot of ways to get there. He has the Dungeon Guide for when he gets to level 2, but he still has to get there. So it's not looking as confident for him as it did. Oh, but there's the Sadie. Okay,
yeah,
everything's fine now.
Now he also has the prep counter generation that he's going to need. And with the Slice and Dice in hand, he might be gunning for like a quicker combat victory rather than holding up for the Shadow Strike.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a more aggressive deck. Now, will it be quick and aggressive enough? Because Hyuka is as quick as Horse Vanitas, which is, you know, basically on turn 2, it already wants to, unlike the third materialization, second materialization, it already wants to be level 3. So he is rushing as fast as we can. And did you see that beautiful card in Hyuka's hand? My beloved Ravaging Tempest. He has drawn it. Now he just has to lift his
Yeah,
speed.
he's just okay. So he's serious about trying to stop those allies, and I respect that. I think that's a valid game plan.
We just have to be around long enough to see it playing out. But yeah, this is a very standard game plan. Unfortunately, he did banish a norm card here. I believe it's a dungeon guide, maybe. It's an ally with an on-enter ability. So I do think that it's the only thing in this deck.
Dungeon Guide or Fluffy Shopkeep, but that type one
But
doesn't look quite.
yeah,
like
it doesn't have intercept either. So
Yeah.
that's a dungeon icon, which is a bit unfortunate. It's a gamble you take with the fortuitous win.
Absolutely.
But I do think it's still worth it. Looking at last game,
Mhm.
it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah, that worked out really well for Yohoka last game.
Yeah, so we're hoping to see Hoyoka's hoping to see the same thing.
Mhm.
We're hoping to see Kibbles start doing things, and he is level 1. There is the black market broker, so we're definitely going to see that slice and dice build up because he doesn't have that many late game cards in his hand either. So he does have the incaps, which is wonderful, but he does need to get to be able to play those incapacitates. So like to have something to protect, because you can just negate those cards willy-nilly, sure, and stop Hyuka from generating the value, but it's just not enough, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the more aggressive start for Kibbles with the extra prep generation.
Yeah.
So he's in a situation now where he could level up to 2 on his next turn and pull Sadie back in response to that level up in order to get the full card value out of his level 2.
Ooh, this is not looking good for Hyuka, because now, like you said, Kibbles can take his time and just get the guaranteed prep counters for level 2, and then he'll have the dungeon guy for level 3, and then he'll have the slice and dice. And Hyuka's taking a turn off because he wasn't able to play anything for that backup charger. So it's not looking good for aggressiveness for Hyuka, especially knowing for us that there's a slice and dice on the other side. What do you think is like the game plan he can take here?
I see a Dungeon Guide in Hyoka's hand. He might very well Dungeon Guide up to 2 here.
Ooh, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. The prediction is perfect. I believe he did put 3 arcane cards down. I did see an arcane sign. Yeah, and an erratic
Absolutely,
bolt.
That's exactly what he wants to get rid of, is as many arcane cards as possible.
Yeah, especially seeing that last, like in his level 1, he did not banish any arcane cards. So he's in a very comfortable spot. There is a Resolute stand there, so that could protect him from the slice and dice. Now, unfortunately, Kibbles does have 2 incapacitate. So even if he were level 3, because I do see a spell shield in his hand as well, he could play both of those. But then Kibbles would have the incapacitate, and the damage would go through. Do you think it's worth it to force the incapacitates out of Kibbles' hand here so you can just combo off later? Or
I mean,
would you rather just like play it a bit differently? Oh,
if that's an option, but we
Yeah.
are seeing an entirely different game plan here.
okay, yeah. He only needs 1 dungeon guide. He is a wind deck after all, so the disorienting wind's coming out for 3 here. Bringing back the dungeon guide, and when there's a fluffy shopkeep in hand, this is beautiful. So we've been on a whole different tangent, but this is why Hyuka is known as the de facto right player. This is incredible. What are we seeing here,
I mean,
Jim?
this lined up perfectly, right? Between the Enlightenment counters that Hyoka's generating off of his champion and the extra card draw off of Disorienting Winds. It was exactly enough to pull that Dungeon Guide back into hand after playing it to get to level 2 and play it again in order to get to level 3. And this is the kind of math that Rye players do instinctually. Right? This is not, these are the lines. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I have these many cards. This is the order in which I can do them. I'm going to pull this many cards off of it. And this is, at Hyoka's level, like, this is the stuff he does in his sleep.
Yeah, it's. I don't think Hyoka's ever going to be asleep, especially on such an interesting and fun deck where you have to think quite a bit. So I saw this last game, but I want to ask you, why is there an arcane card in Banishment there that's flipped to the side and has a different counter on it?
So that card is Shattering Discharge. This is a card that you can play out of Banish. This is another new card from HVN, actually. that I think a lot of people were looking at, oh, maybe this is the card that's going to bring Rai back. And I'm not sure that it's the card that's brought Rai back, but it is a very cool card in the Rai deck. This allows you to banish it in order to, for example, pay a cost or whatever, but then play it from the banish after it's been played.
Well, that's incredible. So not only does he get the value off of it and gets the level, he also gets to reuse it. That is such a fascinating and fantastic addition to the deck. And I think it might have been what brought Hyuka back to the events so much, because I've seen him around, but he's been mostly in silver. But now he's doing pretty well on his right. And once again, while we were looking at the Shattering Discharge, the sensor came out in response. The 3 visits was played. Same old, same old. It feels like we're just back in the previous game here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me because I would have thought that we would have seen a more aggressive game plan coming out from Kibbles. Maybe the draw didn't line up, or maybe he just has a line on the matchup that I haven't seen. Which, you know, kind of him being in that seat, he definitely has different vision into the match than I do.
Yeah, but his hand is built to, well, his hand looks like it's more towards that in-game plan. Like, he's building up, like we see the Blainbush Lookout glimpsing, preparing his deck, and getting those preparation counters, preparing his champion too.
Yep.
He does have the 4 counters now, so he can go up. He can start leveling up now, but
he's actually playing this a little bit safely, right? He's going into that dungeon guide in order to make sure that Hyuka doesn't have any extra damage, doesn't have any extra board presence, but also get that agility off of Sadie in order to make sure he has the cards in his hands in order to protect himself from whatever Hyuka's about to bust out. Now that he's on his level 3 turn,
he learned from last game. Now he has 2 incapacitates, and seeing that Hyuka has nothing on board. Already 3 arcane cards in banishment, and he's on level 3. All right, time to save myself a bit and like pull back. So we see probably the same thing under the Quicksilver Grill. I think another wonderful thing about Shattering Discharges is that it's a 1 cost. So right now, when you were talking about, he can control exactly what he wants to get banished by playing that Shattering Discharge. So. The synergy with that card in this deck is just amazing. And look, I think exactly what we're going to see here.
Yep, Shattering Discharge, I believe he used Scry the Skies last game for a very similar purpose. In addition to setting up his deck, it also just cost that 1 in order to make sure that he has exactly the banish that he's looking for. And this is just such a great setup for him.
Yeah, it's amazing. He did lose the Arcane Blast here, but like you said, there's so many outs and ways where you have to win in this deck that does it even really matter that much?
And here we have a quick play. Kibble's like, okay, wait, what does this do? How did this do the thing that...
What's happening? Yeah, it's just Rai doing Rai things.
It really is.
It's really been so long that you're like, what is happening? And if you're a newer player, you might not even see it. I know we talked about it in last game, but in case someone missed it, why is Kibble so confused, and what did we see happen here?
So this is the combination between Tome of Sacred Lightning and Tome of Knowledge. See, the Tome of Knowledge requires a banish. When it enters, you get to draw a card. Tome of Sacred Lightning, you can then activate from your material deck and replace a tome on the field and gain its abilities. So by using the Tome of Sacred Knowledge, Tome of Knowledge. Something is sacred.
It becomes a sacred knowledge, actually.
It becomes sacred. The Tome of Knowledge with the controlled banish lets him banish exactly what he wants and still draw the card. And then the Tome of Sacred Lightning comes out and allows him to continue doing the same thing over and over and over. The rest ability on the Tome of Lightning allows you to banish a card from your memory and then draw a new card to replace it.
Yeah, that's absolutely wonderful, because then he can continue getting the arcane cards, the arcane cards into banishment and get the value. So that is wonderful. I think another thing that I see that Hyuka has another dungeon guide, and I don't think it's something we see really ever. Do you think that dungeon guide is going to be played again? And if so, will the unenter ability be used here? Because Rai is an interesting champion.
That is a fascinating way to get some extra arcane cards into your banishment. I'm not sure that he needs it. Just looking at kind of the way his board is set up right now, he already has 4 spells in the banish. He can get more spells into the banish using, for example, the Shattering Discharge that we saw earlier, or using the Tome that he now has on the field. So he has a lot of ways, I think, to build up those extra level counters, but could very well use the dungeon guide to kind of turbo up in that way.
Yeah, because he's on 4 Arcane Cards in Banishment right now, and if he gets to that critical 5 next turn, he could use the Dungeon Guide to get to 7 and play an Arcane Elemental. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure if we have that in his hand, but we do see that Ravaging Tempest. So, do you think he's looking at this board and be like, okay, spend all your resources,
Right.
it's fine.
I mean, at this point, Ravaging Tempest costs him 1 in order to
Yeah.
play with that efficiency boom bonus. And if he's feeling the health crunch, this might very well be when he does it.
Yeah, I do think that we might see it. Do you think we're gonna see that
I don't know,
Resolute Stand?
It's so dangerous. It's so
Yeah.
dangerous, right? I think Resolute Stand is a lot more likely, but a lot of it depends on whether or not he feels he needs to play it, whether or not he feels he needs to keep the influence in his hand,
Yeah.
whether or not he even feels like he's in danger, right? Like, I think he has a good handle on what the damage profile is from Shadow Strike, how much damage he can expect to take on any given turn, given what the field looks like. So I think he's probably sitting there going, okay, I could defend myself here, but the influence is more important.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And he's really digging through his deck right now because his hand, he's run out of arcane cards. This is, even though half the deck is arcane, it sounds crazy that you can run out of arcane cards, but you want to banish them so bad that it happens. So now he's using 3 visits to recover and glimpse and start getting to the deck because he doesn't even have a Scry Disguise right now.
Yeah, his hand is only defensive cards,
Yeah.
which that's great for keeping him alive, but not great for winning the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're absolutely right. So he can stay alive as long as Kibbles, kind of fumbles and puts those incapacitates down. So it might not be enough for Hyuka, but at the same time, he's only on 11 damage counters, and it's his turn right now. It's been just passed over. Kibbles swung out, has the incapacitates in hand. I believe he has 5 cards in hand, so he can only play 1 incapacitate. So as long as Hyuka can just get through one of those, it's fine. So we see a Storm Tyrant's Eye come out from Hyuka. What does this card do, and what is it so interesting? Why does he need this right now?
I mean, at this point, this is a way to dig.
Yeah.
Right? He is looking to get more arcane cards in his hand. He's looking to find some action here. So,
Unfortunately, the first card on top of his deck was an arcane card. However, the next card was also one. He got a Shattering Discharge from the Storm Tyrant's Eye into an Arcane Elemental. So we might see the Dungeon Guy come out here and banish that Shattering Discharge. However, Kibbles does have the Incapacitate in hand, though that's not enough for the... That's not good enough for the Arcane Elemental. But so what are we going to see here probably with this Arcane Elemental happen?
I mean, instead of trying to power it up and make it free, he's just playing the arcane elemental here, right?
Yeah, and so usually when we see an ally come and attack, Tristan redirects it with those preparation counters. Do you think we're going to see that? Or is 7/7 at such a critical mass that it's just not going to be, not going to risk losing one of those Ominous Shadows?
It's really interesting because Kibbles can afford to take some damage here, especially with a hand full of incapacitates. He might feel like he's safe, and he doesn't have that many prep counters. So he's going to be treasuring those prep counters. He is probably not going to want to use them until he feels like his life is actually threatened. And it's the question of whether or not he feels like this attack is a prelude to something that will kill him this turn.
Oh!
Ooh, that's a good response.
That's a really good response. How? Well, wait. So what could happen here? Because if Hyuka does something to get that... Look at that! So a Shattering Discharge was banished. What are we going to see?
Oh, so Crystallized Destiny only affects the next instance of damage that you get dealt. So with a banish of the Shattering Discharge, he actually has a way to fast proc the shield on the Destiny to make sure it doesn't prevent the damage from the Arcane Elemental. Oh, that's so sneaky.
Damn! Hyuka is in it. He knows. Oh.
And then that's an additional banish. That's an additional Arcane card in the banish. That's so good. Oh, beautiful
and
play.
Kibbles is hands down once again, no incapacitates. And I do believe that I saw a disorienting winds in Hyuka's hand, so he might just be able to replay that Arcane Elemental here again, draw a card, and if he gets lucky, we might just see another... That's 2 Arcane Elementals! It is
Well, that's
hand.
not quite the game yet,
Yeah.
because we do have those prep counters up for Kibbles.
Yeah. And
But it's dangerous.
it's very dangerous, and there's... Hyuka could just go all hands down and play both Arcane Elementals here. But I don't think we're going to see that because it's a bit tough. There's the Banish for drawing a card. The Ravaging Tempest is there as
Yep.
well. This hand is absolutely insane for Hyuka because now he can play both Arcane Elementals, use the Ravaging Tempest, and banish them to have arcane cards, and still get a value off of drawing cards off of them. Do you think that's what we're going to see?
You know what? There's a fascinating line here where maybe he uses the Ravaging Tempest in order to get rid of the shadows, so that Tristan can't redirect to the shadows. But
it seems that he's going for
he's just costing him all of his prep counters.
Yeah, prep counter is gone, shadow's gone, and also gives him the allies now he has on board are non-token allies. That means he's not giving him extra cards and extra value. He's giving him cards that, he already had these cards in hand and he already had these cards down. So I'm just going to let you recycle it. But this means for Hyuka, he has 2 more arcane cards in management and he draws 2 cards on his own turn.
Yep.
So if he draws something and what he needs, it's a Resolute Stand. And what is that other card? It's Skydos Guys is still interesting.
Yeah.
It's not as good with the Tome Sacred Lightning being gone, but he has a lot more defensive options now.
Yeah, he's cleared the board, so he's no longer under nearly as much of a threat. He's chipped away at those prep counters, which is kind of how Tristan makes his big strikes. So Kyoka's actually sitting pretty here. He doesn't even need to kill this turn because he is not in danger in the slightest.
Yeah, and he has another 3 visits, right? And you can glimpse and recover and start digging. So he's very comfortable, I would say. This is the turnaround that Rai can bring.
Right? And the problem here, of course, is he passes the turn, and now Kibbles is sitting on this 8 influence, 9 influence because of all the cards that the Ravaging Tempest just gave him. So this is potentially room for Kibbles to set up for another really dangerous turn coming up, but this turn isn't going to be the big one. And I think that's exactly what Hyuka was going for, just buying himself the one more turn necessary in order to be able to force through a little bit more damage on the next
Yeah, and he forced Kibbles to use the preparation counter, so no massive Shadow Strike coming through either. This was so wonderfully orchestrated by Hyuka to get Kibbles as little value as he can for his everything, because those Ominous Shadows would have been gone either way because of the Ravaging Tempest he was for sure planning on playing. And the prep counter is gone. The shadows were gone, so Kibbles didn't get to draw cards off of them. And then the whole board is gone. So he's definitely feeling very comfortable, even though Kibbles has such a massive influence. There's not much he can do with that. Of course, he'll have the incapacitate. I'm pretty sure Hyuka have kept that in mind since he sat down here, but he doesn't. There's the Shadow Strike.
God, look at that giant hand too, right?
Yeah.
All of the cards that he's been fed. All right, what are you going to do with all of these cards? Are we going to see Sadie come out just to chip in a little bit of damage? Are we going to see, because a Mastermind Scheme right now on 2 prep counters isn't that impressive?
Yeah, it doesn't do too much.
No, he really needs to get up to 4 or 5, preferably 5 or 6. I think, prep counters before he starts firing off that Mastermind Scheme, and then he'll be in a good position to Shadow Strike on a following turn.
Yeah, but then he also needs the incaps until then, and he needs to keep up the incap to survive until then, and then if he doesn't, he needs to if he doesn't keep it up, he has a very good chance of going down, because Hyuka has presented so many incredibly strong turns of going from 0 to 13 damage, going from 0 to 26 damage. So.
This is such a dangerous position for Kibbles, and it's also such a difficult one.
Yeah.
Because he is essentially, this is turn 1 of the rest of the game, and it feels a lot like turn 1 at the start. They have very similar, life totals. They have not that much damage that they need to deal in order to do their opponent. But differently from turn 1, Hyoka's already level 3.
Yeah.
So he has access to all of his superpowered cards, while Kibbles needs to build up that advantage again from the very start.
Yeah, but he does. At least he has the influence for it, so he doesn't need to level up to level 2 here to get the influence. So he's at least doing better. Look at that. So I think something that we haven't mentioned is Hyoka is passively just getting enlightenment counters. What is that from? Why is he just gets to draw cards and get them from playing cards?
So Rai's level 2 ability on Rai Archmage has an inherited effect. Whenever you play a mage spell for the first time in a given turn, you get to place an enlightenment counter on your card. So this is like a lot of level 2s. It is a way to potentially get your card value back from going up to level 2. We see this on a lot of level 2 champions. But in this case, it's something that builds up over time rather than just an instant recovery of those cards. And every time he plays a mage spell on Kibbles' turn, he's doubling the rate of enlightenment counters because it also counts your opponent's turn as a separate turn.
Yeah.
So firing off that 3 visits on your opponent's turn gets you that enlightenment counter, just the same way that firing off any mage spell on your own turn gets you that enlightenment counter.
Yeah, and he's been using his resources very wisely to maximize the value off of that. And right now we see him use Scry Disguise here to look at 1 million cards off of his deck. It's 8 cards, 8 cards right now. Drawing 1 into memory, and then he has 4 enlightenment counters, so he can just draw an extra card.
Yeah, this has got to be so scary from Kibbles' side, seeing that giant stack of cards, 3 going on the bottom, 5 staying on top. Those are 5 cards that Hyoka's happy to see, and you don't want Hyoka to be happy to be about anything in your Kibbles' shoes.
Yep. Oh, careful study. Now, this is a card we really never see. We got a Judge promo. It's beautiful. But what is careful study, and why is Hyoka playing it for free? And what's happening right now, Jim?
So Careful Study, much like all of the other cards in Rai's deck, is free and draws you 3 cards. Careful Study has efficiency on it. It cost 8, but of course Rai is already level 8, so that's fine. And drops 5 enlightenment counters on the champion. And this, in addition to being a mage card, also gets the extra enlightenment counter from that inherited effect on Rai too. So it is essentially draw 2, depending on how you're using your enlightenment.
Yeah.
So this is just an amazing card in the Rai deck and pretty much unplayable almost everywhere else. But just super, super good, especially in this situation, since Hyoka has 4 more cards on top of his deck that he wants to see, and this is going to be 2 of them.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I think Kibbles is thinking, do I incapacitate this? Do I do something else? I think that you can see him leaning back and looking at his cards like, do I negate the dig or do I negate the value card? And for you personally, which one would you choose? It's a very hard
decision. The thing is, I don't have 30 or 40 reps against Arcane to be able to answer that question. This is such a difficult question, right? The question is, do you feel like stopping that intermediate piece means that he won't be able to kill you? Or do you have to... Oh, no.
There is the next careful study. Unfortunately, it's only going to be 1 card this time. But here's another, guys.
Only 1 card.
Only 1 card for... it's a 0 cost 1 card. I don't know. It's not good enough, Jim. Last time it was 2
really
cards.
not.
We're going down.
Yeah, and I think Kibbles is sitting there like, okay, well, draw your cards, whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kibbles now has the Shadow Strike in hand. And Hyoka has a lot of defensive cards. He does have the Arcane Blast, but he seems like he just passed the turn, which is very fair and valid, honestly. But
this is cool.
Yeah, you mentioned this with the Diana deck class. Bonnie and I talked about this Diana deck class game.
Yeah.
But why is Devouring Malice here? What is it doing?
So this is honestly one of the coolest cards that they have come out with in DTR. The fact that it is an X-cost Regalia is, first off, something absolutely wild. Looks like he's doing it for exactly 1. So I think he knows what he's looking for here. And that is a way out. He's looking for a way out. My expectation is this is going to be popped relatively soon in order to draw some cards. But maybe he'll use it for recovery to try and throw off Hyoka's math. But it's really flexible. That's the real value for Devouring Malice. You can use it for recovery. You can use it to clean up the board. You can use it, if you have enough life, to draw yourself some extra cards. And it really does a whole lot of things.
Ooh, yeah, and I think it's most likely going to be the recovery here, siphon some life away from Hyuka, and the Black Market Broker coming out, so he is starting to get to that critical mass of preparation counters here. Going to get to that 4 with this Black Market Broker, so it's going to be really powerful.
Yeah, and the more time Hyuka gives him, the better a situation Kibbles is in. Building up influence, building up all of these prep counters, these are the resources that he's going to use to end the game. These are the resources that he's going to use to put himself in a favorable position. And Hyuka has some powerful cards, but we're not seeing them. They haven't come out yet,
Yeah,
right?
it's very scary, but look, there's a Mastermind scene coming out. Agility 3 is perfect. What cost is Incapacitate with class bonus?
I believe it is 2 with class bonus.
So this is the exact amount of cards that Kibbles needs. However,
Is 1 incapacitated enough?
yeah,
That's the real
exactly
question.
what I was going to ask you. Is 1 going to be enough? Because Hyuka is going to glimpse through his deck next turn. He has everything that he needs, and as long as he just keeps on doing right things, it's just going to be very scary.
I mean, he has enough tools here to potentially draw his way into one of his many win condition cards. The real question is 1 going to be enough?
Yeah.
And does he have the resources to draw into more than that? We're seeing the Enlightenment counter from Scry the Skies as well as the Glimpse effect now. He's going to be drawing an extra card into his memory here and setting up the rest of the top of his deck, presumably all with questions that Kibbles needs to answer.
Yeah, and it seems that it's an Arcane Blast, and that is definitely another Arcane card. I think that it's an Erratic Bolt on top because it was looking like it. Now, the wonderful thing about it here is if he draws the Erratic Bolt and gets to play it, and Kibbles is like, all right, I'll let the damage through, he is guaranteed a win. Now, do you think Kibbles will recognize that that's the card to get? Oh, never mind. I did not. Yeah,
that extra card draw. This is what he's been setting him up for.
Yeah, that card card on top when he ended up being the Arcane Blast. So 1 Arcane Blast is not enough here. What do you think we're going to see? Because he put the Dungeon Guy down into memory, so he cannot go attacking. Oh, and he's passing
He's
the
just
turn.
passing the turn. He's keeping up a lot of his defensive options because we've been seeing him all game. He's sitting on that Resolute Stand. He's been sitting on the Arcane Spell Shield. So he's got a lot of options to keep himself alive over the next turn, even through an Incapacitate.
But I think, I'm going to be honest with you, I think he's won this game because his next card isn't, if the next card is an Erratic Bolt, he definitely has won this game because he has 3 damage dealing cards in hand. Now he has 3 protective cards in hand. He has he has actually a lot more. He has 3 Resolute Stands, 2 Arcane Spell Shields, and the Crystallized Destiny, 2 Arcane Sights, and if that is an Erratic Bolt on the top of his deck, he's won the game. Now, if it's an Advent of the Stormcaller, it's a massive gamble.
Absolutely.
But I think even then he has it because as long as just 1 Arcane Blast goes through, it is 11 damage to Kibbles.
Well, he is going to have to get through what is probably the Safeguard Amulet underneath that Grail. So that is another thing to be concerned about here.
Yeah.
But at the very least, Hyuka is setting himself up to draw some extra cards. And I expect with all of his options, he'll be able to trigger that Safeguard Amulet and then keep throwing damage while the Amulet activation is on the stack.
Yeah, and Kibbles just let the Spell Shield through. He's not that afraid of that card draw because he does now. He has 2 Incapacitates back in hand, and the Arcanist Prism comes out, which I don't think we really have ever seen.
Yeah, Arcanist Prism is an interesting one.
It's a 1 cost for Gallia, so you cannot remove it, and it's so beautifully orchestrated by Hyuka. He just knows what his deck does. He built this deck
Yep.
and he is profiting off of it. So
Yeah.
what are we
setting up
gonna
this
see
turn-
here?
Well, he's been setting up the top of his
Yeah.
deck for the past 3 turns, right? With various Scry the Skies and other effects. So he knows which cards in his hand aren't as useful, and setting up to draw those extra cards by throwing away the cards that kind of don't do what he wants with the Arcanist Prism is very cool in this situation. I did want to call out that Kibbles
Yeah.
passed the turn with most of his hand still up. So kind of not throwing in much in terms of extra aggression this turn, not trying to fight through the Tariff Ring in order to get that damage in, but instead holding back, potentially holding back those incapacitates in order to try and deal with whatever Hyoka's going to throw at him.
Yeah, and we just went into overtime, so these players have 5 minutes or 3 turns to finish out this game. So it's either going to be, do you think Kibbles has enough time in this matchup to win this game? Like, Hyoka has just so many defensive cards that Kibbles doesn't have enough incapacitates for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question, right? And we'll have to figure out. So Kibbles so far has been playing off of the theory that Hyoka can draw whatever cards he wants, and Kibbles is just going to deal with the threats as the threats come out. And now we'll see whether or not that's going to prove out to be the correct play,
Yeah.
right? Because obviously you can approach that in multiple different ways, but now he has to deal with that Arcane Blast. So here it goes.
Oh, and there's a Windwalker boon. So drawing a card. He can do that because he does have 8 preparation counters now, I believe, or maybe even 9.
Looks like 9, yep.
So he does have the resources. He just needs 3 incapacitates, I believe. And
Yeah, either an Incapacitate here or a Crystallized Destiny would actually be great if he could pull it off. But that
Yeah.
runs the same risk as last game, where he got the Crystallized Destiny triggered by a separate card.
Yeah, and Hyoka doesn't have it right now, but the threat is always there. Like,
Absolutely.
especially if you haven't played much against Rai, you don't know what they can come up with all of a sudden. So I would be terrified as Gibbles in this situation of like, oh, he's just going for it.
Yeah,
So
plenty of cards in Hyoka's hand, too.
Yeah.
Like, that could be anything.
yeah,
That could be another Arcane Blast.
yeah. Oh,
So
he's
here
going,
comes the Safeguard.
All right, Safeguard Amulet instead coming out. So what's the big downfall of the Rai deck? Because we're seeing that there's not much of a response from Hyoka here.
In just Veiling Breeze on top of the Safeguard Amulet is actually a decent chunk of defense, right? So preventing 7 of that damage, only taking 4 from this Arcane Blast.
Yeah, and he also has enough cards in hand to do an incapacitate again. I believe he does. His cards in hand are 6, which would let him allow.
Yeah, it looks like he still has enough cards,
to-
4 cards in hand, I think.
Yeah,
still?
he has more. He has a couple of cards, so a couple of incapacitates there for sure. Now the time is running very, very tight
That's
on
true.
this round, so almost only 2 minutes left.
And I believe Kibbles had the turn when time
Yeah,
took over.
so-
So this is now turn 2 on time. So if Kibbles doesn't get the win here, it's Hyoka's turn and then it's over.
Yeah, so, and Hyoka has enough defensive options where I don't think Kibbles has a way of winning this game. Then the question is, will Hyoka win 2-0? Why is that relevant, and why am I placing emphasis on it?
So for the purposes of match records, getting that extra win is pretty relevant compared to going 1-0 is still a win, but getting extra wins gives you better breakers over the course of the tournament. And then there's also the concern here of, the Tristan player kind of finding an out at the very last second and turning it into a 1-1, which is, you definitely don't want to be tying at this early stage in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a lot more stressful tying so early, because that means that you have to win a lot more games a lot faster and ensure that you have enough points to day 2. And then in day 2, once you get to that critical late game, late game, those later turns when you're playing for top 8, those ties and those 1-0s can really, really affect your tiebreakers later. So you could be 9th with the same exact score and record as the 8th place person, but because you've lost, you've only won 1-0 and you've tied earlier on in the tournament, it's not as good as winning 2-0. And here's the slice and dice coming out from Kibbles. There is the Resolution in response. There's the Incapacitate. Paying 1, paying 2. There's a Spell Shield Arcane.
Ooh. Starting off.
Pop, pop.
Oh. Is he going to use
the Devouring Malice?
the Devouring Malice to potentially pop the Spell Shield Arcane, but there's still the Safeguard Amulet on Hyoka's side. So Hyoka has the out if that's what Kibbles decides to do.
Yeah, because it's not unpreventable damage. The unpreventable damage is only for the card draw that you deal to yourself. So, because Hyoka has the second Arcane Blast, but 5 minutes is up. I was going to say, as long as he can pass the turn here, it would be enough. But that, I believe, is going to be game here. 1-0 for Hyoka. Tough matchup.
Yeah, right?
That's
a lot to think about. A whole lot of interactions there, and I'm sure some of these interactions were things that Kibbles had never seen before.
Yeah, like, you could see him picking up a lot of these cards that I think even if you played back in the day against Rai, you don't see these cards very often. You didn't see these cards very often back then. I don't think I've seen an Arcanist Prism since I've opened my Prelude decks back in the day.
Absolutely. Definitely not a card that is commonly played.
Yeah, even in Rai, even in Fire Rai, you don't see it a lot. But you could see the power of it. And if only Hyoka had a tiny bit more time, it would have been enough to take the game because he had everything. He could protect himself. And next turn, he had the Arcane Blast to win. And it's very unfortunate that, time is our greatest enemy in everything. And especially in a best of 3 of Grand Archive with these slower decks. Because if he were on fire, in response to the Safeguard Amulet and the Veiling Beast, he could have just fireballed. But then he loses out on the value of the Arcane Elemental and all of the different paths that his deck can take.
Right, yeah, it's very important for these Arcane decks to have that critical mass of Arcane cards, right? So any card in that deck that is Norm, that is Wind, or Fire is a choice that you're making in order to have some early game at the expense of the power of your late.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's tough, but it was, at least we saw the power of the Rai deck.
Absolutely, yeah.
It was amazing.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a while since I've seen Rai in action, right?
Yeah.
And I'm very used to sort of the older iterations of Rai being more combo-y, more moving parts.
Yeah.
Right? Using a lot of your spells in order to draw cards, kind of stuff to keep you going.
Yeah.
And this deck just had so many threats, so many heavy hitters. Like, it's really, really
everything.
Cool. Yeah. It's really cool to see Rai coming out here and have the same kind of card draw capability leading into not just one Arcane Blast or, an Arcane Blast and Arcane Elemental, but like any of, 3, 4, 5 different cards, all of which deal massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing to see, honestly. I don't know. It's always so cool to see these more unique niche decks that, it's not everybody plays it. As wonderful as it is to see those decks as well, like, because it's familiar, we know what's happening, and it's we can see exactly what the players are doing, what they're intending to do. These decks are also such a treat to have on. So
absolutely.
It's been incredible seeing Hyoka actually do so well with this deck.
I think that's maybe the bigger surprise.
Yeah.
Right? Is not only is Rai out here at Ascent Niagara Falls, Rai is out here and winning at Ascent Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
So that's very cool to see.
Yeah, and cool to see, and I think I really want to hear Hyoka's thoughts about what's happening here. So let's head over to the winner's interview with Hyoka.
Hello, I'm joined here with the winner of round 2 at Ascent Niagara Falls. Hyoka, you are the undisputable Rai GOAT, the GOAT of all times when it comes to Rai. You are playing the Fortuitous Wind Spirit. That is something that we've never seen anybody play at any event. Walk me through why Fortuitous Spirit is the play here.
I actually got inspiration of that from another player who topped a regional. And my original build was regular Spirit of Wind, but I felt that to be able to fit more defense in the deck, I'd rather have Fortuitous Spirit, so it makes for easier sideboarding.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So there's a couple cool things. It's the Arcane Elemental OTK, right? That is basically the build. But you have other options. You have Advent, you have Arcane Blast.
Yeah.
Walk me through the Fluffy Shopkeep. I know what it is, but I know a lot of people at home probably don't understand why that's in the deck.
So Arcane Elemental bouncing has kind of always been around, but the problem was it took a long time to get 7 Arcane cards into the banishment. Fluffy Shopkeep not only speeds up that process by pitching 2 Arcane Regalias in the banishment, it's also defense with intercept, and it goes card neutral, so it kind of glues the deck together.
Yeah, and a really big thing with that is Arcane Elemental specifically says Arcane cards, whereas I believe Rye Stormseer says Arcane spells, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big difference between older Rye and then newer Rye here with the DTR cards. When it comes to your sideboard, I know you were looking at a lot of defensive options. Why no Peaceful Reunion? I feel like that's a card that's always been in Rye.
It is. It costs a lot, and I'd rather. And if it gets negated, it feels worse than like other defensive options that you can force them in the main phase to burn up cards. So I'd rather force them to burn cards on their turn and not my turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, thank you and congratulations again on round 2. Guys, that was the round 2 winner of Ascent Niagara Falls, Hyoka, on the Fortuitous Wind Rye, the Arcane Elemental OTK. We'll be bringing you guys round 3 shortly.
Welcome back, folks. I am Jim the Eternal. I am here with Bonnie Rien. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I spent the past round looking at all the deck lists that people are playing, seeing what has been popular with the big teams here and there, and as expected, there's a huge spread. Everyone's on something different. There's a lot of very interesting decks out there. I hope we'll be able to see all of those today and tomorrow. And yeah, the meta seems very healthy.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks out there. I'm actually really excited to see what else is coming up in the near future. Speaking of the near future, I think we already have our next match already set up and ready to go.
Yep.
We have Superior running what looks like a pretty typical Genbu deck. Is this Genbu? Yes, Genbu.
It is Water Goja Genbu. Nothing particularly different in this. It's a deck that has been away for the past couple of months, but is making a comeback, losing a lot of the things that it wasn't as good against are gone now, so it's coming back. Superior has been on this deck a lot before. He was on that for Nats and Worlds. He took a small break to play Suited at Boston, debuted with that, but has come back on this here. And yeah, he started on Nico and then went to Genbu when that became the popular deck, but he's basically always been a Watermill player.
Yeah, speaking of Suited, we have his opponent Sentai here on Tenoris Suited. So an aggressive fire deck for sure, with Tenoris Lone Mercenary at level 1 in order to provide a little bit of defense, as well as that Guardian class bonus for some of the Suited cards.
Yeah, that seems to be the most popular build nowadays. One that Superior is familiar with. He was on, I think, Tristan for Boston, but he switched right after. Canadian regionals were right after Boston, and he was already on Tenoris by then. I actually lost to him. He had some very good draws. But yet, again, in this list, not much quite unique. There's a lot of defensive options in the sideboard that we'll be able to talk after this. But otherwise, in the main board, fairly standards. You got a couple of Verita of the Duchess, Six of Hearts. You got the classics of Arthur. You got some Pepper Chef. You got Red Hair. It's far aggro with all that good suited synergy that we'll be able to see. And how this game will go, we already started with a Fractal Lorraine for Superior, but suited dumps a lot of allies on the board. And it's really a question of if you're able to keep clearing them, because if they accumulate, they get so much better.
Right, yeah. Suited is definitely one of those decks that likes to snowball. It wants to bring out allies, keep those allies safe with a variety of different defensive tricks, and the more allies it has on the board, the more powerful those allies are with the synergy of the cardistry abilities and very powerful cards like Noir, Ace of Spades, and Rouge, Ace of Hearts.
What do you think about that play just now, the Refracting Missile? Because there already were cards down for the Fractal of Rains that could have been used for level up. Superior preferred using the float there, but at the same time, that means losing a piece of removal that could be used on the ally later on. This one could not kill anything here, only 2 damage.
Right, yeah, it's an interesting choice. Not being able to kill anything on the board right now, but seeing that you're up against a suited opponent, maybe it makes sense to keep that defensive trick back in order to defend yourself later on. But the decision here to make sure that you have a floating memory in order to go up that level and keep the cards in your memory safe is definitely a valid one.
I see not a lot of allies in Superior's hand, right? You see a Fracturize, a Fractal Polar Depths, you see a Unbroken Mustang, which is alright in the matchup. There's nothing that you really need to kill against suited, but there's always stuff that you are happy killing. Either maybe the Impact Hammer, maybe the Verdant Protective Trinket that sent out here main boards, being scared of water decks. And Genbu especially is a deck that's basically all water, right? There's the Unbroken Mustang. Some people run Idle Thoughts, but not this list. So except for the Mustang, it is all water. So that Verdant Protective Trinket will be able to get a lot of value. But first, we see the Sensor of Restful Peace.
Yeah, the Sensor of Restful Peace, always a problem. I mean, in this situation, I think it's a lot about... sorry.
Yeah, we see more allies. A lot of damage being pushed through, right?
Yeah, and not a lot of defensive options from Superior, like you were saying. Not a lot of allies in hand, not a lot of ways to stem the bleeding here. He has been getting good mills. We got a Floating Memory and a
Liminal Guide.
Liminal Guide, man. Liminal Guide into the yard, which is going to be great when Superior tries to level up. But he's got a lot that he needs to do here, right? He's got a lot of pressure that he needs to stave off in order to get that far.
Yeah, getting there is going to be a problem, and there's no real obvious line for him to play here. There's a Primordial Ritual in hand that can give a lot of value. It sacrifices an ally and mills yourself, and is float itself. But there's a Sensor on board, so there's a Fracturize in hand that clearly will have to go at the Sensor. Genbu cannot allow the Sensor to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Fracturize is going to be key in clearing the way for his own game plan. And in the meantime, kind of going through his options, looking at what his Materialize options are here. Does he have a Tariff Ring?
He does have a Tariff Ring.
Tariff Ring could very well be the choice here.
It will
He's got a lot
slow
of
down a
to
bit,
stem.
but I'm not sure if it's even worth it to get it here instead of maybe leveling up, getting that Liminal Guide or something, because Santa here would probably be happy to just go hands down, swing for another 5 next turn.
Going for the extra card draw instead. So the Grand Crusaders Ring coming out and dropping more, unfortunately, currently useless float into the graveyard.
We should get value out of them very soon.
Yeah,
Obviously, the big value piece that Genbu lost recently was Lost in Thought. So there's no more ways of refilling that hand. The big play pattern that got Lost in Thought banned was being able to draw 6 in the end game. So here the deck is back to its root of just getting incremental value by milling float every turn.
And there comes that Fracturize, clearing the way to use all of that float to get value out of that Liminal Guide once he goes to the level up. But unfortunately, he did need to take that turn with the Grand Crusaders Ring instead of leveling up in order to turn on all of the cards in his graveyard.
Oh, because we had a Stratagem in hand, one of the cards that I didn't see. So we're going for the the Fractal of Polar Depths to mill yourself while the stratagem is on the stack, hoping to see more floating memory and to get a bigger effect that way. I don't think we have lethal here, right? Although we're still in spirit, so maybe.
That looks like
Yes,
5.
that is more than enough. That
Ooh.
is lethal out of nowhere.
The Water Casino. Wow, it's like Scam Arisanna is back. What an incredible buyout. Just, he looked like he was behind for, as few turns as we've had so far. But just really good mills, and then suddenly having that stratagem on hand, that was exactly what he needed.
Yeah, and I know from Superior's locals, a lot of the players I playtest with, he is known for this amount of good luck. He's the type of players that, back when you were playing Nico, was always like, well, turn 1, Icebound Slam, 5 float.
Mm-hmm. Superior, honestly, one of the better known players from Canada, but also one of the better placing players
Yes.
from Canada. A Worlds competitor, right? And you don't get there by just being good, right?
No,
you have to be good and lucky.
So let's look at the sideboard for this. From Superior, he's on Quicksilver Grail for the sideboard for all of the slow matchups that are more important. Suited is definitely not it. You just want the extra GCR value here. Blanche is an interesting point because Suited does have some amount of burn damage. The Straight Flare is the main one, the Blazing Throw too. But Straight Flare especially can be very scary in the late game. So Blanche could come in. I'm not sure about that though, because it's also easy for Suited to deal with it. Expel the Departed for those Fantasia matchups, not relevant here.
Yeah, not relevant in this one.
Regal Inquisition is also interesting. It's something that Genbu can use, doesn't usually, but can. You always have the option of going to level 3 as Genbu. That free level 3 if you already control a Shenju on Guojie level 3 is always useful and unlocks those interesting advanced element plays. I know some people have been trying Luxor's map in Genbu because of that. So those are some interesting lines. Yeah, the only thing I really see in the sideboard for Superior is the Song of Frost. It's always a little bit more damage prevention.
Damage prevention, yeah. And the Resolute Stand's probably also coming in for exactly that purpose.
Oh, yes, the Resolute Damage right there.
Meanwhile, from Sentai's side, we have Nefarious Timepiece as potentially something that could come in if he's worried about particular regalia. But Nullifying Lantern almost assuredly coming in.
Definitely. That is the one piece you want to see against Genbu. If you don't have that, Genbu can just swing itself for 20 and you lose right there and then. The Fire Interference is very useful. Genbu does have some amount of recovers between the Revitalizing Plants and Guojie level 3 itself.
Exposed Darkness also in the board. That one's probably not coming in. It doesn't look like there is quite a lot of stealth cards to worry about on the Genbu side.
No, the only thing of real note is the Smoke Bomb, but that's in Genbu mostly used defensively.
And then the last piece in Sentai's board, Suited Trickery, only useful when the champion is doing some attacking. And from Superior's side, that's not the case.
We're just not known for that.
No.
So not a lot of changes in the sideboard. A little bit. Meanwhile, Arthur turn 1, they always have it.
Yep. And on any aggressive fire deck, this is the start you want to see. You want to have that initial aggressive Arthur just to kind of open the way, right? This is saying to your opponent, all right, it doesn't matter what you do, I'm going to have some extra damage on my turn.
And not just the extra damage on your other allies. Arthur is the best answer to the age-old question of, what do I play turn 1 that I know my opponent's going to be able to deal with? Arthur, you cannot deal with it. It's immortal.
Yep. And Sentai just continuing to engage in the same set play as last game, immediately bringing out that Censor of Restful Peace, turning off all of that float, turning off those liminal guides, making sure that those mills are not something that Superior is going to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's always a very appealing proposition when your opponent plays a taunt ally with float. You know it's going to be dead value in the graveyard, so you just get the Censor out.
Yeah, and that Bullfrog is exactly what you're talking about. It's a taunt ally, it has that float, and it's something that, much like the Stalwart Shieldmaid of previous metas, it's not only hard to kill, it is annoying to kill. Because once you kill it, they're just getting more value out of it.
It's a big upgrade for all those water decks that want a little bit of defensive options. Sadly for Sentai here, a little bit of lost value. The fact that Arthur only gives an extra attack to other allies when itself is rested means you need to swing for nothing into the frog instead of going for that clean red hair for 4.
right? And the red hair damage would have been nice to have that kind of that extra hit. But yes, just like you were saying, a little bit of lost damage on that taunter.
Also, no discard from the red hair on attack trigger. Sentai seems
Interesting.
to like his whole hand.
Yeah. I wonder what that means for plays going forward. I mean, it sounds like he has all of the cards he needs. So he must have some real good aggression. I can't wait to see what comes out.
I see, I think, a 3 of heart, a pepper chef, a 2 of heart, and another last card in there, I think.
2 of Hearts and Pepper Chef, both very aggressive cards.
Especially together. They work so well. The 2 of hearts, you have that big swing for 3. And then just a 1/1. You love sacrificing it to Pepper Chef.
Absolutely.
Viridian Protective Trinket, the eternal enemy of water players.
Sentai deciding that, yes, maybe a little bit of defense, a little bit of interaction is probably the way to go here. Not a whole lot of aggressive materializes in Sentai's deck, actually. There's the Impact Hammer, there's the Bulwark Sword, there's a Grand Crusader's Ring. Mostly what we're seeing here is cards to prevent Superior from interacting with Sentai's board. Cards that prevent Superior from engaging with his own game plan.
Yeah, that's a lot of the philosophy, and that's close to a lot of different, a little slower allies build, and that's why we have the Tenorist in there, and a lot of the decks that I love to play. If your own threats are good enough, if you can offer just a little bit of disruption, you can keep getting advantage that way, right? The suited package or the Arthur Red Hair package are so much value that you don't really need anything else, so why put more threats on the board and risk getting a big blowout from a flame sweep or something, not in this matchup, but in general, when you can just offer disruption instead and make sure that that 6 power every turn stays there.
Yeah. Well, Superior here, milling quite a lot of cards. We saw Conniving Plans come out. It looked like he cracked a Fractal of Polar Depths. Is that what happened? But a lot of cards heading into his graveyard. So definitely a bunch more of that floating memory support, which I think is what he was looking for in this situation. Not a lot of board presence, though, so kind of sitting there with his hand up and seeing what comes out for Sentai.
Yeah, obviously that much float early. Here it's used for level up, but also could ring LR bells in Sentai's mind. We'll see if he goes for the Safeguard Amulet next turn. You need to be proactive, especially when you died to that stratagem game 1. You get a little scared, and it influences your play patterns.
Yeah, absolutely. Just knowing that that's an option, suddenly you have the fear in you. You kind of play around it maybe a little bit or maybe not enough, and we'll see which direction this game goes. In the meantime, that Liminal Guide also providing some extra value and extra card draw for Superior as he moves up to level 2. Taking the decision here of whether or not he wants to draw a card off of the level 2 or whether or not he wants to get the quest counters.
The quest counters are very appealing here because he does not have a Fractal of Rain, so that Genbu will be very slow to come out.
And just like you said, taking those quest counters, so now at 5 quest counters, 6 after the Genbu Mill, out of the 9 he needs in order to flip that turtle. And what do you think about flipping the turtle in this match as a defensive play? There are a lot of allies on Sentai's side, and Genbu is a big taunter if you need something to hold them back.
I think it's pretty good. I think that's the kind of play that Superior will be going forward to. We have the Seaside Ringleader for some extra value. We'll be able to clear the Arthur here, or at least try to. Deflecting Edge coming out.
Ooh, it's
Do
not
we
what you
have
wanna
an answer
see.
in hand? I think there's a Cerulean Decree in Superior's hand, but that's not enough. We do have the 2 cards in hand for Sentai, so those negates are currently not as useful.
Yeah, unfortunate. This would be the time to use them since it is on Superior's turn, so the Viridian Protective Trinket doesn't affect that interaction if Superior wanted to play it now. But like you say, with those extra 2 cards in Sentai's hand, it's not like a negate here is going to do the trick.
We'll just let it go and play a Fractal and threaten another mill for, we're counting right now, was that 8, 7, I think?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Also
Somewhere between 8 and 10.
important to note, given how the timings work, you sacrifice the Fractal of Polar Depths to activate the effect. So by the time the effect resolves, the Fractal itself is already in the graveyard and thus counts itself for the number of water cards.
Well, we're seeing all of Sentai's allies come in with this very, very aggressive set of turns. Arthur still on the board, providing that extra damage boost. So the red hair is coming in for 5 damage. The 3 of hearts coming in for another 3 damage. And that's it. That blazing throw is all she wrote.
Yeah, Arthur surviving more than one turn is often a sign that you will lose that game. It offers so much value.
Yeah, and the defensive tricks that Superior was looking for just never came up. Just didn't really have a way to interact with the board throughout that.
He did, but never the ability to play them, right? The Verdant Protective Trinket is so strong against those reactive water decks.
Absolutely. Just a really, really... a really powerful wall that you need to break through, right? If you need to hold back an extra 2 cards in order to be able to play your defensive cards, in order to play your interaction, that really limits what you can play on your turn. Suddenly your 7-card hand looks a lot worse.
Yeah. At least that's the good point of Genbu. You often have more than 7 cards in hand.
That is true. That is the value of having all of that float, all of those, the liminal guides especially. We saw those used very effectively for Superior. Being able to mill those liminal guides and then go from there and draw some extra cards when you level up is it's such a powerful card. Even without Ryle, liminal guide is still, you know, kind of taking position in the format.
Yeah, and so Superior will be starting for this game 3. Always a good thing. Just for being able to start your Genbu faster. You don't have any good interactions in here. I was looking at possible lines. Like, one of the best thing you could have gotten is double Fractal of Rain and a Refracting Missile to kill that Arthur in response to the on-enter.
Yeah, that would have been an incredible start for Superior. Instead, we see nothing. Just pass, keeping all of his cards up in hand.
We do see an Arthur from Sentai, though.
Uh-oh. This is just as dangerous as it was in the previous game. Just because Sentai is going second doesn't mean the Arthur is any less dangerous.
And that is Immortal again. So fearing some retaliation from Superior, there are ways that could have steered the Arthur there. We do have some reasonably sized allies in Genbu. One of the big scary parts about Genbu is how versatile its threat is. It can try to kill you in one turn with Genbu, buffing its life with its own ability, and then using the Resonating Fugue to switch it around. It can middle you out with the Fractal Polar Depths. It can go straight face with the stratagems, like we just said. Or it can just play big water allies and swing every turn between the Frostborn Paladins, the Seaside Ringleaders buffing the various animals in the deck. Many different ways that the game can play out.
Yeah, just like you were saying, the power of Water Tamer is something that we've been seeing in previous metas, and it's only gotten stronger with the addition of cards like Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
Yeah.
So a lot of support for the other game plans in this deck for sure. In the meantime, we are seeing Arthur come into that Thronekeeper Bullfrog, and is it a 3 of Hearts again?
No, that's Duchess, I think. No, that's Rouge. Oh, that's Rouge. Swing for just
wow.
No on enter. We do not have the 6, but that's the power of Arthur, making all those 1/1 allies an actual threat.
Yeah, Rouge's a 3/1 is pretty strong. Like a 1 reserve 3/1 is something that you are happy to play. So Superior now facing down 3 allies, one of whom is Arthur, and going for the Portentous Tengu here. So an extra card draw, an extra quest counter, and we'll see if this ends up being enough to give him the options he needs to stay alive, because this is a very threatening board that he's staring down, and we already see the defensive tricks in Sentai's hand. Yet another deflecting edge, just like last game.
I feel like, given the state of Superior's hand right now, I don't think obviously the ally route is not very possible, so we'll try to play the slow defensive game. We have a Resolute Stand in hand to help with that. We have a Cerulean Decree that might or might not come out. Obviously, the Verdant Trinket is always a threat. There's a Fracturize that will have to go at the sensor at some point.
Yeah, and that's not a choice. It just has to happen in order for Superior to be able to
the deck does not function if it does not have access to float.
Yep. But meanwhile, making some difficult decisions here. Superior needs to figure out what he can do in order to stem the bleeding here. Superior needs to figure out what he can do in order to keep himself alive. And not coming up with anything good that he can do on his turn, just passing the turn, allowing Sentai to bring out that Viridian Protective Trinket and cement his board position even further. This looks like Superior has a response to the Viridian Protective Trinket, though. Yes, playing that Fracturized that we knew he was going to have to at some point, and playing it without the Viridian Protective Trinket's extra tax by playing it in response.
And we get the fast activation, 2 of spades, the end recollect for Sentai. We, sadly, because of the Viridian Protective Trinket, do not have the cards in hand to use that Cerulean Decree here for Superior.
Oh, yeah, you need one more card in order to bust out the Cerulean here. With 5 cards in hand, you could play, for example, a Frostbind, but Cerulean Decree costs that 1 extra.
Yeah, it's a great versatile card, but the 3 cost is sometimes a hindrance, especially when that Viridian Trinket is on board.
Absolutely.
We're considering the Resolute Stand and Recollect here, I think, for Superior.
That seems like a reasonable option for him. Yeah, if Resolute Stand is in the hand, this seems like as good a time as any to play it.
Because we are threatening, let's see here. So we have 2 base from Arthur, and then 1 more from every ally because of Arthur. So we have 2 for Rouge, 2 for 2 of Hearts, 3 for the 2 of Spades. So it is 9 damage prevented from that Resolute Stand here. Which is a pretty good deal, right?
Yeah,
9
yeah,
damage
yeah.
for 1 card is the kind of value you get from Fireball.
Right, yes. This is a crystallized destiny that covers everything on the board. Like, you'll take that trade.
We see a red hair in hand that could sneak 1 point of damage through, but I think choosing to keep up those pieces of interaction, the deflecting edge, I think there's a fire interference that we see in here and there. So if Superior tries to recover, that's going to be played, prevent that, and do some damage on top.
Yeah, with that Resolute Stand blanking, essentially, all of the allies on the field, Sentai deciding not to play anything additionally, not to put more threats onto the field, and just keep those cards in his hand back, be ready to interact if Superior does something that he can interact with.
One interesting decision point in that turn was choosing not to swing with Arthur, because yes, it would deal no damage, but you can still swing Arthur to buff your other allies by that extra point of damage. So it's depending on where Sentai thinks Superior will want to trade if he does play allies, because if you keep Arthur awake, you can kill an ally attacking Arthur in retaliation.
Right.
But if you swing with Arthur, if Superior decides to go at the other allies, then those have higher attack to be able to retaliate.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of choice to make, right? There's a little bit of push-pull there, trying to figure out what direction Superior is going to go. I think Sentai has made the decision that if Superior ends up with allies, Arthur is going to be the likely target.
Yeah,
and I think I agree with that.
Yeah, but sometimes your hand doesn't give you options, right? If Superior had like 2 Tightstone Bovines, it would only go out of allies.
That's true.
Not
Yeah,
being
you
able
don't
to
have
get
that
the
many
Arthur.
options there. And Superior also doesn't have that many options here. We see a hand flooded with interaction and no board presence. Primordial Rituals galore. Another Resolute Stand, so some defensive options. A Cerulean Decree that is not even going to be able to be played.
Yeah, there's the Revitalizing Clans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You don't have the cards to play Revitalizing Clans here.
I think
because
he would be able to play it in his recollection.
In his own recollect, yes, but not. I was thinking that in a way, the Viridian Protective Trinket can be a boon, because that means your Revitalizing Clans is bigger. It recovers you for the number of water cards in your memory. So if you're forced to put more down because of the trinket, that is kind of a plus. But if it just prevents you from casting it because you don't have the cards, obviously that's not good.
Well, Superior has some
we-
threats to respond to. I believe that is the red hair coming in.
Yeah, we're thinking about the Cerulean. Yes, that is the Cerulean Decree coming out.
Unimbued.
Unimbued, interesting. Just to draw. Okay, just to draw at the end of the turn.
And that makes a lot of sense, just cycling it out.
Yeah, we want to see more better cards.
Yes.
Because we're in a very bad spot here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're choosing to level up, it seems. 1 float.
Yeah, it
1
looks
from
like
memory.
1 float, 1 from memory in order to level up. And this makes a lot of sense. He doesn't really have a lot of otherwise defensive options, so and very few ways to get his quest counters. So I don't know if he's going for the recovery here or if he's going for the extra quest counters in order to be able to flip the Genbu. There's the quest counters. Okay, perfect. And that gives him the opportunity to flip Genbu as kind of a defensive play, which he was really, really needing defensive plays here.
So the big problem with Genbu right now is that it is kind of fragile. 9 life is a lot, but not when you face a board like that.
Right, and with the nullifying lantern out, Genbu can't use his ability in order to raise his own life.
You do have another Cerulean Degree in hand there to help cover it a little bit. How much damage are we pushing through? One of the interesting things here is that you can retaliate on Arthur being the first attack to kill it with the Genbu, and so remove that +1/+1 attack from all the other allies.
But then you don't have Genbu awake, so he's no longer taunting,
Yeah,
so
they
you
can
don't
go
have that
face.
defensive option anymore.
You are kind of safe at, what, 8 more damage? We're going for the Lance here, and we see the Fire Interference preventing the recover, dealing 2 damage. There should still be a card draw here, though, from the... Yeah, so you still reveal.
Yep,
You
still
still resolve
revealing,
the whole
still
card.
drawing the
It's,
card.
it's not a negate. It just says that you will not recover from that effect.
Oh, brutal.
Very brutal.
So the 2 there it is. Okay, waiting for that to get marked. So yeah, that 2 damage marked on Guoja. Guoja now only 6 health away from death with a 3/9 turtle as all that's standing in the way between Sentai's ravaging hordes and Superior's undefended face.
And we have the Smoke Bomb coming out, so the Genbu won't even do anything.
Well, we do have the Guoja lineage release. This is something
It
that
does,
I
it
always
does,
forget
yes.
about. But Guoja level 2 can lineage release in order to prevent a targeted effect. So this activation from the smoke bombs could be removed via the Guoja lineage release. And that'll leave Genbu up, able to defend, but
Just dying to
yeah,
the-
Genbu's just gonna
dying to the
die.
void.
Genbu's
It
just gonna
buys
die to
you
this field.
it buys you a turn, and
Mhm.
Genbu buying a turn is not enough in this current board state.
Yeah, only 1 turn, like that's not a whole lot of turn. Oh, this is really interesting. So letting the Arthur attack go through before flipping the Genbu.
So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 still on board. Still enough to kill Genbu, but choosing something else to retaliate on, possibly.
So making some decisions about the order in which the attackers go in and whether or not to retaliate.
Yeah, killing the last one.
Mm-hmm.
But we're 4 damage away, and there's a second red hair there.
There is a second red hair.
It is
Oh,
unique, so here's the other one,
no.
but it's still enough.
Yep.
Going for the kill there.
Wow, such an aggressive showing from Sentai. Very well played, very well put together. Clear that he knows his lines into Genbu, right? That sensor coming out immediately. Bringing the lantern out from the board also almost immediately. No worries about making sure that he has his own influence, just making sure that Superior cannot run his own game plan.
Yeah, that was very well played, and it showcases the threat of suited allies. It doesn't seem like the most popular deck here today, but probably will be doing well.
So it's really interesting because the stats on Suited aren't that great. Kind of the performance of Suited so far in the modern post-Ryle meta has generally been average to lower than average. You see a lot of 50% matchups, 45% matchups. Suited seemingly not that good into most of the popular decks. But it definitely looked like a powerhouse here. And I think part of that is down to Superior just not having the answers that he needed. You know, we didn't see a single Frostborn Paladin out of Superior in all 3 games.
That's definitely a card that can change the matchup around. Another thing I'm curious about Suited is kind of the same effect that we saw with Slime a couple of seasons ago, that in a way did not have the best numbers. It did have some great results.
Right.
But if you looked at the numbers, it didn't seem that good, in part because Suited is very easy to build. So there's a lot of players who are just like, well, you put Suited allies together and it makes a deck, and it counts as Suited for all the stats. But it's, in a way, brings down the stats compared to more finely tuned decks because it's just so wide and so simple to build. You just have.
Yeah,
lot
there's
of
so
people
many
bring-
ways to build the Suited deck, like exactly what you're talking about, right? There's a lot of different options that you can bring in, a lot of different cards that you can use to build it out, whether you're having that extra aggressive focus with Arthur and Red Hair, or whether you're going for a more mid-range synergistic approach with more of the cardistry cards. We didn't see a 5 of spades coming out of Sentai's deck at all. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways to build the deck, like you were saying. And this build definitely seems powerful enough to hang.
Oh, definitely. And it's equipped for many different matchups. We didn't even see the Tenores come out in this matchup.
Right.
But so powerful, the ability to protect your whole board for a turn, making sure that your opponent will not be able to swing at your allies. In a deck that wants to get basically exponential value, right? All the suited allies, the more of them you have, the better they are.
Absolutely. Yeah, Suited definitely a deck that values that critical mass, building up that army, because each of them builds off of the other, giving you even more incidental value the more suited cards you have on the field. And of course, with Arthur there, every single card just has that much extra damage. It really works very well together, all the different pieces.
Oh, it works incredibly well together. And we didn't even get the time to see some of the scarier pieces in the deck. The Verita Queen of Hearts is awful to see on the other side of the table. It's so hard to deal with. It's a 4/4 that you can get out for free. You can pay by banishing a total of exactly 10 cost of suited allies from your graveyard. So a free 4/4 is already scary enough, but it makes all your suited allies immortal. And when it dies, it gives +1 attack to the rest of your suited allies.
Yeah, such a big enabler, right? You know, something that gives you that kind of big extra swing feels very, very powerful in that situation. Duchess as well, a 4/2 that comes out relatively quickly.
The Kindle is surprisingly relevant. In a deck that has very little cycling compared to other fire decks, you know, you do still have the 3 of Hearts, but you have no hasty messengers, no creative shocks, no nothing. You still get a lot of value out of that Kindle.
Yeah, the Kindle is amazing. And I think part of that is, you know, as a suited deck, you're kind of resigned to some of your cards going to the graveyard over the time. Like, you don't have to work too hard to fill up your graveyard with your fire allies. But, yeah, I definitely didn't happen in that game. You know, as long as your allies stay on the field, I think you're happy.
Definitely very happy. And, yeah, the Arthur has been a staple since the OA. Fire decks have always been popular.
Yeah, for good reason.
Arthur is a very big part of that. And just the whole package that's been printed since just made it all the more better. Arthur Red Hair is pretty much the scariest turn one you can see in the game.
Yeah, all of this to say, like, not to knock the Genbu deck that Superior brought to the table, right? I think this was an unlucky showing from Superior. You know, not seeing a lot of the defensive options. Instead, like a hand flooded with stuff like Primordial Ritual, right? Like that's not going to work out very well for you. But I think we are about ready to hear from Sentai.
Yeah, let's go there.
Hello and welcome back. We are here joined with the winner of round 3 at Ascent Niagara Falls, my own local Sentai. Congratulations on the amazing win. It is sad to see you beating, you know, Jim. He was the player who kind of both got us on card.
Yeah. I watched his video. No, I feel really good. Like playing on stream for my first time, I was super shaky, but like I kind of got a clear head after getting stratagem for 15. I was like, man, I gotta like lock in after this.
Hey, got lock in. You did. You did manage to take the win there. So 2-1 against Superior. One of the players that did make it to the world stage at 2025. So last year is a really big hill to climb. You know, he was the one who influenced us to play the deck. We've seen tons of results for him. This is your first Ascent, and you take it, right?
Yeah,
it's fantastic. Walk me through why you chose Tenoris as your main champion instead of Lorraine and other things.
So like the main reason why is so Lorraine has like rending access. Right, but I feel like when you play suited, it's taking the -1 is really hard just because it can influence, like one card can make the difference between being able to enable your cardistry effects, right? So I wanted to play something that was more like situational where if I needed to protect my board, I could just go to Tenoris. But like the other thing with Lorraine too is that your kill lines do involve rending, and then I was like predicting that a lot of people would be either playing like null in the main or like maybe null in the side. And rending is a little bit weaker. It's like a lot weaker towards that. And like the third reason is the way I built my deck. Like there aren't a lot of good ways to get fire into the grave, right? Is what I found from playing. So getting it set up sometimes can be a little bit awkward. So I found that just playing like just have a Tenoris in case I need a taunt, and just playing like the Heated Vengeance package was a better alternative instead.
Yeah, Heated Vengeance is one of those really solid cards. Plus, with Tenoris, you also get the class bonus for the extra damage on that. Plus, on Bulwark Sword, I also saw you were running that. Walk me through why you chose to put in Viridian Protective Trinket in the main. I feel like that's a very specific like tech kind of thing that most people wouldn't see.
Honestly, it was more just like a read. Like I couldn't figure out what else to put, and I was like, you know, a VPT, I don't think people will be expecting it, right? If you're looking at all the data. Like, if they are playing it, it's usually in the side. right? And I really wanted to make my like Genbu matchup favorable, as well as like any other like water decks favorable. So that was the main reason why. But mostly just because I had the space to run it, and I was like, why not?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So another thing I noticed in your deck, there's a lot of different ways people can play suited, right? You have pure suited, which runs like 5 of spades, 5 of hearts, all of like really aggressive max counts on things. Then there's the unique package where you're playing the Arthur red hairs. Some people play March hairs. With that, you know, you have more ways to enable the red hair, but you're also running Peppered Chef. So
Yes.
talk to me about why Peppered Chef is specifically in this list, and only a 2 of at that.
It's just something to help me enable more kill lines, right? It's just like one of my favorite cards, like just getting 4 damage, like basically immediately for only 2 costs is really, really efficient. With suited, you always want to like kill early, so having something like, if you don't see like your Blazing Throw on the Heated Vengeance, if you have like a Peppered Chef instead, that can be like your 4 damage just to make up with it. The other cool line is like, you talked to me before about like Peppered Chef Verita. It's like such a fun line if you have like a lot of suited on board, right? You like swing with the Verita, do 4 damage, Peppered Chef, sack the Verita, everything gets +1. That's all suited, and you just like can make huge like lethal plays because of that. So.
Yeah, and speaking of Verita, I guess Peppered Chef also helps you enable Verita in a sense too, because you can sack a specific, or you can sacrifice a specific reserve cost ally to get your Verita online. From the
Yeah,
game,
exactly, right. So the synergy is really nice, and 2 damage, 2 cost 4 damage is just super efficient. So
yeah, definitely super efficient there. So looking at your sideboard, there was one card that I thought was really unique. We talked about it before. I'm curious of why you chose to stick with Nefarious Timepiece and what your main targets are and the matchups.
So my main targets are actually specifically against Lorraine, Diana, and Wind Wake Up. Right? If I'm going first against Diana, I can make the Nefarious Timepiece called Aqua Mirage Whisper. A lot of the times Diana will not have, they'll usually be holding up cards to enable themselves to make them distance. But the thing is that a lot of those cards are only class bonus floating memory, so they can't use it immediately. So if you call like Aqua Mirage Whisper, they have to like usually lose 1 influence to level. But if you like tax them an extra card on the Aqua Mirage Whisper, which is like their key card, it can be really, it can really mess with their lines of play. Right? Other thing is for Lorraine, you can call pretty much any sword you want. Right? Some are on like Sword of Shadow, some are on Inert Sword. Right? If I'm able to like develop a Noir and like get it stealth, and then I call Inert Sword, right? Then they'll be forced to like make Sword of Shadows, but it'll only be like a 1/2, so it's not really that good. And then the third deck I was looking to put it in was against the Wind Wake Up deck, because if you call it Ranger Strides, you can just make it cost 2. And again, really debilitating for like a deck that just stays on Spirit, right? Like losing that 1 extra card can be such a big tempo loss for them. So that's the main reason why.
Yeah, that's a fantastic reason. So looking at those matchups, you guys at home, Nefarious Timepiece is a card to look out for. I think it's fantastic. You know, cards, those unique tech cards like that. There's Nefarious Timepiece. Some people are playing like Candlelight Hourglass, which is the bane of all players. But yeah, so congratulations again, winner of round 3 here, Sentai for Ascent Niagara Falls. Guys, we'll be back with round 4 shortly.
Awesome.
got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Stand out like a star, no new name. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down, throw them back when complete. I'm a snake on this plane, I'm speeding up, pushing the train. I'm a VIP. All these chicas, all these mamas begging me for affection. But just like C. Darwin, I live for natural selection. Never hugs or connections, I just constrict and reject them. I make my snake transactions, eject my papers and stack them. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down, throw them back when completed. I'm a snake on this plane, I'm spitting my voice in the flame. I'm heavy, the holy flame, dripping in venom, so bad. I'm a VIP.
Hello and welcome, guys. I'm here joined by the any percent speedrun winner of the Jumbo Diana Moonpiercer here, Lineage Break, Sean, the bank. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
How does it feel to be the owner of this new Moonpiercer? Are you going to be playing this in the event?
Absolutely, I'm slamming this right on the table. As soon as I go to level 3, I think that means I win. If I play this, I think I was told.
I guess that's how they talk about pay to win, right?
It's what you got to do.
So talk to us about this. How did you acquire Miss Diana Moonpiercer, the jumbo card, bigger than anything I've ever seen in my life?
Bigger than me, I believe. I didn't come here with the plan to buy it. At dinner last night, Cam
my bad.
forced me to.
Yeah, it's Cam's fault. Definitely Cam's fault.
It didn't take much persuasion. Your help was probably what sent it over the edge. Just right across the table here, I got 4,000, and then Cam gave me his. A couple of the LB guys gave me theirs, and we think we were at 10,000 just at dinner.
Yeah.
So it was not as high of a hill to climb as I thought it would be.
So for those of you at home who do not know, the Ascent Jumbo cards are available. You can buy them from the store for 20,000 prize wall tickets or Sylvie Bucks, Ascent tickets. You can also win it from the Day 2 Scrubbed Out of Steel event, but you managed to get yours.
Oh, I don't win
20,000
things.
tickets.
I buy things. That's why it's LB Bank. Just like Cam. So Cam can't win things, we win to production. I can't win things, so I buy them. Or I buy Cam's things.
So what you're saying is that's why I'm in production now.
You said it.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But yeah, so I mean, this is a beautiful piece. Now they come with these amazing plastic cases. We call them mini snaps, but they're like a jumbo snap.
It's a mini jumbo, right?
So where's this going? Is this going in your room above your bed?
So we have the LB Studios moving to my house. So it'll be probably in the studio somewhere for big events, regionals. We'll bring it to the store. That way she sees lots of action.
Yeah. I really do hope you get some point you go up to your phone and you go, I'm going to level up to Diana Moonpiercer. Can I play my proxy over that? And then you just right on the table.
Right on the table. Or we put on a little cart and we wheel it up next to so you can see what she does.
Actually, the big one that I'm looking for is if the Diana 1 and 2 ever come out and you acquire those, I'd like to see you and Rex Kanan from Chess Club play a match because
I'll print the entire deck this size.
Well, he has Jumbo 1, 2, 3 Jin.
That's amazing.
So you guys could genuinely play a Jumbo deck again.
I'm absolutely down.
Yeah.
Please don't print those. Please don't print those.
Print them. You heard us, Weeps. You heard us. Yeah. Thank you so much for showing this off. This is probably one of the coolest things you can ever pick up in Ascent. It's we'll show you guys a better view of it in a moment here, but
I'm 0-2 already, so I think I already won.
I'm amazed you got it this fast. This is really cool.
Again, I couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah.
You're so helpful.
Yeah. We got there. But yeah, thanks guys for joining us. This is Lineage Break the Bank with the Diana Moonpiercer Jumbo card, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. Back here with Lam for round 4 that will be starting very soon. That card was very pretty. I love the new snap over it.
Yeah, it's incredibly beautiful, and the mini snaps were premiered at Worlds, I think, and those are so cool, but when you stand the card up, sometimes the front folds off, so it's it feels even more dangerous at times, but usually it snaps on right. But that card, even the CSR version itself, beautiful, incredible card. In person, the massive card is just something else. Very big congratulations to the Lineage Break Bank for getting the jumbo card.
Yeah, and every Astra card, they're so pretty.
Yes, the light purple allows for so many nice color combinations that we haven't had before. Yeah, it's just it's amazing, and I really wish to see more Astra decks around for us. But
I've definitely seen some of them walking around.
Yeah, definitely not as much as I would like to see, especially considering how incredibly beautiful the cards are. Just to just walk around and look at them and see how pretty they are. But speaking of going around and looking at things, let's look at some statistics for this event. Let's look at elements first. What are we seeing here? What are people playing?
As expected, there's a lot of fire.
Yeah.
50% of the field, more or less, given a couple of players. It's to be expected. Both the aggro side and everyone going on those Lorraines and Merlins as we predicted. It's a big comfort deck. It's something that a lot of people know how to play. They love bringing that here today. Still a decent representation for the other two elements. water, as always, trailing a little behind, except for when water
Fractals
is
was incredible, and all we saw was water everywhere. But we saw something interesting there, which is there were like fractions. It wasn't exact numbers. That means we have some multi-element lineages in there.
Yeah,
as well.
definitely more than a couple. I know one of my own locals is on suited Nico. Fire
Yeah,
Nico. So
I've heard that is a thing, and I'm really, really curious to see how that is. But speaking of Nico as well, let's look at these lineages. And there we see a couple of uneven numbers here as well, like 0.1 Goja, 0.67 Merlin. Why do you think that is, and what are these mostly like?
So those fractions are because the stats we collect basically give one representation for every player. So if you're playing multiple champions in your deck for various reasons, it's going to show up as fraction on this graphic. So all the Merlin decks tend to have Lorraine as level 1. So that counts for a third Lorraine, 2/3 Merlin. And then we have some decks that play 2 different champions for matchups, right? They prefer one champion into some decks, another champion into some other decks. So those can represent that.
Yeah.
We saw some fraction of Kongmings. Some people like playing Kongming into Merlin instead of the Lorraine for access to, for example, Healing Mantra for recovery in those longer, grindier matchups. The Guotia fraction is interesting. There's stuff that can be made there. I'm not sure which one are being played. I know some people at some point were trying Guotia into Merlin to use the Fate Stone. Like people are using Looking Glass now. That was the thing last season. Basically, no matter what set, people have always tried ways to cheat in extra regalias.
Yeah, there's always been that thing. So yeah, that is a possibility. I think it might be more of a like a Suzaku deck that also has a different champion if they want to go for a different aggro red. But I could be very wrong as well. But that's like a concept-wise, I think that would be really cool, and that's a good
Maybe
idea.
we'll see them on stream for Rolex.
Yeah, but overall, it's really interesting because you see that there is a majority of Lorraines. However, like you said, people that level up into Lorraine level 1 and then go into Merlin add a lot more to Lorraine, which it kind of skews that metric a bit because all of those 1/3 are just going into Lorraine and boosting her statistics. But next set, with the new Merlin coming out, we will probably start seeing less and less Lorraine into Merlin, and depending on what level 1 does, you might see some Assassin Merlin into Mage Merlin.
Maybe
pipelines.
It'll be interesting to see all the variations that can happen there. I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen any of those with Diana, which is the first champion that we had 2 completely different lineages for. And there has not... I know some people have tried it, but not a lot. Like, mostly using the new Diana 1 and 2 to go into level 3.
Yeah.
So you get the range, like the inherited effect range.
Yeah.
On Umbra Diana.
But then materializing
losing
is so good.
Losing the free gun and the free bullet just slows the deck down a lot. So not a lot of optimal crossover in those. A bit maybe like in other elements compared to the more popular fire build like we saw earlier in the day. But I know some, maybe like Water has tried to, because Water Diana is a much slower deck.
Yeah.
And they all migrated to mostly the new build with Aether Wings. But if someone is still trying to build that Umbra in Water, the new level 1 and 2 Diana are interesting positions to get that extra bit of damage on your champion, because you're using that champion as a grindy answer late game and not your main aggressive threat.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And I think that's why the ALC gun-focused Diana level 2 cannot really mix into a different Diana. But the Aether Wing Dianas can go into like the Diana that gives curses, because it is possible. However, the problem with that is that Aether Wings are inherently their basic element, which does work, but they are Astra. And I'm actually not quite sure on the wording of the Diana that gives the curses, Creeping Torment?
It's simply on hit. You do not
Okay,
need
so
a
it's an
gun
on-hit.
to get the trigger from Duststalker. So people have tried various different things over the years. I know at some point Diana was playing Sword of Seeking just as a way of poking 1 damage and getting a curse. They might want to try out the new Excalibur instead, which is a card that we haven't seen yet today. It's a card that everyone was very hyped when it was previewed for the release of DTR.
I think a lot of people were more excited about Merlin with a ponytail
Also,
than Excalibur the card. But yeah, you're right that we have seen a lot of excitement around it when it got released, or when it got previewed and spoiled. But we haven't seen it being played much since. I'm hoping that it's because Ryle was such an impressive card that you didn't have time to pull out the Excalibur copying shenanigans. But so far, it seems like it wasn't really because of Ryle, because we haven't really seen it around. And it kind of bumps me out, because it's such a cool concept, copying regalias, that it would be amazing to see more of it. But we also haven't seen much of the ride that copies spells. So it's a concept that needs a lot more time to be explored and built onto properly, like a control deck.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe the new Merlin next set will be the answer for it. There is that Merlin bonus on the Excalibur that is basically forgotten about these days.
Yeah.
So it might be good for that.
It's preparing us for Phantom Monarchs, when we will get the new Merlin, and then we'll see. Are you afraid of the Phantom Monarchs? The prepared slice and dice Merlin with the Ghost of Pendragon, putting back the Mercenary's Blade 1,000,000 times, and just infinite value for no cost, really?
Well, I'm not scared of it because I'm going to be playing that probably.
Oh, my bad, Mr. Merlin over here.
There's so many cards that I love that have been forgotten about in the meta one way or another, that it's the perfect time to bring back. You have the Intrepid Highwayman.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of cards. We're seeing our beloved caster, Main Deck Dan, also here at this event. He's part of Main Deck, but he also loves his spicy decks.
Yeah.
And I love Dan so much because he's just such a goofball, both in Grand Archive and as a person. So he might be, one day we might see him playing Excalibur. I'm not quite sure what he's on today. Have you seen?
Dan, I have not seen the list. Yes, did I? I don't remember. I've seen so many decks.
Too many
it's
decks.
Hard to
too many
remember.
people here. Yeah, but there's a lot of famous people here. There's Hanky with his Lineage Break shirt that we heard about before, with Steve-O there as well. There's so many famous people here, like well-known, top 8 players, world competitors, like Gauntlet players. But at the same time, there's a lot of people whose first Ascent is this. So the divide is so large here that it's amazing. But also, if I was a new player, I would be a bit terrified, because if you watch these events, you see these people, and now they're here playing at the same tables as you, and you're like, oh, but this is a good time to prove how good you are at the game, because just because you haven't gone to an Ascent doesn't mean you're not a good player. So, you could easily be the next Cabin. You just haven't had the opportunity to show yourself. So this is the time to show that you're the next Cabin. Speaking of Cabin, he's here with his wonderful wife, Quinn. Quinn doesn't play the game as much, but he does so much beautiful art and altars for the game that we also see a bunch on stream when people bring their spirits out. It's really such an amazing experience to be at an Ascent. It's something special, both as an attendee and as a person. There is our amazing winner from Core TCG Vegan with the beautiful cloth mats that he let us see a couple of days ago, a week ago in Merlin's Marketplace. He basically did the last minute, hey guys, there's this incredibly cool thing that we have, come line up. And day one, you saw that, like, the mat they have, that's the only type of cloth mat they have left. So they are selling out so fast. They're incredibly beautiful, super high quality. So it's amazing to see, like, fan merch, because it's it's not official, but fan art and all the community support for everything basically Grand Archive related. It's amazing. And Ascent is like the culmination of all that. You see artists selling stickers, you see artists selling pins, communities gathering. Like Chess Club is a group that met at an Ascent, met at Ascent and Grand Archive events, and they are from all over the country, all over the United States. And they are still one group that play together, have fun together, and we always see them at Ascents together.
Yeah, because they're all very good and such innovative deck builders. They always bring. Well, there was the Horse Vanitas a couple of.
It's amazing, and the lasting friendships that Grand Archive can create is also incredible. See, like I said, Chess Club being one, the TCG guys, the True Champion Gaming guys, they have known each other since before the game, but I feel like, and from what they've been saying, they really, Grand Archive got them together, and now look at them, they're making content full time. Like, it lets them do so much, and there's more. Yeah, like Bailey, classic, no dab thrown in there, but there's a million different groups and teams, and you can meet all of them at events, and these are just the more famous group, but there's a lot of like these are top 8 players at every single Ascent groups that come out, and you recognize them, because if you come to Ascent, you're just like, oh, you guys are from Modern Tabletop. I love hanging out with you guys. You guys are so sweet. Or you guys are the Lineage Break guys that are not on stream all the not on stream all the time. And like, oh, I know you guys. I like you guys, and I've seen you around the Ascents. And the community here is so wonderful. And honestly, if this is your first Ascent, I think this is such a wonderful Ascent to have, especially if you're from Canada, because now this is probably the first Ascent you've been to, especially in your own country. So it's such a beautiful experience.
Yeah, we have a lot of new players here today. Being in Niagara Falls is a big help to that. It's always enticing to be able to say, well, I'd be going there for tourism anyway, so why not go for a tournament and then do some sightseeing on the sides? It's
one of the wonders of the world. Like, Cam and Tyler were saying in the beginning of stream, it's such an amazing place to be. And if you're from here, if you're from Canada, you might as well come, because it's in your own country. You can drive here. You can take a train here. If you're from the other side of the country, it's not as easy.
I do know that we have people here today from both extremes of the country. We have people from Vancouver. We have people from Prince Edward's Island coming from both sides. And just having a lot of fun today. And anyone at home, if you're considering an event, as you've seen, I can guarantee you, all those pro players, their gameplay might be scary, but they're great people. You'd have a lot of fun playing again.
Yeah, you just saw them. They're smiling, chatting. They're just hanging out, and I think everyone, I haven't really met a person in Grand Archive who's not happy to talk to you, especially if they're in one of these groups, because the way they got to know each other is because they're Grand Archive players that started talking to each other. So, who knows? You can be the next chess club. You can find your own chess club at an Ascent. You can join even chess club. There's a lot of different things that you can do, or you can just have some friends, maybe find some locals you didn't know. Like, maybe you're from a place where, this I don't go to this LGS specifically, but it turns out that they have a massive Grand Archive local. So you can learn a lot of things and meet a lot of amazing people at Ascent.
And even outside of playing, I know some people come here just to trade. They're collectors, and they just want to go where all the cards are and fill out their collection and have so many shiny, maybe giant cards.
The giant Dianas. And as Mr. Bank was talking about it as well, it is because the community, and because, we went out to dinner, and then he was like, oh, I want to buy this. So everyone at the table was like, hey, do you want our tickets? And he was like, you know what? Yeah, I will just get the Diana. And all of these massive cards as well. If you never usually see someone buy a jumbo card, it's almost always a community effort, because they talk to everyone. They're just like, hey, I really want this. Would you mind? And then, would you mind helping me out? And then everybody's happy. You get some money for the silly bucks you probably weren't going to use. And they are happy because they get the jumbo card. So everybody wins. Everyone walks away very happy. It's really amazing.
And in fact, it has to be a community effort. In fact, it's just mathematically impossible to get that amount of Sylvie bucks just from playing your rounds here
Yeah,
tomorrow.
it's 20,000 Sylvie bucks, and even if you win, you get, I believe, 50 Sylvie bucks per win.
50 per
So it would take a lot of time. It would take 40 wins to get to a jumbo card.
20,000 is
Oh yeah, 40 wins is not that many. So that is, is 400 wins, I think it would be. And
we are not
there's
playing
that,
that
yeah,
amount of
there's-
Grand Archive this weekend.
I don't think there is physically enough time to play 400 games of Grand Archive this week.
I would if I could, but there are other limitations.
Yeah, unfortunately, to win that many as well, you need to be, kind of be aware of your surroundings and be awake. Yeah. Speaking of games, we finally have our matchup for this round. It's looking to be very interesting. One of those more fun matchups that we've been talking about all this time. To be fair, on stream, because the meta is so diverse, everything's been very fun. But even more fun things coming up. We're going to have a Wind Wake Up Tristan against a Water Ciel deck. Now, without knowing anything about these decks, what's your hunch? Which one's the stronger probably in this matchup, and which ones are more aggressive?
That's the kind of matchups that are very volatile. So the Wind Wake Up deck is very aggressive in a very combo-y way. It tries to have one explosive turn and kill you, but is also very vulnerable to disruption in that way. So it's the kind of game, especially against a water deck, that you would expect has more defensive options. If you draw those defensive options, there's a good chance that the water deck will win. But that's what you're hoping for,
Yeah.
playing that aggressive deck. It's make them have it. You just play the kill turn, and sometimes they don't have the answer, and you win.
Yeah, and it seems that that is exactly what is going to happen here and what these decks are about. On one side, on our Water Ciel, is beloved Splintering Balance caster, Joy Boy, Lineage Break Joy Boy,
Yeah.
coming in here with the Water Ciel. It's going up to level 3, but it plays my favorite card. So it can't be a bad deck because I see 4 Thronekeeper Bullfrog. So if you ask me, this deck is perfect. No notes.
That's a deck that we've seen a little bit. It has grown into popularity after the RAL ban. Obviously, before the RAL ban, all the CLs were on fire for RAL. But so this deck is a lot slower. It doesn't play the combo-y Ablation Win Con. It's just using all those advantages that you get as CL to grind out a win. You get the extra damage from your Mastery, the Serval Possession. You get the card draw from the Serval Possession. You get the unpreventable damage from your Omen every turn. And then you run just all the good water disruption, slowing down the game that you can. And it works out great. You can even mill your opponent out with Regal Inquisition copying it.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. And the fact that Joy Boy is already 3-0 on this deck means that it clearly is working out the way you're saying and that it's intended to. And I think it's also that a lot of people aren't really prepared for water currently because it's been like, okay, well, Royal's banned, sure, but fire is still such an incredibly strong element that, I will still mostly tech for like graveyard, and that will be enough hate surely for water as well. But it doesn't stop those fracturizes. It doesn't stop like the water part of water decks, which is all the reactions.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have the Wind Wake Up deck, RNG, which is a player part of my testing group.
Oh, so you are an expert on this deck is what I'm hearing. So I can ask any question I want, and you will at least have an idea of why things are the way they are. So everything in this deck looks normal until you look at the fact that this is a Tristan deck. So why is it Tristan over someone like Lorraine?
So the first thing to note about this is that most of the time, the Tristan's not even played. It's a deck that can definitely just stay on Spirit and kill you from that. The Tristan is there for if you need a little extra health, if you want the agility to... You play a lot on your opponent's turn to set up. Like I said, it's kind of a combo deck. You want to stack ranged on an ally, give it distant, swing for a lot, and then, as we call it, Wind Wake Up. you wake up the ally, and then you swing again, double dipping on those bonuses. And sometimes you wake up again, and then you swing again.
So basically, on your opponent's turn, and do correct me if I'm wrong. On your opponent's turn, you play your allies. On your opponent's turn, you play your back steps. You play your. Is there anything else? Oh, your skirting steps.
Yep.
You play your back step and skirting steps to make, hopefully, your purses or something else distant, and then your Liu Bei also gets distant
Yep.
from it. And then when it comes to your turn, you attack. Second win, attack. Second win. Is that the plan?
That is kind of
basically?
the flip pattern. There's also the new Aether's Embrace
Mhm.
in the list, which not only gives distance, but wakes up and gives +2/+2 if it's a ranger unit. So
So
it
Liu
saves
Bei.
your allies,
I see.
and kills something on retaliation, and gives distance so you have the kill next turn. It's a great card.
All right. So I'm understanding that part. What is the Looking Glass, Cheshire Cat, Mad Hatter? What is this part of this? Like, because it makes sense that the distant is extra bonus damage, but then there is a whole Looking Glass package in there and a Mad Hatter thing. What is happening with that?
So, well, first off, Cheshire Cat is just an amazing ally.
Yeah,
Often
fair
worth
enough.
playing by itself,
Fair enough.
especially if you don't need anything else, right? This is a quick deck. It doesn't. It could always use GCR, but apart from that, none of the other Divine Relics are interesting to this deck. But you get much more than that from this package. One of the main thing is Ranger Strides.
Mm-hmm.
The very powerful banish to give range 4 to something.
Oh, so
So this
You-
helps with that combo of stacking a lot of damage on one ally. And not only that, Cheshire Cat has all the activated abilities of all the distortion regalias you can drill. So you can swing with Cheshire Cat for 3 damage because you have the sword. And then you sacrifice Cheshire Cat
I'm
to give
seeing.
range 4. And then you sacrifice a Ranger Strides to give range 4. And you swing for like 12. And then you wake up and you swing for 12 again.
I am seeing what you're talking about here. So I understand why it's a bit of a combo deck, because once you have that Inner Sword and Ranger Strides out, your Cheshire Cat's also a lot of extra damage by just swinging, and then on top of it being able to be sacrificed. But now I go back once again to the question of why not Lorraine? Because then Lorraine can bring out the Inner Sword for free, and then Lorraine can swing for more.
Yeah, but the deck does not really want to lose the influence for this.
So the level up is the problem, not the what we're going to do.
Exactly.
I
Like I said, it's
see.
mostly a Spirit of Wind deck. In fact, a lot of people in those kind of lists do not run any champion. That lets you put something else in the
see.
material deck.
So RNG is just prepared for the Ascent meta here. And there is the Looking Glass immediately coming out for him. Let's go into the game here. Joy Boy on his Spirit of Water with a little turtle doodle. Ooh, does he want those middle guides in hand? Is it fine because he can still play them? Or would you rather
He
have them in
does
the deck?
have the 4 Primordial Ritual to sacrifice them, but it's definitely something that you would prefer to mill instead.
Yeah, that's tough that he has 2 of them in hand. Oh, revealing us Force One Paladin and a Thronekeeper Bullfrog for the...
Except for those liminal guys, that's a very good starting hand.
Yeah, but so would you risk showing your opponent that, hey, I have these very powerful allies here already, and make them know that, oh, I have to rush? Or is it, because it is game 1, so they don't know what the other person's playing. It's a gamble. Would you gamble on showing your very powerful allies here?
It's I think it's less of a choice. He wants to keep the floating memory in his hand for the well, the 2 cards in his hand have floating memory. Not relevant here because he'll choose to go for the backup charger instead. But there's the ability to play that floating memory at fast because he had no way of leveling up here. We do see a float of Storm Thorns, very useful. It has last one's floating memory, so we won't be able to use that to level up. But we can use the Thronekeeper Bullfrog here to start and block that uncommon damage. Seeing the Cheshire Cat, seeing the Wind Spirit, that's probably the only deck really that runs both of those. So you'll be able to you know you want to start going into damage control mode here.
It's definitely when you see that combination, you're probably either thinking this deck or you're going to be thinking about like an aggressive Lorraine deck. So either way, you really need to get the Thronekeeper Bullfrog out. And but now you still reveal that information that you have one. So you're kind of taking away the information from RNG, sure, but it's still the gamble on it is massive. So it is pretty tough. I do agree with you that Joy Boy, he's a very experienced player. He knows exactly what to expect from a win deck with a Looking Glass and Cheshire Cat here. But it's still a gamble to give all that information away. And now the sensor comes out, so it's going to be tough for Joy Boy to come back from this, because he has to the floating memory he got is going to be useless. He cannot use it to level up unless he has an answer, unless he has a Fracturize for sensor. So
he does.
Why does Fracturize work on sensor but not on why am I saying sensor? Because graveyard card, it interacts with the graveyard. Isn't it like Nullifying Lantern?
Nullifying Lantern, the eternal enemy of everyone trying to learn the rules of the game, is the only exception to the interaction with Fracturize. There's other things to care about, like fracturizing a weapon mid-attack. But the layer system of the rules of Grand Archives means that the effect of Lantern is applied earlier, like in the engine. Imagine the rules of the game like a computer program. Nullifying Lantern is applied first, so being Fracturized or not changes nothing. And
it's like a stack, but for continuous effects, right?
Yes. And so Lantern is the only thing really that's before Fracturize on that order, on those layers of the rules. And so that's the only thing that applies differently with Fracturize.
Oh, that's unfortunate for RNG here. Very good for Joy Boy. The unfortunate thing for Joy Boy is that he has 2 Storm of Thorns in his graveyard and still no Fracturize inside. He had to play the Liminal Guide as well. So even if the Liminal Guide dies now, he cannot get the value because of the sensor. So that sensor is really hurting him right now. It's very, very tough to see. And then the Inert Sword now comes out for RNG. There's the Purse too. Now he just needs to make the Purse distant, and then he can start attacking for a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it's scary for Joy Boy here, because you do have 4 Fracturize, but that's the only Regalia removal you have in your deck, and there's so many targets that you'd want to remove facing that matchup. You need to remove the sensor if you want to get value from your float. You want to remove the Inert Sword if you want to make the Cheshire Cat smaller, because you have few ways of dealing with the cat itself. So you mitigate damage by giving her less attack.
Yeah.
And there's the Drafted Stamina that was just played. That is an item, so you can Fracturize it.
Yeah, it's a very rare card to see, but I don't think it's at much of a risk of a Fracturize, considering there's a sensor and an Inert Sword on board.
Honestly, it might still be worth to Fracturize that.
Oh, definitely.
Waking up an ally at a future turn, right? It's one of the limiting factors of going like swing, second wing, swing, second wing, swing, is that at some point you lack the cards in hand, the influence to play it. This lets you pay for it in an earlier turn. It just stays on the board when you're ready.
But if Joy Boy can get to level 3 and get to that 30 life cap, he has a lot better chance of surviving any of this damage. And right now, he can't get there comfortably because he also has a Dungeon Guy gone, which would have been his safe way of getting up to that level, that level 3 once he's already at level 2. So it is looking unfortunate for him. So I think if he gets Fracturize, it's almost certainly going at the sensor first, because as long as he can get to level 3, at least he has some time to survive and he can clear those allies, except for the Cheshire Cat. That's going to be a pain in Joy Boy's side for quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a conscious decision, right? You do have one way of killing the Cheshire Cat in the deck. Once you're level 3, if you have a way of getting an extra omen, be it the Maison Armoire or Boucle Chevalier, you can send 2 of those to unpreventable damage from Ciel level 3 at the cat.
You also
No, it's
Carter.
as a spell. You can't.
Yeah, but you have Carter.
You have Carter.
So you still have one way of taking care of it. Unfortunately, just because it's unpreventable, it still has to target the cat, and Spell Shroud kind of stops that.
Now the game is getting scary. The Concealed Marksman is an ally with natively
Range 4. All right, so if we get the Ranger Strides out here, that's going to be a very scary ally. But so in this deck, would you rather, since it's a wake-up deck, would you rather stack all of the ranged on one ally? Or would you rather like balance, even it out and make everything big?
You stack the range on one ally because you also need to give distance to the ally to be able to get value out of that range, right? So unless you have Liu Bei, you're probably only giving distance to one thing.
But then, couldn't Joy Boy just easily stop the game? In theory, couldn't he just, play a single card that would stop the attack? Like not even just Song of Frost, but something that targets specifically.
Well, the Song of Frost obviously is is good. Cerulean Decree is a big help because it gives -3 to the unit for.
Oh, and there's a Fracturize coming out. Onto, I believe it is going to be the Censor.
I think he's still deciding that.
Yeah, it is the Censor. Yeah, it's RNG that wasn't sure if he wanted to respond or not. And now Joy Boy can finally start leveling up now that he has that Fracturize. But he also has the Cerulean that you were talking about.
Because you always had the opportunity. You could give distance to Purse to enable her ability to suppress something and then suppress the Censor to prevent the Fracturize.
Yeah, but I think he's keeping it up to keep probably that ranged 4 ally alive.
Yeah, definitely helps. The Paladin on defense there will buy definitely at least a turn from Joy Boy. Although there is the Smoke Bomb possibility from RNG.
And RNG could also suppress it with Purse at the end of Joy Boy's turn, because then it will come back a turn later, right? So do you think that's more likely with the Squirting Step coming out targeting the Purse?
That might be what we're doing right there.
So then next turn, he would probably get the Ranger Strides, right? To do what you said of giving distance to probably Purse here, because giving range 4 to Purse here.
An interesting you can do, and I didn't see if we have the mat at her in hand, but if you don't get the Ranger Strides in your Materialize, Joy Boy might decide he doesn't need to pop that Terrafring.
Oh.
Because it's very hard to go for that turn where you want to swing 3 times when there's a Terrafring on board.
Yeah. It is definitely a lot harder. But like you said, the Drado stamina is already there. So the investment into the Wake Up, RNG doesn't necessarily need the second wind here.
And we see here,
Ooh.
he suppressed Terrafring instead. So Joy Boy will not be
genius.
able to use it.
So why couldn't Joy Boy just banish Terrafring in response to the Purse Suppress?
Because Terrafring can only be used in the recollection phase.
Tough. Yeah, okay, that's genius of RNG, because now it's easier to take care of the Frostborn Paladin, right?
Definitely easier. We'll see if RNG decides to go for the Smoke Bomb here or the Ranger Strides or whichever option. It's honestly probably worth to go for the Ranger Strides.
Yeah.
You can
just going for the win. No?
You have enough damage that you can just send the first attack at Frostborn Paladin and still have enough with the other 2.
Yeah, because that Cheshire Cat is massive. There's the Skirting Step on too.
Or Purse still has Distant. Distant lasts until the end of your turn. So if you give Distant on the other step, you can suppress the Paladin.
True.
Right here.
And then it would in the end be the same damage, right? Do you remember, is Purse range 2 or 3?
Purse is range 2.
So
she swings for 3.
So if technically suppressing the Frostborn is like attacking with Purse into the Frostborn and killing it, right?
Frostborn
but
has
just more damage.
For life, right?
So you're getting an extra damage by not using your Cheshire Cat to take it up, right? Because you're suppressing it. Oh, it seems that is exactly what he's doing. See, this is why you're the expert on this deck. You've seen what happens and you've seen the lines. And there's the Cerulean giving -3. Yeah.
Yep, we want to minimize the damage. It's still going to be. So we lose 3 damage from the Cerulean Decree, right? So we have -3 from the Cerulean, but we have 4 from the Ranger Strides, 4 from the Innate Ranged, and just 1 base power.
So that is going to be still 6.
So we
times
can swing
2.
times 3. We do have a second win in hand.
Ooh, we did. He had 2 second wins.
He has 1 second win and the draft assignment on board. So
Yeah, but
can win
he
3 times.
banished the second wing to
Oh,
to get the
banished-
range
Oh,
strike.
did he
So
has another one?
then that's why
Maybe not. Okay, yeah.
I didn't quite see if he has another one, because if he has another one, that's game. But if he doesn't have another one, math is hard, you know.
Wait, I was missing a 4 there. You can banish a Cheshire Cat, like I said. To
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Okay,
So we
that's
get
a lot
range.
scarier.
We get range 12 here.
Yeah, so it's 4. Yeah, that is plenty of damage. Okay, I'm understanding now what we're supposed to see in this deck. Why you're saying that, oh, it's actually just a Spirit of Wind deck. So this was a very, very quick game one. Let's look at the sideboards on what Joy Boy can bring in to not make this a very, very quick game two.
So Tidal Sweep is interesting because at some point you'll be able to clear the board.
Mm-hmm.
There's no real defensive options in Joy Boy's deck. You
It's all damage, you know? Just
thinking about this matchup, obviously you can't prepare for absolutely everything, but thinking about this matchup, you probably want to see more Song of Frosts, more maybe Intercept Allies. The Storm of Thorns in the deck is probably not enough, right? Preventing 1 damage from every attack is not going to save you from swing for 13 and 13
Yeah.
and 13.
An interesting card that unfortunately in this matchup will not come in, but I'm very glad to see in Joy Boy's sideboard, and you know, hopefully we'll see him around tomorrow as well, and you know, he's going to advance. But Imperial Accord is not a card I ever expected to see. It's an Exalted Water. It's the only Exalted Water card right now. What does it do, Carl? And why am I like, oh my god, why is this here?
So it's a very interesting tech piece that's clearly there because you expect a lot of level 3 decks here. It negates only an advanced element card.
That's
Unless
so
you face-
cool. And it's so unfortunate that he matched into RNG here, so we cannot see the joy, the beauty of Imperial Accord.
Funny thing though, it's any advanced element card. So if you are level 3, obviously you can't use it early game because you need to be level 3 yourself and you have no way of cheating it out. But you can use Imperial Card to negate a Cheshire Cat.
True, because it's an exalted
exalted.
is an advanced element. That is incredibly cool. You know, those for those late game Cheshire Cats that we see
Yeah,
all the
sometimes
time.
they're waiting on that to, you know, they need to top deck the Cheshire Cat to double their boots, like
Yeah.
RNG just did.
Yeah.
The Spiral is interesting. It's 3 damage fast that you can activate. And also you can maybe negate the second one with it or something. But 3 damage is not good enough on the Conceal Marksman, but on the rest of the threats on the board, being able to kill the ally at fast speed is probably the best answers that you have.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Spiral is that you can reuse her ability, right?
Mhm.
So how does that work, and why is it like a fast speed 3 damage?
So the 3 damage on Spiral is on the on-enter. But you can pay 2, rest her, reveal the card that you banish with it to negate temporarily, it goes back to memory, a card with the same cost. And then you do your on-enter again. So you do another 3 damage and you change the card that was banished with it.
That's so cool. It's like an infinite 3 damage. The players are already in game 2, but you know, it's a slower matchup. Well, slower matchup until we're at like turn 2. What does RNG bring in here?
Honestly, not much. The mirror is in a way a little too late. You'd love to have the mirror to prevent the Fractal of Rain, but you can't have it for a turn 1 Fractal of Rain. And that's pretty much the only point you really want to play the Fractal. So I see not much in there. Obviously, the Verdant Protective Trinket and the Water Resonance Bubble go in because they're for your water matchups. You're playing against water. They go in. No questions asked. But
Yep.
other than that, not much too useful in there. The Staggering Strike is for Tristan. Arrow Trap is for mostly the Goja decks.
Oh.
Innervate Agility is probably from Merlin, right? You can use it if you're expecting like a heavy swing or something from Joy Boy. Here it's the Obsequious Blow instead, but it's not something that you need in this matchup. You probably just keep all your quick threats.
Yeah, that's very true, and you know, you're the expert on this deck, quite literally. And I don't see anything else that would come in. Maybe
We see the first acquiescing versus rejection of the round. A very
Yeah.
interesting card from the Xiao Chancellor, the Recollection, that offers a choice to your opponent. Either you negate their spell or they have you draw 2 cards.
And it seems that RNG went just with letting him draw 2 cards.
Yeah,
So
the Cheshire Cat is very central to
yeah, that's what I was going to ask. So is the 2 extra influence that you're giving your opponent worth it? Because cards are everything in this game. Cards are what you play. Cards are what you use to play other cards. And it's very easy to cycle so many cards, especially in water.
Yeah, it's always a hard decision having that played. And it depends on the matchups too, but there's no good option. It's which one is not as bad.
Yeah, I always see a lot of, I especially as of late, I've seen a lot of discussion about acquiescing rejection, but I think it is pretty good, especially in a deck like Joy Boys where you want to get to level 3, but your water's been kind of, held back on card draw and everything recently because it was such a powerful element for such a long time that, understandably, it's a bit tougher right now. So it feels so good to play this card and get the 2 cards. But then at the same time, you're like, oh no, now they have a Cheshire Cat I cannot deal with.
There's that extra value too. One of the reasons it's played in the deck is, as we can see there, Ciel needs stuff to banish for omens. So playing a card that draws you 2 cards and goes into your graveyard so you have something to omen is good.
Yeah, but then there is the sensor coming out from RNG. So, you can still banish for omens because they're still cards even if sensor is out, right?
You can still banish them for omens.
So, that doesn't stop that at least, but it stops the floating memory and the liminal, guys, that's for sure. And there's the purse coming out. Is this last game, Bonnie? What am I looking at? Are we just seeing the exact same game again? How is this deck so consistent and so consistently wins while still on Spirit?
Well, half of the things in your deck have ranged, so that helps with consistency.
Yeah, and then the other half, either draws you cards or makes you distant, right? So it's like, nothing is a card that's against someone or to stop someone. It's just, it feels like an all aggro deck while also not being that. So Purse, for example, is such an aggressive and great ally to attack with, but then it also suppresses things. Do you think that Wind's utility comes from the allies, and is that why this deck is so good?
I think the way you need to look at this deck is that it's not an aggro deck per se, it's a combo deck, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't put out consistent damage, it puts out one big burst of it. So you look at it like a combo deck, it's much more vulnerable to disruption. You have a lot of do-nothing turns compared to an aggro decks.
Mhm.
I've had playtesting that decks against some of my teammates. Games where my first 3 plays were just draft a stamina, draft a stamina, draft a stamina. It's 3 dead turns.
Yeah.
But then I kill you after that.
Yeah, so as long as you get your allies down, you're fine. But even on your do-nothing turns, you still have defensive options, right? When the turn you play your purse, you're keeping it up to, you're not attacking with it. It's not damage, but
Yeah,
you're still keeping it up for interaction or setting up. Yeah,
You
right?
can suppress an ally on your opponent to prevent you some damage. And that's the reason why you have the Tristan in there as a possibility.
Mhm.
It allows you to play your turn and still be able to hold up something.
Oh, so you always choose, if you go to Tristan, you always choose agility because
Yes, there's
nothing here that needs
nothing
prep.
that interacts with grab counters in this deck list.
Oh, so it guarantees that you always have the interaction up.
Yeah.
And the incapacitates will also, because this deck plays incapacitates.
Yeah.
And then on Tristan level 1, you can get them back and play them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Also, just for the cost reduction, sometimes it's worth to level up. It's losing 1 card, but making you incapacitate 2 cards cheaper because, again, you're a combo deck.
Yeah.
So when you go for that big kill turn, if the opponent plays 2 Resolute Stand, what do you do?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. You're right, because 1, you can range over it, as we saw last game with the Cerulean Decree giving -3 to the ally there. But yeah, so what are we looking to see from RNG here? Because the Storm of Thorns came out. Now he cannot chip in for some damage without also risking himself and his allies. What do you think we're going to see from him, and what's the game plan? Why didn't he play anything?
Probably because he has some interaction he wants to keep up. He has a possibility of a kill turn next turn, right? he does have some good cycling cards. He can play Skirting Step to both save an ally and draw a card, and give distant.
Yeah,
And-
there's quite a bit.
That card does so much. Losing the Carter here from Joy Boy is potentially very scary.
Yeah, but I don't believe he has a dungeon guide here, which is no, there is the
He does still
dungeon
have
guide.
one.
Yeah.
He milled 2, but he still has 1 in hand.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, then he was prepared for it already. So we're going to see level 3 here. However, the board will not be gone.
The board will not be gone. And we have some very lethal possibilities from RNG here.
Also, it's
Trap.
Stifling Trap is exactly the card that he needed. So now lethal is even more possible. What are some lethal lines that he can take?
Well, you can give this into Purse, suppress the Frog, so you have that clear swing without the taunt. You get the Ranger Strides, and you do that same thing of going 10 range on Purse, swing, and then wake up and swing.
Casual 10 ranged on Purse attacking, and Joyboy does have the Cerulean Decree once again, but he only has 3 cards in hand, and he has a Rested Fractal. So as long as RNG orders his cards properly,
There's a very real possibility of winning here.
so it seems that he did not suppress the Thornkeeper Bullfrog. Do you think he was afraid of it?
I think he's still thinking on his end step. though.
On what he's going to do? I just saw him waking up his spirit. That's why I was confused. Unless there's a card that wakes up your spirit, which I forgot about. But yeah, you're right that it also does look like that we're in end step still, considering no materialization
Yeah,
has
exactly.
been done.
He did not materialize yet. The other option here is to get the Radiant Protective Trinket. And maybe, I haven't seen if he has a Mad Hatter in hand, but Mad Hatter, that we haven't mentioned yet, on enter, banishes a card at random from your material deck, so you can always... it's the gambling of the deck. You need to make sure you don't hit your Ranger Strides.
Yep.
And then it gives you a Materialize. It's like playing a Besiege the Wind on a body, but you need to gamble.
Yeah, the gamble is fun until you're here at an Ascent. You know, I do really like Mad Hatter, the idea of gambling away with Mad Hatter, but he has the guaranteed win with Ranger Strides right now, it seems. And even
Oh.
so
we're
water bubble. So do you think he's afraid of a negate here?
I think he's afraid of probably a Song of Frost here.
Mm,
That's the scariest thing against your deck.
yeah, you're right. That is definitely a terrifying thought, seeing all your effort go to waste because there's just a Song of Frost coming out. So even without the
Ooh, a
Ranger Strikes, he
Draft
can't
of
fit. Oh,
Stamina.
that Dread of Stamina coming into his hand from the Fairy Whisper. So how does Fairy Whispers work? We've been just seeing all day people putting cards into their hands. What does Fairy Whispers do here?
Fairy Whispers, you limb 3, so you look at the top 3 card, and then you can put those back however you want on top or bottom of the deck. And here we saw you, RNG, put 3 down and just gamble on the top of this deck.
Oh, so
of course, this deck is mainly wind, right?
yeah.
There's not that many whiffs in the deck, but still, there's the Cheshires, the Coronation Ceremony, the Mad Hatter, the Incap, the Steady Sharpshooter.
There is more than 15, which is scary to me. More than 1/4 of the deck is not slightly more, but more than 1/4.
Maybe
of the deck.
those top 3 were all norms, and so he had to put all 3 in.
True,
there.
and then
When-
he's basically negating the amount of damage. Bonnie, as the expert on the deck, what is that? what was the regalia that got banished? It looks to be.
That's the backup charger.
Oh,
the
that's
promo
beautiful
regional
CPR,
one
huh?
from the last season.
That's incredible. The Mad Hatter is hit lucky then. The Ranger Strides is safe, and there is the Ranger Strides coming in, making sure that, you know, Joy Boy will take all of the damage. Now,
So he had the Mad Adder. I'm curious about the Water Bubble instead of, say, Radiant Protective Trinket. We do see a Song of Frost.
There's a Song of Frost coming out. So it is going to stop this attack here, but
What are we looking at here? We have Skirting Step, Stifling Trap, Steady Sharpshooter, a Backstep.
But we still have the Drought of Stamina that was put into hand earlier, so he can still go
Yeah,
swinging
he
for...
could swing again, so that would be for 11 more. So it's not lethal, but
It will
well,
get him a lot closer to lethal here. So, and then it wouldn't feel as bad because all that effort that he put into getting persistent would not go to waste. So, do you think that's what we're going to see here, or is he just going to go for allies most likely?
no, we do
Nope,
see the
yep.
stamina. Yeah, we'll wake up, swing again, deal all that damage while we can, but still a big blowout. That's the kind of play that can bring Jarboy back into the game because
Yeah.
now you have the frog back because you didn't deal with it, right? You just put it away for one turn.
Yeah, and then there's the dungeon guide as well. But so do you think? And obviously, Joy Boy didn't level up to level 3. Got the Terra Frame to stop from more waking up shenanigans. But do you think Joy Boy needs to rush to level 3 here? He doesn't have a Carter. He doesn't have any Umbra value, but he would get the extra health he needs.
I think I agree on the terrafring play. You have honestly, you're not even sure if through the terrafring RNG is able to kill the frog.
Oh, and yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so
we're killing the purse. That's good.
but the purse, there's another purse in hand, which obviously Joyboy doesn't know, but RNG is not all lost for him, and he still has many other things in his deck. So now that his big Ranger Strikes turn was kind of stopped with a Song of Frost, what are we expecting? What do you think we're going to be seeing from RNG? Because we've seen like this game plan before, and this is until when we got last game because he won, but for the longer term game, now that like I said, the combo's gone, what are we going to see?
So the deck now is left with what is essentially a win ally game plan, right? You have some good. It's not as explosive as the deck has been in that big turn when you can, but you still have decent allies and decent ways of getting good value with them, right? You got Liu Bei, which lets you double dip.
We exactly was drawn for this turn.
You have most of your distant effects either draw your card or protect your allies in some way. So you're trying to play for board, kind of.
Mm-hmm. So we're just probably going to see a board being built here. Will it be? Do you think he's going to be enough to be able to kill Joyboy before he gets to level 3 and gets to capitalize off of all those omens that he's been saving up there?
It's going to be much rougher for RNG here now that the big turn is gone, and you still need to do. If we level up here, you need to find another 13 damage through a frog, through a terrafring, through whatever else Joyboy has in hand. There's some Mara reparations that are threatening to recover some health and more health as the game goes on.
Oh, pain!
Another dungeon
That's
guide being held.
painful. So, but the dungeon guide is not gone, right? Because if it becomes an omen, there's a way to bring it back. So why is it not that big of an issue?
So Ciel runs the Immense Armoire. It's a regalia that lets you switch any omen with a card in your hand. And it is a possibility that you use it for a dungeon guide. But I think Joyboy is enough in control of the game that you'd probably use the armor for something else instead of just... You have enough value you can afford to level up. You could instead get back a Song of Frost.
True, then that would absolutely, like... Just because RNG doesn't have the Ranger Strides, Distant is still very scary and very powerful, and it's a big swing, so we could very well see that. But there's another Bullfrog coming out, so... putting the backstep on the purse. Are we going to see, one of them suppressed. Is there a way for RNG to win next turn?
Let's see. So we need to do 8 damage, right? It will really depend on if the terrafring is... One thing you can do is...
Materialization in response to it?
You can always
suppress?
you can always suppress the terrafring in response to materialize, but then you're still left with a frog. So you need to be able to deal with that.
But you can still you can get a smoke bombs.
You can get a smoke bomb, and then
that's what he's getting. There is a smoke bomb. But then you're losing damage.
You need to find 8. You're losing the 3 damage from the purse, and you're.
Oh,
really
never mind.
disregarding.
It seems that in response, that's what he's doing. So
Yeah.
we were probably gonna see what we were talking about. It might be enough with the Mad Hatter, the Liu Bei in hand, the Inert Sword.
So Liu Bei distance swings for 4. Mad Hatter has range 2, I think, so he swings for 3. So you're looking at 7 damage here. You're missing 1. You do still have the Inner Sword. Yeah, I think you can win here. I think a win is possible.
yeah, all right. I'm very interested because we were all like building up to that one big turn, but this is still one big turn, and there's the Liu Bei.
Yep.
There is
Medium distance.
yeah, there's a Scaring Stat. Aether's Embrace, sorry, onto it, and it does get a. Yeah, there it is. All right, never mind. Yeah, so what happened here? Why did we all of a sudden win? Why is Liu Bei so good?
Liu Bei gets distant when something else gets distant on your board. So your 1 card, you're getting that 4 extra damage because both the units have range 2. So you're swinging for 3, for 4 because Liu Bei's a 2/3. And we're missing 1 here, but you do have the Inner Sword that's still sitting there too. To
Yeah.
shove the damage.
It's enough damage. So in the end, Joyboy should have leveled there, it seems. But so as someone that knows the deck so well, RNG's deck here, did you expect it to win? So literally the turn after the combo was stopped with a Song of Frost?
I had to look at the damage numbers again. The smoke bump helped a lot. Having the second purse helps a lot. It's a scary deck because it can put out damage pretty much out of nowhere. You can never really. You need to plan for more damage than you think.
Yeah, it did come out of nowhere both times. It kind of felt like Hyuka's Wind Right deck before. So I never expected Wind to be such the decisively win out of nowhere deck because it used to be fire with the fireballs, getting the levels, and then look, now you're dead. Or like Fire Xander with the getting to level 1, level 2, getting that poison dagger, and now look, you're dead. And now Wind is doing that? It feels crazy. So what happened?
In a way, it's kind of an evolution. The archetype was already there. Previously, people were playing that with automatons. You'd stack Power Cell on something for a big swing and then wake it up. So it's that old archetype of stacking as much damage as you can on something and double dipping with Second Wind with Drafted Stamina.
So it's just technically one of those automaton Power Cell decks, but now it's just look, we have Ranger Strides now, so I guess I will just play Ranger without even a single Ranger champion in the list.
Mad Hatter is very good too. It's like a Besiege the Wind. That gives you presence on board.
Is the gambling good? Is the gambling man's
The gambling
Wind?
is usually fine because you're looking for... So you have your Spirit. You have Looking Glass that starts on the board.
10? 1 in 10?
There's the one that you want to hit. The Ranger Strides.
It
So you have...
Yeah. So it's 1 in 10 if you're able to get it out on your first turn. And every single turn, your odds of hitting your Ranger Strides get worse. But he didn't manage the Ranger Strides. This would have been a very different game if he did. So that was still incredible. Like, it's more powerful than a Power Cell deck because Ranger Strides draws you a card. Mad Hatter is an ally that can get distant. And then everything else just works together to draw cards, prevent damage, and become ranged.
And in a way, that was a bit of a lucky matchup because obviously level 3 decks need to find defensive options.
Yep.
And just the way that Water Ciel is built means that you have access to a lot more defensive options. You have the Frogs, you have Storm of Thorns because you're Guardian.
Yeah.
You have Revitalizing Plants to recover a bit. But that means that Joyboy went without Resolute Stand, which is pretty much the best option against the Wind Wake Up deck. So that was, in a way, a bad pairing for Joyboy here.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like Water has the best chance against the Wake Up
Yeah,
deck.
definitely. If you hit your Song of Frost, instead of the Terrafring, Joyboy could have went for the Armoire to get back the Song of Frost that he omened the turn before.
Right. Yeah, because that would have worked very, very well here. Or then to negate the card that makes it distant. Obviously, RNG will have a second one, but that's still a lot of efforts invested into it. So yeah, it's a gamble, obviously.
It's a big gamble.
It always is a big gamble, but you're right that unfortunately Joyboy did not have the resolute stance, so RNG could win this game very quickly. I didn't even have time to look at the clock. That's how fast it was.
Yeah. And we'll be going to RNG right now to see his thoughts on the deck.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined here with the round 4 winner of Ascent Niagara Falls. RNG, congratulations on your 4-0 here on
Thanks.
the Wind Wake Up Tristan deck.
Yeah, just
So, Tristan, why Tristan?
mostly for the in caps. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, you really need that setup for a second win or like the stamina of drought, and then you in cap them for like a perfect hand size usually. Because most people I think are holding up like 3 or 4 usually, and they don't account for it. So kind of sneaky way to sneak in lethal.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Incapacitate, probably like one of the most impactful cards that kind of changed the way people have to play Grand Archive and
sure,
build
yeah.
for it. You know, the 4 costs just negate action, or 2 costs if you're an assassin, like you said. Looking at your deck, though, there's a couple things I want to talk about. So for the people at home who are not super familiar with the Looking Glass Wake Up combo, it's basically play Mad Hatter, get Ranger Strides, have a Cheshire Cat on the field. Cheshire Cat is able to use the effect of, or the activated abilities of Distortion. So you can basically have 2
Ranger
Strides in
Yeah,
this case.
exactly.
So when looking at your deck with the double Ranger Strides here, what's your ideal target? Like what is the perfect line for you?
Concealed Marksman. So typically, obviously, you want to set up Cheshire Cats at the very beginning if you're lucky enough to get it, and then start chipping away at damage, and then eventually, Purse is pretty annoying in that deck, and then Concealed Marksman would be the perfect target for 5, and then crack both is 13 times 2.
So I also noticed you're playing Steady Sharpshooter. Now that's a card I don't think anyone has really played very much here. DTR, it's a 3-cost 1/4.
Right.
On attack, you get an aim counter, and then you can remove the aim counter to get range 2.
Yeah, only for that battle though. So even if you restand it, it doesn't keep them.
Oh, I see.
But mostly
only
it's
for the
there.
attack.
Yeah, it's mostly there for the 1/4 body. 4 is a pretty good number in GA.
Yeah, 4 life is kind of tough to get over. Only really like Thunderclap kind of gets over that. I guess
Yeah.
Focus Flames
if
you're
they have
playing-
it, they have it. Yeah.
If you're playing slow. But speaking of Thunderclap, that's one of the kind of answers I've seen a lot of people playing to deal with.
For sure.
Like Cheshire, or not Cheshire Cats, with the restand deck.
Yep.
You're actually playing Coronation Ceremony. Now, is it like specifically for that interaction?
Well, that's the thing. So it doesn't work on Concealed Marksman or like even Steady Sharpshooter, because it's not unique. It doesn't get the discount. It comes up every once in a while, but today mostly I've been playing like Merlins. I've been playing like Crux Lorraines. Anything goes face. So I haven't been actually using them. I've been signing them out, to be honest.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Signing them out. Yeah, I guess there's a couple people playing like Flame Wreath Calls as well, so it would get around that since that one's a skill. Yeah, Wind Wake Up is interesting. There's like a lot of different ways that people kind of
It's
focus
it's a
around.
sneaky deck. It's an aggressive deck, which I'm pretty good with.
Yeah, I feel like between Wind Wake Up and like Suited, there's just so much flexibility in both the way you build the deck and also the champions that you play around it. So you talk about how it's kind of like a gamble in the deck. How do you feel when you put down the Mad Hatter? Is
Mad
it like,
Hatter, yeah.
Are you certain you have it every time, or is it
No,
like
man.
feel?
Like, I've been testing every single time they hit the Ranger Strides, it's like instantly over. So I'm just praying here. Like ideally, I would want to materialize Ranger Strides normally, but sometimes you have to. Like a couple of games, I had to materialize Smoke Bombs because they had a taunt or like intercept, and then go for the gamble. And if they hit it, I instantly lose. But what can you do? It is what it is,
Yeah, I mean the last game was a perfect example there. Double Thronekeeper Bullfrog. You have to suppress one and then smoke bombs the other one. So it's tough to get around, but you managed to find exact lethal there. With this kind of deck, do you feel like you have to high roll people, or do you feel like there's a way to get around it even if you miss? and hit the
No,
Ranger Strides?
so not really. Like typically, I guess if you sink in way too much of your resources, obviously you lose. Against my opponent last round just now, he actually Song of Frosted, and I'm like, shoot, I should have probably waited. Maybe materialize my Viridian Trinket inside in main deck, or like in material deck first, before I went for it, because I don't think he would have saw it coming.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's a lot of ways to get lethal. Usually it's just chip, and then once they sink in all of their resources, that's when you go for the kill.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, a lot of these aggro decks, it's like the moment they put their hand down, it's like, okay,
Then you
well,
have it,
everything's,
yeah.
I have the numbers, I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you're very reliant on like a very good trade, or like if they fall into Purse, if they fall into the new card, Aether's Embrace, that one's pretty good. If they fall into that and I
It
trade,
just wakes up
the
defending
defending.
ally.
Yeah, so I've been getting people with that too. Just attack with the Purse, and they attack into my Purse, and then hey, you lose your unit, and I win the game.
True. I guess because you can wake up, you get distance, you
distant,
can also
yeah, everything.
use the effect of it too if you needed to.
Yeah,
based on what it is.
yeah,
There's
exactly.
A lot of
It's
flexibility
a lot of
there.
flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah. Purse is really cool. Actually, it's my favorite card.
Yeah.
Yeah, Purse. I always felt like Purse is one of those cards where the effect having very little restriction is
Yeah.
really, really strong, right? Like Baby Green Slime, we know is a strong card because
Yeah,
it targets
exactly.
items and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Being able to get around Spell Shroud and such with, or even the timing, right? You used Purse's effect in response to
materialize,
materialization
yeah,
on the
yeah.
Terraframe. It's
got
like a
that.
big play. A lot of people.
That's a big
wouldn't
play,
see.
yeah.
It's a really, really big play. So
Counter lethal. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I have like 8 with the Liu Bei.
yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah, and then you found exact on the
Yeah.
end. I was like,
I like
pretty
it
good.
sword still, but yeah.
Oh, true,
I
true,
forgot to
true.
count. I even forgot to count that, but yeah.
But thank you so much for joining us here, guys. That was round 4 winner, RNG here at Ascent Niagara Falls. We're going to be going to a lunch break here, so we'll be back to you guys soon.
No, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. No, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. No, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah. No, I'm strapped like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a 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 touchdown.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Here in between rounds to bring you a little bit of discussion on the champion meta breakdown. So day one, round one Swiss, we have 214 players. It's actually pretty big. Ascent Toronto had a similar size, but a lot more flexibility in the meta today compared to last year's event. So right now we have actually, I guess these are kind of pretty standard, right? We're looking at Lorraine here, 21% meta share, Guoja at 16%, which includes what I think is the best deck in the room, the Wind Serio. And then we're also seeing Merlin at 11%, Tristan at 10%, and Ciel down to 8%. These are, the top half. This is kind of what we expect. We generally expect to see a lot of Lorraine, a lot of Guoja, and then, a lot of Merlin. Merlin's become very popular again with the introduction of Looking Glass and a lot of other ways to kind of play the deck. Inert Sword as well as Sword of Shadows being a fantastic regalia available. But looking down in here, we see on the lower ends, we're seeing Kong Ming at 6%, Diana at 6%, Diao Chen at 5%. There's actually quite a few players who are still playing these other decks, right? We talked about Kong Ming. There's the Razor Gale players who are playing Wind Kong Ming. And then there's also people who are now on the Water Terra Kong Ming, right? We've seen people playing this. It's I feel like it's kind of a Canada popular pick, right? One of our casters, Bonnie Rien, we've seen him play it in the Yeti Weeklies on Stream Balance Productions. And then we've also seen a couple of the other locals in the Toronto area, or the greater Toronto area, playing Terra Kong Ming as well. When we look at Diao Chen and Xander in here, Xander, obviously we're going to see some of the Fire Xander players, the aggro players, but there's also a couple Luxem players. Luxem is one of those decks that kind of always has a little bit of a place in a meta. It's like a meta check. I think right now it's probably not like the best on that regard, but it does fit and we're getting some good value out of it. Looking at the other ones, Tenoris, Sylvie, and then down to the other, which is shown by the graphic here with Nameless Champion. Sylvie, they're Slimes players. Slimes are fantastic. Awesome deck. It's coming back here now. Yeah, and then Tenoris, we just saw on stream, one of my locals, Sentai, was playing that with the suited deck. I don't think we're seeing very many other Tenoris style decks, maybe a couple people on the Neos, but generally that is going to be more popular in an allies focused deck. So looking into the element breakdown, we actually are in that place where I talked about before, right? We're seeing the lower representation of water here at 19% and fire being 49%. Half the room basically is on fire. It's not too surprising, even after the Rile the Abyss ban, but it is interesting to see how many different decks can be played within each element. With the water ones, I think the main focus is we're seeing Genbu. We're also seeing Aether Diana on the kind of like water Aether Wing build with allies. We're seeing water allies and then maybe a couple water CL players. And then for the wind, it's going to be a lot of Tristan focus and then Guoja with Serio. As well as the wind wake up decks and general wind allies. Those are probably like the main focuses, especially knowing that Lorraine is the highest represented champion. We're going to be seeing a lot of like Huaji wind allies alongside the wind wake up builds. Yeah, so again, with the introduction of Looking Glass here and Distorted Reflections, we're seeing a lot of flexibility in all different elements of decks. There's a lot of different types of our, decks and genres, archetypes out there. So we'll see you guys in the next round. Hopefully we get a cool matchup.
I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance. You see, you don't know how to act. I'm looking for class. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right vibe. My vibe. Hey stupid, you think I want ya just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want ya, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, then it don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, then it don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, then it don't kill my vibe. I will
and welcome back to Ascent Niagara Falls. I'm joined here with Main Deck Dan at the caster booth. I know I just retired from casting, but, you know, they just needed us back.
Yeah, you just retired. I'm actually playing this weekend, so neither of us are supposed to be here, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. All right, Dan, tell me, how's the day going so far?
I have never had a more cursed set of matchups today, but we're pushing through. I'm 2-1-1, which is nice.
You can still make it up. 2-1-1's not bad.
No. We're still all right. We have to win 3 more, and then we are basically golden. So, but the meta's been really fun to watch. That's been the big thing. It is a huge variety. There's a couple of teams that have brought some kind of team decks, ones they've settled on that they like the most. And they're doing pretty well so far, so that's been really fun to see.
So I guess, you know, being main deck dad yourself, how's main deck doing?
Main deck's doing quite well. We have 3 players 4-0, 1 player 3-0-1, and then most of the players are 3-1, except main deck Dan, who's 2-1-1.
That's pretty good, though. 3 4-0s is good. Let me guess. I'm going to guess it's Steve-O?
Yes.
Braden?
Braden is 3-1 right now.
3-1,
Second
okay.
tall. Yeah, Braden.
So Braden is actually the player that I think has the best chance to make top 8 in the entire tournament. And the reason for that is because I think that Win Seiryu specifically is like the best meta call for this room.
It's a good one.
And I think that he's one of the best Seiryu players there is.
He is. He's certainly one of the most experienced ones. He's been playing Win Seiryu pretty much since HVN launch. He did Water Seiryu for a little while, but then settled into Win. Oh, he had a wild list for a while.
Water Seiryu kind of spicy.
It was. He was doing Carpson Coda before Languid Toad Troll, so he was doing some pretty spicy stuff. But yeah, he's been on that for forever. The other ones who are 4-0, if I remember, are Corbin. Corbin should be 4-0. He's on Crux Merlin.
Winlocks him. Where's the Winlock?
Yeah, I know. They don't want to face it, but they expected not to. And unlike my expectations, their expectations were actually met this time. So let's see, who is the? Oh man, I'm blanking on. I feel bad. I'm blanking on the. Oh no, Perfy. Perfy and Gurathos. Corbin might be 3-1. Main deck Perfy and main deck Gurathos are both.
Oh, so Perfy just won against Sobotl then.
Yes. Yep. Perfy took it. So they're. Yeah, at least those two and... Oh, actually, it's those two and Corbin are 4-0. Steve-O's the 3-1.
Pretty good.
Okay. A bunch of math nobody can keep track of, but that's what I remember now.
Pretty good. I mean, you know, we look at these players, Perfy, Gurathos, top 8 worlds.
Yep.
They've both done fantastic things, so to see them, 4-0 in this meta. And I think Perfy specifically, because we've known forever that Perfy's like the Merlin guy. Like, he loves Merlin. So to see him play it at an event where Merlin is really meta... Like, it just goes to show, you know, the level of experience you have. He was actually explaining to me earlier. He said the way the decks kind of work is that there's, like, a progress bar. Like a progress bar. And you level up through the progress bar as you get more reps on the deck, more hours. And you reach a point on every deck where you've put enough hours in that you start to just excel at this deck in every meta. Unless something significantly changes, which I guess Looking Glass is kind of an example of that. But at the same time, it's not, right? Like, the Merlin game plan doesn't feel that different than it used to be.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think Looking Glass has added an extra pressure element to the metagame in general that every deck has to be aware of. So we're seeing decks taking cards specifically to try and stave off that pressure a little bit. And in the case of Merlin, when they're playing that, it also gives them just another way to pressure the board a little bit more. But with everyone playing around it, it's ultimately everything is still pretty similar. But we have just that twist of that little bit of extra now. Okay, now the tech we're bringing in is more, okay, we got to make sure we can deal with Cheshire Cats and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and Cheshire Cat has really been the kind of the turnaround point for a lot of decks. It's made its own mark on the game, and I think it's one of those cards. So you know, when I talk about cards that have made their mark in the game, I talk about cards like Incapacitate. Or Incapacitate totally changed the way you play the game. Fracturize totally changed the way you play the game. I think Cheshire Cat, and I guess, you know, in tandem with that, Looking Glass has really kind of shifted the way you view any form of deck. Because, you know, if you go to round 4, we saw RNG win with Wind Wake Up using Cheshire Cats. If we talk about Merlin uses Cheshire Cats with the Interlude Sword to clear board to stave off early pressure. But then there's also like so many flexible builds. I don't know if there's any here specifically, but a really popular one that I think is really cool is people playing Fire Diao-Chan with like Chamber of Reflections, right? Being able to have access to all those domains. You can do it in Ciel. There's some people who are playing Looking Glass in a water deck, and they'll pull out a Gloamspire Black Market, right? Because they're able to just get those. You know, we talk about our favorite card, Mad Tea Party.
Yep.
The Heal Infinite.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Looking Glass has really like changed a lot of things, and it really leads me into this position where I am really, really excited to see what PTM brings.
Yeah, that is on the horizon with the potential to not only bring more suited support, which is certainly likely. A lot of people are wondering if we're going to see diamonds and clubs, not just spades and hearts. Which would be really interesting to see how that shifts things. We're also very likely to see more Spectre nonsense.
And Chessmen.
And Chessmen. Everyone's excited about Chessmen and Alice. And then, of course, if you like Merlin, already, we have the Assassin Merlin coming as well.
I love Merlin.
Yep.
I love Assassin. And I love Crux. I
Yeah.
just get all the things. And then we get the Looking Glass sites, too.
Yes. Oh, those are on display over there at Core TCG's booth. They are beautiful. Very, very cool.
Yeah, so Silidar brought them with us so we could show off, to some people. So we'll be making some content with that, so you guys can check those out and see those pretty soon. They're gorgeous. They look way better in person than the original like videos and pictures that we saw.
Yeah.
They're a spectacle.
They're very nice. And Silidar also gave me for the day the first Dreamweave playmat that we've seen in person. I've been playing. All of my opponents have at least had the opportunity to, alongside, sometimes beating me, sometimes drawing with me. They've had the opportunity to feel that cloth top. The Dreamweave is a new type of playmat coming. Cloth top, neoprene back. So it's like that. A lot of people have issues with the full-size cloth playmats. I like them a lot. But with that full cloth playmat where you have to fold it over and there's a bump and everything, this gets rid of that, right? It's kind of like the best of both worlds for people because you have that really soft. People have said it feels like suede. It feels really, really comfortable.
And one of the really nice things with this too is because for me the issue with rubber mats is not that they're like too bulky or stuff like that. It's they're just heavy. They're quite a bit heavy, right? But this Dreamweave cloth mat with the neoprene hybrid backing is quite light. It's not quite as light as a cloth mat.
Yeah.
But it's a good balance of it, and it's the standard size we see for all playmats here in Grand Archive.
Yeah, it's right in between, and I think it's going to be a crowd pleaser. I think a lot of people are really going to like these, so I'm really excited to see the public's reaction.
Look forward to it, guys. PTM Ascent VIP packages.
Yeah, that's
London,
the first one.
Manila. What's the next one? LA?
LA is the next one, I think. Yeah,
yeah. So it's Manila first at the beginning of the year, January 3rd.
Yep.
Then London, I think, is the 24th of January or something. And then there's nothing in February because the Manila one was planned for February but got moved up to do Lunar New Year's. And then there's the Ascent Los Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Which is going to be big. It's going to be a big event.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. That's going to be huge. Definitely going to do what I can to be at that one. We have that, and then we have following up with Vegas and national season.
Vegas is going to be huge.
That's going to be
National
crazy.
season's gonna be
That's going to be crazy.
I'm excited for this year. I think this year's really cool.
It's crazy to me that we're already looking at national season. Like we're already starting to do planning for them. Like we just got out of this. We just got out. The whole team got done grinding.
We just finished Worlds.
And okay, well let's start planning.
It all comes by really quickly, right? We think, you got 3 seasons to get there, 3 seasons to figure it out. And it's like every season just goes by so fast. Like I feel like Ascent Boston was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know.
I'm pretty sure Ascent Boston was 2 months ago.
It was. I can't believe we're actually PTM's on the horizon now. Like
yeah, true.
I had some people
PTM's
saying
pretty
like,
close.
I kind of want the new cards. And we're like, didn't we just get this new set? Like, what's going on? Yeah.
And speaking of PTM, I believe spoiler season will be starting soon, probably in about a week here-ish.
Yeah.
So, keep your eyes out, guys, if you're looking for PTM spoilers. All the wonderful content creators. You can follow them all on YouTube and their other social platforms, Instagram, Twitter, etc.
Can I say that I've already seen mine?
I've also already seen it.
Okay. I'm very excited to show off what I have. It's going to be really, really fun.
There's some cool stuff coming. Some really cool stuff coming.
Yeah.
I really hope you guys enjoy, kind of the things that come with spoiler season. Like, I usually just do a reaction video. I'm going to try to make a skit this time because I think it's more fun.
I like the culture that our community has in doing skits. I joined in a while back, and my big thing right now is I just have to find the time to actually do it. But Yeah, it's really fun. Doing the sketches for every spoiler is like my favorite thing.
Yeah, so looking at Ascent Niagara Falls here,
Mhm.
I guess taking a step back, did you have a chance to see the falls?
I did. I got a chance to go yesterday. That's a lot of water. There's a lot of water out there. It's crazy.
Yep, and only 19% water here in the venue today.
True. Good point. I wouldn't know. To me it's 100% wind right now.
That's so fun. It's like 50% fire, 19% water, and I guess the 31% is wind.
Well, yeah, they're all facing me. I told the team a couple of them have not great wind matchups. I'm like, I'm shielding you all. Don't worry. I'll take all the win matchups so you guys can win more.
Yeah, it's a big one. The bracketing, the way it works after like the first couple of rounds is really interesting too, because let's say you're playing Serio. If you're 4-0 in the Serio bracket, there's really not that many Tristans in there, right? You want to dodge the assassin players, like, especially the wind assassin players. Most of them are in the like 9-point or below brackets. Like they're 3-1 or lower.
True.
So you get into this weird break point where your deck starts to excel against every other deck in your brackets, or your deck is just awful into every thing in the bracket.
You kind of hope there's always a couple of matches where they had a rough one, they had went to time or something, and they get bracketed down a little more. And sometimes in that case, you're like, I just really need that like lucky matchup right now to kind of like propel myself back into some of the matchups that I'm actually more prepared for. But it's one of the challenges of preparing for a competitive event. You have to read the room, but then you have to things have to go your way to hit the bracket that you specifically read the room for. Otherwise, you get into all the goofier, the more off-meta stuff, and that's tough.
Yeah, and speaking about that specifically, I had a conversation with a couple friends about concepts of drawing in Grand Archive. And one of them suggested to me that if I were to take a draw in the first round or the second round, in general, I should probably just concede.
Really?
Yes, to put myself in a position, because if the logic behind it is that if you go into the bracket where people drew in the first round, you're more likely to play against someone else that you will draw against again.
Yeah.
Versus if you go into the lost bracket, you just play out the game you win, or you lose, right?
Sure.
I don't know if I necessarily agree or disagree, but I can see the value in the statement.
I think it's a high risk strategy to take. Because
I think it depends on your deck, right? Because if you're playing a deck that has a pretty high chance that it could go to like a long game 3, it's probably pretty risky to play into the draw bracket. But if you're playing like an aggro deck or a faster deck, it probably doesn't matter, right?
Maybe, but you're allowed one draw here today.
That's true.
And I hate it's 5-2-1 to make it into day 2. And I'm just thinking back because I had a draw, right? And so I'm thinking, should I have conceded that? If I did, I currently can have no more losses.
Well,
in my current position.
Did you draw the first or second round?
Second round.
If you had taken the loss instead, do you think you would have played against something more favorable or less favorable?
Where's Razorgale going to be in here? I don't know. I'm not sure I'm not sure how I could have expected what I'm going to play against with that loss. It's tough to say.
Theory question.
It's tough to say. I don't know. I'm always a proponent of play out your game, get the result you get, and
actually a really good example is in Ascent Santa Clara. I should have just conceded to you. Because I would have played into I would have played into probably a better bracket overall.
I might have actually day 2.
That's also true. Also true.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel there's so little in your control about the matchups that whatever the result is, that's what it is. Let's go.
Yeah, it depends. I guess I haven't really thought about it too much, but it is an interesting concept, especially here at a smaller event, right? We have 214 players for round 1. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, the way it works is if there are 256 or less players, it is an 8-round event, meaning you need 16 points to get day 2. Now that is a combination of either 5 wins and 1 draw or higher, or at the lowest you can have 4 wins and 4 draws.
Yes.
Which we saw Jeff get that at Nationals.
Yes.
Get day 2 and then almost make top 8. That's pretty close.
That was pretty wild.
That was pretty wild.
It reminds me of, I think Ascent Houston Limelight did a pretty similar thing. It had made his way in on Wind Merlin at the time, which at the time was a very wild and very slow deck that couldn't really win the game. And I think he might have gone 4-0-4 also in day 2 from that. So
yeah, it's a big one. Moving on to 9 rounds, if you're 257 or higher, it is a 18 points to get
Right.
day 2. So it's a 9-round event, meaning you need to go 6 wins or 5 wins, 3 draws. That works.
Yep.
You can go 5-1-3 or 6x, whatever.
This event being an 8-round event feels very different. I think it's a small but it's a small change ultimately, but it was just one less round. But the feel as you're playing out the rounds, with there's not as many to go through, there's not as many wins needed. I like it actually. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice and feels a little more chill to me.
What I'm interested in is the really big events. So Taipei, I believe, had over 500 players.
Yeah.
Their day 2 actually had 5 rounds. So it was 9 rounds of Swiss day 1, 5 rounds of Swiss day 2 into the top 8.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in seeing how Ascent Akihabara plays.
Yeah,
because that is probably an estimated 700 plus players.
Yep.
The last 100 tickets went up, I believe, yesterday or the day before, and they were instantly sold out.
That's
I had people messaging me this morning. They're like, "Do you know anyone with a ticket to Ascent Akihabara?" I couldn't get one last night. I'm like,
that is crazy.
Whoa, this is gonna be probably the biggest event in the history of GA for a while. I think it's gonna sit there as one of the biggest events for a long time.
Yeah, it's very exciting though. The general excitement in the region, super exciting to me. A lot of people traveling. Like I'm gonna be having a nice vacation with my wife there for a while before we go to the Ascent. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be my first time really exploring Japan.
Yeah.
So I'm going for about almost 4 weeks.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
I'm going all out.
That
okay,
is
so here's the lore. Since I started playing Grand Archive and in tandem with that, working for Grand Archive events, I have not been home for more than 3 weeks in 2 years. So I am taking a vacation and going to Japan.
Brother, wow.
Yeah, it's
Wild.
gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it is gonna be fun. I'm really, honestly, just over here jealous of you getting to spend so much time in Japan and explore it like that. It's gonna be sick.
It's gonna be great. Sadly, Clem will have to go back because finals and stuff for school. But,
Mm-hmm.
I'm down to explore, go see what's up. I probably not this trip, but I really want to go up north and see how Sapporo is. And Hokkaido area. I want to go skiing in Japan.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a really really fun experience to try one
Sure.
time in my life.
Sure.
All right, Dan. Question for you.
Yes.
You can pick 2 cities anywhere in the world for an Ascent. Where do you want them to be?
Fargo. Yeah, but
you
come
actually wanted to say in Fargo.
Yeah, but it's so easy for me. I just walk over to the venue.
But is that what you want, or do you want to go somewhere cool?
No, I want to go somewhere cool. I mean, that was more of a joke answer. Where is?
All right, Kill Doesn't Question. Who knows where Fargo is?
Yeah.
I could not put it on a map. I could guess. Somewhere in the middle, probably.
Barcelona.
Barcelona would be a good one.
I want to go to Barcelona. I want to go to Spain.
Barcelona's good. Food's great there.
Yeah, I've heard. I know.
Hey, Mr. Main Deck Dan, I have a bone to pick with you.
What's happening right now?
I'm here with Lineage Break Perfy.
Wait.
And I'm hearing some conflicting things about who Perfy's playing for. I see a jersey here.
Well, I can correct both of you. Perfy actually plays for Serene Balance Productions, as noted by all the foils in his deck. Sourced from Serene Balance Productions.
I don't know. Sean's out here slinging foils to me, saying, "You know what? That Lineage Break jersey does look good on you, Perfy."
True.
I'm taking away Sean's jumbo card.
Why don't you give us
I'm
a
reclaiming all my
spin,
tickets.
Perf, I don't know. Where's his main deck jersey, Dan? What's going on here?
Well, we have a large team, and we have a number of jackets that are in production right now, and they were not ready, unfortunately, for this event. But I'm pretty sure that Perfy isn't really willing right now to jump ship to a team that hasn't won Worlds.
Wow! That's a lot of talk for somebody that's taking the corporate approach and not treating all of their players as an individual. It's not all about Taylor, Dan.
Okay, well, what about Mitch?
Mitch is pretty good.
And Gurathos.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Hey, does Gurathos have a jersey this weekend?
Well, I mean, he's wearing his
brother.
his wedding outfit.
We don't need to talk about it.
You
right
know
now,
what?
Actually,
If it was my wedding, I would have thrown it in the trash for a jersey.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Just
Whoa.
rep the jersey, not the wedding gear. That's what I'm just saying. Throwing it out there.
So what you're saying is all I need to do is make a Serene Balance jersey, and I just start claiming players.
yeah. Apparently, that's what you can do. You
works
just
pretty
throw
well.
anything on them, and they're your teammates now.
Hand them a jersey and be like, "Wear this today, thanks."
It might come with a cloth mat.
Ooh, time out.
Now we're talking bribes.
Hey, we got mats coming. Perfy, we got mats coming. Don't worry.
Let's go. I saw that Cheshire Cat mat. He is dope.
Yeah, I don't know if there'll be those ones. That's kind of like proprietary from Weaves.
I have no idea.
The Dreamweave, but We got foil mats coming.
All right. Well, while we have you here, Perfy, I believe you're 4-0, right?
I am indeed 4-0. Yep.
First of all, congratulations. You know,
Thank you. Thank you.
you came off the top 8 of Worlds. That's huge. Now
Thank
you're
you.
here. You're pushing for it.
Oh yeah.
Do you believe?
Oh, I believe. I'm hungry. I want it.
I believe there's no shot Perfy doesn't make it. Perfy is a champion.
A true champion.
He is a true champion.
Oh.
I am Perfy, Lineage Break, main deck, true champion, DJB. What else can I add there?
Let's go ask Chess Club.
I'm gonna
SPB.
I'm gonna start. Oh yeah, Stream Balance Productions. I'm gonna just start stitching together a bunch of jerseys.
Mm.
Just
We
like
need to make
Frankie
one
jersey.
amalgamated logo that we can just give to certain people. They wear all the hats. Wear all the hats.
That's Perfy. I truly though, like you've been on a great run today. And it's been just really fun to watch your. I've actually a little story. I was in the bathroom, and hang on, trust me where I'm going with this. It's fine, and I overhear some people talking in the men's room saying, "Oh yeah, I went against Perfy, and he had this incredible heads-up play to fireball my hasty messenger when I was about to go for lethal with the rending flames," and they were like, "Yep, yeah, it makes sense. That's Perfy." So
wait, did that just happen in your game versus Silvato?
No, it was 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, it was a couple rounds ago.
2 or 3.
Wait, how many Fire Aggro Xander players are you playing against?
It was Fire Lorraine, actually. It wasn't Fire
Okay.
Xander. And their line was they needed 1 point of damage on top of a Rending Flames to kill me. And so they led with Hasty Messenger, and I recognized that was the only lethal route, so I fireballed it so that I can then kill him on the backswing. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, that's the Perfy difference right there. That's it.
Is that the main deck Perfy difference, or is it the lineage
I think
Perfy
at this
difference?
point, it's like they're channeling a Spirit Bomb. I'm the Spirit Bomb. All the teams are praying for me, and we're going for it, baby.
Come on, Perfy. Yeah, I'm excited. You're doing great, and you and the rest of the team. We were just talking about it earlier.
All
But
right, we'll
it's good stuff.
We'll stop intruding in your conversation. I just wanted to clear that up. Obviously, we're happy to see Perfy doing well, no matter whose shirt he's wearing, but. We will hopefully see more of him later today if he continues doing well.
Spoiler alert. I'll be in the finals tomorrow anyway, so it'll be
Sounds good.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let me.
Love it.
I have one question for you, Dan.
Yeah.
If you go into the day 6-0, do you play the last 2 rounds?
I thought about that. Not that it would be something that would occur to me, but I did wonder if I would do that.
Okay, if you're 5-1-1, do you play the last round?
If you're 5-1-1, yeah, you play the last round.
Okay, what if you're 6-0?
Yeah, I don't know. I think at the point where you're locked, you're happy to just go for seed at that point. I think I would. You want to get as many wins going into day 2 as possible, so your day 2 goes better. So
8 rounds. I think it's usually like 30 points is very, very, very locked in an 8-round event.
I think that just the question is like when you're 5-2. To me, that's the interesting question. You're 5-2 going into the last round, and you can draw it. Do you draw or play? And at that point, I draw. That's when I ID, because I don't want to ruin my run by getting cocky and then just like ripping bad. So I ID there. But if you're already locked into day 2 and there's any rounds left, I think you just play them.
I think I would play it.
Yeah. Oh, wait, and a 5-2?
Yeah, so the reason I would play it is because if I'm going to play for a top, I want to play for top 8. I don't want to play for day 2.
Okay.
It's
I
weird
don't know.
because like the value of day 2 is good, right? You get a Ghost of Pendragon CPR, you get a mat, you get. Wait, that's it. That's still pretty good.
That's pretty good,
That's
though.
pretty good.
That's pretty valuable.
But you also basically shoot yourself in the foot and say the chance of me getting top 8 is almost impossible now. So you have to win 4 rounds.
You do. And this is something that I've been thinking about and talking about a lot recently. But for me personally, I have to reckon with the fact that I don't have the time to devote to testing as much as the teammates on the team do because of all the content creation, because of everything. And when it comes to goals, I need to set realistic goals for myself going into an event. And if my goal is to top 8, I don't know if I have the chops to like follow through on that goal. I think it makes more sense to say, you know what, my goal is just to day 2. I'm just going to lock in, and then if everything goes my way tomorrow, cool. If not, I already achieved my goal.
We need a top 8. one of the casters needs to make it. To
I know, but
before all of us retire.
How can I? I have too much to do.
That's true. That's true. It's a lot. It's a lot to invest in learning and playing and testing.
It really.
And kind of figuring out all these things. But yeah, any last thoughts here before we send it off to break?
I gotta go play more rounds, and I sure hope they aren't wind again. I'm so tired of playing Kongming and Tristan mirrors.
All right, guys, you in chat, let us know how many more rounds of wind do you think Dan's gonna have to play against. It's 4 more rounds in the day. He's played 4 rounds of wind, and hopefully not a 5th through 8th.
Please, please.
Yeah, or it's like allies, so it's like not comfortable, easy match at least.
That's fine. Yeah, that sounds
better
good.
matchup.
That sounds good. Let's take that. No more Razorgill Kongming.
Anyways, thank you guys for joining us here at the lunch break of Ascent Niagara Falls. My name is Tyler, or Once in Love, joined here with Mr. Main Deck Dan, and we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 5 of Ascent Niagara Falls. My name's Clem, and I'm here with Jim. How you doing, Jim? How was lunch?
I'm doing good. Lunch was good. I definitely appreciate the VIP support
Yeah.
that they have at these events. You know, you have the nice quiet room off to the side, you have the packaged lunches, and those are like better than you'd expect for a packaged lunch.
Yeah, it's like, especially as of late, the lunches have really been getting like actually nice and enjoyable. So it's been nice. I got a wrap. I believe you also got one.
I certainly did.
It was pretty nice, and you know it's absolutely fantastic for what I would expect for the price I paid and for coming here because you already get so much for your packages.
Yeah, you really do. And you know, for stuff like a prepackaged lunch, you know, you have some tempered expectations.
Yeah.
But these are good. These are good.
Yeah, and so during lunch break,
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you had the time to talk to anyone, but we found out what our next pairing's gonna be, and it's
Ooh.
good looking, very spicy. One of them we saw in the previous round. It's RNG on his Spirit of Wind deck, because it's not. It looks like it's Tristan, but it really isn't. Versus Fruitcake. Now this is the actual spice on Fragmented Wind Arisanna.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to look at the deck list?
So Fruitcake is actually one of the people that I played against in my NorCal regionals run. And yeah, he is an Ari true believer. This man is 100% focused on Arisanna, and more power to him, honestly. But yeah, he did well there, and clearly doing well here. You know? Both of these players are 4-0 now, moving into round 5. So this promises to be a real interesting match.
Yeah, and you needing 16 points to get into day 2. It's a guaranteed cutoff, right? The moment you have 16 points, you're guaranteed to get into day 2. We're getting to the point in the day where people are starting to really focus, especially at these 4-0-5-0 tables.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
They need to win. I mean, there's a bit of leeway, right? But they are starting to get to the point where, all right, I need to win if I want to be able to take it a bit easier for the rest of the day and prepare for day 2. So from now on, after lunch break, everyone's a bit refreshed as well. We are about to start seeing all of those very sweaty and away matchups where people are really focused and doing their best to play perfect Grand Archive.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree with you. That 5th win is the most critical, because then you can take, out of the next 3 matches, one of them has to be at least a draw. That all of the pressure is off you at that point.
Yeah.
You still have, incentives to win, because the higher your breakers, the better your results on day 2, the better your matchups on day 2. And of course, going into top 8, it's your combined day 2, day 1 performance, right? Your whole Swiss performance. So you can't afford to just throw away a couple of games here and there. But at least at this point, they know they'll be able to make day 2 with no problem.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. Now, looking at these players' deck list, obviously, we know what to expect from RNG.
Yep.
But do you think that Fruitcake... So Fruitcake is playing the Fragmented Spirit, which is a bit slower because you glimpse 6 and you draw 6, and then once you get to level 3, then you get your 7th card.
Right.
But you have to get there, and RNG's deck is really, really fast. And Arisanna doesn't usually have the tools to get to that level 3 quickly, especially in Wind. So do you think that we're going to see a getting to level 3? And if so, is it going to be more luck or more that Arisanna... And with Polaris being able to clear the board is just that good.
So I think that's the important part, is Polaris being a material deck card means that you can consistently bring it out, and it's going to be the most important card in this matchup. It's going to be the way that Fruitcake defends himself in order to get up to 3, and it's going to be the card that RNG most wants to interact with in order to clear the way. He's got a lot of options for suppression. I mean, we've already seen the kind of damage he can do with Purse. And kind of looking through his deck, I thought there was... Okay, my mistake. But Purse especially is going to be something that he's going to want to be paying attention to in order to try and use that to clear the way for his other attacks.
Yeah, but then... So Polaris obviously can be activated and... come in rested. But in this matchup, Fruitcake is going to look to materialize it normally to prevent that Purse. But once it's awake, what do you think that we can see from RNG to interact with it? Because Polaris is a really powerful card, and basically, once you have enough herbs, there's no way to stop it from, destroying your board and once you have those herbs and once you have it awake on board.
Right. I think RNG is actually going to be in a position where he needs to test the Polaris and see if he can get Fruitcake to pop it maybe a little early, maybe a little aggressively, but also RNG may just want to, go not all in, but partially in order to make that Polaris proc, and then come back afterwards and be like, okay, now I'm going to send in the team.
Yeah. And look, we were talking about Purse. RNG immediately brought her out. Fruitcake is known to be an Arisanna player, so it could be that RNG has heard about it and is like, all right, well, I need my Purse to protect my board for sure. Or, the Purse is just really a really good turn 1 play as well. So it could be either way. It seems like Fruitcake only kept 2 out of the 6 glimpsed cards that he saw, which is a bit tough, but he still has a 7-card influence going second. So he's not really that behind on influence. Like he could be in a better spot, but he's not too bad.
Honestly, that's a fairly typical glimpse for Arisanna. Arisanna does run a lot of Astra cards, and you do not want any of those Astra cards early. There's a couple of very specific cards you're looking for early in the game. Dungeon Guide, obviously the most important one of those, but also Fertile Grounds in order to kind of keep your herb count up. And until then, basically anything else in the deck is you kind of don't really want to see it, or maybe want to see it later. Beseech the Winds also an exception. Beseech the Winds on turn 1 is fantastic for the Arisanna deck.
Yeah, so Beseech the Winds is one of the ways that you can save a materialization for yourself. So he could have went for the Polaris, but he's going instead for the level up to get the herbs for the Polaris, right? So we're looking at the deck list. What other ways are there in here to generate all of these herbs?
So Fertile Grounds is going to be the most important one. But also an ingredient pouch coming out of the material deck. So Fertile Grounds is a card that allows you to copy an herb that you have in play. You can do that once every recollection step. And ingredient pouch allows you to roll the die and generate an herb based on the die roll, the same way that Ari's abilities let you do at level 1 and level 2.
And so then at level 2, you're also, if you want, I assume you want the Fertile Grounds once you hit level 2, so you can copy those herbs and draw more cards off of it. So once he gets to that level 2 point where he can decide whether to use his herbs to draw cards or the Polaris, it's gonna be very dependent on what he has on board, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
And what both of these players have on board. So it's gonna be a very nice insight into the reactions that Fruitcake can have.
Yeah, and we actually see Fruitcake bringing out the Polaris activated from his material deck. So not worried about materializing it in order to make sure it comes in awake. Happy to have it come out rested. I think because he sees that RNG being on wind isn't in a position to destroy or otherwise interact with Polaris permanently, right? Purse, in this case, can suppress Polaris, but then Polaris just comes back later on. Against something like a Spurn to Ash or a Fracturize, this is an extremely dangerous move, because if it comes into play rested, then you're probably not going to get any value out of it at all. Yeah. Meanwhile, if RNG suppresses it, it'll at least come back later on.
Yeah, but it seems that RNG is going to suppress something here, and that thing is the Spirit Fragment, because it is a token, so it doesn't come back. So he does lose out on that 7th card that we were talking about earlier.
This is such a huge play. I love this from RNG. It shows that RNG knows what he's doing. Yeah. RNG really knows at least how to play into Fragmented Spirit, since this is almost free for him, right? Yeah. Give Purse distant on your opponent's turn, then you can use Purse's ability on then, and then after it wakes up, you have the ability to use it again or attack with the distant.
Oh. One thing we and RNG both missed is that the Spirit Fragment is not an item. Right? Yeah, it's a Fantasia token. That's a spirit. I believe it's a Spirit Fragment or a shard. I don't quite remember the subtype, but it is not any of the things that Purse can suppress. So the idea was there, and he's definitely experienced with this matchup, but it seems that he forgot. So do you think that he's still going to go for the value of suppressing something else, or is he just going to be like, all right, still distant, but now I'm just going to use it to attack him?
I mean, in the position that he was at before, it's kind of a little awkward to use it on anything else. There's not really a lot else that you can use it on in order to gain value. I think that was before the herb got sacrificed. So Polaris still empty with no counters on it, so you're not gaining value out of trying to suppress Polaris there. We might see him attack here just in order to gain some value, or we might see him suppress something on his own side. There are obviously a lot of options for Purse. Purse, one of the most powerful and most flexible cards in the deck.
Yeah, something I'm going to go back to that. I think we somewhat missed is RNG revealed 2 Stifling Traps for his imbuing of the Skirting Step, which is very, very scary if you're Fruitcake, right? Because you really want to get to that level 3, and we were talking about many times throughout this day that Winters doesn't have that many good ways of getting floating into the graveyard. So those dungeon guides are essential to this game. So do you think that with the 2 Stifling Traps revealed, are we going to see a more proactive game from Fruitcake going for the, building up his influence so he can draw level up? Or is he still going to just power through it and hope that he can hold RNG back until he has enough dungeon guides.
I mean, I think Fruitcake is the kind of person that is willing to spend the cards if he needs to. So knowing that those stifling traps are in RNG's hand, he might not bother to bring out the dungeon guide at all and just raw level to 3. Because going to level 3 is really important in this match.
Yeah, but it seems like he's first building up all of those herbs. He's bringing out the ingredient pouch, like you mentioned. Instead of, he can see, or at least I think he feels like he has the time to level up. And RNG hasn't really presented that much of a threat on board yet. So he is more in a fairly comfortable position, seeing as he also doesn't have any damage counters currently.
That's true. I wonder if Fruitcake is looking at this, this board with just Purse and I think that's Lube also on the board, and not seeing the threat.
Yeah, I think if you don't really have experience with this kind of deck, which is Wind Wake Up is, in some areas, it is an incredibly popular deck, like in Canada, and in the east coast of Canada, and in some specific metas. But overall, even if you're playing in Yetis, which Fruitcake does a lot, you don't see a lot of these Wind Wake Up decks. So it could be that he's either thinking, oh, it's just allies or uniques, without realizing that this is a very scary board already, and RNG is presenting a lot of damage, but he also sees that, oh, this is a backup charger. He's looking to, build his influence up. What do you think that RNG is really looking for here based on, like, our previous games? We've seen that, he needs those. He needs a Mad Hatter to get out the Ranger boots, and he needs to build up, his influence and have those distant cards. But is there anything specific that could, like, turn the game around or, like, be a immediate win for him here? And it's not looking good right now.
I mean, from this start, it isn't particularly aggressive, right? So in addition to wanting those Ranger strides on the board, he's going to need ways to wake his units back up.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the Draft of Stamina on the board. I can't get a really good look at his hand, but I haven't seen anything indicating that he has the... Never mind, this might be it. This might be the turn.
Yeah, because last game, this is exactly what I was talking about. I didn't quite see that he had a Mad Hatter. If he doesn't lose the Ranger Strides here, that is going to be massive because he gets the Ranger Strides out. There's going to be an additional 4 damage, ranged 4 to either the Purse or the Mad Hatter. Unfortunately, the Liu Bei has attacked, so it will not get the bonus from the distant, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I looking at Fruitcake's expression when this Mad Hatter comes down on the floor, there's a little bit of a frown on his face. Like,
no, wait, I saw Fruitcake's face. What got banished? He looked very disappointed. So I'm not quite sure if it was a Ranger Stride or if it was a champion, because a champion is still very tough in this game. It was the Ranger Strides that got banished. Wow. Yeah, the gamble did not pay off this time.
Oh, poor RNG. My heart goes out to him. This is the random number generator is not playing off in his favor this time.
It is not what you want to see, but that's why this is a gamble card. That's why it's a Mad Hatter, because you're basically getting a free materialization in this deck, especially so, for basically no cost. And that's why sometimes it doesn't pay off. You banish what you need, and even though he did it so early on in the game, there were 3 cards already out of his material deck, so it was a 1 in 9 chance of hitting the Ranger Strides, and he just hit
that's
it.
Unfortunate for him, definitely. He's not out of the game completely. There are still a lot of ways to get additional damage here. The Mad Hatter already hits for 4 on its own. There's a couple of other ways, I believe, in the deck in order to increase the power of a unit. So he's not completely dead in the water here, but this definitely hurts. That is sort of the biggest impact that he has in his deck for sure.
Yeah, that Ranger Strides, because I do believe he has at least a draft of stamina in hand, and he could have used that to go for an insane turn, either next turn or this one. Unfortunately, he just didn't have it, so he'll have to look for alternative ways to win. But we saw it against Joy Boy, that even without the Ranger Strides, the game is not lost. Those allies are still there and still pretty powerful. But
absolutely,
Arisanna used 2 of 3 visits. So what now that Fruitcake sees and knows that, oh, this is that very Go Tall deck, do you think he's gonna be like, okay, so this is what I'm supposed to do, and kind of go for a Polaris deck, or
I mean, he
turn
might
what?
try and accelerate a little bit faster, knowing that that RNG has kind of that combo potential. But also seeing the Ranger Strides go, he might feel like he's completely safe at this point.
Yeah.
Because if all he has to deal with is a normal Wind Allies deck, that's the kind of thing that Arisanna eats for breakfast.
Oh,
Like, that is absolutely Arisanna's strength, is using Polaris, using the kind of incremental healing that you get from your herbs and from 3 visits. And once you hit Astra, your kind of everything is coming up in Ari's favor, right? Comet Fall is so good at clearing the board. I don't think he has the Meteor Strikes in his deck, but that's also an option for the Astra decks. He just has so many options once he hits level 3.
Yeah, and then he also will need to sacrifice the Polaris at some point, but he has plenty of herbs on board. He
Absolutely.
can sacrifice 2 already to draw cards. So, and that already goes onto Polaris as counters. You don't have to sacrifice them for their own effect. Just as long as they are sacrificed, Polaris gets the counters. So he's in a very, very comfortable spot right now, being able to recover down to 1 with the 2 3 visits, and then having counters on Polaris again. Purse is still up though, so that is looking scary because all this sacrifice might be for nothing.
Yeah, this is kind of the decision point. If RNG allows these 2 counters onto Polaris, then RNG really doesn't have any way to further interact. This could very well be a point where RNG needs to use Purse in order to make sure that Polaris doesn't get the counters. Because otherwise, all it takes is 1 more herb, and RNG's board is wiped.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't matter what he does.
Yeah, and then really the only thing we has that interacts with the Polaris is the Purse. And as long as Fruitcake responds to the Purse's ability by sacrificing even more herbs, he still is wiping the board and generating 2 plus as many herbs as he has at the time, minus 1 Cosmic Bolts. Now,
Exactly.
at that point, once you're an Astra and once you start digging, is there anything else you're doing other than just looking for the Cosmic Bolts?
I mean, at that point, you don't need to do anything else, right? Your deck just kind of works. It just, every time you scry, you pull up more cards effectively for free, right? The deck just kind of churns until you get to the Cosmic Bolts. And you have some other stuff in the meantime to kind of help you out. There's Zephyrs in the deck. There's Arrow Traps in the deck. There's ways to interact with your opponent. But with the amount that he's going to be glimpsing once he hits that level 3 point, it's almost a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a backstep. Yeah, Fruitcake, it seems like he definitely hasn't really met this deck before. Looking at backstep, looking at what does this exactly do? So obviously now Purse gets distant, Liu Bei gets distant. So that is a lot of damage coming in. Purse can suppress the Polaris here, but that would 100% guarantee a board wipe from Fruitcake. So we're just gonna see it for damage, right?
And this is kind of the point where RNG is at, is he just needs the Polaris to get out of the way. So if the Polaris is going to get popped, then that is something that he's just going to accept, because he needs Polaris to be out of the way in order to be able to get through anyway. With Purse being distant, he does have the ability to save. I think Purse can suppress allies as well, right?
Yeah.
So Purse can potentially save one of his own allies in that situation rather than trying to interact with the Polaris. But regardless, it's definitely RNG's current board is not long for this world.
Yeah, and it seems that is exactly what Fruitcake is going for, is that the Polaris is going to be propped. We got a Tindaland here, getting another herb right after already popping 1 to gain a level, so he could banish that Spirit Fragment to draw a card, and then now he's just getting all this value, and he's taking the damage from RNG.
Wow, taking the damage from the Liu Bei.
I feel like he's being a bit greedy, making trying to get as much value as he can off of those herbs, off of that Polaris. But do you think that in this game, there's the Purse suppression on the Polaris?
Yeah.
But he can, because it wasn't done in. I was gonna say that because it wasn't done in response to an herb being sacrificed. It's not that bad, but he lets the Polaris be suppressed.
Actually, I can see this, because at this point, Fruitcake has decided the board that he currently has is not a threat, right? He can't kill me this turn. So what he's doing is he's being like, okay, if you want to rest my Polaris, if you want to wipe my Polaris from the herbs, that's fine. I need a bigger Polaris later anyway. I'm going to let you do this now, and we're going to see what you can do about it. And, well, it looks like RNG has things that he's going to do about it, so...
Yeah, he's Fruitcake's being very brave here, even though he's on essentially 14 life now because he already has taken 5 damage. So that is a bit scary here, but I trust Fruitcake because he's been playing Arisanna since he started playing the game. So he definitely has the experience and the reps on it to be like, all right, I know that there are some shenanigans that these wind ally decks can pull out, but I'm in a good enough spot right now where I'm okay. We already saw 2 Cosmic Bolts in his hand. So do you think that he's like, okay, he hasn't leveled up. I have 2 Cosmic Bolts already. I'm not in a rush to get the Polaris. I just want to get value and guarantee the win.
I think it's partially it's that, and partially it's once he's popped the Polaris, he doesn't have a Polaris anymore.
True.
So the threat of that activation is almost as important as getting the Cosmic Bolts or whatever out of it, right?
Oh, because he's holding RNG's board back, right? Because RNG is not going to play more allies?
Exactly. If RNG doesn't commit anything else to the board, then Fruitcake, I think, is in a position where he feels like he can defend himself. And if RNG does commit more allies to the board, well, that's Polaris is there, you know? Polaris can answer that. So RNG has to figure out a way to get this Polaris off of the board permanently before he can commit to any game-winning plan. And the longer Fruitcake can hold back on that, the longer Fruitcake can just recover through 3 visits, through herb usage, through whatever he has. That's, you know, more time for him to get to level 3, more time for him to start on his Astra game plan.
Yeah, so he's going to have a lot of time here and be able to recover. Now, I was talking about how he has 2 Cosmic Bolts in hand already. Except those were in his memory, and they just got banished. So, obviously, Cosmic Bolt is a really good tool because it gets stronger for every other Cosmic Bolt that's in Graveyard or Banishment. And Polaris generates even more Cosmic Bolts, but in a place where you haven't really popped your Cosmic Bolt or your Polaris yet and don't have any Cosmic Bolts, is the guaranteed damage from the Cosmic Bolts that go into Banishment really that good that you would rather give it up than to just play the Polaris and get the damage and, you know, the value of them still being in the Graveyard or Banishment?
So the problem with the Cosmic Bolts in hand is they're actually kind of hard to play from your hand, whereas if you glimpse into a Cosmic Bolt, you get it for free once per turn because of Arisanna level 3's ability. So the ones that are in your hand are almost a lost cause, especially if you have 2 of them in your hand. You're never casting them both. At most, you're casting 1 of them. So in this situation, once he finally does pop the Polaris and really fill his deck with those Cosmic Bolts, the next time he scries, he's already doing 4, 6, 8 damage with his first Cosmic Bolt. And, you know, 2 of those Cosmic Bolts, that's not quite it. No, that is enough to kill. Whereas if he had started with just those 2 Cosmic Bolts, it would have taken 3 bolts in order to win the game.
It's a bit, definitely a longer time, and it's really, really good damage to have them in Banishment. In the same meantime, though, RNG may not have played anything since, but having those allies on board, he made the Mad Hatter distant, and then the Liu Bei also with his ability became distant as well. So the threat of the Polaris being there is massive, but the fact that Fruitcake just keeps on letting the damage through makes it makes the board still very, very scary because they're distant, they get the extra damage, and they're dealing the damage without Fruitcake doing much of anything against it because he banished the Fast Gear earlier. He doesn't have the Cosmic Bolts, which could have cleared, I believe, the allies.
Potentially.
So, you know, it's still taking a bit of a toll on his life, just letting RNG hit him in the face repeatedly.
Yeah, he's kind of riding that line. I think he's maybe being... I'm not sure if he's being greedy in this situation or if he just has the lines calculated to that degree, but he's definitely letting that Polaris lie for as long as he can, keeping it on the board in order to keep that threat available until he needs it.
And
regenerate. Yeah. Oh, the 2 healing, recover 2, recover 3, recover 1. So many small instances of recover. And I think this is a part of it, right? Fruitcake knows that he has these recovery options. He also has 1 recovery herb on the field as well. So there's like a little bit of life gain here, or a little bit of recovery there. And I think he feels like he has enough defense to keep himself alive without popping that Polaris.
But he so he does have the recovery, but at the same time, RNG's allies are always hitting for 3-4 every single turn, and with the amount of influence he has, and with his deck composition, which I think Fruitcake is seeing now for sure, there's so many things that give distant in this deck, and that now we're going to see. I see the second wind in RNG's hands, so we're going to see that wake up and multiple hits in a turn from the same ally again. That it's really not like a comfortable position for Fruitcake to be in, but he was also. RNG is not that big of a threat still that it would need immediate action. It's a very odd situation and a kind of a weird balance that what do you think needs to come out for that game to be tipped one way or the other entirely?
I think Fruitcake is waiting for RNG to commit. Right? If he has to commit an extra card to the board, if he has to commit not only a distant enabler, but something like a second wind or a draft of stamina, then he's happy to pop that Polaris, safe in the knowledge that RNG doesn't have more resources held back that he can use to kill him that turn. Like, I think the most important thing about Polaris is that it buys him one more turn. And as it stands, he hasn't needed to pop it in order to buy himself that one more turn. He is not worried about his health until he runs out of health.
Yeah, and he's like with all the recovery that you mentioned, he is in a very comfortable spot where he is not in threat of dying. And this is the first time we've seen RNG level up to Tristan for that agility trigger. Now, he doesn't really have a lot of interaction in this deck other than those stifling traps. And Fruitcake is already on level 3. And there is really not much. There is the incapacitates always. But then the incapacitate on a Cosmic Bolt would just banish it, and technically Fruitcake would still gain the damage from it, and it's not that big of an issue. So what do you think is the main reason that the Tristan came out and the agility is here for RNG?
I think part of it is the life. I think he sees the same thing that we saw earlier with the Cosmic Bolts, because on Tristan, on 19 health, then it takes 3 Cosmic Bolts to kill rather than 2. Another part of it is definitely going to be those incapacitates. Lowering the cost of incapacitate to 2 instead of 4 means that it's much, much easier for RNG to interact with any spells or actions that Fruitcake tries to throw at him.
I see. Yeah, definitely easier to interact, and definitely the incapacitates are free. If he has multiple incapacitates in hand, he can do it multiple times as well. So it seems that finally the Polaris was popped with 6 counters on it, so Fruitcake is going to generate 6 Cosmic Bolts into his deck, and the fun part of the game is about to begin for Fruitcake, because so far it's been very fun, like seeing all of the interaction, seeing the herbs do their job. Fruitcake just get value of having 2 of the same herb with those fertile grounds on the field. But now we're going to get to start seeing those Cosmic Bolts actually do work and start dealing damage. So we're probably going to see a lot of scrying from Fruitcake. Do you think that we're going to see like a massive scry like we did for Hyuka through his whole deck on Rai? Or is it going to be a bit more chill, but still going towards that Cosmic Bolt?
I mean, this is what the deck is set up to do, right? It's going to start glimpsing turn after turn after turn. We're going to see the Cosmic Astroscope coming out, which is a free 3 glimpse every turn. We're going to see even more of the 3 visits that we saw earlier. We might even see the Necklace of Foresight come out of Fruitcake's material deck. And all of this is stuff that leads into just being able to play all of those Cosmic Bolts for free.
Ooh, a Horty counter there. Did you quite see what the Horty counter was? Was that Milne, or was that just put into graveyard?
No, it's trying to negate whatever the wind card is sitting next to the sword.
Oh, it's a draft of stamina. That was coming out from RNG. I'm understanding it. It's Horty counter is one of those cards that you don't really think about until it's on the other side of the field in front of you, but it seems that RNG just had the ability to pay for it, because there weren't any herbs left, or there weren't many herbs left.
Yeah, I think actually the important part is not that RNG needed to pay for it. It's that RNG, after paying for it, didn't have the resources to do anything else.
Also, it's yeah. So Fruitcake kind of forced RNG's hand to go all hands down. So next turn, he will be able to do basically anything he wants. Oh, the sensor coming out on RNG's side. This is very cool, but we're already level 3. What are we looking for in the graveyard to really, hold Arisanna back here?
He doesn't want Fruitcake to be gaining extra value out of those 3 visits. And every single scry, or every single glimpse rather, is a big deal here. So being able to prevent the 3 visits from having those extra 2 activations from the graveyard from the banish is really important to kind of slowing down Fruitcake's game plan. Now, it's not going to slow it down by a whole lot. This is a minor speed bump, but it is probably the best thing RNG had access to from his material deck in order to try and interact with Fruitcake's plan.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to, halt him a tiny bit here. There's the Astra side coming out.
Into a Comet Fall.
Into a Comet Fall, which means that Mad Hatter is going to be killed, as well as 4 damage is going into Tristan. So I think that is going to be game 1 for Fruitcake.
That looks like RNG seeing the writing on the wall and kind of, all right, you know what? If you can handle this, you can handle anything else I've got. Go next.
Yeah, he already lost his Ranger Strikes due to bad luck. He already lost his board once, which was dealing a solid amount of damage, but then he invested everything he had into it, which it didn't seem like a lot until we got to the point where he just kind of ran out of these engine cards. It was all value in his hand, and I think it was incapacitates and such, but there's nothing to play it on. The skirting step onto the Mad Hatter was great, but unfortunately, once Astra can start glimpsing and pay for those cards, it's kind of game over for you, because they can deal with anything that you throw at them. So now we're going to be going into game 2. We saw an incredible game from Fruitcake here, and RNG as well. He did his best. He did absolutely fantastic considering the circumstances and the players being there for a long time. Let's look at the sideboards here.
Yeah. Let's look at the sideboards. So from RNG's side, he has not a whole lot, I think, that'll be particularly useful here. There is an Innervate Agility in the sideboard, so that can come in order to protect him from a potentially fatal Cosmic Bolt. But otherwise, it's a bunch of stuff trying to deal with allies, and a Nullifying Mirror, not particularly relevant in this match, unless he's worried about Veiling Breeze. But, I mean, you and I can both see there is no Veiling Breeze in Fruitcake's deck.
Yeah, and, Arisanna is not known for those Veiling Breezes, more known for the Recover, as clerics usually do. So, do you think, one interesting thing, which I like as just a generally good card, especially when you need to be a lot more aggressive, is Staggering Strike, because it's just guaranteed 3 damage. Do you think there's a chance that RNG is like, all right, I really, really need the damage, so he's going to bring it in, and we're just going to see it being played just because of the 3 damage?
It is distinctly possible, and in fact, looking through RNG's deck, there are some cards that don't do much, if anything, in this match. So siding out, for example, the 2 Cry for Helps in exchange for bringing in the 2 Staggering Strikes seems like something that he could easily do as like, oh, these 2 cards don't do anything. Maybe the Staggering Strikes do at least a little bit.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether he does it or not. Now, for Fruitcake, it's a bit more interesting, especially considering he didn't win decisively in the way of Cosmic Bolting RNG to death. RNG just realized that there is no way for him to win out here. Do you think we're going to see anything particularly interesting coming in here?
Well, there are definitely some particularly interesting cards in this sideboard. We could, for example, see Suspicious Concoction coming in, as that is essentially another backup charger, and it comes with a little bit of recovery. There's several ways to deal with allies in this board, including Ravaging Tempest and potentially Spell Shield Astra.
Yeah, what is very interesting about this specific, Fruitcake's iteration of this deck, is that there is no Meteor Strike here, which is very interesting because it's such a wonderful card to deal, to wipe the board, or to just take care of one of those pesky regalia, either an Aether Wing. Well, no, not an Aether Wing, because it is not most Aether Wings, but either a gun, either, there's a lot of annoying regalia, even for a deck that, you're already level 3 at that point, and then there's not much that can interact with you, but there is still a lot of things that can annoy you. So I find it interesting that he's not playing it, but he's going for a lot of meta-relevant cards, I think. We're not going to see most of them here, but Suspicious Concoction is one of those cards, is that you didn't really think about that card really doing much, but in this deck, it's really great because you want to recover, you want to draw those cards whenever, whenever it's really important, which is level 3. That's why you have the Spirit Shard as well.
And it's a great target for Beseech the Winds. It just comes out for free. Like, that's nice. Yeah, and I think it's a safe swap for the Safeguard Amulet that is probably not doing anything in Fruitcake's main.
Yeah, and it's just a free value instead of that. And both of these players have really gone into the game now. We see the Purse Liu Bei combo immediately on RNG's side, like last game. But there's also a Scout the Length from Fruitcake, which allows him to level up immediately, get the value, go card neutral while still looking at the top of his deck. And he's getting those herbs out now as well.
Oh, man, what an incredible roll. I love this for Fruitcake. So this is a 3 and a 4, both of which are recovery herbs. Phrasia and Silvershine, if I am remembering correctly. So these are exactly the herbs that he wants to see. If every single generation of herbs could be one of these 2 herbs, he would be ecstatic.
Yeah, he would be in a very, very comfortable spot, not really worrying about a lot of the damage coming through because he can just sacrifice those herbs to himself. But on the other hand, he can't. It would be tough if he gets to level 2 and he has to sacrifice them for the card draw. So that's why you want a diverse board of herbs, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, all of the herbs are useful in their own right, depending on where you are in the game and what kind of value you can gain out of them. Obviously, the level up herbs, useful in order to pop that Spirit Fragment early. The recovery herbs, probably the most generally useful. The 5s and 6s, the roots, are pretty good if you have cards in hand that aren't useful yet. It's a great way to ship off some of your Astra cards and replace them with something better, especially since Polaris shuffles your deck. So anything that you've put on the bottom, either via glimpsing or via the 5 or 6s, can have a chance of coming back up again.
Yeah, and that's the wonder of this deck, and that's why sometimes you see Polaris being banished with 0 counters on it, just to shuffle a player's deck. Because if you're not playing Arisanna level 3, it's still really powerful to shuffle your deck because just how much you glimpse and how important card order is, because in a win deck you're not getting to the bottom of your deck, so you want to see those cards potentially later in the game, which probably is what you're going to do with any spirit that can glimpse.
So RNG has figured out how to get some extra value out of that purse. While the Spirit Fragment is not a legal target, all of those herbs are items. And those tokens don't come back if you suppress them. So minor incremental advantage, but that is 1 less recovery and 1 less token on Polaris.
Yeah, and he's forcing Fruitcake to figure out what to do here. And with the fast cure being played as well, he was able to recover down, so he wasn't even able to get the value off of that recover one. So that is a very wonderful play from RNG. You're right that he finally figured out which way to go, and this is he's in a comfortable position.
Yeah, it looks like RNG is actually playing into a decent place on the board here. Bringing out the Ranger Strides.
Yeah,
finally.
not gambling anymore on the Mad Hatter, being like, all right, I'll bring out the Ranger Strides just so I can finish this game out early, because there's only 25 minutes left in the round, and he knows that as well. So he has to finish this game quickly so he has a chance at winning the next one, because like we were talking about it, once you win this game, that's when you can start tying. And it's a lot. The later your last win is in the day, the more stressful it is, and it might cause you to misplay more. So, or miss lines that are very important in a deck like RNG's, which is very combo focused. So we saw double Fairy Whispers from him, which is amazing, going through, glimpsing a couple of times here. What do you think he's really looking for here to finish out the game?
I mean, from RNG's side, he's definitely looking for a Distant Enabler if he doesn't already have one, and either a Draft of Stamina or a Second Wind in order to enable those multiple attacks. Because with the Ranger Strides on the board and the Distant that's already inherent on both of his allies on the field, that is a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
That is absolutely enough to blow Fruitcake out of the game. Unfortunately for him, Fruitcake has his entire hand up right now, and that could be an Arrow Trap, that could be a Zephyr, that could be all kinds of things that interact with your board. So while Polaris is rested, would be the best time to go for it, And we even see that draft of stamina
This
coming
was
down. Here we
exactly
go.
As you predicted, a draft of stamina coming out, but none of his allies are distant currently. So, he's not getting as much value as he could out of it because Liu Bei still is really good 3-cost 2/3 ally, but he doesn't. He's missing out on the 2 damage from the range and the suppress on the Freyja from the purse. So it's a bit tough, but he does have at least a draft now, so he can start building towards that massive combo turn that we were talking about.
Yeah, potentially a very scary turn in the future. The only problem now, though, is with that Polaris up, on top of a Tendaland here, another herb coming out of the ingredient pouch, that's going to be enough to stop any board in its tracks. So he's going to have to find some way to interact with the Polaris, maybe via purse, but also find some way to keep his board alive through that interaction, or play a follow-up threat. And playing that many things all at once is going to be difficult for RNG on his current influence.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. He only has 3 cards in hand, which is doesn't seem that bad. But when you consider that he does have the Stifling Trap open for when he wants to Stifling Trap a Dungeon Guide, but all of his allies cost 3. So there's really not much he can do once he plays that draft of stamina. So it's a tough position to be in for him.
Yeah, the draft of stamina is definitely an investment into the future. He's not in a position right now where he can use it in order to win the game immediately. If he had like exactly the right lineup of cards in his hand, potentially a distant enabler that he could have played with those remaining 3 cards, then he might have been able to go the distance with now I have to do math in order to figure it out.
Liu Bei is 2 and 2 distance, but there's also Ranger Boost, so it's a lot of difficult
doubled
math
is
coming out here.
16, which is still not enough to kill Arisanna.
But Arisanna leveling up here is going to be even worse for RNG because even now he's a bit far from taking her out, but now it's even worse. So RNG just suppressing the Polaris in response here.
Yep,
but
this is it. This is his line.
Yeah, he's forcing the Polaris sacrifice here with banishment here, while Fruitcake gets to recover and get the level so he can banish that Spirit Shard. Why do you think he really was like, all right, I'm willing to sacrifice my board right now, but at least your Polaris is gone?
Yeah, that is exactly it. That is exactly it. It's not that he's willing to sacrifice his board. It's that he will go to any length necessary in order to get that Polaris off the field. And Fruitcake now is in a position where, okay, I previously, last game I could kind of hold back. You didn't really have any threats. The draft of stamina is on the board. The Ranger Strides is on the board. Any distant enabler represents 16 or maybe even 24 damage.
So something I missed is that the skirting step was imbued, so it prevented 1 damage of the 3 from the Polaris. So the purse is still there and still a threat. Fruitcake might have made a miscalculation or didn't realize that the skirting step prevents the damage, which means next turn RNG could very well take the game home because we've seen him be in such an objectively bad position when you look at his board, but then all the cards in his hand work together to bring one massive turn and massive ally into the winning the game. So what is the saving grace here for Fruitcake? Because this is a very terrifying position, especially not knowing what RNG has, and RNG has an Incapacitate there in hand as well. So he could have stopped anything that Fruitcake throws at him.
Well, so Fruitcake is piloting a very defensive deck, right? He does have ways to interact with allies on the field even before hitting Astra. So he's not dead in the water here. While he definitely would have liked for the Polaris to... Oh, boy. So that is 2 Ranger Strides sacrificed onto Purse. Purse is hitting for 10 damage. And then with that draft of stamina is going to be an additional 10 damage.
Yeah, so that would be enough if Fruitcake doesn't have... Whoa!
Is that for?
Yeah.
Or is that the
that's
arrow
the
trap?
arrow trap. That is the arrow trap coming out for Fruitcake. So this is the exact card that he wanted to have here. So...
Does RNG have the 5 cards in hand necessary in order to incapacitate it?
He did put the Incapacitate down. The question is, does he have another Incapacitate? Because if he does have it, it would be safe. But I think he went with the mindset of he's playing Arisanna. What is he gonna do? Arrow trap makes it's a real trap. You know, he fell into it so easily, and it's so unfortunate to see because it was a wonderfully set up turn. But now we're back where he has no board, he has no ranger strides, he's down a Cheshire Cat as well. So even if he brings out the inert sword, he still can't really get the maximum amount of value off of it. So he went from he could win by putting that incapacitate down. He's fallen behind.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate position. I saw the little smirk on RNG's face of resignation. They're like, oh, I walked into it, didn't I?
Yeah.
And now he's definitely behind the 8 ball at this point. It's going to take a lot more work in order to get some of that damage into Arisanna. But fortunately, the threat of Polaris is gone. So as long as he moves quickly, he might be able to get that damage in before Fruitcake gets the ability to really ramp up with Astra. But it's a question.
But he doesn't have the Stifling Trap right now. So if Fruitcake just goes, because he only has 2 cards in hand, so if Fruitcake had the Dungeon Guide here, which luckily for RNG, unfortunately for Fruitcake, he did not have it. But if he did, then Fruitcake would be in such an insane lead that it's really hard to catch up from there. Now, the Inert Sword does come out. This is what I was talking about. Unfortunately, no Cheshire Cat. Oh, there is a Cheshire Cat in hand, so RNG can still get the value off of it, but it is not looking as fruitful as it did before.
For sure, yeah. Coming in for 3 definitely looks a lot worse than coming in for 10.
Yeah, but there at least the draft of stamina was not used up, so he still does have that once he can get some momentum in there, because there is ways still, and there's allies that can hit for a lot, especially with distant. And this is your Suspicious Concoction coming in, definitely replacing that Safeguard Amulet we saw.
And this is leading into a Dungeon Guide turn for sure. We're already on Arisanna level 2 here. This is materializing out the Suspicious Concoction. We're going to see Arisanna level 3 here, and then Fruitcake is going to be off to the races. It really looks like RNG is in kind of a terrible situation.
Yeah, but look, RNG seems to be leveling up here. Yeah, the Tristan is coming out. So he is going for the agility turn here to, have that. He's ready for the interaction for that Dungeon Guide. Now, question is, I'm actually not quite sure if Fruitcake even has the Dungeon Guide. He's probably just, teasing RNG and be like, all right, sure. Yeah, just keep your cards up, and I'll pretend that I'm doing big things here. Bringing out the Resolute Stance, so he's most likely going to go up naturally next turn because he's playing defensively. Only 11 damage counters and a Resolute Stance, so nothing else is really going to come through this turn.
Yeah, passing the turn after bringing out the Suspicious Concoction, not what I expected.
Yeah.
But I think you have the right of it. I think this is moving into a natural level up to 3. And the Resolute Stand here is, of course, the appropriate response to giving any of your units distant. So this is a reasonable defensive maneuver from our Arisanna player.
Yeah.
And I think once this turn is over, so is the window. I think the door is rapidly closing on Tristan's abilities here to make any moves that are going to close the game out in his favor.
Yeah, it's very tough because, like you were talking about, the Polaris is gone. So I think RNG also was like, all right, the main threat of this deck is gone, but Fruitcake still has a lot of options, and there's the natural level up. He still can recover a lot, and he can recover right now with the Suspicious Concoction. He's going to go back down to 10 damage counters, draw a card into memory, have the ability to Tendle in here, which gather and draw a card. So he's at a very, very good position right now with that level up. He didn't lose anything he didn't need because at this point, he's just going to gather forever, and he has the luck of the recovery herbs. He has the fertile grounds to just, guarantee the recover one every single turn.
Yeah, he has everything he needs right now. And, without looking at his hand, it's hard to tell whether or not this is the turn that he makes stuff happen. But at the same time, it looks like he's ready to start drawing more cards. And once he starts getting the glimpse materials out, then he's going to start moving.
Yeah, and it actually looks like he's using that Spring Leaf to cycle through some cards in his hand. Now, RNG is thinking about what really to do with it, because it's a very scary position seeing that your opponent is on level 3, and they're just, putting cards they don't need from their hand on the bottom of their deck and looking for more. And That is interesting. There's the
Oh,
purse
fascinating.
is being used to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I
okay.
see what's happening. So this is in response to Arisanna's ability at the end of the turn. Before Fruitcake can choose which herbs he's sacrificing, RNG is deciding, I'm going to get rid of one of your pair of 6s so that Fruitcake is forced to sacrifice the 3s, the recovery herbs, instead. Now, it sounds like they're talking to the judge a bit about the timing, because Fruitcake had already indicated that he was moving the counters off to indicate the sacrifice, but I'm not sure if RNG was given the chance to respond. So I guess we'll figure that out once they kind of finish talking through.
Yeah, because Arisanna's at the beginning of your end phase trigger goes on the stack, and then as part of it, that's when you sacrifice. That's not as a cost, which very often, I think that's the biggest confusion, social confusion in the Arisanna decks of like, how do herbs work? And
Right.
how really do herbs work? When are you using their ability, and when are you just sacrificing them for something else? And when do you get the effect of the herb?
Yeah, so actually it looks like it's working out in RNG's favor. So kind of the way that I had outlined it, one of the 6s got suppressed, so there was no longer a pair of 6s to sacrifice for the draw ability.
So then Fruitcake had to sacrifice the number 3, right?
Yeah,
so
the
no
recovery
recovery
herbs.
herb.
Exactly.
Unfortunate.
So that is potentially 2 health that RNG cost Fruitcake purely by having that purse up
Yeah.
and being able to play the distant enabler.
Yeah, and there's the incapacitate as well, finally coming
On the
up
Resolute
from
stand.
RNG.
Yeah, finally getting some value out of it.
Yeah, and now that he's Tristan, level 1, that means it costs 2 less, so he can just play it for 2. And he still has, I believe, 3 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand, which is just enough to play another ally.
Wow, and he has so much damage on the board too, right? We have 3 here. We have 3 from the Cheshire Cat. We have 4 from Lubei, potentially doubled because of the draft of stamina. So what is that, 10, 14 damage? That would be enough to kill Ari if it all goes through.
Yeah, now, it looks like Fruitcake also knows that, and he's just digging through his deck, because that's why he played the Resolute stand, to be like, all right, I need something to survive this turn. Will I find that thing? And there's the Astrocyte coming out, glimpsing to dig even deeper into the deck. It looks like he hasn't quite found what he's looking for. He was already out 2 Resolute stands, so all of his Resolute stands are gone now. There's not much he can do other than clearing board, and he does not play Meteor Strikes, like we said. So Comet Fall is really his only option, and he seemed to not have found it.
So, okay. So I was counting the health after he had already taken the first hit. So it looks like with the allies on the board, he's sending Fruitcake to 24 out of 25. Which means
Stressful.
he'll need one more card out of his hand. He'll need to find one more damage out of his hand in order to close this game out. Oh, no, he hasn't attacked yet. The Inert Sword is still up.
Yeah, the Inner
Okay,
Sword is
lethal,
bad.
yeah, so lethal on the board. Lethal staring Fruitcake in the face. What is he going to do about it?
Yeah, does he have what he needs to survive? Because even surviving one more turn is good enough. Zephyr.
There it
Oh,
is.
there is the Incapacitate.
And another
up.
Incapacitate. Oh, no.
Incapacitate is the king of this deck. That's all right. Before I was like, Tristan seems like an odd choice, but the Incapacitates for 2 are incredibly powerful, especially in this deck, which doesn't draw a lot of cards and wants to play so many allies.
Yeah,
They're all cost
absolutely.
3. So that was beautiful from RNG, I have to say, because it looked lost. We were even talking about how it's kind of over for him, but then he still managed to bring it back because Fruitcake also just didn't have what he needed. So it is a tough situation to be in. I do hope that Fruitcake will not forget to take out the Cosmic Balls, because that is something very, very important that everybody should remember to do every time you finish out a game where you generate cards. Don't forget to take them out of your deck.
Absolutely. I can guarantee you that at least once Fruitcake has lost a game because of that, and most likely will never forget again. Because this is the bane of every Ari player. It always happens that once. But honestly, if you look at that previous game, it actually looked like it was a little bit more in RNG's favor than game one kind of throughout the entire game. He never really got to do the full, wake up combo, the full game plan. But at every moment, things were happening a little bit earlier, a little bit faster than they were in game one. He got that Polaris pop a little bit earlier. He had a little bit of a board a little bit earlier, able to put in a little bit more damage. And as we saw at the very end, kind of it piled up to the point where he was actually able to get that damage through before Fruitcake really started his engine going.
Yeah, and it was a very scary situation because he was able to get rid of that Polaris, which is exactly what we said is going to happen here. And it seems there is a judge call in progress because exactly what we're talking about. The Polaris did get popped, and there was Cosmic Bolt shuffled into the deck.
Oh
and
no! Were you psychic?
I do believe that Fruitcake presented his deck to be cut before taking out the Cosmic Bolt.
Oh, my heart.
Yeah, it was my heart. And I was like, as I was talking about it, I was like, we were both like, he's an experienced Ari player.
Yeah,
and
there's no way. There's no way.
You said he surely knows. I do hope that he did not forget, but his face is looking not the brightest. But, so this always comes up in events. And, there are some things that are smaller things that even at large events, you're like too overeager with playing a card, and there are things that like obviously we know what you intended, but some things are harder to roll back, and we're gonna have to see how this judge call gets resolved.
Yeah, I mean, just on a process level, right? There's so many things for each of these players to keep in mind, and even at the highest level, you cannot make zero mistakes, right? Nobody's that good.
Yeah, it seems like it as procedure dictates. It was unfortunately a game loss for Fruitcake because the generated cards are not supposed to be in there. You're having, instead of 4, you have 7 Cosmic Bolts in your deck, which is way too many. 4 is a playset. That's the maximum legal at the beginning of the game. So you can't really play around with that. It's a very unfortunate situation here.
Yeah, and it is a rule that does need to be in place.
Yeah.
Presenting an illegal deck needs to be punished appropriately. But it just sucks for a match down this way. And it's a bummer. But you know what happens to the best of us? And after like 4 grueling rounds on Arisanna, on Astra Arisanna, it's kind of understandable that at this stage in the game, like that's, this is the kind of mistake that can happen to anybody.
Yeah, but now he will for sure never, ever
right?
forget it again.
Now he'll never forget it.
Yeah, but we still saw 2 incredible games of Grand Archive being played. Like, both of them, I really respect, especially in the first game when RNG was like, yeah, I cannot win from this point, looking at my hand, looking at the board, looking at what you have. There's just no way for me to win. And it is something that's a massive show of sportsmanship, and it was still amazing Grand Archive that was played. Obviously, we didn't see the deck quite win, but if we were to wait it out, it probably would have been 40 minutes for game 1. So RNG also wanted to win, not just tie the game. So I'm glad we still got to see both of these decks flourish, and we saw RNG's, once again, his combo turn got stopped.
Right.
But he still managed to come back and win the game, and that's such a wonderful thing about this deck. I'm in awe. I might have to start playing it, actually.
I think the deck's very powerful, right? It's very resilient. It seems like it should fold at the slightest interaction, but there's a lot of ways for it to come back. There's a lot of ways for it to just turn itself into an ally deck. Like, there's so many different ways for the deck to kind of keep its momentum rolling, even if you do stall it for that critical turn.
Yeah, and I think one of the best parts of the deck, which it's gonna sound a bit odd, is Liu Bei, because she was overlooked. Because when she came out, it was more of a she's great in Oath with Purse, but that's about it. And Bertha's in there, I guess, because she's a Ranger ally. But Liu Bei was kind of overlooked as it's another 3-cost 2/3, and it's a unique ally, so it works in Oath. But in this deck, she really, really shines through, especially with the release of Mad Hatter. And Mad Hatter himself having ranged as well.
Right.
She's an integral part of this deck, and I love to see all of that. All the massive amount of weight that she carries.
Yeah, this is actually, it's really cool because it feels like a natural evolution from where Wind Allies was going for a while, right? You know, you were talking about Liu Bei just sort of being in Wind Allies, especially for those Oath decks, and then it turned into this sort of like Ranger without Ranger version of Wind Allies, where it had all of the Ranger benefits, all of the distant enablers, but it was still just Wind Allies. You know, you never got that class bonus. And now it's just turning into all of the Ranger allies and that extra damage from the Ranger strides and all that other stuff.
Yeah, it really is an incredible evolution of the deck. And like I said, I'm a through and through Wind Allies player. I absolutely love this deck, and I'm really glad to see it doing so well. Especially, we went into round 5. It's undefeated in RNG's hands. It is a massive, it speaks volumes of how good and respectful of a player he is from what we see. So once he knows the game's over, he's not going to try and draw it out and win in any way. But he's still, even when his combo turn gets stopped, like full stopped with Song of Frost or with the Polaris or Arrow Trap, he still fights on until he sees that, oh, I can't do much anymore. So it's incredible to see. But okay, we've been talking about Fruitcake's deck is also incredible. Like, he
played it really well.
And he also went undefeated until now on Wind Arisanna. And I think that also, this is what we've been talking about, of the meta being so diverse, and I'm so glad to see it. Which deck do you prefer personally?
So I'm a combo player at heart. I love the Wake Up combo, and I love the combo feel of Arisanna once she gets to level 3. So it's really hard for me to put one of these decks above the other. Both of them do such very cool things, like a lot of fun to kind of tinker around with and play with the various components. I think the Wake Up kind of speaks to me more because I really do love that punchy burst that it does really early on. But yeah, Astra Arisanna is one of those decks that I am always watching for.
Yeah.
And I am ready for the day when it becomes top deck, and then I can just unashamedly be like, yes, I am playing Astra.
Today might be, like, just because Fruitcake lost this game doesn't mean he's out at all. He already has 4 wins. So it's been amazing. But unfortunately, no winners interview this time. But we're going to see a bit of what vending at an Ascent is like from core TCG here at Niagara Falls.
Hello and welcome back. I am here joined by Vegan from Core TCG. It's always good to see you, friend.
Yes,
How you been?
Yeah, good, very good, yeah.
It's been a while since Worlds, man. How's the last time I saw you?
And Boston. We've been to Boston too.
Boston?
Yeah.
Boston Church?
You were busy that day though, so you probably missed that.
I was dying.
Yeah, it was a rough one. Yeah, Boston was, I was playing, running around, you were casting, running around, and then also vending, running around. So yeah, it was a crazy time. It was really, really good experience there. Yeah, well, we're vending also here. The setup here is pretty cool. Everyone's been super generous and really cool lately. I think the Canadian experience has been really interesting because this is our first international vending event. So, yeah, Canada's been pretty cool. Also, Niagara Falls is beautiful, by the way. I was like, he took a picture of the sunset on the way here, so.
I gotta see. You gotta show me later.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But yeah, the response has been really, really cool with the community. It seems like they've had a lot of. I didn't know the stock would be so good here, but we've been doing a lot of buying and trading, which is really interesting to see. They have a really crazy amount of stock here, which is really surprising.
Yeah. So we have a lot of singles. It's really difficult for us to move them into the U.S. with the tariff.
Right.
So also a sealed product is really important. So a big one is A and B. Is really hard to find.
I was gonna say we've been selling so much of A and B that people like walk up, and we've been getting a lot of compliments on our prices. And we'll have DTR at 80, and then people are like, "Whoa, Mortal Ambition at 80," and I'm like, "What the?" And it was
the big one for Mortal Ambition is because the draft packs just came out.
True.
People are buying them to bring back to their locals to draft.
That makes sense. That's
that one.
Yeah. So yeah, the response has been really great so far. We have a lot of cool CSRs over here that we've been selling since yesterday for trade night.
They're the Heavenly Guides too.
Yeah, those are those Heavenly Guides are, from what I'm aware of, I think those 4 and Henke's 4 are the only 8 in circulation right now. And Terry sold his 4 to me actually. So those 4 are off the market as well.
Purfies are.
Those are Purfies. Yeah, those are Purfies.
Oh, because you kept ice.
Yeah. So I kept mine. So only Purfies and Henke's are in circulation. So those are actually really cool to see.
Yeah, so for those of you guys who don't know, the Heavenly Guides are actually a top 8 world's prizing.
Yeah.
So there are only 8 play sets in the world.
Yeah.
So it's super cool.
32 copies with only 8 of them being sold. Yeah. Yeah, we have those priced at 2,000 each if anyone's interested, if anyone sees this in time. But yeah. Yeah. And then, we are planning on being in Akihabara as well, which is going to be really cool. So really looking forward to that one. I know a lot of people had a really good response to our pyramid mats this time. We have another one planned for Aki, which I think we're going to be leaking at the end of this event. So maybe we'll show like a little spoiler for it, which could be really exciting. But yeah, the response has been really cool that we definitely want to try to make as many Ascents as we can, even if they're international. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah. So it's great to see you guys out here at events. Having vendors at events is a really big thing, right? Anyone who needs last minute cards, it's great to be able to get them here at the events, but also to be able to browse through the other stuff. Sealed products always fun to open with friends. A really big one I want to talk about is you guys also do online orders, right? You guys are, I believe, the biggest online retailer for Archive. So can you kind of tell us about that?
Yeah, so we ship all around the world, both for sealed product and singles. For pre-orders, we actually only supply for the US for pre-orders specifically. Once a set then becomes available, like widespread post-release, we're able to sell it internationally, but we only pre-sell locally. But all of our sealed product, all of our singles, all of our Dragon Shields, everything that we have for Grand Archive is available both in the US and internationally. We have a special kind of collabs that we do with some content creators. Like if you guys check out True Champion Gaming, they have special promo codes with us too that kind of give you like credit back and stuff like that. So we try to make it very accessible to be able to get cards and product for pretty decent prices, I would say. So if you guys are struggling anywhere to get cards, please check out coretcg.com. That's not like, advertisement. I just drew one.
Honestly, it should be. Yeah, right. Because you guys do so much.
We just mostly really do we don't want anyone to have an excuse not to try the game. So if that's kind of holding you back and you think that's something that's kind of keeping you from like, oh, I don't know if I can get cards and anything, we got everyone's back. So yeah, and we usually have pretty deep stock, so we don't run out of things too often. Yeah.
So if people are looking to find you guys, where can we find you? Like socials, websites?
Yeah, so we're on Facebook, Instagram. Our website is just coretcg.com. We are also on TCG Player and other platforms as well, but usually going to the website is just a little bit easier. I think some of our pricing is a little bit lower on the website than TCG Player too because of fees and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's just cheaper to buy from the website, to be honest. And yeah, socials, we're really big on Instagram. So if we're posting out any of our own regional content or, pre-order stuff like that, usually we go through Instagram more so than Facebook.
Speaking of which, regionals, I believe you guys have a regional in a week.
Yeah, right? November 1st, yeah, we have our SoCal regional. There's actually, this is the first time we're saying this, but there's going to be a special prize included for first place there that this is the first time we're talking about. It will be revealed very soon, but yeah, there's a special prize being added to first place, and no one knows about it till now.
It's cool. Exclusive content for you guys. Yeah. But thank you guys so much, guys. Again, this is Vegan from Core TCG. We'll be checking you guys out in the future. Make sure to check out their website if you need any singles for Grand Archive, and we'll see you at Ascent Akihabara.
Yeah.
Welcome back to round 6 of Ascent Niagara Falls. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me for this round is Benirien. How are you doing?
Doing great. The lunch break, of course, helps everyone. I'm sure it helped a lot of our players. Obviously, you had a round while I wasn't here. A fun round from what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was really, really great gameplay, the games that we got to see.
Yeah.
Right? It was a fantastic showcase of the defensive capabilities of Astra Arisanna, and then just the resilience and the ability to fight through that defense on the part of the Wake Up deck. So just 2 really, really good matches. But it ended in a way. And we are moving on to round 6. And I think we have a water mirror for round 6.
Yeah, one of the 2 players being superior that we saw earlier on the Genbu.
Mm-hmm.
And Kilidus, another fairly well-known player. Also that tends to, from Chess Lab.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, great deck builders. Not playing a team deck this event from what I heard. They all split a bit apart. Kilidus, I know, tends to play his own deck a bit more than the rest of the team. He loves playing... I know he really tried to make Neos Domain Tenoris work. It's a deck he comes back to often. Different variations of like Water Allies, that kind of thing. He's a big Water player, a bit like me. So we talk decks often. And this time he brought Astra Diana Water level 3, going full value with those Weaving Mana Streams and...
This is a deck that I love. I love the idea behind it. I love the value you can get out of those Weaving Mana Streams, and just those huge glimpses that you can get off of the right hit from Aqua Mirage Whisper is just so entertaining to me. I tried playing it once at locals and ran into 2 people in a row playing water against me, running dredging streams, and that was the least fun I have had ever playing Grand Archive.
Yeah, it's a deck that can be a bit vulnerable, that needs to find answers for going face, which can be hard against too much disruption, and that honestly has not a lot of ways of going past the Genbu. So it's probably not the best matchup for Kilidus right now.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this is going. Like, Kilidus obviously doing well so far, right?
Yeah.
You know, doing well in this tournament. I would love to see what his path up to this point has been. But I'm really interested to see kind of what he has up his sleeves in order to fight off Superior in this matchup.
Yeah. I do notice the main board Radiant Vega, the other Diana weapon that we got this set. It's a very control-focused weapon. It lets you negate cards if the cost is lower than the amount of Aether charges that you have in it. So you're supposed to just stack them up and just let it sit there and threaten your opponent with some control elements.
Yeah, Radiant Vega has, like you were saying, just a fascinating defensive ability on it, but also has 5 durability.
Yeah.
So even if you never get the chance to activate it, it's still a 2/5 weapon, which is wild.
So the game starts with a Fractal of Rain, not always what the Genbu player wants to see.
Yeah, and this is usually a good start for the Genbu player, like you were saying. And from Kilidus' side, a pass, which is pretty standard for Diana.
Yeah, Diana wants to play fast speed, something to give herself distant and get the Aether charges. While we get not too many decisions, I want to point out that we're at that stage of the tournament where we have those win-and-ends. That's when people's day 2 start to be locked in. Our 2 contestants here, 4-1. If they win this one, that means that they can intentionally draw with any opponent from now on, and that 5-0-1, that 5-1-1, they're locked in for day 2. So whoever wins here is possibly safe.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely still want to be playing out at least one of your games.
Yeah,
if you want to get another win under your belt.
You get the extra points to make sure you make top 8 on day 2. But some people prefer just guaranteeing that safe day 2 than risking for the extra point.
Yeah, absolutely. Either of these players, if they win this match, could conceivably just intentionally draw both of their next matches and be completely safe going into day 2.
There's also the extra advantage. A big tournament like this, in a way, is a marathon. So if you can skip 2 rounds and make sure you come in fresher on your next rounds tomorrow morning, that's an advantage in itself.
So we are seeing this match proceed kind of on rails. We've got Superior on Guoja level 1 now, dropping an extra Fractal, and we have Kilidus playing that Weaving Mana Stream in order to go distant, allowing the Diana level 1 Materialize to use the On-Enter to materialize the Aqua Mirage's Whisper, a fantastic Ether Charge weapon, and part of the core strategy of this deck.
It having Spell Shroud fixes a lot of the problems that the old Umbra Diana had with their gun, which is how fragile they are. Of course, some people take a bit for that. The Mustang is quite popular in today's meta, and since it's not a spell, it's an ally, it does go through the Spell Shroud.
So we did see Kilidus going distant using that Weaving Mana Stream. Do you want to talk a little bit about the value engine of this deck?
Yeah, that's really what makes the deck tick. It's a card with floating memory that whenever you use it to pay for a memory cost, instead of going to banish, you can load it into your Aether Wing. And then when you shoot it, well, like every Aether charges in your Aether Wing, it goes to the graveyard. So it's floating memory. And you can use it again to pay for cost. And it goes into the Aether Wing. And you can shoot it, and then it goes back to the graveyard. And you just repeat that for the next 5 turns of the game.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than using multiple Weaving Mana Streams in order to level up to 2 or even 3 and just get your free value. It's so powerful. So we are seeing a hit with the Aqua Mirage's Whisper now, and Kilidus is in the tank, figuring out just how he wants to resolve this Glimpse. Looks like 4 cards in the Glimpse, any number of which could go top or bottom. And of course, once he's finished resolving, the top card of his deck will be put into the graveyard as part of Aqua Mirage's Whisper's effect.
Yeah, so you always try to find a floating memory from this. We do here find the Church of Soul. It's just the 1 damage, Aether Charge, and floating memory. The 1 damage, though, is not very big into this matchup. There's nothing that you want to snipe with that. There's no some 1-life ally. There's no spell shield you want to pop. So it's something you're very happy to mill from this.
Yeah, and anytime you can mill floating memory off of that hit, you're kind of pretty happy with that. And now the Genbu mill is going off up to, is that
5 counters.
5 counters
5
now.
counters.
Pretty good.
Not milling any float here, however, you mill a Fractal Lorraine, which you probably would have liked to see, and Resonating Fugues, which is one of your main win con that lets you switch Genbu's attack in life.
Yeah, really unfortunate that he hasn't milled more floating memory because I think he just drew the Stratagem of Myriad Ice.
Yes, I think I saw that too.
So potentially aiming to just fire off a big damage spell in order to seal this game relatively early on, assuming he has the cards to do it with. Only 3 water cards in his graveyard right now, so can't really get a whole lot of value out of that Fractal of Polar Depths, but he's probably something that's in the back of his mind.
I also saw a second Fractal of Polar Depths in hand, so the mill win con is actually something that's much closer than you would think.
Whoa, yeah. If he can get both of those going, mill himself and then mill his opponent, that is a pretty big mill potentially coming up. I think 2 of these isn't quite enough to seal the deal, but a 3rd one almost assuredly will, in whatever stage of the game he finds
It's slowest with the Fractal Rain on board. There's 2 Primordial Ritual, which can put ideally 4 water cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, under good circumstances. Of course, a lot of that is going to depend on Superior finding allies, which is something that he's so far struggled with on stream.
Yeah. And it's not like his deck is completely lacking in allies. There's the Mustangs, the Paladins, the Seaside Ringleaders, the Bullfrogs, the Bovines. He has allies. He just needs to find them.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, at least he isn't stuck trying to defend himself against any kind of aggressive onslaught, right? There's the Aqua Mirage Whisper hits, which deal a little bit of damage, incidental. But the more important effect of the Aqua Mirage Whisper is the Glimpse, of course. So, Superior for right now is not that worried about his health total.
Definitely not. Kilidus is not showing a huge amount of pressure here. And also, water in general, Diana even more, really doesn't have a lot of answers to those Fractal of Polar Depths.
It's true, yeah. There's not a whole lot that Kilidus can do in order to prevent those Fractal of Polar Depths from doing the thing that they're supposed to do.
There is a main board Nullifying Lantern, and obviously the Fracture Ice can deal with that. But it's something that you need to get out beforehand, right? You can't use that in reaction. And it's very possible for Superior to just get enough water cards in the graveyard faster than Killadis could predict, especially since he might want to go level 3 next turn just because that's the main game plan of the deck.
Yeah, and Killit is definitely focused on that game plan. Moving to level 2 this turn looks like the Weaving Mana Stream providing some additional extra value there. And going for another 4 damage. Ooh, no, a lot more than 4 damage. Oh, so the level 2 ability of Diana allowed him to automatically charge up some of the Astra shots to get a lot more damage on that hit this time.
Yeah.
So we were seeing the Weaving Mana Stream and then 2 Astra Ether charges.
Yeah, all the level 1 and the level 2, well, all the Norman Water Aether charges are all 1 damage, and all the Astra ones are 2 damage.
Yep.
So no need to remember everything. They all have the same stats.
Yeah, but of course, using Diana Judgment's arrows ability to load up some Astra Ether shots early definitely gives a little bit of a jump start to the amount of damage that you're doing, and also gives a huge glimpse in this case. That 7 damage hit allows for a glimpse of 8, which is a lot of cards to go through.
Also helps to unbrick your hand a little. Sometimes you can afford to run more Astras because you know you'll be able to clear some of them on that level 2. I also want to point out, it's you could say it's an oddity. Killadis is so confident in the ability of Weaving Mana Stream of accruing value. It's a level 3 deck that does not actually run Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a feature, not a bug of this deck.
Definitely.
You know, the ability to use the Weaving Mana Stream for all of your floating memory needs kind of makes everything in your deck essentially cheaper already. So you don't need to worry about the value for Dungeon Guide, and the deck is not really reliant on the speed either, because you're kind of using every turn that you have.
I can see how it could be a problem against, super aggro decks where you really want that extra life. Sometimes you Dungeon Guide not for the value of a level 3, just to have that little buffer in damage.
Well, we are seeing those Fractal of Polar Depths go off just like you called earlier, Bani, and milled for, looks like 14 or 15 cards in Superior's graveyard now. And going for another set. So milling himself twice in a row. No shortage of floating memory here after the fact. So I think we're going to see a massive stratagem at this point.
Yeah, it could be stratagem. There's not that many. There's a couple of negates in Killadis's list, I think. Frozen Dismissal doesn't hit stratagem. There is the... Is he not running the... So there's no negate in Killadis's list that can hit the stratagem.
Wow, and that mill got 3 liminal guys.
That is
so
a
going
lot
to
of
level
value
2 here is huge. And now we have Superior counting out the remainder of his graveyard. How much of this is useful? How much of this is chaff?
Yeah,
and
we have a lot of float. We have some Seaside Ring Leaders that we can use to draw extra cards.
And that actually looks like not that much float. I'm kind of surprised.
Oh yeah, that in a way was a bad mill.
So I mean, getting the extra liminal guide's not bad.
And you can right there and then use the Primordial Ritual on one of your liminal guides in Recollect.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does have the cards in hand, too, given that he drew 3 more off of the liminal guides. Wow, what a powerful card. And, of course, milling more float, so definitely in a good position here going forward. If he doesn't think that Killadis has the answer, this could just be over right now.
Oh, we're going for Revitalizing Plants for a lot of healing.
Yeah, Killadis just saying, all right, do what you're going to do. And
recover 8.
8 points of recovery. Yeah, very effective.
And you draw a card, and you have 2 cards in hand, so you can activate the Seaside Ring Leader that's sitting there in the graveyard.
And that is exactly what Superior does. Even more cards. That influence is getting enormous. This is now, what, 10 cards, 11 cards?
8,
I think
11, yeah.
11.
And then draw for turns, 12.
What a solid position. Just, yeah, this is a commanding presence for Superior. I'm really curious to see what he does here, because it seems like this game should be over.
The Turbo Mill means that Genbu is now possibly online, but he has to know that Diana is running some combat step interrupting shenanigans, the main one being a tactical retreat in Ranger.
Absolutely. But now we are seeing cards go down, and this might be for a stratagem. Oh, no, starting with a bovine. Okay, so ready to mill some more cards.
1 and 2.
Still
Again, not
just blanks, right? Just keeps on putting those blanks into his yard. I guess all of his float is in his hand.
We do see a lot of float in that hand. We're dropping the frog.
Well, this is a fully defensive turn that I kind of expected to be one that was closing out the game. But Bullfrog on the board, the kind of engine enabler of the Tidestone Bovine, and all of this is on a Seaside Ringleader turn. So that is a 1/5 Bullfrog, which is kind of scary, actually.
Yeah.
And we'll see what he does going forward. Is this just pass? Are we sitting on however many quest counters? This is 6 quest counters at this point?
That's 11, I think.
Oh, 2 dice. Yep, missed it. That's 11. I agree.
So obviously, I think Superior could have gone for the kill here with Stratagem followed by a Primordial Ritual to get that extra float in the graveyard. Of course, you're scared of whatever answer your opponent has. You're against a water deck with everything in their hand.
Yeah, a water deck with a full grip. That's not really something you want to test.
Yeah, it's not knowing, like I mentioned, there's actually no negate for non-allies. The only negate is Frozen Dismissal. But that's something you don't know right here in this day 1. If this matchup was day 2, you have open deck list. You can look at where your opponent deck is, and you could have seen, well, there's no negate. I can just go for those things.
Right, yeah. No, Superior playing it safe, and I think this is the right call. I think Superior is in a position to understand not only this matchup, but his position in this matchup, right? He does have an advantage with the amount of cards in his hand. He does have an advantage with his influence and all of his support in the yard. He can afford to take his time here if that's what he decides to do.
Ooh, that's an interesting play by Keyless. I don't hate it. So he's playing the Frozen Dismissal, knowing Superior has all the cards in hand, just to make sure that there will be no answers to whatever he's doing on his turn.
Yeah, I actually really like that. I think it's one of the better ways to play negates in Grand Archive is not so much to stop the card that you're negating, but to stop your opponent from having any additional things that they can do in response. And of course, 3 floating memory, including 2 weaving mana streams in order to go to level 3. Such value.
Yeah. And now we start to get to Diana 3 herself as a way to protect against the Genbu, the ability to, when you get distance, to tax a combat phase by 2.
Yeah, Diana Moonpiercer's abilities are all very impressive and very wordy. So it is a lot to do if you're not familiar with them. And playing a commentary advantage here and going for the Glimpse 4 to try and Ether Call some extra Ether charges onto his Ether Wing. I think I have all of those different.
Yep.
There's a lot of Ether.
And we see a lot of those.
A lot of Ether charges.
That'd be very scary if there wasn't a taunt right there on the field.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Now, given that Superior doesn't have any cards up in his hand, Killidus does have the card that makes his attack unblockable unless his opponent pays.
Is it enough damage? We're looking at 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. It's far from enough, but let's see what else he has in hand.
Yeah, I mean, between the potential of like a Guided Starlight and a Meteoric Volley, this could be lethal. Assuming he has the cards for it, which, trying to look at the influence that he has available.
He should have it, yeah.
And he is doing that same math himself. And we'll see whether or not he ends up going for it, whether he even has the cards. I am seeing a little bit of Water and Norm in that hand, so it's not necessarily all of the cards he's looking for.
So we're playing the Constellation Blessing?
Constellation's Blessing, yep. An easy card draw just to load up the Ether Charge. And I really just waiting to see what Killidus is going to do, right? There's a variety of different options, but it looks like he's not quite going in for the kill, since that would require multiple cards. But he is going in for a lot of damage.
The problem is that leaves them fully hands down. And I'm pretty sure Genbu, one way or another, can find the win next turn, right? You can just flip Genbu, Resonating Fugue, and swing for like 40 at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. This is... Oh, I guess this during his Recollection still?
Are we still in Recollect? I think he...
Yeah, I thought he drew a card. Because... Yeah, I thought he recollected already because
I'm
of the
pretty sure he
frozen
Recollect.
symbol. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's main.
Counting up the damage he has available. And...
Yeah, he played the...
Yeah, the Meteoric Volley, it's not actually an Ether Charge, so it doesn't get loaded into the weapon. But it does hit for a lot. So hits him for 15 damage. Now we have a Glimpse 16, but no Ether Wing on the field to actually Ether Call the Ether Charges onto.
Yeah, and also, again, completely empty hand right now, so...
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Genbu can find a win here, be it swinging with Genbu, or if you don't have the Fugue in hand, there has to be a way to make sure that that stratagem is lethal.
Yeah, I think you can deal the 20 point. I mean, trying to remember what he had in his graveyard, I'm sure he has at least 5 floating memory available. So it really feels like going hands down here potentially leaves him open to a lot of damage from Superior. But of course, we've got to get rid of we've got to deal with this massive glimpse first.
So many decisions to make.
Ends up leaving
at that point of the game, I feel often the mindset of the player is less planning their next 4 turns, because you probably won't get there one way or another. It's just, what is the one card that I want?
Yeah, I think in this case it's planning for the next turn specifically, right? I think the plan is materialize an Ether Wing and then glimpse the remaining 3 or 4 shots that are still visible on the top of that deck. But of course, all of that is dependent on Superior letting Killidus live for the turn, right? Can Superior find 20 damage knowing that he's unopposed?
We have 6 floats in graveyard plus 1. That's 1 more. So that's 7 float, 21 damage.
And what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage on the board. So he only needs another 14 out of the graveyard. And the strategy is definitely
more than enough. And yeah, that is Killidus conceding.
It's interesting. I wonder if Killidus attributed knowledge to Superior that Superior didn't have, right? Killidus absolutely knows the contents of his deck.
Yeah.
He knows that he doesn't have anything to stop Superior from killing him with a stratagem. Superior doesn't necessarily know that, but if Killidus assumes that Superior knows that, then Superior not killing him with stratagem means that Superior doesn't have stratagem.
Yeah.
So of course he can go hand down because Superior doesn't have stratagem. Yeah, I'm not actually sure if that's how it played out, but like this feels sort of
definitely a possibility, and that's why you thought about using negates to make your opponent go hands down, and how that's your favorite way of playing negates. I think my favorite way of playing negates is not even playing the negates, just holding it up every turn and forcing the opponent to hold cards every turn and slowing the game down that way. Not even having the negate in hand, just bluffing it. And I think when you're obviously doomed like this, you don't go hands down for some damage. You just keep your whole hand up and say that, yeah, I have answers, you can't kill me. And hopefully actually draw an answer in the time that buys you.
Speaking of answers, do we think Killidus is going to bring anything from his sideboard in order to make this matchup easier?
Well, the very interpretive trinket, for sure. Blanche is definitely a good include, given that stratagem is so dangerous.
Yeah, dying to stratagem definitely makes you think twice about whether or not to bring Blanche in.
Regal Inquisition is probably a worthy addition to the deck list.
I feel like Regal Inquisition, especially with the one-of stratagem on Superior side, kind of knowing what you're up against, knowing what you're playing into, being able to knock out that one individual threat, being able to knock out like a Resonating Fugue. Superior only has a couple of cards that actually cause any damage or close the game out for him. So I think Regal Inquisition is pretty good against him.
I do want to say, it's not standard, but it's not the most common one either. Superior is on 2 stratagems.
Okay, yeah, I actually missed that in the deck list.
And then the Resolute stands are interesting because, again, it's like we mentioned at the other one, the Genbu player has many ways of killing you. Sometimes it's stratagem for 20, and sometimes it's playing 4 paladins and just beating your face. So the Resolute is an interesting proposition because it might be useful, but it might be completely dead in hand too.
And then the last card on Killadis's list, Poised Occlusion, is the new Ranger Negate. So that might be something that he brings in just as a way of, I didn't have any negates beforehand, but if you're going to play stratagem against me, boy, do I have some answers for you.
Yeah, and as we've seen here, sometimes you just need to buy yourself one turn, right? If Killadis had survived there and be able to load some more air charges, he might have found a win.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, on Superior's side, I think we're definitely going to see a Song of Frost coming in. We're going to see another Mustang coming in, absolutely. Yeah. There might be Resolute stands. I'm not exactly sure if there's going to be room in the main for Resolute stands.
I'm not sure if they're that worth it, because they basically only ever block 3 damage, right?
Right. Yeah, given that the hits usually come in much larger increments.
There's also, important to point, there's a single 3 of ally in Killadis's list, and it's not even Frostborn Paladin. It's the new Alacritus Huntress.
Wow, it's not even the Crystalline Archer.
No, it's the one that loads a nature charge and draws a card.
Wild.
Everything, the deck is hyper-focused on loading those nature charges. Meanwhile, Superior double Fractal Lorraine, that is a great start for a Genbu player.
Yeah, that is exactly where you want to be as a Genbu player. This leads you to potentially turn 3 or 4 Genbu flips. So potentially a lot of damage and a very aggressive start from Superior.
So very interesting because Killadis did actually sideboard in the Poison Inclusions and then valued them low enough that he banished one for his first level up.
It's calculated. It's a threat. He's saying, by the way, maybe I didn't last game, but this game I definitely have negates in my deck. Play accordingly.
That's definitely a valid way of playing that. Mind games are the best ways of playing card games.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Superior moving forward with, of course, the usual game plan, bringing out Genbu, showing his material deck off to his opponent. Look at how cool my cards are. Ooh, Mustang going into the yard. That is not what Superior wanted
And
to see.
Fractal of Rain, again, following from game 1, not the best luck milling your floating memory here.
Yeah, that's really rough.
And you hit the Weaving Mana Stream for Killadis.
Yeah, so he has tools, right? Superior definitely has plays here. He's not dead in the water, but his deck is not doing him any favors.
I see 2 Fractals of Polar Depths in Superior's hand again. So, again, combined with the 2 Fractals of Rain, that's also very fast win possible there.
Yeah, especially with the 3 mills each turn. He's going to have a lot of water in his graveyard relatively soon.
And also, again, Superior could have played that second Fractal of Polar Depths, but holding 4 cards up, because, right, he doesn't want to go hands down against the water deck. Again, the fact of not knowing that the opponent is not actually running any negates, but just the threat of being a water deck puts the fear of playing into your opponent.
Absolutely. It's so important. Killadis is actually not having a lot of ways to deal extra damage here. So we're getting the Weaving Mana Stream loaded into the gun by playing the Flash Grenade, but then not a lot else. So I think we saw a Glimpse 3 there, only a 2 damage hit. Pretty unfortunate start. I think Killadis was hoping to get a little bit more out of that.
So we've seen all 4 Fractal Rains. 2 of them are in the graveyard.
Standard.
And the 3rd Polar Depths.
Okay, so this is interesting. Superior isn't separating the float out, but he is separating the non-water cards out.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about that mill win.
Yeah, I think we know what thought process is going on here.
Also, since we haven't seen that in the other Genbu round either, it's important to point that the cards in the graveyard for Genbu deck are not actually completely dead. A common strategy for Genbu is to mill out your whole deck and then use Tabula of Salvage, a Regalia, to put 5 cards from your graveyard back at the bottom of your deck. But the bottom of your deck is your whole deck if you deck out. So you can basically craft your next hand.
It's kind of like glimpsing 60.
Yeah. In a kind of roundabout way.
We finally found an ally for, well, it was Frostborn Paladin. We finally found Frostborn Paladin for Superior. We had plenty of allies previous game, but we finally found Frostborn Paladin for Superior. First time on stream, Frostborn Paladin. Congratulations. And keeping it up. So this is a defensive Frostborn Paladin. This is a Frostborn Paladin that wants to suck up a potentially large Aquamirage Whisper hit.
Definitely. And since it's a deck with no allies, the Kilitis, the Dyna's one, there's never any point in swinging with a Paladin, right? Because if Kilitis hits into the Paladin, you deal that 3 damage anyway.
Yeah, and Kilitis is going to be coming in every turn, right? There is no turn in which Kilitis is not swinging for the fences.
And we see the Primordial Ritual. So instead of doing that 3 damage, we say we prefer getting those extra cards in the graveyard.
Oh, this is such an awful interaction for Kilitis.
Another Paladin. Yes, because the Aetherwing does not actually hit, so you don't get the glimpse.
So he doesn't lose the durability on the Aetherwing, but no damage was dealt, like you were saying. So he loses all of his shots, all of the charges, to no glimpse value. Very frustrating. And now he's got to load up again if he wants to try and get some more of that. Oh, Superior's counting. Danger. We might have already hit the danger zone.
So we're at 8 water in graveyard. We have the other Polar Depths in hand. Again, the Fractal of Polar Depths go to the graveyard before the ability resolves, so they count each other. So, we're using it with only 1 Polar Depths here for 9 extra mill.
So milling 9, potentially as much as 18. But this, to me, reads like he wants to go to level 2, and getting something like a liminal guide into his graveyard from that extra mill is extra helpful. And I'm not sure if he had the float for it, but now he definitely has the float for it.
Definitely
and
does.
also has the liminal guide that popped out. So this is pretty strong.
Oh, and here we are separating the float.
It's a lot to separate all in the one corner of, oh boy, here we go. All right, but yeah, going to level 2 here. Probably going to be taking the quest counters, I think.
He's already at 9, so he can just take the card draw.
Just take the card draw. Yeah, right, two Fractals of Rain. I forgot how quickly that stacks up.
It stacks so fast.
Yeah. And even got the Pelagic Fate Stone, one of 2, I believe, in his deck. So that's a really nice mill for him, and just a great, additional piece of incidental value.
So in all that great sequence, we can point how sad it is to mill the Seaside Ringleader after the Pelagic Fate entered, so you don't get the buff counter on it.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's only an 03. No 1/4 Pelagics.
Awful turn. Just do it again.
Yep. Wrap this one up. Go to game 3. Still plenty of support in that graveyard, though. And it actually looks like he's not sure exactly how much float he has left. Also not sure if he drew one of his 2 of stratagems. So
I don't see a stratagem, but I do see a Tidal Lock. I do see a Resonating Fugue. So there's a huge possibility that he might be going for the Genbu win con here.
And that's definitely enough water in the graveyard for Genbu to close it out.
Yeah, and that Prevent 3 from the Flash Grenade is not helping in this case.
No, 3 is not enough when you are taking 35.
So we are flipping the Genbu and Recollect.
Here we go. Are you expecting to see the other Fractal of Polar Depths come out? Or do you think he'll just swing in with however much water he has?
At this point, I think he just keeps more cards in hand. Even if he only has 1 Tidal Lock, you just present more answers, right? And I don't see a tactical retreat in Kilitis' hand, so this might just be game.
And looks like Superior is going through the motions here. Resonating Fugue coming down on that Genbu. And Kilitis looking through his hand for an answer.
Yeah, showing that it's basically all Astra. There were no answers in there. The downside of playing a high-value level 3 deck, making full use of your advanced element, is that sometimes you draw all of it, and there's no way of actually progressing your game state.
Yeah, I mean, just a rough position for Killidus to be in. At that point, level 2 hadn't quite had the materializes in order to go to level 3 and enable all of his Astra cards. So just kind of sitting there with a lot of like, oh, I really wish this was loaded into my Ether Wing right now. Rough position for sure.
Yeah. Still, again, 4-2, very respectable score. Still, very good odds of making it to day 2.
Absolutely.
Superior, though, as we've said, pretty much locked in.
Yeah. Superior is in a great position now. Easy to just intentional draw with the next opponent or even the opponent after, and kind of a free ride into day 2 at this point. Killidus is still going to have to work for it, but as you said, absolutely doable for this position. He is by no means out of the running.
I also want to point out we are officially at least probably beating, but at least equaling the records from last year. We had a very sad single Canadians day 2 at Ascent Toronto. So we probably beat that here today.
I think so. I think that it seems like there's been some pretty good representation from
from
the Canadian
what I know
locals.
of the players I know about, a lot of them are at least decently placed.
Excellent. Good to hear. I think I feel like that's important for any Ascent. You want the locals to feel like they're well represented.
Yeah.
Do you have any favorite player going into day 2 that you really want to see kind of progress here and show off the Canadian scene?
Who have we not seen? I have one of my Montreal locals who is on a different Water Diana deck. The kind of popular nowadays Carpson Coda build. So it doesn't go to level 3. It's much more an aggro deck. You run the Paladins, you run the Crosstown Archer, which is kind of second Paladin. And you use the Aquamarge, Whispers, Glimpse, and Mill to put the Totril, the 0/6 taunt, into your graveyard. And you use Carpson Coda that deals damage to a unit, so you can go face with it.
Right.
Equal to the highest life of a water, animal, or beast in your graveyard. So you mill the frog, and you just shoot for 6.
I love it, honestly. I think that having, these aggressive strategies in water really kind of fleshes out the element, because having water just purely be defensive, kind of the old days of water is I don't think that's good for the game.
No.
So having these abilities to go really aggressively, especially with Crystalline Archer, is just such a beast of a card. Being able to recover you those cards out of your floating memory while doing extra damage, I really, really like that card. And I think it fits really well into this Carpson Coda build that you've been describing.
Yeah, it's definitely a good deck. This local I'm talking about is not guaranteed yet. Last news, he was 3-2. He sadly fumbled the last round.
Oh, no.
It's always sad hearing, at an Ascent, part of the fun is just every round, just keeping tab on all your friends, how they're doing, what happened in their last round, what did they play against, how did they play, did they misplay,
right,
and just hearing that they had the game, you were watching them, and you had to go see something else, and you come back to them, and no, I just fumbled the game, I overextended, and then he hit me for 20.
Oh, yeah, that's so frustrating. I've definitely heard some of the similar stories from my friends. I had the match locked up, and instead of playing perfectly, I made one mistake, and that was it. It was over.
Yeah.
And
that also shows the depth of Grand Archive as a whole. Sometimes you have a big advantage, and if you don't use that advantage perfectly, you can still lose.
Yeah, absolutely. The skill ceiling in this game is so high, and it's not something that's easy to recognize from the outside. When first coming into this game, I don't think that, I had some history in some other games, so I'm not sure that I respected this game as much as maybe I should have. And boy, have I learned the error of my ways. Wow. I just the way that all of the decisions are front-loaded in this game, because you have all of your options available to you right at the beginning. It really changes the tenor, and it makes every decision feel that much more important.
Yeah, oh yeah. I always say I've played a lot of Luxem, Fire Luxem, and the game is decided on the initial glimpse.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, speaking of players that won off of huge glimpses, well, huge mills, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
I believe we have an interview with Superior coming up.
Hello and welcome back. I'm here with the round 6 winner of Ascent Niagara Falls, the second time on stream today, but this time you took the victory here. So congratulations to Superior. You are now 5-1.
5-1, yeah. So I'm guaranteed for day 2.
Yeah. So you can basically ID any round from now until the end. But obviously we know playing it out for the high
100%,
ranks.
100%.
You definitely want that spirit, right?
Yeah. I'm definitely eyeing for the top 8, but if it doesn't happen, it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about the list. So first of all, we know at the beginning of the season, you topped a ton of regionals on Suited. You were gung-ho Suited. You were quite literally the reason I play Suited. It was great watching you with that. But you swapped over back to Genbu, which we saw you play a lot last season leading up into Nationals as well as Worlds.
Yeah.
Right? So talk to me about why you're doing this kind of like more traditional last season build versus like the kind of popularized Looking Glass version of Genbu.
Well, first, I swapped over back to Genbu just because I think Suited, I feel like isn't in a good spot right now because I feel like there's a lot of, Crux Lorraines who run like Flame Sweeps. There's a lot of level 3 decks that are playing Resolute Stand, so it's a little hard sometimes, to play into those decks. But the reason why I'm on the GCR build and the old season build is I think it's more consistent. Just because I think the GCR can get you out of really bad situations when you are maybe playing into like Fire Aggro. You might need an extra draw, you're gonna have to go all down, and then you're not really gonna have like an extra or a good materialize, I would say, for the turn, right? Because sometimes maybe you just want to pull out Tengu, but you don't have cards to really pay for pre-rec.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you speaking about, Fire Aggro, sometimes the matchup can be really difficult. You might want a better materialization with the Grand Crusaders ring. On that note, if you feel like Fire Aggro is like one of the matches where you might, struggle a little bit in some cases, why do you only play 2 Thronekeeper Bullfrogs? I feel like that's a card I normally see 4 of because it's such a strong defensive card at the 0-4 float. So talk to me about that.
I was really debating putting a third one in, maybe for a conniving plans, but I think 2 is a pretty good spot just so you don't mess up your other matchups, because I think conniving plans is also really good to get more water in bin, so you could have polar depths for maybe 5 up to 10, and then you could just start milling out those Luminal guides like you saw in the game, and you could just go up a lot of influence, and you could just slowly close out the game from there.
So looking into the Distorted Reflection season here with DTR, do you feel like Liminal Guide is kind of the card that gives Genbu legs, or is there something else that kind of makes it feel like it's playable again?
I think it's probably the Liminal Guide because it's really, really strong in Genbu, just because with Genbu and Seaside Ringleader, you have 8 potential draws that you can mill into bin. And obviously, I think Influence is really strong in this game. If you have a big card advantage, especially as water, you could easily close out the game.
Yeah, we looked at, I guess during Rile the Abyss format, before that was banned, it was a lot more difficult to hold up a lot of cards and negates because, they would just plus so hard that they can just pay for everything. The only real strong aspect you had was like Song of Frost, which you can also additionally pay the...
alternate cost,
Yeah, the alternate cost because you're playing Tamer. But looking at it now, that kind of way to gain so much value isn't quite there anymore. So I do see your point with gaining influence and like playing very defensive on water.
Yeah.
In terms of the game plan, is the win condition still kind of the same? Stratagem, Resonate,
It's basically
Fugue?
the same, yeah. So you have the Stratagem one line, you have the Polar Depths, for the really long games where maybe they're drawing a lot of cards as like a Crux player, and then you can mill them out. And then you also have the Fugue, obviously swing with Genbu, and then Stratagem, Reset, and then Frostring Paladins and some allies as well. You can also basically just play like chip damage.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I have one last question for you before we finish out here. You are playing the one of Regal Inquisition in the sideboard. Is that mainly because if you mill it, you're still able to bring it back with a Tabula of Salvage?
I mean, if it gets to that point, you would probably rather bring back the Polar Depths, but it's just a nice, if I'm versing Crux and I want to maybe take, like Merlin, and I want to like maybe snipe their fireballs, or if I'm versing maybe like a Tristan, I could maybe try getting the Shadow Strikes, or maybe baiting out like an Incap. Yeah.
Anyways, thank you very much for joining us here for the interview. Guys, again, that was the round 6 winner here. Now 5-1, we have Superior, and we will be back shortly with round 7, guys.
Thank you. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here at Ascent Niagara Falls with our assistant head judge, Mr. Ein. Ein, I see you everywhere. You were the head judge at Boston. You've been judging for a long time. But on top of that, we've been doing a lot of really kind of neat and different... Come here. Come here. Hello, we are back again. Here joined with assistant head judge Ein. Great to see you. You were the head judge at Ascent Boston, which is, I guess, in your hood, your region. Here you've come to help us in Canada. You've come to join with head judge Herman.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Himself. But I wanted to ask you about your beautiful jacket.
Oh, this. So for head judging, Weebs was gracious enough to gift us a little something. So for head judging Ascent Boston, I was given a judge jacket. And given how cold it is here, although I'm from Massachusetts, so this is not that bad. Yeah, the inside, it's not like fully insulated, but
God,
it's insulated enough to where it's pretty warm if you zip it up. So they knew.
Nice.
They knew.
Pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Caster jackets when? Even though I retired, but still.
Caster jackets when retroactively.
True. Yeah. So how's the judging been for this event?
I will say, it's been pretty smooth so far. Knock on stream table. Herman's doing a great job. I am honored to be his assistant head judge. I understand everyone's been telling me I'm demoted, but I'm just happy the event's going real well. It's real smooth, and players aren't complaining either. So can you ask for anything more in an Ascent?
I mean, honestly, that's pretty good. Usually we have one or two really big complaints randomly. Usually over something like completely random. You're like, oh, okay, I guess so. Now we got to figure it out. But yeah, I mean, if things are going good, it's really awesome. I did want to ask you some other questions non-related to judging.
Sure.
So for those of you guys at home who do not know about this, Grand Archive has a system called the Academy. We were both ambassadors for the Academy, essentially your store in certain regions that look prospective for new locals. They sent out some kits, and we could basically run demos and introduce new people to the game. Do you want to talk a little bit about how yours went?
So for our academy, we went with sort of a centralized location. So the Northern Virginia scene is comprised of about 3 main LGSs. Shout out to Curio Cavern, Gaming Giant. We had 3 storefronts, and we went with the one that was most public, which was Curio Cavern C2. It's within a mall, so you have to think we've got a Starte cutout outside. We have signs that say, hey, we have Academy happening every week this month on Tuesdays. Come out, try to get packs, learn how to play the game.
Yeah,
and
come
so
learn the game for free. We have people who want to teach you.
Exactly. And so we've got people from the usual, it's one of our locals, brought some friends over because we want some packs. But I did have 1 or 2, I believe, week 3 of our academy. So we did 4 weeks of academy. On week 3, we had people that walked in week 2 was like, oh, this looks really cool. But the demo was almost over. So we're like, we're hosting another one next Tuesday. Come out. And lo and behold, they did come out. And while they weren't locals anymore, they're not here anymore, it was really cool to see them in the short run, interested in the game, participating in locals, and then life happened, and
yeah, I mean,
life takes priority.
It's definitely like that. So if you guys had an academy near you, make sure that you promote those, because even if you're not like directly involved, it's always nice to get a bigger local scene, right?
Absolutely.
You might get a better store champs, bigger store champs, better prizing. You might one day get a regional if you guys do well enough. So my locals are about 3-hour drive away. I took a 4-hour bus 4 weeks in a row to go each way to go to my academy, but it was worth it. It was super worth it. So we're in a region that's a little bit smaller up in Edmonton, Alberta. For those of you who are Canadian, shout out to other Canadians. Taps Games, great store. We ran out of there. We had, I think, like 40-something people sign up over the first 3 weeks, and then we did the starter deck tournament. I think 6 or 7 of them are now locals, which is like crazy. It's like unheard of to have that many people come back. But the really cool thing is some of them are here at Ascent Niagara Falls. They came to the event because they liked the game that much. And I think that just says something about how good Grand Archive is as a game.
Absolutely, as well as the community.
True. You guys have judges like him. He's a great guy.
Thank you.
Great guy.
As for us, I would like to shout out that we too ended up with about 6 regular players off of about 35 people coming out to Academy in a month, and one of them is currently helping out in Gaming Giant. So hopefully she didn't get too mad. But shout out to Savi over there. I see you, Savi. I see you.
Yeah, and a big thing, too, is, if you're looking to learn the game or you have friends who want to learn the game, I'm pretty sure you can go to any store that runs Grand Archive locals, and there will be somebody in that local community who's happy to give a demo, happy to teach the game. There's just such a good opportunity for it, right? And then even if people move away where there's less locals or people live a little further away and can't play regularly, we have official online leagues, right? We have the Yeti Gaming Online League for North America, which is actually just a global league. Anyone can play in it. It's just centered around North American time zones. We have the Cake Online League, which is for Europe. And then for SEA, there's Fable, and for OS, there's Elusive, right? We have all these huge, webcam leagues, so there's more opportunities to play the game. There's more opportunities to build your repertoire in the game. So, if you get the chance, you should definitely check those out. There is an official article on the GATCG website of recent times with updated Discord links for all of those. When it comes to building your locals, what do you think is the most important? If a new player came up to you and was like, "How do I get into the game?" What would the first thing you would say be?
Show up. Number one thing I would say is show up. Regardless of whether you win or lose, show up, deck up, sleeve up, and play.
Yeah.
You learn so much from playing. Please just show up. The community is so great that by showing up, there's such a high probability that you'll learn something, you'll gain more information, you'll get plugged into something and be a part of the greater community. Someone might give you advice that you didn't know about a line, or you might see something at locals as well that might trigger that spark in you and be like, I'm going to play Opus.
No. Artificer's Opus is not the play on.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, if Artificer's Opus ever wins an Ascent, I will buy you dinner.
Oh.
Ever wins an Ascent. So who's winning with Artificer's Opus?
Oh, of course, me.
But you judge every event. Are you one of the highest level judges too?
In the U.S. Shout out Nirvash.
Are you top 10 in the world?
For the world, yes. Yes, I think I'm number 2 ranked in the world.
Demoted again? From head judge
it's a work in progress.
to assistant head judge
All
from
right.
first to second?
I don't know if I'm supposed to defend myself or not, but I firmly believe in building a community of judges. I can't hog all the points. I need to let people eat. So we've got some great judges in Northern Virginia. Actually, some of them are currently judging right now. So shout outs to them. I'm so glad I'm able to be in a position to put them in a position to learn more about judging and get more opportunities. So, hey, I'm okay with 2.
And honestly, a big thing with judging, if you're at home, take the judge test. Learn.
Absolutely.
Even if you never plan on judging, just knowing the rules better will help you a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any last comments?
I think I fulfilled my promise to you from a year ago. You're like, Ein, come to Canada. Help me build a scene.
I did say that. You haven't helped me build the scene yet, but, we're getting there.
Baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me. Today we have Mr. Ein, the assistant head judge here for Ascent Niagara Falls. We will be back very shortly with the beginning of round 7, guys.
Ciao.
Welcome back to Ascent Niagara Falls. We're here for round 7. I'm with Clem yet again. Did you watch the last round?
I didn't get a chance to watch last round. I was visiting Court TCG, who we saw earlier here on stream, but I heard that it was something else. So, as someone that was here, could you recap what happened last round real quick for me?
We had some very explosive gameplay. So we had some very fun decks. The Water Dana was a very fun build using Weaving Mana Stream to get all that value. But fortunately for Kilodis that was playing the deck, he was against Genbu. And that Genbu came out explosively. Stratagem of Mirror Dice to win game 1 for, I think, 8 float.
Dude, that's gotta hurt, man. That's kind of wild.
And then 2 Fractals of Rain and 2 Fractals of Polar Depth for some very quick mill, and swinging Genbu for something like 40, with no answers from the opponent, a handful of Vestar cards he couldn't play.
All right, that sounds like a Genbu, average Genbu match. What I find very funny is that the first time this weekend we see Genbu, we see Water on stream, it's a Water mirror, as always. First time we saw Wind, was also the same. So it's funny that's how you see, but it's still nice to see Water doing well, right? Because we saw that it's kind of underrepresented.
Yeah,
it's not
definitely,
especially compared to earlier seasons, and now it's still around. In all of these decks, Water Diana has been around for a while, but not quite as good as it is right now. So with the Aether Wings that came out, it's really, really powerful. And so, what do you think is really changed Water Diana to be so powerful all of a sudden?
There's obviously the fact,
other than Aether Wings, obviously.
There's obviously the fact that it's a question of tempo, I guess. The fact is that the Aether Wings are not inherently better than guns. In fact, oftentimes they do less damage, but they're faster. You can start doing Aether Wing stuff much earlier than you would do gun stuff.
Yeah, and because the Aether Wings are also they have Spell Shroud, right?
Yeah.
So they are really a lot more protected than guns are, because there are some guns sure with Spell Shroud, but almost all the really, really good Aether Wings have Spell Shroud. So the Aqua Mirage Whisper, which is I think one of the main engines of Water Diana, is protected basically until as long as you're using it, and then all of the Aether spells are such utility cards that you don't have to be like, oh, okay, I play a bullet and then load it later. No, you play the card, get the effect, and then immediately load it in, so you just stack up so much damage so fast.
Yeah, definitely. And there's always just the place in the meta. Obviously, it's a deck that wants to go face, that does not really like having a lot of interceptors and taunters in either way. So in a way, Water Diana sees some play because there's not a lot of water in the meta.
Yeah. But in the meantime, unfortunately, we took a nice little water break here, but now we are going back to the same old wind versus fire mashup here. But one of these decks is very interesting because I don't see a sideboard here. So, but honestly, I completely understand it for this deck. Sideboards are incredibly useful, but I think if any deck can, it sounds like I was wrong. There is a sideboard here, but yeah, if in theory they didn't have a sideboard, this deck is the one that can pull it up. What deck is it? It's Fire Merlin, of course.
Yeah, Merlin is kind of the example in Grand Archive of the perfect deck that does everything it needs by itself. You don't really need to change your game plan. So yeah, we'll see how that happens. There's been some little issues, and they're trying to fix that in the background. So we don't have the sideboard for this now.
Yep.
And so again, we're showing against matchup that we've seen before, because we are in the, let's say, the important rounds now. So we're not looking at all the fun decks. We're looking at people that are fighting for their life, trying to make day 2.
Yeah, so we're getting to the rounds where it really is starting to separate what are the day 2 really, really good decks and what are the other decks that are really good in early rounds, but then later they fall off as they get into that more tech meta instead of like kind of the Wild West of the first few rounds. So on the other hand, we're going to see main deck Dan, our beloved caster and friend, on Tristan, on Wind Tristan. It's the main deck, it's the main deck certified deck, especially since Taylor Bow won Worlds with it. It seems that they're loyal to their deck and they keep on refining it. So what's really cool about this deck, I think, is that they play both Tristans. Now, there's a lot of situations when you would rather just go into, Shadow Dancer and then just get your Ominous Shadows and then, be done with it, protect yourself. But I think in this matchup, you could reliably go into Shadow Reaver.
Yeah, it's funny because, like I said, I've been helping some people playtest, and I've been advocating Shadow Reaver to them because of the Merlin matchup, thinking that there would be a lot of Merlins here today.
Yeah, so you foresaw it. Why did you specifically suggest that? Like, why is it so good for Merlin that even you were like, you really should play it because of Merlin?
So Shadow Reaver does two different things. First off, it allows you to cycle your less useful cards, right? Because it's a level up, and then if you're already Shadow Reaver and then you level up again and do something else, you're the Shadow Dancer, you draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
So it's a way of cycling your less useful cards and just digging deeper into your deck.
Yeah, it is absolutely interesting. Like, it's absolutely going to help you to get to that point. It is looking a very, very interesting in this matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out.
So we've just had an update. So there had been a error in the sideboard for the Merlin player here, Yajia. So the official ruling will be that the game will be played with a game 1 loss for the Merlin player.
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate here for GR's second game loss on stream.
Especially
today.
feels bad when you appear in an important round like this.
Yeah, because this is their winning in.
Yes.
Like, both of these players, if they win this round, they are guaranteed in for day 2 because both of them are 4-1-1 now, which means they're on 13 points. So one more point will get them to that critical 16 that they need. So I'm still very interested in seeing how this goes. And back to Shadow Reaver a bit.
Back to Shadow Reaver. We've been a little interrupted. So the other point I made to my fellow players about Shadow Reaver is simply that Shadow Reaver steals 4 cards from the top of the opponent's deck. And there's not only good hits, especially against Merlin. It feels really great to steal a Pendragon because you can draw 2 cards. Well, every card draw that you steal as Shadow Reaver is worth more than it would be in your own deck, right? Because if you play a card that says draw 2, it gives you +1 card because you're using 1 card to draw 2.
Yeah.
But if you steal a card that draws 2, it gives you +2.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. And in this deck, the +2 obviously is Ghost of Pendragon here, but in the Tristan deck, because Shadow's Claw is available, you basically get to pay your Ghost of Pendragon without any penalties. So you just get to draw 2 absolutely for free because, even then it would be the point of, oh, well, you're still putting your Regalia back, but you're not putting anything you can't immediately get back aimed. You just get to refresh your durability counters on Shadow's Claw. So if that Shadow's Claw is on a 1 durability counter, you play the Ghost of Pendragon you stole, and then look at that. It completely refreshed, and you can go on for 3 more turns with it.
And then other good things to steal. Creative Shock is always good. Because, again, it's a card draw spell, so it's worth more for the Tristan sealing it than for the Merlin that would originally play it. Regal Inquisitions, if they appear, they're not in the main board here, but a lot of Merlin side them anyway. Stealing a Regal Inquisition feels so good.
Use their own weapons against themselves.
And then, in a matchup that is often running kind of late and about finding the last threat to overwhelm the opponent, even the cards that you can't really play are still good if you hit them with a Shadow Reaver, right? If you hit a Fireball, even if you're never casting it, because you'd be doing 4 damage for 4 cost. It's not too bad, but it's not great. But just knowing that your opponent has 1 fewer Fireball in their deck is very useful.
Yeah, and looks like both of these players have gone into, if we have started the game up here, Joji did not forget at least his looking glass here already on the field, as the pregame action requires you, if you don't want to waste the whole materialization on it, you need to have it out, which will let him play those Cheshire Cats and get immediate value off of the possible Lorraine. And I thought I saw a Cheshire Cat in his hand, but I'm not entirely certain about it. It's he's playing a classic Spirit of Fire, so he gets to draw his 7 cards. Main deck is also playing a classic Spirit of Wind, so he has to gets 8 card hands, and we see a very classic play from Joji. Keep his hand up, and then we'll see. Let's see what Dan does.
I'm not sure if the I saw a Cheshire Cat. I'll remind the audience. As you can see in the top right, there is already the 1-game win for main deck Dan because of that judge ruling. So I'm not sure if I saw a Cheshire Cat. I think not, but I think there's a good reason to not play it turn 1 anyway. What's happening here is normally I would say how it's, you're playing first, you don't necessarily know what your opponent is playing. You need to either gamble on the play or hold something back because you are trying to guess or you don't want to do the wrong move. But this late into the day, and especially against more well-known players, it's pretty easy to have a good idea what they're playing. So you can, even if you don't know their whole deck list, you can still know what they're playing. And I could see not playing a Cheshire Cat turn 1 because you're scared of a Dream Fairy.
Yeah, and obviously with someone, that's like the drawback of being such a well-known content creator and community member, is that obviously Yoji knows what the main decker usually plays, and Tristan is a signature deck of theirs, so he is much more likely to know what he's going up against than Dan. But probably seeing the looking glass in the Spirit of Fire, Dan has an inkling of, it's going to be either Merlin or we're very aggro Lorraine, and with nothing on board, Merlin is more likely. So there's the liminal guide with the creative shock for Yoji, so this is the ideal start for him. What else is he? We're going to be going into his later turns here, which are going to be a bit more interactive, and there's going to be a bit more happening than before. Obviously, the Inert Sword comes in with the Lorraine enter because it does have the cards for it in hand. And what is he looking to dig for here and looking to find? There is another liminal guide. You can see the remnants of Ryle here.
I even see a third one at the back of the hand. But
exactly.
Essentially, Merlin, the only thing they want to do is just level up as fast as they can, right? And unless they have a really good, aggressive early hand, like with a Cheshire Cat, you just want to find ways to level up. And here, putting a Floating Memory in the yard and a buff counter on the liminal guide is exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, and there is the other Undying Dreams. So that liminal guide got +2 twice because I got +1 from the Undying Dreams and the buff counter. So what's the 6-act stat line now?
That's swinging for 5 this turn, and then even after the end of the turn, it will be a 3-5, which is very hard to deal with. But we do have the Dream Fairy in memory for main deck Dan, and honestly, a 3-5 is starting to get to the point where you're considering using that Dream Fairy. It is ephemeral, so it will not go back to memory. It will just go into banish.
Yeah, but at the same time, it is bigger than exactly because of it's going to go away. It's bigger than a Pendragon right now because a Pendragon is a 3-4, and even that is very, very hard to deal with. So if Dan has the Dream Fairy, we're very likely to see it. Unfortunately, because Liminal Guide's ability is an ability and you're not activating it from your hand, the Dream Fairy does not stop from it. It's not stop it from coming back. But there is no shenanigans that Yoji can do here. And there is the Dream Fairy to Sadie's. Dan's hand is looking really good, and I think we're going to see the Dream Fairy come out here onto that liminal beast, if you will. He's not a guide anymore. He's there. He's very big and scary right now.
Yeah, that does look like a great hand. We have a bit of everything that we need. We have some damage reduction and Veiling Breeze. We have the Ensnaring Fumes ready to deal with probably the Incarnate Majesty when it's out. We have the Windmill Engineer to draw a card. We have Sadie for prep counters. everything that Tristan deck could want.
Yeah. So this looks like a standard, just win the assassin prep counter deck so far. But this is exactly what you want to see early game because there isn't many advanced element cards in hand. He can play literally everything he wants. There's a Wind Blast Lookout coming out, so the prep counter generation is very, very important. But when he gets to that level 4, do you think we're going to see more of a slice and dice turn where he's being very aggressive and trying to get the Merlin before they get to get the Pendragons, the Incarnate Majesties? Or is Dan probably going for a bit of a longer game with the Shadow Reaver?
You probably want to go for the longer game here. First off, I don't think we've seen a slice and dice in hand. Never helps. But also, if you're going for those very early kills, you need a much faster hand than this. You're only at 2 counters here. So you're too far away for it to be worth, right? We're already hitting level 3 on the Merlin side here. So Slice and Dice does not cut it here anymore.
Yeah, it's very... They definitely doesn't cut it. It's very unfortunate that Dan did not have the Stifling Trap here, because if he did, that Merlin wouldn't be level 3 quite yet. However, at least there is no floating in the graveyard for the Merlin level 2 to get for a level counter. So it's going to take 2 turns for Yoji to start drawing cards off of the Merlin and he's swinging for a lot, but goes to Pendragon is still massive.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to draw cards off of Merlin when you can just play more Ghost of Pendragons?
That's also draws cards. Yeah, so with the Looking Glass, it's also basically at least one free, draw 2 from Ghosts, which is actually exactly what you want with the Looking Glass. After you've passed your, once you hit level 3, you can play Exalted cards by default because you already have an Advanced Element unlocked. So he doesn't really need that anymore. So Cheshire Cat can just be activated once he draws it finally.
Yeah. Not much gas left in hand, though. We've seen the cards he put down. We've seen the 2 cards he's drawn off the Ghost of Pendragon. Is that 2 Creative Shock? It's fine. You don't hate it, but it's also not the most forward play you can make.
Yeah, and especially with only 2 cards in hand, you can't really do much with the Creative Shock. And the next turn, you still can't really get a good use of it because you'll have 6 cards in hand, 7 influence total if he has the card draw. But he doesn't have a floating memory for the Drum Blade right now, so he can't really go +1.
He can go +1. Drownblade might still be a consideration just because there's not much of value in his memory right now. So he might choose to cycle it, or he might just go for something else. Maybe he'll get the Looking Glass back. Maybe he'll get Terrafring because he'll need it at some point, right? There's no way for Tristan to deal with the Terrafring.
Yeah.
So there's no downside to just getting it out early.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I think the risk there always is they will know 100% to keep the Zephyr up for it, because if they Zephyr it at the end of your turn, then you really don't have a way to activate the Terrafring. But we might just see what you're saying is the Terrafring coming out here, and not being sad that there is no floating in the graveyard, just bringing it out to guarantee that it's gonna stick around for long enough. Now, do you think this will really change exactly as you predict? The Terrafring is out, so Dan now has to plan around it a bit more. But what are the things in his deck that he can really, other than I'll just wait an extra turn once you pop the Terrafring? Is there any other way he can really go around it if he doesn't have the influence?
He does not even run Zephyr, actually, so he has no way around Terrafring. But that's not too far away from the usual game plan of Tristan, right? You don't mind waiting out the threats. So they'll pop Terrafring. Yeah, I have 2 Incaps and Veiling Breeze in hand, so I'll just stay safe here and wait and kill you next turn.
Yeah, but the threat of that is always, with Merlin specifically, it's always Fireball. Because, sure, you have your Shadows as well to protect you, and you have your Innervate Agility, which is a one-off, so you can use it to, prevent all that, at least the combat damage. But if you use Innervate Agility, you have to decide, am I more scared of Fireball or combat damage or attack damage?
Great use of resource from Dan
Yeah.
here. So you played Sadie.
Yep.
You killed the Pendragon. You get the Agility 3, so you empty your memory at end of turn. And then you bring back Sadie to pay 2. You put down the 2 extra Sadie you have in hand. You get the prep counter to go to level 2. You draw 2 extra cards. Perfect cycling of bad cards. Perfect use a resource.
Yeah, and then you still have a Sadie in hand. You have the 4 prep counters, you have the card draw. He has the Windmill Engineer because I think even Yoichi might have forgotten. The Windmill Engineer was played here on turn 1, and main deck then reclaimed it, and it's still there and still waiting to come back and generate value. But we might just see the Sadie come out here for even more prep counter generation for that Shadow Strike later in the game.
Yeah, the only problem with main deck Dancien here is that he's nowhere near any of his win con.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Shadow Strike, he doesn't have his Slice and Dice, he doesn't have not even a Mastermind scheme to get him into a more threatening number of prep counters to at least force Yoji to play differently, right?
Yeah.
There's, even if you don't have the Shadow Strike in hand, if you have 12 prep counters, your opponent has to be scared of it.
Yeah, but you know what's very scary there? Yoji has a heavy swing in hand. So with the Creative Shock, he can just discard whatever he wants, a Floating Memory, most likely to bring out that Drawn Blade next turn, and then he can just heavy swing and go for game because Heavy Swinger has efficiency and it attacks for 6 plus the Inert Sword or Drawn Blade, whichever he prefers. And it's gonna be, unless Dan has the protection here, which luckily he does, but Yoshi can just go for the game. And I believe that is a Fireball in
That
hand
is the
as
first
well.
Fireball. We also have 2 Incarnate Majesty in hand.
Yeah.
Which is usually a great thing to have. Not too scary here for main deck Dan, who actually has all the answer because you can Ensnaring Fume the first one, and that will bring back...
Ooh, there's a second Fireball.
That's 3 Fireballs.
Wait, you're right. We missed 1 Fireball earlier.
Is very scary.
Yeah, so the Heavy Swing coming out for 1. Sudden Steal coming out for 1. It is... it's not
with
quite
the Inert
lethal.
Sword, I think.
Is it going to be... Yeah, that is lethal right now for Dan. But he does have the Veiling Breeze. However, he needs to put down quite a few cards to stop that. So... will he have the way he does have a Surveil the Winds, I believe?
Yeah, he just drew a Fairy Whispers off of his.
Yeah, Fairy Whispers. There
I think he's going for the
Ensnaring Fumes
just to put more cards down.
Yeah, it's probably the best way he can go. Here he has a Fairy Whispers and a Surveil the Winds as well. So he is keeping that Veiling Breeze up for protection because he really needs it for this sudden steal. That is going to be attacking for 5. So the Veiling Breeze here is going to be very important because that gives him enough of a leeway. That lets him survive 1 more turn, at least, probably even more.
The big problem is, so he'll play Veiling Breeze here. He probably plays like Surveil into Veiling Breeze. He wants to put as many cards as he can down.
Yeah.
You also have the Fairy Whispers. I think you have enough cards to activate everything here.
Yeah,
so 1, 2, 3, 4,
with
5.
all the allies going back to hand, his influence really changed from, he only has enough just to play the Veiling Breeze and then he'll have 1 card left in hand. But no, he actually has, with the allies being brought back, he has enough to, use his resources, glimpse through everything, and then protect himself from the future Fireball that might be coming this turn.
I think this will have backfired though because...
Oh, there's another Veiling Breeze.
The downside of the Ensnaring Fumes here is even though it gave more cards to main deck Dan, it brought
the Fireball in response.
Brought the Dungeon Guide back to hand.
And then yeah.
And then we can play another Fireball.
It did bring Dungeon Guide back to hand, but I don't think that is too relevant here.
So the first Fireball will come for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there's probably enough cards down to block everything from main deck.
Yeah, because of the second Veiling Breeze are played after, so that will go into effect before the first Fireball resolves. So that Fireball is basically 100% prevented fully. Now, Yoji lets it just resolve and being like, all right, main deck Dan, I will let you show me all of the cards you have, which is all wind. And I will have these 2 Fireballs for next turn. Because he does have the influence to just win the game next turn. As long as he stays alive, even once main deck then hits that 25 total life on level 3, those 2 fireballs are going to be enough.
Yeah, so everything is blocked here. And the other downside of that Veiling Breeze is that you're showing basically your full hand to the opponent. So Yoji knows that there's no more defensive option left in main deck Dan's hand.
Yeah, unless that last card is a Veiling
Unless
Breeze,
that last
which
card is a Veiling
if Yoji, he probably paid attention and knows that is the Sadie that the main deck Dan brought back a while ago to his hand. So he knows everything that
Also,
Dan has.
even a Veiling Breeze would probably not be enough, right? Given that there's 2 fireballs.
Yeah.
So you need something better here. There is a single Innervate Agility hiding down in Dan's list somewhere.
Yeah, but even then, it just might not be enough. And there is our beloved Shadow Reaver coming in. Are you what are your dream for, Bonnie? What would you love to see
What's
here?
the best thing you can see here?
4 ghosts, 3 ghosts of Pangiant.
Is that even?
Yeah, because
enough?
is that enough? Is a great question.
I'm trying to see what can help him survive past those 2 fireballs, and there's not really anything in.
That's still not terrible. That was a fluffy shopkeep. It was a resolute stand. And I couldn't quite catch the last 2 because I already got super excited about those 2. The fluffy shopkeep could come in really, really useful here.
We did just draw in and then Library Witch and Ascensions. Yeah, nothing that helps against fireballs, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We did draw an Incapacitate, which helps a
Does
little
help
bit.
with fireballs. Yeah. But even then, well, he will for sure keep, knowing that he's up against Merlin, he will keep that Incapacitate up to be like, all right, I gotta stay safe. But there's the Library Witch. Unfortunately, Dan himself doesn't have a way to take care of it. So he's just there to keep those attacks up. Oh, he passes turn with a full hand of cards. What do you think is going for Yoji's hand? You know, obviously he wants to get his influence up. He wants to get another way to deal lethal here. Because he now needs 11 damage, which 2 fireballs is just 12. So if Dan has another Veiling Breeze, it's kind of over. So what is he really looking for here?
In a way, it's kind of a role reversal. I was talking about Tristan waiting things out. I think with the 2 fireballs in hand, Merlin can just wait and let those fireballs grow to the point where Veiling Breeze would not be helpful.
Yeah, because, okay, so you're right. It's 7 damage each because now he's level 6 plus 1 from the fireball itself. But there's the Incarnate Majesties too. So those Incarnate Majesties, there's 1 Sword and Banishment. He's level 6, which would be 7 total. Oh!
Turbocharged.
Turbocharged. All right, so do you think we're going to see an Incarnate Majesty this turn coming out for the intercept, for the vigor, for the extra damage?
Let's see, how low can we get it? So we're level 6. We have 1 Sword and Banish. We can get a second one swinging here with the Drawn Blade.
Because he has to take care of that Library Witch if he wants to attack with the Majestic Spirit. So, you know, that Library Witch will actually likely generate Dan some value.
I'm not sure you actually want to play it because it essentially represents 4 damage because you know there's a Dream Fairy in the hand for main deck Dan. So it's going to be dealt with immediately afterwards.
Yeah, it's like a one-time damage, but he does have 2 Incarnate Majesty. So as long as he doesn't lose the second one, he can just get it back.
So we're playing a Fireball in response to that.
Surveil the Winds. Oh, but Dan has 3 cards, I believe, still in hand.
Yes,
so
that seems to be 3.
That is not. It's still not gonna be enough damage if Dan has the Incapacitate here. And then Yoji plays the second Fireball. Oh! Well, okay, but Dan still has...
That's...
Dan still has the Incapacitate for the other one.
I actually like that play, yeah, because you're taking the Fireball while you can still take it. You'll level up next turn, so you'll be able to get those Ominous Shadows to deflect the attack of the Incarnate and the Majestic Spirit. Because as we've said, the only thing it does is push 4 damage right now because of the Dream Fairy. But pushing 4 damage is exactly what you need right now to win. So you need to level up here.
Yeah, because it is exactly 4 damage that is missing. That is 1 Incarnate Majesty. And I think Dan also knows and sees that, all right, This is very scary. I haven't seen a single Incarnate Majesty, even for the from the cards I have. Not in Banishment. So surely, he does not level up.
Not leveling up. Interesting.
Maybe he has the second Incapacitate, or he has the Resolute Stand. He has the Resolute Stand, which is enough to stop the attack
True.
from the Incarnate Majesty. So he's not afraid of the Incarnate Majesty coming through, and the Dungeon Guide.
All right.
I believe that Dungeon Guide was drawn this turn because I haven't seen it there
I don't
before.
remember seeing it either. That's why.
But that is perfect for Dan here.
Let's see what we draw off of that Shadow Reaver effect that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, a lot of wind cards going out here, drawing 2 from the Shadow Reaver effect. So yeah, it just always increases your influence. Especially the Dungeon Guide, you go basically card neutral. So now that Yoji's has 3 fireballs out.
That was a mastermind scheme and a Shadow Strike drawn off of it. That's exactly.
Oh yeah,
what
the Shadow Strike is very, very scary here. Now, unfortunately, I don't think Dan has enough influence to play both of those cards right now.
Not this turn, but that probably leaves you enough to survive. Unless there's a 4
Unless a 4 fireball comes out. Yeah, there's a Shadow's Claw coming out. I believe Dan did not put
he
the...
did forget.
Okay, the Ominous Shadow tokens are there, which is...
hiding at the bottom of the deck box somewhere.
They're in the shadows, They're hiding away. They need to come out. But yeah, they weren't forgotten. They are near on the way. So... That's why the Shadow's Claw comes out. Obviously, with 7 preparation counters, that is viable. Do you think Dan is going to Mastermind Scheme this turn and then go for the win next turn?
He definitely needs to try. He's on a very big clock, so he needs to at least try. And that also gives him more prep counter, not just to kill, but to make sure he does not get attacked too much.
Yeah, it's definitely something that he needs a lot. Now, the question is, what is Yoji's out here? Because he already played 3 fireballs. Obviously, we know that he cannot win with an Incarnate Majesty because of the Resolute Stand. He doesn't know this, but...
Oh, no, he has enough cards.
Yeah, he does have the... Okay, never mind. He has the influence to go for the Shadow Strike here. So that is, 12, 14, plus 4, 18 damage? Plus the Shadow's Claw?
It's 14, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24 damage, which is 29, just lethal.
This is enough for lethal. However, because of how our game 1 went, we didn't really have a proper game 2. The players have agreed to play a game 3 here with us to show us what the post sideboard of these decks would look like. Because, we're still here. Even though this is their winning in, we're still here to play Grand Archive. So really, the whole point of this is them also getting more experience, and now it's going to be a bit more relaxed for them now that they know how this game is gone.
Definitely. I also wanted to point out how sad that Terrafring is on the board. That hasn't been pointed out because you feel safe, right? You
but
don't
the
expect
Terrafring would have
damage.
saved the game here because I believe Dan only had 1 card left in hand.
Yeah, he definitely did not have enough cards because also the shadows themselves were necessary to get to lethal damage.
Yeah.
So you would have needed 6 extra cards in hand.
That is tough, but also, who could have expected Dan to all of a sudden have the Mastermind Scheme Shadow Strike combo? Because obviously, that is what the deck is built around, but he didn't have a threatening amount of things on board.
Yeah, that was the perfect top deck from Shadow Reaver there.
Yeah, so that is main deck Dan winning his win and in, so he will be making day 2. But I'm really, really interested in how the post sideboard will look for both of these guys. Obviously, due to the deck list there, we don't really know Merlin. It's only speculation for that. But what about main deck Dan?
Well, Innervate Agility deals with Fireball. Regal Inquisition deals with Fireball.
Yeah.
Crystallized Destiny deals with Fireball.
Yeah.
Safeguard Amulet deals with Fireball. I feel like there's a plan to this sideboard.
Yeah, I'm seeing some very good foresight from main deck Dan on the decider, and probably the whole main deck team knowing like, hey, Crux is fine, right? Some people are gonna get Crux this weekend, and they are not gonna be one of them. And as we can see, their main deck oh, their main deck is already teched for the Crux Merlin here. So I'm very interested. Obviously, all those cards are coming in, like you said. And I'm very interested if Yoji has prepared for people being like, all right, Merlin has been scary lately, so surely we can like tech around that. You know, he probably has been prepared for it. And I'm really interested in seeing what we're going to have coming in.
We don't have the list for a sideboard, but I did catch a glimpse of what he was picking out there in his sideboard. He seems to have put in, I think it's Crystallized Destiny, which is always great against Shadow Strike. He chose to not put in the Crux site that he had.
Also understandable with a lot of graveyard hate going around.
Yeah,
especially for Merlin decks.
It's always a gamble because you've not seen the Nullifying Lantern here, but oftentimes people have them in sideboard and bring them in to deal with Crux site. So not putting in the Crux site is a gamble you can take. Of course, main deck Dan actually has the Lantern in the main board.
He knows. He knows what scares him, and he is prepared to not be scared to death by them.
Yuji chose to not put in his Resolute stance from the sideboard, so probably not scared of the Slice and Dice Wincon. And then I saw a Lantern and a Safeguard Amulet that are not useful in the matchup.
Yeah, like Safeguard Amulet would be nice if Fireballs weren't coming in for like 7, 8, usually, and then they come in bulk. They always come together, so by the time you get to actually banishing your Safeguard Amulet, it's too late.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we perfectly covered what Dane is gonna bring in and what we saw from Yoji, but I'm excited the players have already cut their decks and are ready for our game 2 here. So let's see how it goes. I believe Yoji is, there's the pregame action, and I believe he is going to start because both of these decks are really like first 2 level 3 decks. So it is very important for Yoji to be going up here.
Yeah, one thing I'm not seeing in the deck list that is basically almost a taste, right? It's not the most popular pick, but a lot of people like sideboarding in some Heavenly Guides for these kinds of matchup.
Yeah. So in the meantime, we did get a little peek of the sideboard for Yoji. He plays the Crux sides, which are not coming in. The Blanches, I don't think are going to be coming in. Nullifying Lantern either, Safeguard either. Regal Inquisition is going to come in for the Shadow.
Probably would come in, but also I think I only saw him pick up 2 cards, so I'm not sure.
Oh, so only the Crystallized? But the Resolute Stand feels so good as well, especially early game. And considering that Resolute Stand prevents 3 of any free attack damage or free combat damage into any unit.
Sometimes it's a question of not knowing what to remove.
Yeah, and that is a very tough thing with the Merlin. Is what we talked about this earlier as well. Is that it's so perfectly built that it's meant to be this way. It's really good on its own, except when you run into someone who's fully teched against your deck. And this is a really, really good start for Yoji. Finally, he has the Fluffy Shopkeep, which has Intercept, which gave him the card draw. He has the Cheshire Cat. He has 2 Taunters from the Stalwarts. He has the Dungeon Guide. And a Creative Shock to discard that Liminal. So this is the dream, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great hand.
So
actually, I'm surprised he didn't play the Stalwart here. I guess you'd kind of want to keep it for later and don't want to just feed it to Sadie, maybe?
Yeah, and then Wind also has so much graveyard hate that it's very easy for them to like Cleansing Reunion it out and just be afraid of it, you know? It's a very, very, very valid thing to be afraid of. What else is there? Raccoons are there because I've seen some people play some raccoons. Yep. They are fun. They're little allies, and in a deck like Tristan, it is not impossible to believe that there's just some 1/1 allies that give a lot of utility because that's all the deck does. Have small allies that have a lot of utility, and Raccoon is one of them.
That Ascent Protector is not an ally that we've seen played a lot today, but seems very useful right here in this situation. It's exactly the kind of board state that you like it in. Main deck Dan is running 3 of them. I know somehow it's a card that's been cut a little bit from Tristan deck lists. They don't like running the full 4 of anymore.
Yeah, and there's the Crystallized Destinies. Now, we saw main deck Dan has 2 Crystallized Destinies in hand, and he is putting them down already, but it's one of his sideboard cards, so I know that it prevents a lot of damage later, but wouldn't it still be really, really good to like have it early game and prevent some of that damage that's coming in from possibly that Pendragon, or is it just like whatever? If I lose it, I lose it.
Maybe it's just I have enough defensive options in hand. I need to find something to level with, so I'll just gamble a little bit.
Who doesn't like gambling? You can also play Mad Hatter if you want to go gambling.
I'm not sure if I have it. It's the best card in Tristan. But
Hey, it's another free materialization. You're gambling one of your Tristans for it, but
is
it's
there
fine.
anything that actually works with it? Because it only
I
hits
don't think
Ranger
so.
Regalias, and no, there doesn't seem to be anything.
You don't have anything in here. It would have been really cool, but in the meantime, we saw Yoji successfully discard that Liminal Guide. We're probably gonna see the Inert Sword coming out here, having enough cards in hand for it. The Sword of Shadows, he's considering it. Which one would you rather go for, Sword of Shadows or Inert Sword here?
Well, it's basically always Inert Sword, unless you have a reason to not want to pay the 2 right now. And I didn't see anything. Oh, he's looking for his Sword of Shadow, and I think he shuffled it in his main deck or something.
Wait, that's a tough situation. Having the
There we
sleeves
go.
like
Judge
going
taking the
there,
Inert Sword out of the...
Found the Inert Sword here real fast.
So it's not the same sleeve, but they're just the same color.
Yeah, it's
You got the Tony and the Goja there.
Yeah, but one of them is cute and the other one is a guardian. It protects you.
I didn't know Goja was a guardian.
Yeah, you're right. Tony is very, very cute. But there it is. There's the Inert Sword, and obviously it is always the best choice to just go for the most damage possible, especially with the Cheshire Cat in hand. So the Cheshire Cat's going to start attacking for 3, and then, finishing off the Ascent Protector. This is what you were talking about. It's a really, really good ally. And obviously you want to clear board, but what is he looking to do next with, it doesn't have a lot of ways to go up to level 3 without losing cards, but he also has the Pendragon already ready.
I think losing card is fine in this state. Losing the Shadow Strike might be rough for main deck Dan here. I also want to point the micro optimization here. It's always important to swing with your Shire Cat first and then with the sword, because if there's a reclaim that you would do on the second attack, right? You don't want your opponent to not waste the damage, so you always reclaim the second attack that would kill. And so if you reclaim the sword attack, you don't lose the durability.
No, so you're just winning free value if you go with that second.
Okay, there's a second Shadow Strike in hand, so that's why Dan was fine with losing that one.
Oh, alright. Some Tristan players always just have it like Taylor Bow at Worlds, top decking exactly the Shadow Strike that he needed. So, main deck is just blessed with the Shadow Strikes, it seems. But I would be very scared if as Yoji, I saw my opponent banishing a Shadow Strike. I'm like, I have to win before they get to level 3, or else it's game over. Would you also be as terrified of it, or do you are we going to see a more aggressive game plan from him now?
Honestly, since we haven't seen the full hand, banishing a Shadow Strike could also mean that your opponent is planning for the Slice and Dice turn instead. We have 4 prep counters, we just leveled to 1. We don't care about the Shadow Strike. That hints Slice and Dice to me, which
true.
We haven't seen from main deck done, but something that Yoji could be thinking about in this situation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then we're probably going to see a bit more of a defensive play here. And it is definitely a scary position to be in regardless. Even whether it's a Shadow Strike the moment they hit level 3 or a Slice and Dice, he really has to speed up and get to level 3 and get those defensive cards out as soon as possible. 3 of Hearts is basically the classic it's a hasty messenger that we've seen very often, but it overall costs 5. So oftentimes I find myself wondering when I'm building like a fire deck, is this better? Is 3 of Hearts really that much better than hasty messenger?
The big point about 3 of Hearts, well, first off, it's extra redundancy, right? Yoji is not actually on hasty messenger. Yes, he's on 2 messenger for 3 of Hearts. Okay, so different ratios. It's a way of playing more of the same, right? You want more than 4 of your good cards, so you find other options that are kind of the same. But if you're expecting a lot of other allies, there's a very big difference between a 2-3 and a 1-2.
Yeah.
It's not just 2 points of stats. In context, it's a big difference. The 2-3 will clear more things, will survive more attacks. So if you're expecting it to fight for the board, or even just to go face every turn, like it's a lot more pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more damage. And in a Merlin deck, you're never really struggling for influence. So I see why a 4-2 ratio for 3 of Hearts to Hasty Messenger is really viable and really good in a Merlin deck. But we've also seen the other thing of more aggressive decks like Lorraine playing more Hasty Messengers, which is cheaper and more aggressive than the others. And with an Arthur, it's even better. Dream Fairy coming out targeting the Cheshire Cat. Quite a hit to Yoji, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's the only real answer that main deck Dan has for the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
Wins does not have the most true sight. Some people do run other options. Exposed Darkness is popular in some decks, in some builds. But, you know, Dream Fairy either way, not dealing with the problem is always the...
Yeah, and the Cheshire Cat going away immediately. Unfortunately, losing the sudden steal here. The Incarnate Majesty is, I believe it's pretty fine because he's not even close to getting to that 12 threshold on levels or Swords and Banishment here. But what do you think the game plan is going to be? He has the Ghost, he has the Ascension. Are we going to see finally some fun action with Swords and Ascensioning it over and over again?
It could be a good plan, just trying to cut the influence of main deck Dan here, because the Prismatic Edge banishes a card if the Wind is revealed. So being able to slow down main deck Dan by a lot could be good here. But there's a tap in hand.
There's two
Second
Ghost of
Pendragon
Pendragons. Yeah, our dad is laughing because that is absolutely ridiculous, and it's a crux one. For a second, I thought that Catholic Corrosion was a third Ghost of Pendragon because I just saw green-ish, and I was like, no way, he's lucky like that. But unfortunately, it's not a third Ghost of Pendragon, as incredibly fun as that would be.
You would have hoped. I
Yeah.
did once of losing 4 Pendragons.
Oh my god, that's absolutely crazy. But also, Yoji doesn't have any Regalia on board, so probably his deck was like, all right, it's time to slow down. Yeah, you're okay.
Just show them that Crux is fine.
Chris is always fine, and you know, to be fair, we did see main deck Dan on Tristan win really fast on the first game. So Crux is not too bad right now. Servilda wins coming out, getting another preparation counter. So we're close to that Shadow Strike turn here. He does have the influence for it. Does he have the Mastermind scheme for it?
We do have the Dungeon Guide. We don't have the Mastermind scheme. Not that I've seen.
Yeah, that is the tough part. There's only one Dungeon Guide in hand, so he has to decide. There's also a Spirel, but it's not as fun.
And that is
Shadow Strike.
a narrow trap in the middle of the hand, I think.
Yeah, that's an
narrow trap.
old arrow trap from None of Ashes. So one of those Pendragons could be gone. Now, do you want to do that? Probably not.
You might, right? Unless you're scared of Cruxite, it's probably the thing you want to do. You can't leave that much damage on the board in the situation you're in.
That is fair. You cannot really risk it. Main deck then does also play Nullifying Lantern in the main board, like we said. So if he is planning on possibly just arrow trapping one of these Pendragons, it's really not a stretch to bring out the Nullifying Lantern to guarantee that they're gone forever, gone for good.
I would probably go for Sadie. So you have 4 on board, you can kill 1 Pendragon, and then maybe... So you go Dungeon Guide first, obviously. You want to play the Sadie afterwards.
Yeah, not risking losing any cards that he needs later. There's a second Shadow Strike going out because he does have the third one.
So that is definitely scary to hear.
Yeah, and Shadow Reaver coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards being given to main deck.
What do we get?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Crystallized Destiny is good. Creative Shock is good.
Shock, yeah.
2 of Hearts is okay.
Yeah, 3 of Hearts is alright. It's definitely not that great, but definitely not terrible in this deck because it's still a 2/3 that draws a card. Exactly what you were saying is that this deck also doesn't struggle too much with influence. It's already at level 3, so obviously a Pendragon would have been the dream, but there's already 2 here, so it's not too bad.
Oh, interesting. So we tried to kill with the 3 allies on board and the Shadow Claw just to do that 4 points of damage, but we see the Undying Dream to save it.
Yeah, the Undying Dream. So Undying Dreams, you think of it as a card that's just for ephemeral allies, but it also gives +1/+1 to any ally until end of turn. It's a buff counter that matters for ephemeral.
Did we put down the Sadie to level up?
That would be tough.
That seems to be the third card that's left in because I don't see it
Oh
in
yeah,
hand.
but the Incapacitated is still in there in main deck Dan's hand, so it's not looking terrible. He's he still has his defenses up for that impending fireball. So I'm curious to see how it goes. The Drawn Blade coming out from those Undying Dreams.
Yeah, the sensor is still on the
Oh
board. It
yeah,
hasn't done anything since
that's
the
what Dan
start of
pointed
the
out
game,
as well.
but
You're right. It's just off to the sides. So probably it was a miscalculation from Yoji as well, forgetting the sensor. It happens. It's very hard to remember everything that's happening in a game, especially when both of you guys are level 3. Both of you guys are playing so much interaction.
The Drawn Blade feels much worse when you banish the Ascension to get it out.
Yeah, when you banish the card you want to use to get more value off of it, yeah, you're probably kind of crying in there. And I didn't even realize just how good the Fluffy Shopkeep is because we see it banished the Majestic Spirit, which you can get back with your Incarnate Majesty. So you're really not even losing that much damage with it, right? And you can just get it back easily.
Yeah, the first Fluffy for Merlin is always completely free because you're never materializing either Majestic Spirit or Prismatic Edge. It's a card that you get back with other cards. So them being in banish does not matter to your game plan.
So here it's basically just a 3-cost intercept that also draws you a card. Very fair and balanced Crux moment, I would say. It's actually what we just see Crux do all the time.
So
Oh yeah, there's a
first
creative.
we see the creative shock in response to the attack, wanting to do it before going for the Innervate Agility, I think is what he's planning.
Yeah, very tough on the Innervate Agility, but he does get to recover 5, going back down to 8 damage counters. And then he will get to use the unenterability of Shadow Reaver again, which is 4 more cards stolen. What are you looking to steal? What do you want to steal once again, knowing and seeing what's on board right now?
You kind of need to do that Innervate first because there's a lot of damage coming at you. But also, it's very scary because you don't know how many fireballs are in Yoji's hand, right? And you chose Stealth, and you go hands down for it. And you have 14 left, so actually you're safe from 2 fireballs, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, the gamble is paying off, but that means that now that Dan has Stealth, Yoji can just freely play that Incarnate Majesty, and this is what we were talking about. The Majestic Spirit is just back from banishment. That's the power of Crux, I think.
And it has True Sight.
And it has True Sight, so it can still attack. Will Yoji remember that, though? Because it seems that he's not very familiar with Stealth and Innervate Agility here. But he did remember to attack, luckily. It just has Vigor, so it happened so fast that we didn't even see it go. Sleep and then, awake again.
So yeah, you have to re-level to Umbra here. I'm not sure if he actually wants to go back to Shadow Reaver because there's a lot of things on board he probably needs to deal with in some way. So
yeah, the very top...
You're not finding an answer to those threats in Merlin. So you might need to have those shadows to deal with the board.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bit tough as well because that Majestic Spirit has Intercept. So the only way he can deal enough damage through that Majestic Spirit is to either use a Shadow Strike on it, but he already banished Doohy, so he doesn't have that option. Or just Shadow Strike to face and then Shadow Strike again and, just have it be rested forever, which is very tough to do and win. What else can main deck Dan do here?
There's very little options here. I'm looking at the possible lines, and I find it hard to find something that would win out of nowhere here.
Yeah, it is very sad seeing that there's really not much that Dan can do once that Spirit is out if he doesn't have the Dream Fairy, right? Because Dream Fairy would be actually the perfect removal here.
Dream Fairy would help a lot, but we have currently no way of bringing it back to hand to activate it again.
Yeah, there's nothing with main deck
There's a little
and
problem
hand.
the as has been noticed, the Majestic Spirit blocks half the damage on every other Crux unit, not just face. So those one damage allies actually deal no damage to the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, so that ghost is not. Yeah, it's every single Crux unit, not just your champion, which usually is not that incredibly relevant. Even though Ghost of Pendragon is a common card, people usually just go attacking face.
Yeah, you're late enough that if you start clearing the board now, you're probably still just losing on tempo.
Yeah, and there is Terrafring coming out for Yoji as well. Now, in response, well, basically not in response, but in recollection, main deck then does banish the Terrafring, taxing every single attack by 2. Now, do you think that Yoji still could have lethal? No, there are no fireballs in hand.
There's no fireball, which is kind of sad to see from Merlin. You've drawn a lot of cards already, and just not a single fireball.
Yeah, but there is 12 damage, 13 damage on board with the drawn blade and everything else. So that would be it's not even exact. It's way over exact because main tech then is on Tristan level 2 only.
Yeah, you only need to swing with the Majestic and the Ghosts.
Yeah, and there is 3rd damage. Let's see what. Yeah, there is a Crystallized Destiny coming
blocking
out.
the 3 damage.
Yeah. So, but there's still 3 other damage on board with the 3 of Hearts and the Drawn
Yeah, but
Blade.
you only have 1 more attack through the Terrafring. You only have
Yeah.
2 cards in hand, so you can push for 2 if you want. Or you're keeping 2 cards in hand,
You
waiting
can-
for something, it seems.
Well, you can always activate the ability of 3 of Hearts because it does cost 2, like 1 less for the cost of the 3 of Hearts being on the field. So it's actually
But
he could, but he doesn't have a card to discard to
but,
that's also.
Glimpsing at a hand there, we see that there's a Resolute Stand over those 2 cards, so that's clearly what you want to keep here.
Oh, so he's just gonna skip out on his draw because he does get the even level counter trigger from Merlin. So that is probably what he was planning for here. Main deck Dan, what do you think main deck Dan is digging for here at this point?
And Snaring Fume would help a little bit.
Just anything to get rid of the Majestic Spirit, right? So he can start attacking through that intercept and vigor and damage prevention. Oh, that is exactly, yeah, that is probably even closer to what he wants because now he has an extra ally on board and he has a way to get rid of the Majestic Spirit. So after that, do you think he has the influence to win this turn? He does not because he doesn't have a dungeon guide.
Needs to level up. The Shadow Slaw's already on board. How much damage can we push here? I don't see a win. But with, if you... No, wait, this is in main phase, right? This is in main phase. You can't level up. It'll
Yeah,
be
he
very
cannot
hard to
level up
survive
anymore.
here.
2,
What else do we have left in the
4,
deck?
5, 6 damage coming in from main deck Dan only. It's tough. But yeah, I don't think he has much left here.
I see no Veiling Breeze in hand.
Yeah, I didn't quite see anything either. And the safety does have the agility trigger, so his hand is back up to full. But all I saw was an incapacitate.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Crystallized
Okay,
Destiny as
Crystallized
well.
Destiny
So
is not enough, right? It'll block the Ghost of Pendragon, but then the 3 of Hearts, or even just the Drawn Blade with the Merlin level 2 is enough.
yeah, so it's going to be very interesting here because 3 damage is not a lot, not a very high cap, like not a lot to hit, especially with a Ghost of Pendragon that on itself in its own hits for 3 on board already. Still thinking before recollection.
Yeah, probably considering that Ascension that he just drew. Deciding that it's probably worth just as much later in the turn.
Yeah, oh, the 3 liminal guys this late into the game is really, really unfortunate for Yoji, but there's not much you can do. Like, you just have it, and he doesn't have the creative shocks anymore either. It's really good discard fodder for the 3 of Hearts, though.
It's the Merlin curse. You always draw all your guides as soon as you're done leveling.
It always is like that. Not much you can do about it, unfortunately, other than just be better. Just be Glenn at Worlds last year. Or Glenn every time he plays Merlin. Ooh, 3 of Hearts attacking for 2 as well. And then the drum, then with the Drawn Blade. Yeah, so it would have been a best of 3 game that we would have seen here. It was both of these matches were absolutely fascinating. I was very glad that they agreed and they did play out the second game because it was incredibly fun to watch. Both of these decks are extremely value oriented and extremely late game decks. So we don't really see that nowadays. It's always aggro and then a level 3 deck, or like an aggro and an aggro deck that just happens to go to level 3. So Wyatt, how did you feel watching these games? Were you as happy and excited as I am?
It's definitely my type of Grand Arena. That's
Yeah.
the type of game that I like to play, that I like to watch, that I like to cast.
Yeah, and seeing the Merlin deck that you know very well, and then the Tristan deck that actually does what you recommended your friends to do, is really, really cool. So how did you feel about this matchup? Did it go the way you expected it? Because to me, I was a bit more surprised that game 1 didn't go to Merlin's favor.
Well, it was definitely in Merlin's advantage up until that very lucky top deck from main deck Dan. So that's pretty much how I usually feel the game flow of that matchup is. Again, it's not a completely lopsided matchup. There's room for both decks to win, depending on how you draw. I normally think the Merlin is a little favored. Some people disagree with me. I feel like a lot of Tristan players said that they win against Merlin, and a lot of Merlin say they win against Tristan.
But we did see that it can go both ways. Like, even though both players had really good games, both of the games actually, like they had great hands. They had, they played what they could. They had playable cards. It still wasn't super lopsided or like, oh yeah, this deck easily beats the other one every single game. That's why it was, we saw both of them win the game. But I personally think that while Merlin is incredibly good and Crux is just oppressively good, arguably, this specific version of main deck's Tristan deck is incredible. Is a lot better into it. Obviously, there is still, you can draw, unfortunately, or like Merlin can easily outvalue you. But with the Shadow Reaver, this deck really does have a good chance of beating Merlin.
Yeah, Shadow Reaver is very interesting in the matchup. It can get you a lot of value. It can help you dig deeper for the cards you need. There's simply a lot of good hits in the Merlin list for Tristan.
Yeah, it's just all value, and especially being, you're not having to worry about elemental restrictions. Shadow Reaver is just I feel like it is the card to play because we saw game 1, it saved main deck then. Game 2, it also saved main deck then, just couldn't go, quite far enough to win the game.
And also, not that we saw it happen here. In fact, he played Innervate Agility from Reaver to back down to level 2. But the ability to level back down, de-level from the Innervate Agility and still have your Umbra cards, not having to re-level up, can be very useful. I innervate, I survive your turn, and immediately I can Shadow Strike, and I don't need to pay cards to do it.
Yeah, and that's, and the mirror match is also very good. And I think there's a lot of decks where just taking their high-end, really valuable cards from them and being able to play them whenever you want is really, really good. And we saw just how powerful that is. So, in a matchup where you're like, oh, well, I know I'm playing this card, but nobody else does it. Seeing a Shadow Reaver come out and seeing them play that card is devastating.
I am sad that we did not see any Spiral action. There's a single one in Dan's list that I think he plays just because it's a CSR.
Yeah, because we saw it in his hand, and it was a CSR Spiral there for quite a while, even though it would have been nice to see it play because it is a guaranteed 3 damage. It's a repeatable 3 damage.
It's quite good in the matchup. You can hide. There's a lot of things you can hide under it to be able to counter a Fireball with it, because a Fireball, even though Merlin always plays it for 2, it's still a 4-cost card. So you can put a spare Black Market Broker under your Spiral and negate the Fireball.
Exactly. You can be ready for the negation because it doesn't care how much you pay for it. It cares a lot more about, the printed cost. Obviously, it's hard to remember that, especially seeing that everybody always plays Fireball for 2. So by instinct, I would even say that, is the same as, it just costs 2. So it is very fun. I do want to know exactly why main deck then is playing Shadow Reaver. So I think we're gonna end round seven here. We're going into an interview here.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with the round 7 winner, Mr. Main Deck Dan. Welcome to the post-game interview.
Yeah, I've done these a lot, but not on this side. Usually I'm the one interviewing.
It's nice to have you on this side. You know, I like talking with you. It's
Yeah,
good.
yeah, me too. I'm excited.
So Dan, I gotta ask, why are you playing 1 Spirel?
Oh, I got a good explanation for this. So, honestly, we hardly even tested it. I mean, I would love to say, oh, we did all these reps. We found out it's super good in this matchup. I was messing around with the list last night. I threw the Spirel in. I'm like, I really like this card. It's got a lot of potential. It's pretty cool. And I was thinking about taking it out just to get serious. And then I had an incredible deal offered yesterday on a CSR at trade night. And I was like, all right, I'll take it. I bought the CSR. I'm like, well, it's not leaving the deck list now. But it won me several games today. It is extremely good, it turns out, in the mirror, which I, for some reason, played several times. And it was quite good against Merlin in one round as well. And Razor Gale. I loved it against Razor Gale, where I got to tuck a 1 cost under it, and Veiling Breeze could be negated now from that. So, card's actually pretty sweet. It's a really fun one-of. I like it a lot.
I was kind of actually wondering why you're not playing like 3. Because I feel like, especially if you think Merlin's really meta, right? In cap under the Spirel stops a fireball.
It does. It does. It is a sweet card into Merlin. Like I said, definitely a card you want to have, which is why I was holding on to it in that, even though the last game was just for fun, I was holding on to it like, I really want to drop this. I think it'll be really good. But the issue is that list is so tight on its needs for wind cards in particular that you really don't have room to extend your Umbra package very much. So it would kind of be at the cost of either some Norm stuff, which I just felt like I couldn't find any cuts for, or the wind stuff, which is just, or Shadow Strikes, which obviously we're not going to take down either. So I really felt like you dig a lot in the deck. You can find that one-of in the late game when you need to drop it. It's a hard card to drop right when you level sometimes too. Really depends on the route you've taken that game, but sometimes because it does cost 4, it's like when you try to drop an Ascent Protector or a Broker, you're like, I just don't even have the cards to do this right now. And it feels a lot like that, so you kind of need to wait till the next turn to play it. So it's been all right at 1. I kind of like it at 1.
I definitely feel that. So talk to me about your material deck here. So
you
have it noted that you're playing 1 Shadow Reaver in the main.
Yes.
You put your Safeguard Amulet and the Blinding Orb on the side. But the big thing that I wanted to talk about was Sensor Lantern main, no Devouring Malice. We've noticed that that's become a popularized choice. Explain to me why you didn't go with that and you went with the defensive option.
I really like Devouring Malice too. It was probably the 13th card I would have put, well, I guess the 15th card I would have put in the list. And Assassin's Ripper is the 16th card I would have put in the list. But in such an open meta, I wanted to approach with the Tristan game. Now, Tristan, we know, is a deck that has the ability to win against anything. As we saw that game 1 where I just suddenly did 28 damage. You have this capability to steal any game. So what I wanted to do was tech my game 1 to be able to have an out to everything in the meta. Now, Devouring Malice is flexible, and like there's situations where it's definitely a good out to things, but I wanted Lantern, I wanted Sensor, I wanted to be able to go, okay, cool, I'm on the play. On turn 2, I'll put out the thing that's going to be a problem, like slow down, put out the Sensor if it's Sensor, or get Nullifying Lantern out for Genbus, sometimes for Lorraines, or for Suzaku sometimes as well. I just wanted to have those tools. And I just couldn't find the room for Devouring Malice. And I specifically put in both Blinding Orb and Safeguard because I knew that there were several matchups where I had 2 cards that were dead in the material deck. And Blinding Orb is always a live card. And Safeguard is usually live in those matchups. So I just felt like I filled all the space I needed.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Looking as well with your sideboard, I noticed you have 2 Regal Inquisitions. Talk to me about why it's 2 and not 4, and what kind of matchups you're using those for.
Regal Inquisition is incredible in a couple of very particular matchups, assassin matchups, both Tristan and Luxem. It's extremely good. Against Water Diana, it tends to be pretty sweet too, just to be able to pull out all their tactical retreats and stuff so you can actually kill them. And you can bring it against Merlin, but the list doesn't usually need to do that, and it would require you to level faster than them, which is not something you usually do. Otherwise, they've already played their ghosts, so what are you going to do? Just draw them into more ghosts? I don't love that plan. So it wasn't a card that was deathly important to any of those matchups. Against the mirror, if you find them, it's great, obviously, but you're really just hoping to like Shadow Raver your opponent's good stuff and then kind of get the Shadow Strike War one.
Pendragon, return my Shadow's Claw, return my Shadow's Claw.
Yeah, against Merlin, you just want to do that, right? So again, it's a space thing. It's an open meta. I fit in 2 because it allows me to find it enough in those like Assassin Mirrors. Otherwise, I need that space for all the other things, and I've used every single card in my sideboard all day. I felt like it's been a pretty good list.
All right, Dan, I have one last question for you. So we see you play at a lot of events, right? You've played a lot of events, Santa Clara, we saw you play at Utrecht.
Yeah.
You've been on stream many times, you've casted tons of events, but you made it back to day 2 again. So how does that feel?
This is the first time.
All the other times it's been like, it's right there.
This is the first time since Houston. In Utrecht, I was winning it against Glenny Boy on stream, epic game. I misplayed at the end. I put down the wrong thing, and then he won. And then but it was Glenny Boy, so it was cool, right?
It's the main character.
Main character, exactly. Back at Santa Clara, there was a judge input error that unfortunately caused me. I had a winning record, but it just didn't. It wasn't actually as a winning record. It happens. I'm not mad about it. It's all good. So. I've been close. The last couple of times I've played, it's nice. It's definitely nice to finally be able to get into it again. My hope going into the weekend was just to day 2. Again, I haven't gotten the training in that like some of the, true champion people tend to, and even the other main deck team members. So I'm just happy that I can kind of just, say, hey, I'm still like a little relevant. Yeah, I'm still like, I can still play the game. Tomorrow, I'm totally chill. I'm just going to be playing for fun.
Well, congratulations again on making day 2. Guys, that was the end of round 7 here with Main Deck Dan. Congratulations on your day 2 achievement. And we'll see you guys for the start of round 8 shortly.
I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance. You see, you don't know how to act. I'm looking for class. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. I'm not looking for love, I'm looking for fun. Just because I have on skin tight jeans doesn't mean I need a man to save me. I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, I don't want you. Hey stupid, I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though. There's no denying what we want.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last round of Ascent Niagara Day 1. This is an 8th round Swiss Day 1. You know, we haven't had that in a while. My name's Clem, and I'm here with Jim. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm excited. This is the last round, so, you know, pretty clutch, right? Win and ins for everybody. Yeah, I can't wait to see what we have.
Yeah, me neither. And we already know finally what we're going to see. One of these players we've seen on stream before,
Mhm.
Hyoka has been on with his Windrise, so it's going to be something that we have already seen today. And I'm really excited to see how it does against Team True Terry, world's #2 player.
Yeah, a real competitor here.
Yeah, and they're both playing for their winning in. So it sounds very funny that Hyoka on his Windrise, which is incredibly fun, and he's the expert on it, versus world's #2 Terry here for their winning in. So I'm really excited to see how it goes because Hyoka, I think he's really been more of a silver player recently. And it's going to be cool to see that both of these players are doing incredibly well today.
Right.
But only one of them will get into that Day 2 spot. And who will it be? So
Right. Yeah, I'm actually, so this is particularly exciting for multiple reasons, right? Terry playing into a Wind Rai deck, probably
Yeah.
not a deck that he has a ton of experience with recently.
Yeah.
And Hyoka, for his part, playing into Team True Terry.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to be so intimidating.
Yeah, like even if he's also been around. Both of these players have been around basically since the game came out, so they definitely know each other a
Yeah,
bit
for
better
sure.
than and a new player that would just join in. But it's still, like you said, very intimidating because Terry just went second at Worlds, and you're back, and Windrai is doing great, but is it gonna be good enough? And that is what we're gonna be seeing. So Terry's deck list does not differ from the Merlins we've seen today too much. It has the Looking Glasses, it has the Cheshire Cats, it has the Fluffies, but it has a lot of one-ofs. So how do you think that this is gonna be compare to other decks that don't have all of these one-ofs?
I don't know. It's really curious which particular one-ofs he's got, right? So there's a one of Crystallized Destiny, a one of Blanche, a one of Resolute Stand. A lot of these sideboard cards that he can potentially bring in a second or maybe even up to 3 more in from the sideboard in a particular matchup, but is a little bit pre-boarded in order to have, the one out against a variety of different things. So that is something that I've seen in a lot of different decks. I haven't seen as much recently, I think because it's a little bit harder to predict the meta as it stands right now. But pre-boarding in this way is definitely something that has been common in Grand Archive in the past.
Yeah, and if anyone, I think the TCG team, the True Champion Gaming team, has really perfected getting to that perfect balance of the cards. So let's see. Oh, we couldn't quite catch what Hyoka's fortuitous wind glimpse was, but I believe it's probably like half arcane cards, half wind cards, which I'm excited to see. Once again, he is on the draw here, so he does have that's the singular card in his hand. Yeah, the one of the one-off cards is Potion Infusion Seal, which is a water card.
Right.
It does have floating memory, so it's not that. Going back to Terry's deck, it's not that surprising to see here. But do you think the consistency is really worth it to give up for that card draw that you get from the Prismatic Edge?
That's a very good question. There's been other decks that run, for example, 2 wind cards, 2 water cards. Really want to make sure that they get that advantage from the Ascension, from the Prismatic Edge. In this case, just running the one of water card, that seems almost tame in comparison to how deep he could have gone here, how deep we've seen other deck lists go in order to try and get that value, and especially against a wind deck, having the water card, you can potentially have all 3 elements handy when you go for the Ascension. That seems very good.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you say, that water is also less relevant, like less popular in the current meta right now. They perfectly predicted that as well. Like we saw from the element breakdown earlier, that water is the least represented element currently. So having the seal and no wind card is actually a fantastic choice here.
Yeah, I think so, and especially into Wind Rai. Like I think you are pretty likely to hit the wind card that you're missing, and whether or not he's going to get the water card is kind of gravy at that point.
Yeah, and Terry has had a fantastic start. It doesn't look like he's doing too much, but he had the Fluffy Shopkeep turn 1, which we discussed with Bonnie last game. Of you lose the Prismatic Edge and the Majestic Spirit, and because you can just get them back easily once you're level 3. So he did that, and then he had the Creative Shock to follow it up, to discard that Stalwart Shieldmate and level up for free. And now he has another floating memory in his graveyard with that Flame Rune Swordsman. So he's not worried at all. He's doing the exact plan that he wants. Meanwhile, unfortunately for Hyoka, he did not have the arcane banishment for that level 1 Rai. He lost a Fluffy Shopkeep.
Yeah, that's always rough to see. I mean, you always want to get as many arcane cards into your banish as possible. Of course, with this fortuitous plan, you have the ability to kind of sculpt your hand, but it's never going to be a guarantee. And you're not going to want to keep 7 arcane cards in order to guarantee it either, because you definitely do want to keep some cards that you can play in order to get more cards into your memory in order to go up to level 2, in order to go up to level 3.
Yeah.
So, you're always running that risk. And I think in this case, maybe didn't pay off here, but he does still have the Fluffy on board, so it's not in a terrible situation. He has the cards down necessary in order to continue his level up path.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, and that is probably what we're going to see. The Fluffy banishing 2 of the Arcane Regalia for that Arcane Elemental. We saw just how incredibly powerful that 7/7 is in a wind deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm looking forward to see how that plays out, especially into a Merlin like this. Terry's hand is looking very intimidating as well. Obviously, Hyoka doesn't know that, but he has the Pendragons, he has the Ascension, he has 2 Dungeon Guides. So if he wanted to, he could immediately turbo to level 3 here because he does have the Floating Memory in the grave too for that extra level counter to start generating value next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he looks like he has all of the options available to him right now. Sometimes we see the Dungeon Guide into level 2 in order to take advantage of an extra materialize. I think we're probably not going to see that here. It sounds like he's trying to set up a little bit more float. And in fact, pitching that extra Dungeon Guide. So intentions made very clear here.
Yeah, so obviously these players know each other pretty well, but do you think that Terry knows that, knows Hyoka's deck list? Because he does not have the I wanted to say it too quickly. The stifling traps. So for the Dungeon Guide, and which is very, very relevant if you only have 1 Dungeon Guide. So that pitch feels like a very, very bold move. But would do you think he knows Hyoka well enough where he's like, oh, no stifling trap, I can just do what I want?
I doubt that he knows Hyoka's deck list card for card, but I think there's certain expectations when going into a Windrye deck. And, I trust Terry, of all people, to have played against Rye at some point in his illustrious career.
Yeah.
He's definitely not going into this blind. Maybe he hasn't done it recently. Maybe he doesn't have, the same kinds of reps that he would have against Crux. But I'm sure he knows the kind of stuff that he's playing into here. And Rye is a turbo deck, right? Rye definitely wants to go up fast, and it doesn't really want to leave cards behind. Rye is not known for its early interaction.
Yeah, it's definitely not a deck, and especially knowing Hyoka, it's not really super focused on the early game. Obviously, like every Rye, I think, he wants to turbo to level 3 and start winning with those arcane cards. But he's also already very, very, very close to that, and he is all hands down. So even if Terry were afraid of a stifling trap, this is the time to do it. And I think that's another reason why, because he knows that it's just going to be everything in the memory unless it's played.
Yeah, exactly. And if he saw Hyoka holding back cards in that situation, then that's like, oh, maybe he's sending a message. But at the same time, he could just be like, it's a bluff, I don't need to.
Yeah, and let's see, what do you think is... What, did he put down 1 ghost for that there? I didn't quite catch it. It looked very good.
Yeah, I think he might have. It looks like he's prioritizing some of his defensive options, or maybe prioritizing. I definitely saw he kept like an Incarnate Majesty, that kind of stuff. Incarnate Majesty, very good in this matchup. Wow. That extra damage prevention on your champion is just incredible here.
Yeah, and losing the Ascension of Fluffy Shopkeep, the Fluffy is really not that bad right now to lose, because your guaranteed, basically free draw card is gone now. So it's less valuable, especially now that you can play everything in your material. Like, there's the Ghost also coming out. So, and the other one is the Ascension. Now, the Ascension is interesting, but I do feel like it's less powerful without this Potion Infusion Seal, like, to get the maximum value. But I think it is still really, really, really good banishing a card from there and dealing 3 damage. But it's also Rise. So would you rather risk it, or just be like, all right, it's an Ascension and they want arcane cards in banishment?
I mean, at this point, he's clearly prioritizing the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah.
He knows he's going to draw some gas. The deck is full of gas. So if you happen to lose something like an Ascension in order to get up there, that's probably worth it, as opposed to losing one of the other cards that he had in his hand.
Yeah.
Right? And he's definitely prioritizing certain cards in his hand.
Yeah, and he did gamble the 3rd Ghost of Pendragon, but he gambled it because I'm extremely value oriented, but this just shows how incredible of a player Terry is that he cannot really use that Ghost right now, or next turn if he wants to play an Ascension. So he's not really losing value by going down 1 Pendragon, because he's not going to get the 2 cards off of it guaranteed, because he needs another material deck card for it.
Right, yeah. At this point, between the Ascension and the Ghost, both of them are like kind of vying for the same resource, like you said. So yeah, I think that is actually a really good call on his part, knowing that he has 4 cards in his hand that needs to work with the materials he has out, and he only has 2 materials out. Like, yeah, risk him, whatever.
Yeah, and then he can just see what the plan is afterwards, and
Mhm.
he has the plan very clearly outlined for him. I think he does have that sudden steal. He has the fireball. He has the 3rd ghost, and he has the majestic spirit, the incarnate majesty, and the ascension. He has everything that a Crux player wants right now. So which is your favorite line, Jin? Which way would you go if you were Terry here?
I think a lot of it depends on how much damage he can get in, right? If Hyoka goes to Rai level 3 here, which he probably does, you're looking at trying to get 16 damage in order to win that game. So, assuming nothing is affected on his board, can he lethal? Is the ghost enough? Is ghost plus fireball enough? He's got 5, 6 damage from the fireball, another 3 from the ghosts, and then another 7 on the board. That's not quite enough on its own.
Yeah,
No, that is enough. That is exactly enough.
That is exactly enough, and he's keeping the Fluffy up this turn for that arcane elemental. He definitely has, he definitely knows Hyoka well enough to be like, all right, I know what you're up to, and this Fluffy is going to protect me from losing the game.
Yeah, it actually seems like they've been in the same region. They were at least playing in the same regionals, so they've probably played against each other before, which gives Terry a lot of information about what to expect.
Yeah, and we're going to see what we've seen always, the book under the Quicksilver Grill, unless Hyoka's surprising us. Do you think there's any world where it wouldn't be a book?
I don't think so. In fact, I think this is 3 cards down for Dungeon Guide, and then immediately the last card banished for the book.
Yeah.
That is just such a rye-coded play.
Yeah, that is what I'm thinking as well. But one of the cards he's putting down looks to be an Arcane Blast. Now, that is losing out on 11 damage, but he also doesn't have quite enough arcane cards in banishment yet. But I do feel like it's so much value lost there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's... having that Arcane Blast to play is definitely valuable, but I think the important part, like you said, is he doesn't have the resources to play it now. And he needs to get the arcane cards into banishment. He needs to build up those resources. And his deck is filled with threats. Arcane Blast isn't the only one. We are a long way away from the DOA days. Yeah. There's a lot of cards he can play here, and a lot of ways to deal extra damage. So I think getting rid of an Arcane Blast in order to make sure that you have that smooth path towards the extra power that you need as Rai, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Is that I'm still so Dawn of Ashes Rai pilled that when I see Arcane Blast, I'm like, yeah, you gotta keep that or else it's game over. But you're right that there's so many different ways to win, and I was just talking about Arcane Elemental in this Wind Ride deck. That is, I feel like more of the win con than an Arcane Blast, because you can replay it a million times and keep it in your hand to keep it alive. Oh, but this is even more exciting. Advent of the Stormcaller coming in. What are we seeing? What is going to happen? I am excited to hear you explain this.
Okay, so I'm so used to seeing Advent of the Stormcaller in Ciel that I need to reread this card in order to remember what it does. But being able to look at the top of your deck and pull out, all of these cards and deal extra damage for each arcane card. It's 2 damage per arcane card revealed, right?
Yep, it is 2, so that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14 damage coming from that. But one thing that we have to remember, that is all 4 arcane blasts gone if he does choose to go for 14 damage total to face.
Yeah, that actually is potentially a lot of value lost here.
Yeah, so the important part of Advent is that it's a May trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually might not even have it see 14 damage here, because Hyoka has the experience and is able to, decide exactly which cards he wants to banish and how many levels he needs and what he needs back in his deck. And Arcane Blast, even though it's not the only win condition in his deck, he really does still need the damage from it. So now what he really needs to decide is what order he's putting it back in, because he's going to use Scry Disguise to go through his deck again and reorder it. Now, what is his level? It's 9
looks like,
plus 3?
9 plus 3, so 12 at this point.
Yeah, so that means he can look through most of his deck with a single Scry Disguise. And
that is huge.
That's where the real gameplay comes in. Would you be able to handle the pressure of organizing your deck in such an intricate way of everything playing off of each other.
Yeah, I mean that's that's part of the talent of somebody who plays this deck as often as Hyoka does, right? Being able to go through that glimpse 15 and
Yeah.
and know kind of what you need, what you don't need, planning for. Honestly, at that point, you're probably planning for maybe 1 turn, maybe 2 turns, but it's like you have to be planning for the end game. You have to be in a position where, like, okay, I am looking through these 15 cards, I need 2 of them, right? And setting yourself up for the cards that you need for victory. But he is sitting also on a pile of enlightenment counters.
Yeah.
So he could easily be drawing 3-4 cards here on this turn,
Yeah.
let alone on the next turn.
And we did see that he does have the Tome of Sacred Lightning. It was unrested. It was awake. So he could banish a card from his memory and recycle it, which he didn't need any of those. So he was like, all right, I will order the top of my deck in a specific way where I know exactly how many cards I can draw and what I want to do. Oh.
Ooh, okay, so
He's going for the maximum amount of value that he can generate here. We saw the Disorienting Winds drawing a card. Now, do you think the Dungeon Guide was just Disorienting Winds to draw a card, or maybe what will we possibly see if this game lasts long enough? Another
well, I
Dungeon
mean, I
Guide?
think we
It
have our
seems
answer.
yeah, but we talked about this earlier. It's not crazy to see a Dungeon Guide again in this deck, but he already did have
Yeah,
9 arcane cards in banishment. So if he didn't win at that point, I think Terry would have taken the game away because it was exact lethal. But if
Yeah.
Hyoka didn't win that turn, he would have been all hand down because he put all his resources into getting there.
I mean, he did know what was on top of his deck, right? So spending that Disorienting Wind, spending those Enlightenment counters in order to draw exactly the cards that he knows.
Yeah.
And we saw him stack that deck. We know what he's drawing into as
And
well.
the funny thing is he didn't illegally stack the deck. It's
Right.
just a feature of Rye. We just don't see Rye that often to be like, yeah, this is just what Rye does. And one of the first banned cards in the game was actually an arcane card. So, it's been really, really powerful since then. And I think people kind of forget that it is, basically an extra turn, especially with Erratic Bolt, is still very possible in the deck.
I do want to point out the detail orientation here from Hyoka. At the very end, going in with that Dungeon Guide, dealt 1 damage to the Hasty Messenger. Because he knew that otherwise it was going to get intercepted. And it's like, okay, well, maybe I end up in a situation where I need to do 1 more damage to the Hasty Messenger. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just really like that particular detail here.
Yeah, you got to deal and put in as much damage as you can. And, the Fluffy Shopkeep was there for the Arcane Elemental, but Hyoka knew that. So he was like, all right, well, I don't need an Arcane Elemental then.
All right, so let's talk about the sideboard cards here. From Hyoka, we've kind of seen his deck in action before. We know what's coming in most likely. The last time we saw Hyoka, he was up against a more ally-oriented deck, right? I think it was it Shadow Strike? I think it was Shadow Strike.
I don't quite remember.
It's been too long.
There's been so many games of Grand Archive, and even when I'm around walking around, I see even more games of Grand Archive. So every deck has kind of meshed together in my
Sure,
brain.
absolutely. But now we get to see sort of the action damage side of Hyoka's sideboard, which is definitely stacked. We have a Safeguard Amulet, we have 3 Blanche, we have 2 Crystallized Destiny. So these are the cards that are probably coming in. Very little chance of seeing the Resolutes or the Ravaging Tempest in this particular.
Not right now.
Yeah, but preventing the fireball damage, I think, is going to be the foremost thing on Hyoka's mind. Now that I say that out loud, Ravaging Tempest is probably a really good way of dealing with Incarnate Majesty.
Oh, you're right, because it does put, it's indiscriminate. It puts every single ally into the banishment. So that does include the Majestic Spirit too. You're right.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that's important enough to Hyoka's game plan, or if he expects that's important enough to Terry's game plan, that he'll bring in the Ravaging Tempests for that specific ally.
Yeah, because it does still have every single point of damage. Well, 2 points of damage that you deal to a champion. So that those Arcane Blast for 11 would only be Arcane Blast for 5.
Yep.
So it is incredibly scary as as Terry to be, as Shoka to be looking at the Majestic Spirit, and then as Terry to be looking at the Ravaging Tempest. Disregarding all your efforts that you just put in.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, from Terry's side, we're also going to see probably a more action-oriented sideboard here. Safeguard probably comes in. Blanche probably comes in. Crystallized Destiny almost assuredly comes in. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Resolute stand here, but Terry did show remarkable awareness of the Arcane Elemental, right? Keeping the Fluffy Shopkeep awake earlier on. So I don't know whether or not he's going to feel like he needs to bring in something like the Resolute stand. That feels like probably not impactful enough against a 7/7.
Yeah, because he has the Fluffy Shopkeep. He has a Stalwart Shieldmate. So those are already going to be holding up enough damage where, they hold up all the damage or they do nothing. So
right. Yeah, so probably just the spell damage stuff. There is a 4 of Surreptitious Scheme in Terry's sideboard, but that is very much a mirror card. That is not something that he's going to be bringing in against anybody who's not Merlin.
In theory, Rai could be going for that, for some level counters. There are cards that would allow him, but Hyoka is playing Stormseer, which doesn't need any level counters.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So we're going into game 2. Same old. We've seen every single game Kyoka has played on stream. He has drawn one card into his hand, and none of the time, every single game, we do not know what his cards in memory are or what the card he drew was. So it's a mystery to all of us.
I do think it's funny that Hyoka never wins a die roll.
Yeah. But he still wins the games, and that's what matters.
Works out pretty well for him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he only lost one round today, which is still incredibly admirable.
Yeah.
So as long as he goes to win this game, he is in day 2 100%. He will have that 16 points that he needs. So let's see if Terry can go into a game 3. There is 40 minutes on the clock, which is exactly where you want to be, right? Because it's 60 minutes total, so 20 minutes per game, plus sideboarding, which is the extra 2 minutes 1 minute and a half that was lost here. So this is perfect Grand Archive gameplay from the players in terms of time management as well. And I'm really interested in seeing what we're going to be seeing here. And the third part comes out from Terry, going to attacking. It's a bit more aggressive already than last game.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a kind of standard start for any Merlin player, right? With the sort of shadows on board, given that Terry knows he's not going to see any stealth units from Hyoka. And then the 3 of Hearts kind of interchangeable with the Hasty Messenger. So this is, fairly standard in terms of what Merlin is trying to do in the first couple of turns.
Yeah, and then we see same old standard from Hyoka as well, with the Fluffy Shopkeep, banishing that Storm Tyrant side, and the Arcanist Prism to get those 2 extra Arcane cards into banishment for the Arcane Elemental later. Now, he passes the turn with the backup charger unused, but he does have enough cards in hand, probably signaling some kind of interaction, having 5 cards in hand. Now, what would that interaction be? I am not quite sure because there are no allies on board.
So my money says that this is to save the cards in hand compared to the cards in his memory.
True.
I think he's holding back here in order to make sure that the banish, when he goes to level 1, hits the cards he wants it to hit.
Also,
and I think
controlled banishment in a way of just not putting the cards down.
Yep, absolutely. And I actually think that he got his initial glimpse done and ended up with not enough cards to feel comfortable just banishing at random. I suspect that there's a little bit of like, I am 40% to hit an arcane card versus 60% to hit an arcane card. And instead bringing out the backup charger, taking it a little bit slower, but giving him the ability to control his banish a little bit more.
Yeah, and that is also the knowledge that you need, especially on your winning in against the second best player in the world, to be able to calculate your odds and play to the best of them as much as you can. And there it is, exactly what you said. After he leveled up, that's when he used the the backup charger to get the power cell and the card draw in.
So to me, that says that he has a lot of early game interaction, right? He's sitting on a lot of Norman win cards, the cards that he wants to used to support his path up rather than the cards that he wants to banish. So we'll probably see some more plays here. Actually, looks like he's going to drop another Fluffy here, which is kind of wild.
Oh, the Dungeon Guide to
just
level
Dungeon Guide.
2. So we did see quite a few arcane cards in his hand.
Mhm.
And we
There
did
they
put
go.
them down. There they are. Do you think that it's really worth it? He's playing Win, so he has a lot of ways to get that Dungeon Guide back into his hand. But do you think it's really that worth it to push to level 3 and get there first? That you're willing to risk it all in a fire deck? There's a lot of damage that can be dealt at fast speed. The fireballs are in Terry's hand.
There it is. Yeah,
There's
I sincerely do think that this is worth it for him. I think Hyoka is in a position where the faster he gets to level 3, the better off he is. And if that means playing 2 Dungeon Guides in a single turn, then more power to him. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, and that summon gate only cost him 1, so there's only going to be one more card that he didn't really want there in possibly in his memory to possibly get banished. But it seems that he passed the turn as well and is saving his Dungeon Guide until he can control what he's going to banish.
Yeah. I mean, that is exactly the story of Hyoka's deck,
Yeah.
right? Being able to control your banishes, making sure that you can get rid of the cards that you want to get rid of.
Yeah, and there is Terry banishing one of his Dungeon Guides and an Ascension. Like we saw like last game, exactly. The Ascension is gone. Not as relevant to his deck as it would be, especially playing Rai. It's really, playing against Rai, you have to be a lot more careful with your prismatic edges. And Terry is doing a wonderful job of showing us just how careful you gotta be and how this matchup basically renders your Ascensions like absolutely useless. The gamble is not worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's some value in potentially grabbing a card out of Hyoka's memory, but more often than not, Hyoka's memory is just arcane cards, right? Because he knows what he's putting into his memory. So you have to time it really specifically if you want a chance of hitting wind. And, he's definitely not in a position where he can necessarily afford to leave that value on the table if it doesn't materialize.
Yeah, and it seems that Terry's also thinking about it. So he's like, where do I go from here? Because it is a very tough position to be in, right? Because it seems like, he has the perfect hand. But last game, he had the perfect hand as well, and it just was not enough. So he has to decide whether he wants to play more defensively and have more cards in hand, or if he wants to send it. That is an insane banishment for Terry.
Right?
What do you think he was thinking when he put those down?
So I know he still has a Blanche in hand. So I know he still has some answers that he is happy to keep handy. But yeah, losing an Incarnate Majesty and a Crystallized Destiny, both cards that seem very valuable in this matchup, he must really, really value the other cards in his hand. And seeing the Ghost come down, I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
You got to get up to Crux. You got to get up to level 3 in order to drop those Ghosts. And unfortunately drawing some not particularly good action. We see a Liminal Guide and another 3 of Hearts in hand.
Yeah, but at least he can comfortably put those down for the Blanche here. But that is still crazy. So he's valuing the continuous protection of Blanche and it, taking the focus away from his champion over having the damage and pushing more, or the card draw, the value from Crystallized Destiny, that it would guaranteed be more than 7 damage in this deck, in Hyoka's deck.
Yep. And now we see the usual book shenanigans coming out from Hyoka. Terry just like, yeah, do it.
Yeah, now, there's exactly everything gone, and the shortcutting is allowed considering all 3 cards that he put down are going to get banished. And he's like, hey, this is exactly what is happening. So Hyoka is, once again showing his mastery of the deck, and he now has 4 arcane cards in banishment. That is an insane scry that we see. So I think this scry perfectly represents this glimpse perfectly represents just how difficult it is to play this deck, because you can actually have a turn where you play all of these cards, but you have to sequence it in the correct way, and that takes a lot of time to learn how to do, and then to not crack under the pressure of this is your winning in. If you win this game, you are in day 2 with a Wind Ride deck, which is an absolutely a rogue deck here against true champion Terry.
Yeah, there's so many options here. We see him pulling I believe that was a Storm Shield, Spell Shield Arcane into his hand. So the inevitable one card goes into memory from the Scry the Skies. And now looking at the rest of his cards, it's so easy to do this badly, I think. Like you were saying, there is a lot of options here. There's a lot of card draw in that chunk. There's also a lot of arcane cards and an Advent. So he could potentially be setting himself up to just Advent for a bunch of arcane cards.
Yeah, and he did not banish the spell shield.
Yeah.
He rolled for it and banished the fluffy, but it doesn't matter because he is already on level 8. So these careful studies are going to start drawing cards immediately.
Yep. And that is exactly what he's looking for. I mean, that's so much velocity here, right? The careful study, each careful study draws 1 2/3 cards because that's how enlightened counters work. But he's also drawing into the arcane sites.
Yep.
So potentially giving himself additional bonus levels every time he does that. And that extra efficiency for the turn can go into a huge Advent.
Yep, and there is 10 enlightenment counters because a careful study, then I play another careful study. That's going to be 10 enlightenment counters, 3 cards immediately going into his hand. And this is basically every card that he glimpsed is in his hand right now.
Yeah, he's just drawn them all.
Yeah, and every card that he will draw from now on with these arcane sites are just going to be random. And we will see exactly what he draws. Yeah, that actually is really good in this matchup. You want to see the Resolute stand because you get to prevent more damage, and look at that. That's another.
He's just going. You cannot stop the combo.
And this is why Reckless Conversion was banned. You don't even need it to have a million turns in this deck.
This is so good. All right, so 2 arcane sites down, 2 extra temporary levels on top of his level 8. No Advent this turn? Okay.
He passes. He's being like, hey, Terry, you can have a turn. It's okay. I will let you believe that I don't have the win in my hand.
How magnanimous of Kyoka. Really so generous to to his Kohai Terry. No, I think he just didn't have quite the levels that he needed in order to play the Advent there, right? 5 cards in hand, level 10. He needed 1 more card or 1 more level in order to be able to play the Advent that turn.
Yeah, but it is still insane that he did all of that last turn, and his influence basically didn't even change at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think he went maybe up a little bit after all is said and done.
So after seeing all of that and nothing come of it, what do you think, Terry? As you have also been around Grand Archive for a while, you've also seen Rai back when it was at its peak. What do you think is going through Terry's mind right now? It's like, oh no, I saw all of this happen. What is happening?
Right. I think it's a mix between oh no and oh thank heavens I get another turn. Right? Because it could have been over right there. And I think Terry had like a Crystallized Destiny or still had the Blanche back. So it wasn't necessarily over. And in fact, Blanche in front of the Advent of the Stormcaller kind of looks pretty good once you've started making decisions. Although I think Advent allows you to make the decisions on the fly.
Yeah, but Advent still deals... From my understanding, Advent deals all the damage at once. So even if you take care of that Blanche, because the moment the damage happens, the Blanche is on the field.
Yeah, you're right. It's not separate triggers.
Yeah, it doesn't, it still prevents all the damage. So that could, both of these players are very smart. They have been around the block a couple of times. So they know all the tricks and tips that are happening. So I think as long as Hyoka sees that Terry has a couple of cards in his hand, he will suspect some shenanigans are afoot.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Terry is actually in a good position to defend himself against almost anything that happens, right? With Blanche against the Advent and Crystallized Destiny against an Arcane Blast and the Terraforming now on the board against an Arcane Elemental, it looks like Terry is in a good position to continue to buying himself a couple more turns. And a couple more turns might be all he needs because he has quite the ally presence on the board right now.
Yeah, he's attacking for what? 9 damage every single turn? 2 from 3 of Hearts, 3 oh yeah, I was going from the opposite side. Yeah, 3 from it's a 2 from the 3 of Hearts.
Is
it's
it
a
2 from the 3 of Hearts?
Yeah,
okay.
it's a 3 cost 2/3
Right.
that even has an ability because it is a really, really strong card. That's why Merlins and
I was thinking about 4 of Hearts. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
these cards play, these decks play 3 of Hearts over something like a Hasty Messenger.
Yeah, so sitting there with 8 damage now visible on the board, all he needs is 2 more turns.
Yeah, it's Hyoka has to finish out the game, but what what is his, so since Terry has all of these defenses up, what do you think is the best way for him to win the game out here?
That's a really good question, and I think this is the point where me not having 50 reps on Arcane Rye really makes the difference. Like, there is a lot of options that he can use here, and maybe his plan is just test, see if he has it, because there's a world in which Terry doesn't have the Crystallized Destiny, right? So you just fire off an Arcane Blast and win. There's a world in which Terry doesn't have the Blanche, you just fire off the Advent and win. So I think Hyoka is in a position where he kind of needs to see whether or not Terry has the answers to the particular threats that he can present.
Yeah.
And if he does, then, so be it. You build up your power, you try again next turn.
Yeah, the very tough thing about Advent is that it is a slow card, and I think that's really been the downfall of all of these arcane decks, is that all of the arcane cards or the arcane win conditions are slow. So that's why Fire Eye was the most popular, because in response to anyone having any answers to your things, okay, here's the Fireball. He's the other Fireball. Like what we see from Merlin right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Although the new card seems to have changed that, right? Between Erratic Bolt and some of the other options, there are ways to get a little bit of fast damage into there.
Yeah, Shattering Discharge being, I think, one of the prime examples of getting through that damage prevention, because it being unpreventable damage, most damage prevention effects work for the next time you deal damage. So that Shattering Discharge could hit through the Crystallized Destiny, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it to great effect in Hyoka's first stream match. Shattering Discharge, in fact, shattering that shield.
Yep.
And clearing the way for an Arcane Blast.
Yeah, so he actually just needs that right now. And the wonderful thing about that would take care of the Blanche issue, too. If he managed to banish one of them. Now, unfortunately, with how Advent works, it wouldn't work, right? But there are ways to figure out a way, especially with 2 Advents, to have both of them, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Have your cake and eat it too, actually.
Yeah, Hyoka is in a position to use almost all of the tools that are available to him, right? He has drawn a ton of cards. He has gone through his deck. He's glimpsed, 8, 10, however many he's glimpsed multiple times at this point. For sure, he has access to everything he needs, and it's just a matter of playing it out in the right order and making sure that he doesn't get caught by whatever tricks Terry has.
Yeah, and Terry does have a lot of tricks. He has Merlin, he has Crux, and he's teched for these everything, actually.
Yeah,
everything that
everything.
Hyoka's deck has is his deck. Terry is prepared for. Now, game 1, we didn't really see that, but this is where we see the power of sideboards coming in. And the game is slowing down a bit. Both of these players have massive influences, and they're thinking about what to play. I think this is a great time to be like, you have to know not just your opponent's main deck, but all the possible sideboards in this game, too.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be a certain types of tricks that you expect, kind of regardless of who you're playing against. Like, okay, well, this is Norm, they probably have it. And that's a thing that I'm sure Hyoka is familiar with, like, oh, this pattern reads like they have Crystallized Destiny, right? I'm sure his game sense is kind of on point for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but now, so I can't quite see. Okay, so Hyoka does have 2 spell shields, which if he does get both of them out, it would be incredible, because unless he can prevent the damage coming in, Terry has 2 fireballs in hand, which would be more than lethal, especially with that Ghost of Pendragon. Now there is the first spell shield coming out. Do you think Terry's going to be like, all right, take it, and then fireball, attack with Drawn Blade, expecting, all right, Hyoka is out of responses now?
I mean, that's a very good question. This is really interesting to me, because Hyoka is cashing this in for cards.
Yeah.
That is the plan here. Preventing 3 damage from the Ghost of Pendragon, probably not critical to Hyoka's life total, but Hyoka is looking at this as an opportunity to get a couple of Enlightenment counters and kind of move on with his own personal game plan.
And he's doing that perfectly. Now he's up to 2 possible card draws, and even if he didn't have 3 cards in hand still, he could draw the 2 to play the spell shield. And so Terry has to think about, that many more things, and he has to consider that many more lines now. And we might see a pass from him.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of considering it the same way that you were considering it, right? Is this the opportunity? Does this mean that Hyoka shields down? And Terry kind of, you saw him kind of twiddling his fingers, doing a little bit of the math.
Yeah.
I think he decided the odds were not in his favor.
Yeah, so what do you think that Terry's really afraid of? Obviously, another Spell Shield Arcane, but the more time he gives Hyoka, the more defenses he'll have as well. So what do you think is going through Terry's mind, passing with both of those fireballs in hand and not really trying anything else?
So I think Terry is banking on the fact that the fireballs are fast, and so he can get damage in kind of whenever he needs to, in addition to the fact that I think Terry's defenses are better. Hyoka has good one-shot answers, but his deck is not filled with answers, while at this point Terry's deck is filled with answers. And Terry's looking at the cards in his hand and knows that he has an answer for any one threat that Hyoka tries. So in order for Hyoka to get through, he needs to have 2, maybe 3 uniquely different
Looking at
threats.
his influence, it very much, it probably is. He has to throw all 3 of his, all 3 different types of threats that he has out at Terry to be able to deal with everything. And I don't believe he has that right just yet. Oh, but Power Overwhelming is not a card that we've seen often. It's a 0-cost card, and it is one of my favorite cards in Rye because it gives you even more card draw.
Yeah, Power Overwhelming just allows you to get some of that extra power, right? Granting you the extra level counters as well, or temporary level, I believe.
Yeah, it is temporary level, and it gives you the advantage. It gives you the opposite of a card advantage.
Yeah.
But if you're an odd number of, not a number that can be divided by 3, it is really, really good because it's a 0 cost. Actually, if you have 2 level counters over 3, then it's basically a Crystal of Empowerment, which was banned because it's a 0 cost plus 2 level. So Ride still has all of these toys and tools that he can really play around with. Now, if anyone, Hyoka knows how to capitalize off of it. And the question is, will he have everything here? He does have the Shattering Discharge, which is really, really good because he can still play it from his hand, even if he doesn't have it. So the Blanche problem is basically dealt with now.
Yeah, and then the question is, does he go for the Advent? Does he go for the Arcane Blasts? Does he go for the Arcane Elemental? Which of those is kind of easy as well? I guess we have some answers.
Yeah, it's going for the Arcane Blast here.
So we'll probably see a Crystallized Destiny here, and then the response to the Crystallized Destiny is the Shattering Discharge, right?
Yeah.
So he kind of has the tools he needs to get through, but that's not going to break. That's not going to kill the Merlin right now, right? We still need 26 damage.
Yeah. Now, one thing I think we kind of missed before and haven't explicitly mentioned is that we just saw Hyoka cast this or activate this Arcane Blast for free, even though he only has 7 cards in Banishment and he's level 3. Now, the way Tome of Sacred Lightning works is that it gains all abilities of the Banished book. And the wonderful thing about Tome of Knowledge is that it gives +1 passive level to your champion. So now Hyoka is in a very comfortable position. He still has the Shattering Discharge. Summon Gale coming up. Fireball in response.
Oh, and the Fireball is going to kill the Arcane Elemental.
That is one crazy Fireball target. 2, devastating for Hyoka. But do you think? Look, we saw so he's got a glimpse of his hand before. Do you think there's a way that he can still turn this around?
I mean,
obviously the whole game is
Right.
not lost, but can he win this turn? Did you see a way for him, an out?
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I think Hyoka's also not sure. He's cashing in that book for an extra card now.
Oh, and he had it, and the book. It was the book in the end.
Oh my gosh.
That won him the game. That is incredible. A beautiful
Clutch
tool.
play. Oh, I love it. I love it. And Hyoka put himself in this position where he has. Oh God, I love it.
That is beautiful.
So all of the cards he drew, right, and got to this position and was like, okay, I have enough now. I'm going to try and go for it.
Yeah.
Got the answer, but was set up so that all he needed was one more card off of the top in order to keep that going. Like it is lucky, but it's also a sign of kind of where he's at as a player, that he was in that position to take advantage of it.
And I think, so looking at how many cards he saw this game, he probably knew the odds of, oh, well, I haven't really seen any Summon Gales or any Disorienting Winds, and, you know, I still have the second Arcane Elemental, so, and if I don't do it right now, it might be game over. So, gambling time, and it paid off beautifully.
Absolutely.
So, this is the safe kind of gambling, right? There's the Mad Hatter kind of mad gambling for your Ranger boots.
Yeah.
And then there is the statistic kind of gambling of like, all right, well, you know, obviously, even with Mad Hatter, it's like, oh, I have a 1 in 9 chance of hitting my Ranger boots. But here, it's a lot more complex, and you've looked through your deck and be like, all right, this is how many things I've seen. I have a 1 in, you know, I have a good chance of seeing the card, and he did see it. So it looks like absolutely random gambling, but it is so perfectly planned.
And I think even if it didn't pay off for him, he was still in a position where he still had that Spell Shield Arcane, so he wasn't dead in the water, right? He wasn't all in. He still had options, depending on what Terry ended up deciding to threaten him with afterwards. But Terry also was sans that Fireball at that point, right? So all he's doing is coming in with like 3, 6, 7, however much damage he had on the board.
I think it was 7 damage. I was like,
That's not enough. That's not going to do it. And if you get another Spell Shield Arcane off, now you're digging another 2 cards deeper.
Yeah.
Like he was in such a good position.
Yeah,
oh,
and
man, excellently set up by Hyoka.
And it was such a tough situation for Terry because his hand looked amazing, his board incredible in both games actually.
Yeah.
He had the dream, right? This was exactly what every Merlin player wants: a board nobody interacts with, multiple fireballs in hand, multiple ways to defend yourself in hand. But it wasn't just
enough.
not enough. Yeah, because Hyoka knows, I think he knows how to play the person as well, because he knew that, all right, so if I do this, Terry is probably going to use this just to keep himself safe. And then he got to, because I feel like that was a bait for the fireball. To get that Arcane Elemental back, be like, all right, I'm going to attack for another 7. What if something happens? And then that would not have been exactly lethal yet.
Right.
But Terry did not want to risk any shenanigans. So Hyoka was like, all right, I'll let it resolve. But now you don't have any influence or any cards in hand. So it was beautiful gameplay. It was incredible. It was obviously was beautiful from Terry as well, because he managed to, like, you know, once Hyoka was like, oh, I can win the game, Terry still had ways to stop it, and he had his defenses up as well. It was beautiful Grand Archive.
Yeah, no, I think it was really good. I do like that Hyoka fired off an Arcane Blast as bait. Like, that is absolutely what that was. Like, this Arcane Blast is never going to deal full damage, but it's going to reveal what you have. It's going to show me what your options are, and it's going to limit your options for the remaining 21 damage that I currently have in my hand.
Yeah.
Right? And that's great. And the other thing I want to say is Hyoka looked untouchable here.
Yeah,
right?
Insane.
Terry had everything. Terry had almost everything he could possibly ask for in that situation, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to put Hyoka on the back foot. It wasn't enough to get the damage through that he needed, and Terry was the whole time just like, okay, how do I not die? How do I not die?
Yeah, and it's absolutely insane because you think of Merlin as this big, bad, evil guy that, you know, it's incredibly hard to defeat unless you specifically tech for it, or unless you're in a mirror match. And Hyoka showed us that it's not necessarily true. This deck is just good.
I think it is just good. On the other side, Hyoka is now 5-2-1, right?
Yeah.
Barely sneaking his way into day 2. So Rai is not the perfect deck.
Even
Rai is not
Minsawa's hand like
I know, right? Yeah, it's not untouchable. I think the real problem is it's prone to bricking, right?
Yeah.
Like your draws have to go really well. But I guess we can hear it all from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, so that is going to be all from us for today. We are going to hear Hyoka tell just how amazing his run was today. It was wonderful to see you guys, and see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome back, guys. I'm here with the round 8 winner. Congratulations on your winning in, Mr. Hyoka, on
Thank
the
you.
Fortuitous Wind Rye. You are becoming the people's champion here. You've always been the Rye goat. it's been a while since we've seen you at day 2. You know, Rye has not been in the greatest spot. I
Yeah.
believe it was Nats in St. Louis.
Yeah. But now he's back. He's back.
He's back. Fluffy Shopkeep has
Yeah.
brought Rye back.
The GOAT.
Literally the GOAT. That's actually kind of good. So how did you feel in that matchup against Terry? You know, it's a tough matchup. One, Terry's a fantastic player, right? Second place Worlds. He's on Merlin. It's a tough deck. A lot of tech stuff in that deck he's got. How did
Yeah.
you feel going into that?
Well, Merlin in general is a very good matchup for Rye because they don't pose. They're not as aggressive as early game decks, and in the late game, they generally need like 1 or 2 turns to get online. While Rye, basically the moment they go to level 3, they're ready to kill. So I just felt it was a much quicker game than Merlin wants to play.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of Worlds 2024, where it was a really big Merlin versus Rye kind of matchup there. Rye was like basically a whole turn faster than Merlin. It kind of feels the same here, except maybe it's actually 2 turns in this case. The difference between like Rye versus Merlin right now.
Well, before it was on fire, and it's a lot more volatile with, it's difficult to gain influence as Fire Rye without giving your opponent influence as well. With Wind Rye, you've got that resilience, and you can now hit with both spells and attack damage. And I think that's what really gives Rye the legs in this meta. It's all about mixed damage now.
Yeah, mixed damage has become a common thing, right? There's so many people that run Safeguard Amulet in the main. We've seen a lot of other ways to kind of stop really big hits like the Crystallized Destiny and stuff.
Yeah.
So having, options for that smaller damage, but also having Shattering Discharge. I feel like Shattering Discharge actually has done really well for you. It did really well in the Tristan matchup against the Crystallized Destiny.
Yeah.
Since it's prevents next instance, being able to use the unpreventable damage to stop that is like really good. I mean, you would know that as a Spell Shield player. It's kind of like the exact example.
I'm used to being the one that's getting poked, and now it's the other way around.
Yeah, now Rye gets his own vengeance.
Yeah.
So, HVN's done great for Rye, DTR's done great for Rye. So, do you feel confident going into day 2 here? I know currently your record, I believe, is 5-1-2. It's honestly not a bad record looking at where everyone is. I think the top table is 6-1-1 right now. So, I mean, really not too far behind.
Right, and hopefully there's a lot of level 3 decks at the top. I've been just kind of bouncing from stream to match. Like, it's been so fast, but I feel pretty confident against any level 3 deck as you've seen. It's just always Rye's difficulties with aggro.
Yeah, definitely. So thank you so much for joining us here, guys. That was the end of round 8, joined with the Rye goat himself, Yoka, on the Fortuitous Wind Rye. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here at the Ascent Niagara Falls Day 1 stream. We will see you bright and early tomorrow for Day 2.